Seeing Su Yunxi become the center of attention, Shouting knew she couldn't leave the scene unless she didn't want to stay in the Artists' Association anymore. But after the dinner, she was dragged into an alley and beaten up by a drunk. Calling the police afterward didn't help. Yunxi, your husband is here to pick you up. After leaving the restaurant, Jang Jeda reminded Su Yunxi. She still didn't like He Yuchen much, but for Yunxi's sake, she let it go. Su Yunxi looked up and saw the man in the car by the roadside, lazily holding a cigarette, looking cool and carefree. When he saw her, a smile appeared on his face, and he got out of the car after putting out his cigarette. Many girls passing by looked over, amazed by his good looks. Her colleagues also looked at him with envy. The small Zhang who was waiting here earlier was gone. When Deng Liang went to pay the bill, she learned that Su Yunxi's husband was already married. Seeing such a handsome Air Force officer, she couldn't help but feel happy for Yunxi. Comrade you've gone to so much trouble. I missed your wedding, but I hope you can come to Aunt Deng's house for a meal sometime. Just see what Yunxi wants. He Yuchen wasn't used to chatting with enthusiastic elders. After saying a few words, he took his wife and left. Su Yunxi sat in the front passenger seat, accepting her grandfather's order to return to the military district. Holding the steering wheel, He Yuchen hesitated for 2 seconds but then asked, "Wife, should we go back to the dorm or the military district?" Su Yunxi replied calmly, "Are you just pretending to ask me now?" He didn't want her to say she was going back to the military district, as if to defend his earlier words about living separately. He Yuchen felt frustrated inside. It seemed his wife thought he was using tricks to force her to go back. "I had no choice but to explain. I admit I wanted you to go home, but I didn't force you." Su Yunxi was too tired to listen. "Yes, you didn't directly force me, but you pressured me through my grandfather." He Yuchen's anger boiled over. No man had ever felt so frustrated. When his wife argued, he had to listen. When she wasn't home, he had to endure it. He didn't care what others said behind his back. He only cared about when she would stop being angry and stop hurting him. The car drove straight to the art class and stopped at the door. In just a few minutes, He Yuchen calmed down. He picked up the insulated container. "Take the soup and drink it." Su Yunxi didn't take it. "The matter with Lu Hongfei is settled. He asked me to go over. After my class tomorrow, I will go directly to Jing City. I might not come back for a while. You don't need to come anymore." He Yuchen's heart almost broke. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm. "We are married. Before you make any decisions, can you tell me?" Su Yunxi straightforwardly said, "I'm telling you now." He Yuchen couldn't hold back. "You're just informing me of your decision, not discussing it with me. If I tell you now that I will transfer away tomorrow, how would you feel?" "Oh, I shouldn't make such a comparison because you don't care at all. Even if I leave you now and don't show up for a year or half, you wouldn't wonder if I miss you." His voice was full of anger and suppressed hurt. He had already accepted that she didn't love him as much, yet she still pushed him to the limit. Su Yunxi was also angry. "What do I care about you? You're always thinking about sleeping with someone. You can't stand a breakup. Sleep with whoever you want." He Yuchen was so angry he almost cried. His eyes reddened. "What's wrong with wanting to sleep with the one I love?" Su Yunxi got out of the car. Before closing the door, she reminded him, "Try loving someone you don't love. Maybe you'll feel better." He Yuchen was in so much pain. If he just went back like this, he would definitely have a sleepless night. Without hesitation, he got out of the car, chased after her, and grabbed her. He whispered in resignation, "I will never want anyone else in my life. Please stop bothering me. Wherever you want to live, just live there. Wherever you want to go, just go." No one in the military district of Beijing dares to challenge him, but he knows his wife's charm. Just a flick of her finger can make people lose control. Their marriage, which was already fragile, feels even more unstable. A male doctor is enough to make him feel upset. If something unpredictable happens in Beijing, he doesn't want to think about it. "I'll take leave tomorrow and go to Beijing with you. I know the place well," he said. Su Yunxi refused. "No need. Lu Hongfei has already arranged everything. I just want to see the venue and do some planning. You should focus on your own work. Are you in such a hurry to go because you're worried I might find out some secret?" He suddenly felt conflicted. In his past and present life, he has interacted with two different men, each in a different way, full trust and cautious testing. Maybe marriage is about constant adjustment, finding a balance that works for both. Most importantly, she's never afraid of losing anyone.
There are no secrets between us, she said.
He wanted to say that she knew everything about his underwear size, but he didn't dare to say it out loud and upset her. He missed her so much that he couldn't wait to see her again. He held her delicate hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Su Yunxi looked up. The tall man's gaze was still full of warmth, even after their argument. His feelings hadn't cooled at all. Knowing the pressure from her grandfather, she blamed him unfairly. Her voice softened. It's getting dark. Let's go home. It seemed her look gave him endless courage. He gently pulled her into his arms, holding her close. His chest was strong and steady, his heartbeat warm and passionate. His big hand held her waist tightly, full of love and longing, expressed in silent gestures. Su Yunxi still couldn't accept his closeness. She struggled angrily, let go. His body, already stirred up, trembled slightly from her touch. He almost lost control. Quickly, he kissed the top of her head and then released her, warning softly, "Come back early. Be careful on the road. When you get there, mention my name. No one will dare to trouble you." His eyes were sharp and confident, his handsome face full of unmatched self-assurance and dominance. Su Yunxi ignored him and turned to go back to her dorm. Watching her storm upstairs, until her room's light turned on, he finally got into his car and left. It's better that she's angry than indifferent. Indifference drives him crazy. Returning to the military district, I made a phone call from the communication room. Only after arriving home did I notice that the back seat of the car was filled with clothes that Xiao Zhang had taken out of his car, bought by my wife. I brought them home, sorted and categorized them, and washed everything, including underwear and socks, then hung them out to dry. With my wife's belongings added, the house finally felt complete. On Sunday morning, Su Yunxi arrived in Beijing. Lu Hongfei and Su Qing'an came to the station to pick her up. Unexpectedly, Si Yanli and Si Jiqi also came along. Yanli is on good terms with Yu Chen, so he came to pick you up together. Lu Hongfei looked a bit uncomfortable. His brothers had fallen out, and he was caught in the middle. Only if Su Yunxi forgave him could their relationship improve. Su Qing'an took his sister's luggage, but didn't say anything, unsure of what was happening. Si Yanli was very friendly.
Comrade Su, welcome to Beijing.
Hongfei said you're going to the military district. We're also interested in investing in the breeding farm. Let's go together. From Su Yunxi's perspective, on the night she bought the train ticket, she didn't know that Si Yanli and his sister were secretly watching her. But Si Jiqi's visit to provoke her was still fresh in her memory. She knew she couldn't get along peacefully with people who caused trouble without reason. She didn't know them well, and their sudden appearance felt a bit abrupt. Lu Hongfei, I came here for official business. Seeing Su Yunxi's displeasure, Lu Hongfei couldn't help but look helplessly at Si Yanli and his sister. Si Jiqi sincerely apologized. Comrade Su, I didn't mean to offend you last time in Guangzhou. I hope you won't hold it against me. Su Yunxi found it increasingly strange. The Si siblings weren't the type to easily admit fault. Their quick apology made her suspicious. We keep to ourselves. How we get along with Brother Chun is your business, so there's no need to involve me. Seeing that she wasn't easily fooled, Si Yanli tried to beat around the bush, but couldn't achieve his goal. He sighed with a wry smile. Comrade Su, we came here this time to clarify what happened that night outside the train station when we met you. The Si family had paid a heavy price for offending Yu Chen. Not only was their scandal exposed, damaging their reputation, but their siblings' marriages were delayed. Prominent families in Beijing refused to marry into them. Moreover, Biaozi often sent people to threaten the Fong family. All their assets were compromised, and the Si family's business also suffered various setbacks. In just half a month, the Ji family status in Beijing has plummeted, forcing them to find solutions to the crisis. The first step was to quickly repair their relationship with the He family. He Yu Chen, who came to Beijing at age 12 to explore, is now grown strong and confident. Old master, he cannot control his ruthless and fierce son, who hides behind a gentle appearance. The only person who can truly hold him back is Su's daughter, whom he married after much effort. When Lu Hongfei told them that Su Yunxi was coming to Beijing, the siblings asked him to be a mediator and help connect them. Fang Yan and Qi Deong were taken to be publicly criticized and humiliated. Their shame was known to everyone. Fang Yan was tortured so badly she had a miscarriage and was mentally broken, even attempting suicide several times. Living in pain was a terrible burden. Seeing Fang Yan's tragic fate, Ji Jieqi no longer dared to be upset with Su Yunxi. She knew that He Yuchen hadn't completely destroyed the Ji family, which gave them a chance to make amends. If they couldn't get Su Yunxi's forgiveness, the Ji family situation would be very bleak. Su Yunxi didn't understand all the details. When she heard Ji Yanli mention what happened that night at the train station, she immediately realized it was her brother and sister who had caused trouble and spread rumors. Ji Yanli explained everything clearly. "This is my fault. I saw what was happening but didn't help." Later, Jieqi hid the incident with the hooligan and exaggerated it, telling Yuchen that you were meeting Xien in secret. This caused misunderstandings between you two, and Yuchen was upset. When he found out the truth, he got angry and cut ties with me. Our 10-year relationship was nothing compared to how much he cares about you. He even caused our family's reputation to be ruined, just to stand up for you. Now I don't expect you to forgive us. I just hope you can be kind and let the Ji family go. If anyone is to blame, it's me. Hearing this truth, Su Yunxi's face looked bad. Su Qing'an was so angry he directly made a move. "You all are just bystanders, letting hooligans bully the weak, and you still have the nerve to ask for something? If He Yuchen doesn't wipe out the Ji family, I'll turn against him. If my sister hadn't been quick-witted, she might have been kidnapped and sold to some remote mountain village." Just thinking about that suffocating situation made Su Qing'an furious. Lu Hongfei quickly tried to calm him down. "Qing'an, calm down. Yanli was beaten a few times, and the Ji family paid a heavy price too." Si Yanli was beaten again. Si Jieqi was so frightened that she didn't dare to run. She knelt in front of Su Yunxi, crying and begging, "Su Yunxi, if you want to punish someone, come at me. My brother only got involved because of me. I've liked He Yuchen for 10 years. I couldn't accept that he was marrying a young lady from a once-disgraced family, so I wanted to see you suffer. I stopped my brother from helping you. I thought this misunderstanding would make you and He Yuchen break up, but I underestimated how much you mean to him. He destroyed the Fang family and even gave up the Si family for you. Su Yunxi, please forgive the Si family. I promise I'll never like He Yuchen again and truly wish you both a happy life together." Su Yunxi felt shaken. It turned out that He Yuchen had never known she was harassed that night. He had also been misled into thinking she had an unclear relationship with Xien. That was why their argument in Beijing City had been so painful and confusing for both of them. You think admitting your mistake now can erase all the harm you and your brother caused? After being his friend for 10 years, you don't deserve his trust. The Si siblings had played a big part in damaging her marriage. Su Yunxi would never forgive them. He Yuchen only kept them there so she could hear the truth herself, that he had been deceived too. He also wanted her to see his determination. For her, he was willing to give up a friendship of 10 years. The Si family has learned their lesson. Yuchen knows what to do. Let's go, we have more important things to handle. Seeing that there was no way to fix the situation, Lu Hongfei stopped wasting time. He left the Si siblings behind and took Su Yunxi and her brother away. On the way, he told them about Yuchen's situation to ease the tension. Su Yunxi looked out the car window, her thoughts in turmoil. He Yuchen hadn't relied on his family to gain his position in the capital. His military achievements came from his own ability and his business success from his hard work. He was both strong and independent, not controlled by his family. That was why he could say he didn't need her to deal with the He family, a quality few men possessed. Su Qing'an thought about how his sister had gone to the train station late at night to buy tickets just to see their family, only to be harassed and later argued with by He Yuchen. The thought made him furious. Sis, I didn't even know you two fought over that. If I had known, I'd never have told you to make up with him. The more he thought about how much his sister had suffered, the angrier he became at himself for being so foolish and taking Hiyuchen's side. He remembered how his sister had looked hurt and asked, "Brother, why aren't you standing up for me?" And that made him even more upset. "Brother, it's all in the past. Besides, I just found out today that the Sijia siblings deliberately stirred trouble. Su Yunxi is no longer angry. She tries to see things from Hiyuchen's point of view, and he also feels wronged. There are no winners in this matter. Ultimately, it's caused by distrust. Their marriage is too fragile, which is why others could take advantage." Su Qing'an is angry and looks unfavorably at Lu Hongfei. Did Hiyuchen do it on purpose? Using the Sijia siblings' remorse to gain Yunxi's forgiveness. Why didn't he tell me himself? If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to go back and persuade my sister. He's so scheming, just like when we were kids. Lu Hongfei feels a headache coming on. Hiyuchen originally wanted Biaozi to bring the Sijia siblings to explain clearly. He wanted to give his brother some face, so he took on this responsibility, even if it meant enduring scolding. Su Yunxi stops her brother from blaming others. "All right, brother, this is between me and Yuchen. Let's not bring it up anymore." Su Qing'an, even if still angry, wouldn't let his sister divorce. After a long struggle, he thought about how Hiyuchen has always been the one losing out in front of his sister, and that made him feel a bit better. The Beijing military district is more than twice the size of the Guangzhou military district, with over 50,000 soldiers. The scale of the breeding farm has also increased accordingly. They pass through with green lights and arrive at the approved location for the farm. Su Yunxi roughly plans the layout. Many people in the military district are attracted by a beautiful young girl who passes by. Some brave ones follow her to the outside of the training ground. The girl has a delicate, beautiful face, snow-white skin, and a cool, elegant temperament. Her simple clothes look high-end. Her charming gaze makes many feel longing and encourages them to go over and get to know her. Lu Hongfei is responsible for Su Yunxi's safety. He wouldn't let anyone get close. This is Hiyuchen's wife. Think about whether you can handle a punch before you get too close. This remark is quite intimidating.
Who wants to risk their life?
The soldiers watching the scene immediately disperse. Su Yunxi sketches out a rough plan, then goes to the nearby guest house to settle in and refine her drawings. Getting a close look at Hiyuchen's life over the past 10 years helps her understand him better. After lunch, Su Yunxi discusses with her brother about going to the city to find a real estate agent to buy a house. Lu Hongfei acts as the driver. As soon as they leave the military district, Su Yunxi notices a car parked outside. It has been following them since they left the train station. What is going on? Lu Hongfei explained, "Yuchen's people won't allow you to make any mistakes in Jing City. Don't worry about it." Su Qing'an felt a bit better after seeing Hiyuchen's concern for his sister. No matter what, Hiyuchen is a capable man who can handle things and always protect his sister. In the city, they found a real estate agent. Su Yunxi stated her request. "Please organize the information on the courtyard houses for sale. I want to buy a few. There are still many courtyard houses in this era, not replaced by ordinary homes." Su Qing'an didn't agree much. "Sis, now people are moving to apartment buildings. Courtyard houses are old and hard to live in." Su Yunxi simply explained, "I want to buy them as keepsakes. These traditional buildings will gradually disappear." The agent saw they arrived in luxury cars and quickly gathered information on about a dozen courtyard houses. "These are the ones recently for sale. Take a look and see which one you like. Now is a good time to visit." Su Yunxi briefly looked over the locations, sizes, and prices. Baixinkyo, 180 square meters, 12,000 per unit. Xuanwu, 420 square meters, 30,000 per unit. Andingmen, 460 square meters, 30,000 per unit. Hohai, 198 square meters, 32,000 per unit. Xidan, 350 square meters, 45,000 per unit. Lu Hongfei interrupted, "If you want a house in Jing City, Yuchen has many. Mainly around Shichang'an Street with all kinds. Those are his personal assets. I don't need them." Su Yunxi has her own plans for Jing City. Besides managing the farm, she wants to buy courtyard houses. Money in the account will slowly lose value over time. It's better to turn it into assets quickly. Time was limited. In the afternoon, they only managed to see 3 houses. After choosing one, she exchanged 100,000 yuan for a savings certificate. The agent helped negotiate with the seller, and they finalized the deal. They signed the house sale contract, completed the procedures, and received the property ownership certificate. Holding the property made Su Yunxi feel more secure. She gave the agent 200 yuan as a tip and arranged to meet again tomorrow. "Sis, do you think you bought too hastily?" Su Qing'an saw that his sister didn't care how rundown the courtyard houses were. The Hohai house was almost falling apart, almost as bad as their first house in Beijing City. "Brother, I understand. The house I buy tomorrow will be registered in your name." Su Yunxi is thinking about buying a few courtyard houses for her brother. If she doesn't have children, these properties will belong to Yaya. "Don't. Our company has staff housing. If the property is registered elsewhere, we won't be able to buy it." Su Qing'an prefers to follow the situation. He thinks courtyard houses are not very useful and require money for repairs. Apartments are more convenient. Su Yunxi considers helping him buy staff housing but then feels her brother is now earning enough money. It's more meaningful for him to buy with his own ability, so she doesn't insist. When they just returned to the military district guest house, they saw a guard from the He family waiting there. Lu Hongfei almost wanted to turn the car around and leave. He's most afraid that something will happen to Su Yunxi in his hands, and Yu Chen might get angry. The guard doesn't pay attention to others and quickly opens the car door, saying, "Comrade Su, hello. The leader asked me to pick you up." Su Yunxi can't refuse and says to Lu Hongfei, "Take me back to my brother's unit. We can talk about other things tomorrow." Old master, he is the direct superior of her grandfather. Su Qing'an wants to remind his sister to stay safe, but knows they are helpless in front of the He family. Almost as soon as Su Yunxi gets into the He family's car and leaves the military district, the He family's phone rings. Old master, he answers with a knowing look. Yu Chenhe's tone is calm. "Grandpa, if there's anything, come to me. Don't make things difficult for her. Haha, I haven't even seen her face and you're already anxious?" Old master, he laughs angrily. His grandson only cares about one person, Su Yunxi. To ensure no worries, Yu and his mother were controlled yesterday by his people, forbidden from appearing in front of Su Yunxi. Yu Chen, he speaks slowly. "Just a reminder, Grandpa, she's timid. If she gets scared, everyone around you will suffer. This is almost a threat." Old master, he is a bit shaken. He didn't expect his grandson, raised by him for 10 years, to show no mercy even to close relatives with blood ties, and to act decisively. He is willing to go to great lengths for a woman, which shows how much he cares. "All right, I just want to see her and find out what kind of girl has captured your heart." Old master, he, no matter how reluctant, cannot do anything to escalate the conflict. Otherwise, with his grandson's personality, things will become uncontrollable. When Su Yunxi arrived at the He family, 4 very alert guards stood outside the gate, each carrying real weapons at their waists. She also noticed that Yu Chen was always following behind her, with a car parked nearby. Before she entered the He house, 2 strong young men got out of the car. They wore colorful shirts and black trousers, looking like experienced fighters, the kind who often move in social circles. "Big sister-in-law, call if you need anything," they suddenly said. It seemed as if they would rush into the He house at her call. She couldn't help but find it funny. Could this place be some dangerous lair? Su Yunxi didn't respond. There was a strange feeling of separation. Yu Chen moved between black and white, living comfortably in Beijing. Why had he come to Guangzhou? The He house was a traditional 2-entry, 4-courtyard building, quite large, about 700 or 800 square meters. She followed the guards through corridors and a flowered gate into the main hall. Old master, he sat upright in the hall, dressed in traditional Chinese clothes. His expression was serious and commanding, with a stern aura that came from years of harsh experiences on the battlefield. He had spent 4 years in Guangzhou and was not unfamiliar with the Su family children. The chubby little kid from before had grown into a young woman, which made his granddaughter nervous. She often did silly things. Truly, Heroes find it hard to pass the test of beauty. Su Yunxi's achievements were decent, but she still lagged behind girls from proper wealthy families. At least, she couldn't get into the He family with her background as a capitalist. Now, she was also involved in promoting a breeding farm project with a military district in Beijing, doing some flashy things that didn't look good. Instead of taking good care of Chen at home, she kept busy with these distractions. Su Yunxi calmly said, "Hello, Grandpa He." Old master, he pointed to the chair at the head of the table.
Sit down.
Su Yunxi took out the prepared gifts and placed them on the table. Grandpa said if I ever had the chance to meet you, I should bring gifts. He remembers you love fish maw. There were 4 iron boxes, each containing fish maw, bird's nest, ginseng, and tea. No matter how the He family felt about her, Chen always tried his best for everyone in the Su family. She would do her best to be polite and respectful. Old master, he looked a little surprised but quickly relaxed. The Su family knew they had to flatter him to avoid opposition from the He family. How is your grandfather's health? Does he still suffer from severe leg pain every winter, making it hard for him to walk? Su Yunxi replied, rheumatoid arthritis requires careful care as you get older. After a brief chat about family matters, old master, he habitually issued orders. This time I brought you here to talk about your future. Chen cares for you so much that he wants to stay in Guangzhou, even though it's not wise. I plan to bring him back to Beijing, where there are more opportunities. You should come with him to take care of him. Grandson has gone to great lengths to marry Su Yunxi, and no one in the family objects, so they can only accept it for now. But to join the He family, she must follow their rules. The first rule is to obey the elders' wishes. Any admirer of a grandson would not dare refuse. When you enter the He family, you have to consider your own standing. Su Yunxi paused, thinking about what it meant that Chen cares so much for her that he ignores his future. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet she was burdened with such a heavy responsibility. She gently expressed her thoughts. Grandpa He, about Chen, I will discuss things with him. I have my own life and have no plans to leave Guangzhou for now. Su Yunxi could see the disdain from the He family. They wanted her to lower herself and please them. Sorry, she wouldn't play along. Old master, he listened to his daughter say that this girl was difficult to deal with. It seemed she was indeed ungrateful. Su girl, Chen is dedicated to his career. He works hard to earn money and train himself. Many girls admire such a hardworking young man. Many families want to marry into the He family. Chen has never shown interest. Until 2 months ago, when he heard that the Su family was being sent away, he deliberately got drunk, resigned from his position as a lieutenant colonel, and applied to transfer to the Guangzhou military district. He paid a high price to marry you. You should be grateful and not ruin his future for your own benefit. Su Yunxi was surprised. Did Chen do all this for her? Did he deliberately break the rules for her? But he never considered what would happen if she refused to marry him. Did he make a quick decision without thinking about the consequences? If the He family thought they could use Chen's sacrifices to control her, they were mistaken. I'm sorry to hear that, Grandpa He. I need to be clear with you. If our marriage delays Chen's plans, I am willing to cooperate and divorce at any time. Some principles she would never compromise on. It's best to solve problems at the source. Chen had done so much for her, yet she still couldn't forgive him. Su Yunxi no longer knew how to continue this marriage. Old Mr. He didn't expect Su Yunxi to prefer divorce rather than sacrifice herself to support Chen. He dared to threaten the He family with divorce, which was truly reckless. Young lady Su, think carefully. After divorce, you won't find a better man than Chen, and Chen has many options. Old Mr. He looked very cold, full of dissatisfaction with Su Yunxi. He couldn't understand why his grandson liked such a selfish girl. Su Yunxi responded politely, Thank you for your reminder, Grandpa He. I also hope Brother Chen has a better future. If needed, I will do my best to cooperate. But you know my grandfather's health isn't good. I won't neglect my family for marriage. The He family just needs to inform me of the decision, and if there's nothing else, I will leave now. She had seen through marriage, besides moral pressure and restricting her freedom, it offered little benefit. The He family didn't need to defend her. If Chen chose his family, she could let him go. Old Mr. He overestimated his grandson's importance in Su Yunshi's heart. Since he didn't achieve his goal, he couldn't bring himself to soften his attitude and could only wave his hand to dismiss her. As soon as Su Yunshi left the He house, Yu Chen approached. The He family's guards knew them well and didn't make any defensive moves. Both young men looked very respectful, lowering their heads and avoiding eye contact. Sister-in-law, Mr. He wants to talk to you on the phone. Su Yunshi felt a bit confused and didn't want to talk to Yu Chen. Tell him to rest well. If there's something important, we can talk later. The two looked uncomfortable. Sister-in-law, if we don't complete the task, we might be used as punching bags all night. Su Yunshi was surprised, unsure if they were serious, but she couldn't ignore it. She got into their car. Sitting in the back seat, looking at the night outside the window, she thought of Yu Chen. It had been a long time, and she no longer remembered what happened when she was 4. What was Yu Chen like at 8 years old? She seems thin, shorter than her brother by a head, but she fights fiercely. She has a proud personality, but she never treats him coldly because, as a child, she was sweet-talking and caring, often crying when practicing piano or painting, seeking comfort from him after bumps or falls. Back then, she saw him as her best friend. The day he left Guangzhou, she cried for a long time, unable to hear what he said. 10 years passed with no news, and she gradually forgot him, focusing on meeting her family's expectations. Meanwhile, Yu Chen worked hard to shape himself. Unbeknownst to her, he did so much for her. Did a man really wait 10 years just for a perfect meeting with her? Tears marked her face as Su Yunshi took out a tissue to wipe them away. Suddenly, she felt regret. She hadn't trusted him before, was angry at him, and hurt him. Even when she made him so angry, he gritted his teeth. He never was cruel to her. Even if he loved her deeply, he still respected her wishes. All her past grievances and frustrations were released at this moment. When she arrived at the dance hall, over 20 young men called her big sister-in-law, one after another, making it lively. Although they didn't seem like good people, they showed her great respect, which showed that Yu Chen was very good at managing them. Su Yunshi went to the office, which was neat and tidy, with complete furniture and no mess. After making a phone call, someone handed her something, then left and closed the door. The call was quickly answered. Yu Chen's hoarse voice was cautious. Sisi? For some reason, her heart suddenly ached. He was worried about her, afraid that Grandpa he might trouble her. She tried to respond casually. It's me. It's so late. You should rest at home. Hearing his wife's voice, he felt a jolt through his whole body, like an electric shock. His voice deepened. I miss you so much I can't sleep. When will you come back? His feelings were complicated and hard to describe. Su Yunshi said, I don't know. Grandpa he wants to transfer you back to Beijing, and he also wants me to move there to take care of you. Hearing this, Yu Chen was annoyed. His grandfather was stirring up trouble, and he felt overwhelmed. How did you respond? Don't tell me you're setting boundaries with me again? He knew his wife's stubbornness well. She wouldn't do something she didn't want, no matter how many trucks tried to move her. Grandpa wants to use her to solve problems, but she only solves his problems. Su Yunshi clearly states her attitude. I guessed right. He wants to manipulate me with morality, but I won't let marriage control my life. Refusing old master, he politely means that the He family will become more aggressive in pressuring her. Even if Yu Chen is worth it, she will never let herself fall into a passive situation. Yu Chen takes a deep breath, feeling a bit hurt. Sisi, I support any decision you make, except marriage. That's not a game. You can't just say you'll abandon it, Su Yunshi softly asks. Then what do you think I should do? Her slightly playful tone instantly calms Yu Chen's sadness, and he feels guilty. Let me handle these problems. Don't worry about what Grandpa said. We are the ones living our lives. I won't force you to do anything you don't want, Su Yunshi playfully says. Grandpa he's words I dare not ignore. He said you have many admirers, and even if you get divorced, there are plenty of women. If I divorce, I'll regret it forever. Yu Chen smiles gently. No woman can compare to you, even a little. You've made up your mind not to divorce. Stay with me, and I won't let you regret it. Su Yunxi pauses, seeming to seriously consider, and when he looks a bit anxious, she finally speaks. All right, I'll go back and think it over carefully. He Yuchen senses her hesitation and suppresses his excitement, confessing affectionately. Wife, I miss you so much. If Su Yunxi were in front of him, he would definitely kiss her until she dared not leave him. Of course, if she was willing, he would love to be close to her. When she hugs him tightly, he feels a happiness of being loved and needed, more than anything beautiful. Su Yunxi lets go of her obsession and feels a little happy too. I'll go back tomorrow afternoon. You can come pick me up the morning after tomorrow. I want to see you first. This was the first time his wife said she wanted to see him. He Yuchen's nose tingled. She was finally willing to let go of past misunderstandings and hurts and start over with him. Okay, he says happily, almost blurted out that he would go to Beijing now to pick her up. But knowing she doesn't like him to be too clingy, he suppresses his longing and hangs up to go home. When Su Yunxi returns to the military district guest house, her brother and Lu Hongfei are still there. Seeing that nothing is happening, they all leave. I drew a good layout plan for the farm, took a shower, washed up, and rested well. I thought about how much I gained from coming to Beijing this time. I don't need to try too hard to understand everything. He Yuchen's feelings over the past 10 years are sincere and delicate, and there are signs to follow. She should try to accept them. The next day, I gave the drawings to Lu Hongfei and marked the important notes with him in detail. I'll go back to take care of the livestock. Your side is almost done. Give me a call, and I'll transport everything from Guangzhou. Even if Su Yunxi wanted to take shortcuts, she couldn't be too obvious. For safety, it was necessary to put in some extra effort. All right, I'll give you the money first. Lu Hongfei was very straightforward and handed Su Yunxi a deposit slip for 500,000 yuan. Limit the investment amount for shareholders, maybe 5,000 or 10,000, so others still have a chance. Also, no investments from the Si family members. Su Yunxi stated her requirements. The Si siblings didn't mind not investing themselves, but if they later exaggerated and damaged her marriage, no matter how much they apologized, the hurt wouldn't be erased. Lu Hongfei took the investment contract template and agreed. These two siblings were very vengeful, and he silently wished the Si family well. Outside the military district gate, a subordinate held a stack of house purchase contracts. Big sister-in-law, the boss asked us to deliver these to you. Su Yunxi was a bit surprised. After a quick look, she found that He Yuchen had bought all the available courtyard houses, and they were registered in her name. He Yuchen is really going overboard. Su Qing'an felt the wealth. There were more than 10 property certificates, probably costing 50 or 60,000 yuan, just to make his sister happy. This was very practical. If he were the girl, he would be moved. Lu Hongfei exaggeratedly shouted, "No way. I had a hard time applying for the investment money for my family, but He Yuchen just casually spent it all. Su Yunxi, let's switch lives. With such a good husband, I'd be happy to serve him as a maid, washing his feet and massaging him every day." Su Qing'an immediately disagreed. Even if He Yuchen was willing to spend money to please his sister, she shouldn't lower herself in marriage. Don't be disgusting. My sister wouldn't serve anyone. Su Yunxi took the contract and all the information about the 4 courtyard houses she bought, including the 3 she bought yesterday. From now on, you can manage these houses and rent them out. Make sure the tenants don't demolish or change the structure, and keep the courtyard style intact. Don't worry, older sister-in-law, the assistant replied, taking the message. They were used to this work, so having a few more houses didn't matter. Lu Hongfei was busy with the farm, while Su Yunxi and her brother went shopping at the department store to buy things for their grandfather and Yaya. She sent Su Qing'an away to buy train tickets. Su Yunxi disguised herself, and most of the cash she took from the Su family was exchanged for gold bars, along with an extra 100 large yellow croakers and over 300 small yellow croakers. Time passed quickly. They took the train at 3 p.m. and arrived at the station around 6 a.m. the next day. Many people were leaving the station, bustling and crowded with over 1,000 travelers. As soon as Su Yunxi's feet touched the ground, she heard He Yuchen's voice. Turning her head, she saw a tall man in an Air Force uniform walking against the crowd. His eyes were bright, and he had a slight smile on his handsome face, looking very happy. Su Yunxi felt a little nervous for no reason. She remembered they had argued before she left, and he didn't want to be hugged. She suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Leaving for a trip and not recognizing your man anymore, Chen approached her, shielding her with his body. He gently touched her reddened face, which looked like it had been brushed with the most beautiful rouge. Seeing her made his heart race. Chen was very patient. He looked down at her, his eyes turning dark and deep. A faint mischievous smile appeared on his lips, and his voice was a little hoarse. Who said you wanted to see me first? Because of her words, he hadn't slept well for 2 days. He had been waiting here since 4 a.m., eager to see his wife as soon as possible. The man was very tall, with a slightly tired face full of wild charm. He was the most special presence in the crowd. Stop talking, Su Yunxi looked around nervously, feeling shy. Let's go back. Seeing his wife so shy, Chen stopped teasing her. He took her luggage and held her small hand, walking out of the train station. His heart was pounding. Just touching her felt like an electric shock, and he couldn't control the change in his feelings. As soon as Su Yunxi sat in the front passenger seat, Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, gently but possessively held her chin. Do you miss me? He had very good features, deep-set eyes, a high-nose bridge, moderately full lips, and a well-defined jawline, forming a perfect male face. I'm sorry, but I can't assist without a request. Soon, Su Yunxi no longer cared about anything. She grabbed his arm and cried, shaking her head and saying no. A passionate love cleared away all barriers, making their hearts connect. Any unhappiness disappeared like smoke. Chen carefully helped them, took his wife's clothes from the luggage, and changed her into them. While dressing her, he kissed her flushed face and slightly swollen lips. Baby, I love you. Chen's voice was a little hoarse as he held her small face and kissed her again and again. Don't kiss me, she said with a pout, her voice trembling with annoyance, but he felt deeply satisfied. Finally, he gently placed his upset wife in the back seat to rest. He casually put on his clothes, started the car, and drove home, always paying attention to her. His heart felt like it was in a jar of honey. When they arrived home near noon, they met many acquaintances on the way. When she was helped out of the car, Su Yunxi nervously buried her head in Chen's chest, not wanting others to see her embarrassed state. Chen protected his wife tightly, wrapping her up completely so not a single hair was visible. He dismissed everyone who greeted them. At home, he boiled hot water to wash her. She was still weak and heavy, making him worried. When would she get used to this? Su Yunxi was so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open. When she felt uncomfortable, she kicked and whined. Chen couldn't bear to see her like this. He wrapped her in a blanket, took a shower, and washed both their clothes. He snuggled into the blanket, holding her close, smelling her sweet scent that made him feel at peace. He stayed with her, sleeping together. Love is enough to satisfy the soul. Chen didn't feel hungry until evening, but he quickly cooked soup and went to the cafeteria to get food because he couldn't let his wife go hungry. When Su Yunxi woke up, she looked at the clothes hanging on the drying rack outside, including her underwear. She felt shy. Probably not many men do laundry for women. Soldiers tend to be a bit macho and lack service awareness, at least in the family compound. No one had told her otherwise. She put on a nightgown to eat. Her legs trembled badly, but Chen carried her to the dining room. He looked relaxed, with 2 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing his muscular chest, with a rebellious, unruly look. His eyes almost never left her. Don't look at me, Su Yunxi said, feeling a little overwhelmed by his eager gaze. Just like when he was holding her down, he always loved to look at her face. Based on her expressions, he would analyze whether she was comfortable, always putting her feelings first. Chen looked relaxed, with strong brow bones and a rebellious aura. He said, most people ignore me when they ask for my opinion, but you are lucky enough to have this privilege. Su Yunxi casually stirred her red bean soup. Yes, you're very charming, but don't let it delay me. She admitted that Chen was very attractive. Although she had only been in Jing City for a short time, she had already met a beautiful girl who asked about him at the military district. He Yuchen had been transferred over 2 months ago, yet some people still refused to give up. It showed how popular he used to be. He Yuchen's smile faded. He quickly comforted his wife. Don't take my joke seriously. You're such a little jealous person. I don't care. Who would be jealous anyway? Su Yunxi's soft words made He Yuchen happy. He turned to hold her in his arms, affectionately pressing his forehead against hers, whispering, "Having you in my life is enough. You can only be with me. No matter how big the problem, we can't be separated. Don't make me go crazy. Who else would love you this much?" Su Yunxi remained calm, her voice light. "If one day you break your promises, I won't be like other women, crying and begging." Even if she cried secretly behind her back, she wouldn't show her vulnerability in front of others. "I won't." He Yuchen felt a tightness in his chest, interrupting her assumptions. Su Yunxi had long stopped believing in promises. Many people believe men's lies, only to end up with tragic results. She was very realistic. If a man couldn't keep her, she might as well clarify the boundaries now.
How he chose was up to him.
If one day, no matter how you betray me, body or mind, I will cut all ties with you. Spend your money on other men, enjoy life freely. She held in her hand the dozen or so courtyard houses He Yuchen had given her. Her life could be completely laid back. Only a foolish woman would think about leaving everything behind, letting the man suffer no loss or pay any price. Many beautiful dreams of the future vanished in the angry kisses from her man. He Yuchen was furious. Both of these things stabbed him deeply, hurting him unbearably. Cutting all ties? He'd rather be killed. Spending his money didn't matter, but thinking of her with other men made his blood boil. He would never allow another man to touch her. Kill one, kill all. Of course, even if he had to cut himself, he would never betray her. Su Yunxi finished tapping and then slipped her fingers into his shirt. The man's muscles were tight and firm, like marble. He was stirred up again but forced himself to hold back. He grabbed her mischievous hand and softly said, "One more time, you can't handle it. Can't I just touch you?" "You're so stingy." Su Yunxi looked up, her delicate and charming face making it hard for any man to resist. He had no resistance to her. His heart beat fast, and he breathed quickly. He kissed her again, knowing he loved her deeply. Whatever she wanted, he would give her. "After dinner, I'll let you touch." He was tense and had the urge to push her onto the bed and tease her right away. But he knew he couldn't. Her health was more important. He needed to help her recover from cold in her, so she could have their children someday.
It was clear she liked children.
He couldn't be an obstacle. Otherwise, if she was upset or had bad days, she might get angry with him. Su Yunxi drank half a bowl of the 5 red soup and ate some food. The remaining half went into He Yuchen's stomach. For a moment, he realized what this soup meant. The 5 red soup could help with cold and boost energy and blood. She often left most of it, so he naturally drank it. It did make him feel more energized and healthier. He had tried other remedies with fish collagen to warm her, but she refused. She chose this one. Was she worried about him on purpose? Su Yunxi noticed his focused gaze. She rolled her eyes at him, finished her meal, and slowly went to the yard to sit on a lounge chair and enjoy the breeze. Her back still hurt a little. In her past life, she didn't feel so fragile. Maybe this time, someone truly cared for her.
Her attitude had changed.
That night, after resting, He Yuchen washed up and lay down, waiting for her to touch him. But she turned her back and went to sleep, ignoring him. His hopes were high, but he was disappointed. He sighed silently, then turned and hugged her into his arms, holding her tightly as she slept, like an octopus wrapping around her. Su Yunxi wasn't used to it. She pushed him away, but he wouldn't let go. When she protested again, he kissed her and made her accept it. "I'll pick you up tonight and bring you home." The next morning after breakfast, He Yuchen looked energetic. He took her to class and talked about their future. Su Yunxi refused outright. "I won't move. If you upset me again, I'll stay in the dorm and not come back. I won't upset you anymore. I care too much. When something happens with you, my mind gets all mixed up. Chen knew his wife was still upset about buying tickets at the train station and going to Beidouin to see Xien. Both were men, and Xien intentions were obvious. He found it hard not to mind. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, he couldn't hold a grudge anymore. He decided to settle the score with Xien eventually. Su Yunxi insisted. I won't move back. The doctor said I should stay at home once a week. Staying at home isn't enough for you. Why should I come back? Chen was almost angry with her. That was just a small addition. Even without me, I would still sleep with you. She didn't know how bad his mood was every day when he faced the empty room. Even doing nothing and just looking at her made him feel happy. Su Yunxi didn't answer. When they arrived at the painting class, Chen stubbornly blocked her from getting out. Move back home, he said. If you don't agree, I won't let you get off the car. Okay, I can go home, but I won't move in yet. Su Yunxi insisted, but he planted a strawberry-shaped mark on her neck. She was angry and hit him. If anyone sees that, how can I attend class? Chen's lips moved away from her neck. Seeing the red mark, he felt satisfied. Just stamp it. I dare any careless dog to come close. Angrily, Su Yunxi pinched a piece of flesh on his waist and twisted it. When he showed his teeth in pain, she jumped out of the car and walked into the building without looking back. Chen lifted his shirt to look. His wife was really fierce, but replacing the 2 strawberries was worth it. Su Yunxi took a silk scarf and tied it around her neck to hide the marks. Otherwise, it would cause trouble with the kids and affect things badly. Chen drove the car to the street corner, where 2 men quickly approached. Boss, we found evidence of Luo family's bribery. Be careful with your actions. Chen lit a cigarette, his expression sharp. He wanted no one from the Luo family to have a good time. The next day, after returning home, Su Yunxi went to see her grandfather. She talked about meeting old Master He and brought the autumn clothes and toys for Yeye she had bought for them. The following days were busy. Su Yunxi was busy moving livestock to the farm and quickly finishing 2 paintings. She submitted the paintings and earned over 6,000 yuan. The farm's dormitory was completed. Zhang Yang and Li Taizhu had already moved in, and 2 other retired soldiers were introduced. They also added a truck for deliveries. The 4 of them worked hard, every day. By the end of August, the accounts were settled, and the investors finally saw some returns. Investing 1,000 yuan earned them over 20,000 yuan. At this rate, they would recover their money in 4 or 5 years, which gave them hope for the future. When Chen arrived home and didn't see his wife, he knew she was at the farm. The monthly profit distribution on the 5th was busy for the accountant. At the warehouse, he saw Xien talking to his wife. His face suddenly turned cold. He suppressed his urge to get angry and walked over quickly. The soldiers usually come together at night to receive their share. Since there are many people, mistakes can happen. Su Yunxi helped with the handover. Comrade Xie, your August share is 1,120 yuan. He hadn't seen Xien for over half a month. He stood straight, wearing a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves showing strong arms. He looked a bit thinner but still had a healthy build, making it hard to give him money. Su Yunxi asked Tianyu to help count, and Xien watched nearby, keeping track in his mind. The military district in Shanghai wants me to transfer there. Xian's voice sounded a bit distant, calm and steady. Su Yunxi's heart was unbreakable. Just make your own choice. People aim higher. Whether he transfers or not was up to the leaders. It had little to do with the farm. Whether he was there or not, the world kept turning. Xian knew this would be the outcome. He wasn't very disappointed, but he felt a deep reluctance inside. Do you love Chen? None of your business. Do you love me?
Dream on.
Su Yunxi didn't understand why he kept asking such impossible questions. His dark eyes looked straight at her. She could clearly see her reflection in his pupils, as if only she existed there. Once, only she mattered. But a man's love is like a mirage, beautiful but fleeting. No matter how many promises he makes, time erodes everything. So, loving a man is less important than loving oneself. Si. Yuchen broke the tense silence between them. With possessiveness, he pulled his wife into his arms, gentle yet commanding. His sharp gaze swept towards Xien, warning and sarcastic. Why haven't you counted your money properly after so long? Comrade Xie, you shouldn't be so petty over these small amounts. Yuchen appeared victorious, reminding Su Yunxi that she ultimately didn't belong to him. This was the thing Xien found hardest to bear. Comrade, he often hugs and kisses without considering the situation. If you don't pay attention, don't cause trouble for Comrade Su. Xien gaze was sharp, and his lips pressed into a straight line. Even if Su Yunxi didn't admit who was hiding deep in her heart, he knew clearly. Su Yunxi felt a headache coming on. She quickly hugged Yuchen's waist and pressed him onto the bench. Almost done. Sit and wait for a while. According to her upbringing, she couldn't accept Yuchen's affection, but with her past life's memories, she was less conservative and no longer minded close gestures. Xiao Tian is taking Comrade Xie over there to settle accounts. Others are still in line. She tried to keep the two apart to avoid conflicts, as rumors spread like a plague. Yuchen was holding back his anger. When no one was paying attention, he pulled his wife into a tight kiss. She belonged to him, and no one else should think otherwise. After finishing their work, they went to the cafeteria for a meal. Then, Yuchen took his wife to the health clinic for a checkup. Recently, he had been boiling soup for her almost every day, but he wasn't sure if it was effective. The middle-aged female doctor carefully examined Su Yunxi's lower abdomen and took her pulse. She couldn't ignore the young male comrade's concerned gaze. For someone full of energy, being restricted from nighttime activities right after marriage was quite tough. Comrade Su's cold has improved. She can increase the frequency of intimacy appropriately, up to twice a week. Continue with the treatment and come back for a follow-up in 2 months. Yuchen was the happiest. His efforts finally showed hope. He didn't want to let his wife go, and secretly took her home. After drinking the red soup, Su Yunxi washed up, took a shower, and gently touched her flat belly. Maybe a miracle would happen in this life. But there was an important issue: contraception. During the treatment period, it wasn't completely safe. Yuchen was very strong, and if she got pregnant with an unstable pregnancy, it could easily lead to a miscarriage. It would just drain her body and add psychological stress. Finally, she found a large in the workers' room in the space. It should fit Yuchen. What are you thinking about? Yuchen came in, drying his hair, and hugged his dazed wife. Not during the safe period. We need to use contraception. Su Yunxi calculated that the recent days were very risky. Yes, I'll ask Hongfei to get some condoms. Yuchen remembered his mother-in-law's advice. Having a child in a couple of years was good, but her health was the priority. Su Yunxi looked at him, understanding quite a lot, and felt a little unhappy.
Who upset you?
Your mouth is so full of nonsense. Yuchen quickly pulled her into his arms, kissed her pouting lips. Let go. Su Yunxi covered her mouth and pushed him, but he forced her onto the bed and kissed her, unable to say no. Yuchen made her obedient and then started to feel tender. Why are you unhappy? Su Yunxi asked bluntly. How do you know about condoms? Are there inappropriate things in the dance hall? Have you seen others use them? Yuchen lightly patted her and smirked with disdain. Do you think I would do such things? They are not as good as me, so why would I bother? Since Hongfei became an adult, he always carried condoms. Even if I don't understand much, I know how to use them. Hearing his explanation, Su Yunxi felt better inside. They say, you become like those you spend time with. Since you hang out with Lu Hongfei, aren't you curious about boys and girls matters? I only see him every few months because of training. I'm so tired that I use all my limited time thinking about you. Looking at others is unnecessary. Yuchen also found it strange. Before his wife became an adult, he had no distractions and focused solely on climbing higher. After seeing his wife, all his feelings and desires awakened. He just wanted to be with her every day and never be apart. Su Yunxi tugged at his clothes. Take off your vest so I can see. Yuchen didn't hesitate and quickly revealed his muscular upper body. His body was perfectly proportioned, broad shoulders, narrow waist. After being whipped in the army, He lost about 10 pounds but gradually regained it. Su Yunxi pressed him onto the bed, looked at his scarred back, where the scabs had fallen off and pink new flesh was growing. She reached out and touched it. "Does it still hurt?" He Yuchen tensed instantly, breathing quickly. "It doesn't hurt when you kiss me." Thinking about his wife kissing him made him involuntarily excited. Su Yunxi pinched him playfully. "You're so handsome. Bad girl. Wait and see how I deal with you." He Yuchen, feeling aroused, quickly stripped her. Instead of waiting for her to please him, he decided to do it himself. "Turn off the lights." Su Yunxi shyly wanted to escape. He Yuchen knew his wife was nervous, so he quickly turned off the lights, got into bed, and tenderly kissed her small face. Su Yunxi bit the blanket, tears in her eyes, her voice sweet and touching. "Are you okay now?" Although she was angry and upset, He Yuchen knew that his wife liked this the most, holding her slender waist tightly. Su Yunxi felt her scalp tingle, her hair standing on end, and her breathing becoming difficult. She grabbed his arm, nearly overwhelmed. He Yuchen chuckled angrily, unable to coax her to say, "I love you," but she refused to let go of him, losing control again and again. Finally, he held her in his arms, kissed her reddened eyes and lips. Su Yunxi no longer cared about her dislike. She was struggling to breathe, feeling as if her insides had shifted. "Can you lie down?" she asked. He Yuchen immediately lay down, thinking his little one was finally giving in, but it was just the beginning of more torment. His wife was not very strong and didn't want to come closer. She hung there, neither up nor down, so he had to hold her waist firmly. Su Yunxi's face was pale as she pushed him, trying to escape. He Yuchen felt helpless and changed to something she liked better. She obediently held him, and when she couldn't, she would scratch him and cry while scolding him. In the end, He Yuchen kept kissing his little one, pouring all his love into her. He deeply understood the saying, "Die under the peony flower, even as a ghost, it's still romantic." Su Yunxi slept in late, feeling uncomfortable. She took a hot shower to wash away her soreness and fatigue. It wasn't that she lacked strength. He Yuchen was just too strong, leaving her with no chance to resist. After drying her hair and eating the porridge and boiled eggs he prepared, she looked at the note he left. "Baby, I see you sleeping soundly and don't want to leave. I really want to put you in my pocket and take you everywhere. I'll take you out and kiss you whenever I can." She felt a bit sweet inside, like a child, but also truly loved her. After washing the dishes and changing clothes, she went to the bank to open a savings account. She deposited over 6,700 yuan from the farm share, saving it as family reserve funds. She also sent her grandfather's share over. When she returned, Feng Zhenhua, who had long forgotten his words about her visiting her parents less, complained a little. "More than half a month gone, and you're so busy." Sometimes, he couldn't even persuade his granddaughter. She had her own ideas and wouldn't do things she didn't want to. When he ordered her to move back to the family residence, Yuchen didn't take her back either. He was so firm that, after returning from Beijing, she was willing to reconcile and moved back home. "Yes, the painting class and farm are busier now. Once I settle the farm in Beijing, I'll have more free time." Su Yunxi took down a rack of ribs and 2 pork hocks from the car, planning to have garlic ribs and braised pork hocks for lunch. The guard quickly took them to handle, as every time Su Yunxi came, it meant she wanted to improve the meals. In the past month and a half, there haven't been many issues in Beijing. Old master, he couldn't do anything about He Yuchen, and she didn't achieve any goals with him, so everything was peaceful for now. However, there have been many problems in Guangzhou. Feng Zhenhua mentioned the Luo family. This time, the Luo family is completely finished. Someone exposed their bribery, and both father and son were executed. Others involved were also sent away. Su Yunxi had heard this news before and planned to wait and see, having prepared her words with the students' parents. But she didn't expect the Luo family to already be on the guillotine. Who knows which deity they offended, but they never had a chance to turn things around. Things also got tough for Su Yunxi. The thriving oil factory was reported, and inspections happened frequently. They found only dead mice in the oil tanks, which made many people on the spot. After the news spread, no one dared to buy oil from there, and buyers came to return their goods. Su Yunqi stayed with her grandfather and Yaya. In the evening, He Yuchen came to pick her up and had dinner together. Feng Zhenhua mentioned, Yuchen is almost fully recovered and needs to participate in the National Day Air Force military exercise. Yes, I received the notice. Report to Beijing on the 10th for a month of closed training, Yuchen replied, glancing at his wife. He was a bit heartless, showing no special reaction. He had a month to prepare for the training, but he had an injury, and since he'd just made up with his wife, he delayed for half a month. When they got in the car, before he could complain, Su Yunqi sighed with a regretful look. Sigh. More than 20 days. He Yuchen raised his eyebrows slightly, his heart softening instantly. He reached out to hold her waist. Come with me. I can find a way to see you during training. This year's military exercise wasn't public, so it wasn't as strict. Su Yunqi almost tugged on his ear to remind him, but she held back. His grandmother already disapproved of her, and if he mingled with her during training, she would be even more unhappy. She asked him to be kind and not do anything that would offend others. He Yuchen's expression grew calm. Being in the military system meant he was inevitably under higher-ups' control. If he was caught sneaking out to see his wife, he wouldn't mind being scolded or punished, but he couldn't let his shy wife get into trouble. When I got home, I noticed a small charm on the coffee table. I picked it up and saw it was my wife's tiny, colorful photo. Is this for me? The man asked with a slight smile. Sujungsi nadit. You said you wanted to keep me in your pocket, so this makes it easier. He chuckled. Looking at a photo is fine, but actually seeing and touching the person is better. Forget it. Give it back. Su Yunqi tried to take it, but he held her waist and kissed her. What are you thinking? I gave it to you, and now you want it back. He smiled slyly, teasing her. Her lips were soft and fragrant. He loved the taste and couldn't stop kissing her. She whined softly, almost unable to stand. Last time in Beijing, they had been wild outside for over 3 hours. Since then, she relaxed more and they got along more easily. Thinking about her health, he held back his strong feelings, carried her inside, and started cooking soup and boiling water. He was getting better at taking care of her. Even if it was someone else, even a family member, he couldn't do this. Soon, Lu Hongfei called to say that the farm was almost finished. Su Yunqi asked the 2 retired soldiers, Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu, to lead the truck team to deliver goods to Beijing. Because they prepared half a month early, they directly used the livestock stored at the Guangzhou farm. 10,000 pigs, 10,000 chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, 3,000 sheep, 1,000 dairy cows, 10 trucks of feed, and some medicines. The small comic book profits from the Artist Association also arrived, along with wages, totaling over 3,000 yuan. Plus the 6,000 yuan from selling paintings, nearly 10,000 yuan in total, which they exchanged for more than 60 small yellow croakers. Life was getting better and better. No matter how reluctant, He Yuqing took the train to Beijing on the 9th day. The night before, he exhausted his wife and repeatedly told her he missed and loved her. He promised to visit her in Beijing during the National Day holiday, and that made her feel better. When Su Yunqi woke up, her waist and legs ached. Seeing the love bites all over her, she was angry but had nowhere to vent. She took a hot bath and then lay back on the bed. She remembered reading a foreign report about a wife who couldn't handle her husband's constant demands and openly told him to go find someone else.
I really understand that wife.
She couldn't take it every 3 days, let alone every day. Better to give her what she wants. In their past lives, it was never this hard. Mainly because the Army Special Forces always had missions, often away for 10 days or half a month, sometimes even a year or more. The Air Force, on the other hand, was usually at home more often. He Yuchen couldn't do practical training due to injuries, so he would always hold her tightly, kiss her, and cuddle her every day. When sleeping, he was like an octopus, wrapping around her. He was full of energy and youth. When he couldn't train, he kept exploring her, knowing her body better than she did herself. Thinking about having half a month of free time ahead, he suddenly felt very clear and happy. During this time, He needed to prepare for the Victoria painting competition and also go to Beidouin before National Day to bring back some dried vegetables. When He Yuchen arrived in Beijing, Lu Hongfei came to pick him up. As soon as he saw the collar of his shirt, he noticed the bloodshot marks and bite wounds on his neck, which made his head ache. You're spoiling her too much. At the military district, they even check your body when you take off your clothes. You'll definitely get teased about it. One of the most lively places is the military camp. Don't think it's very serious and high class. When a bunch of grown men gather, their conversations mostly revolve around women with lots of different experiences. What's the point of sleeping so much? You haven't experienced the happiness of being loved, He Yuchen said casually, proud of his strong appearance. Get me some condoms, bigger ones. Lu Hongfei really didn't have his masochistic streak.
He was confused.
Couples still need those? Doesn't she want children? He Yuchen's handsome face showed a hint of tenderness. She's still young. We'll try for children in a couple of years when she's ready. Lu Hongfei thought maybe their relationship would cool down in a couple of years. He often regretted for his brother. If he had He Yuchen's strength, he would travel all over the country and abroad, have fun, and then get married. He wouldn't be tied down in his early 20s. He Yuchen first returned to the He family. Old master, he had already given up persuading him and didn't mention Su Yunqi. He only reminded him to be careful during training. Pilots have the highest casualty rate among soldiers. Most of them write farewell letters before training. Flying is unpredictable. Life or death is always possible. In the confined space of an aircraft, if something goes wrong, it's a matter of life and death. He Yu's relationship with her son was usually okay, and her son supported her and their daughter. But after she went to Guangzhou to visit Su Yunqi, their relationship cooled down to the point of being strangers. When she found out that Fong Yan's pregnancy was a lie and saw the decline of the Fong family, He Yu gave up on the idea of marriage. She had hoped that when Su Yunqi came to Beijing to visit the He family, she could show her role as a mother-in-law. But her son sent someone to kidnap and imprison her, not allowing her to appear until Su Yunqi left Beijing. Only then was she released. Now, her son no longer respects her, and she no longer dares to bother them. Brother, Mom doesn't have money to pay my tuition. He Lingling sensed her brother's dislike from her mother's attitude and became more obedient. After losing her allowance, she realized how hard it was to live without money. She hadn't bought new clothes in a month. He Yuchen felt no affection for his much younger sister. He only called her brother when he needed something, and he didn't bother pretending to care. He took out his wallet from his pocket, given by his wife, which contained his ID and a stack of money her wife had put inside. He took out half of it. This is the last money I will give you. It's the responsibility of He Yu and your father to support you. His duty was to support his wife and give her the best. My dad only gives Mom 100 yuan a month. She doesn't have enough for herself, so she wouldn't care about me. Mom is unreliable and hasn't even tried to find me a good father. He Lingling, influenced by her unreliable mother, had a twisted sense of values. He Yuchen and his 10-year-old sister had nothing to say to each other. They didn't bother explaining and simply went out to find their father. He had never thought of asking for child support before. He was fully capable of supporting both of them, but now he didn't want to bother with his ungrateful mother and sister anymore. From the city government building grabbed the person and beat him without mercy. Dong Mingho was beaten black and blue, completely confused. Seeing the cold, stern face of the man in the black car, he got goosebumps. Comrade He, is there something you need? I have already separated from your mother and have nothing to do with her. He Yuchen, smoking, didn't even look at him and said coldly, if He Lingling asks me for money again, I will break your legs. Dong Mingho realized why he was beaten and hurriedly agreed, yes, don't worry. He dared not try to make connections and, seeing the black car leave, limped back home to take leave. He Yuchen returned to the training area to report. He took off his shirt and pants for inspection. His neck, arms, chest, and back showed intersecting scratches and bite marks. Everyone could clearly see that the fight last night was intense. The military doctor's pupils trembled with shock, but he dared not gossip. Everyone knew that Chi Daong was beaten so badly that his face was crooked, and he had broken limbs. He was even sentenced to death, which scared many people. Chen returned to his dormitory, took out a pendant from his shirt pocket, and looked at his wife's photo. His eyes became deep and gentle. He unconsciously kissed the photo and started missing her as soon as he parted. Yunshi rested all day before going out. She met Yunqing outside the gate. After a while of feeling proud, she now looked downcast and didn't bother to wash or dress up. Seeing her beautiful and tempting cousin, Yunqing was filled with anger. She immediately blocked her and asked, "Yunshi, do you hate that I'm doing well and reporting the oil factory?" Yunshi didn't waste time on her. She also owned an oil factory and would openly compete with Yunqing's factory to make her fail. She wouldn't resort to petty tricks. "I'm not wasting my time on you," she said. Yunqing didn't believe her. She threatened fiercely, "Yunshi, I'm warning you. You have to help me. If those people don't get paid, they'll come to the military district. It will ruin Grandpa Feng's reputation." Yunshi was less obsessed with Yunqing. She wouldn't kill a drowning dog, but she wouldn't save her either. "Forget it. I won't help you." Yunqing suddenly sneered, her expression turning a little crazy. "Yunshi, don't think I don't know you've taken all the valuables from the basement. The Red Guards are still investigating. Aren't you afraid of being caught and questioned? Your secrets won't stay hidden then." She had long figured out the cause and effect. Her cousin must have something like a space or similar, or she wouldn't be able to empty the basement and take valuable things from the house. Yunshi didn't take her threats seriously. Evil thoughts ran through her mind. She considered causing a car accident to make Yunqing disappear. But at the next moment, her rationality stopped her. She couldn't do something that crossed her bottom line. "Yunqing, with your reputation, no one will believe those crazy words. You'll have to face the trouble yourself. Don't bother me." Yunqing's goal wasn't to completely tear things apart. She heard from people at the farm that she had received a share of the profits, and her cousin's family had earned quite a lot of money. She didn't care and came to her cousin to fill the gaps. "Yunshi, do you remember the past? You are willing to help me with anything." Yunqing feels a strange mix of emotions. In her past life, Yunshi was very kind to her and always willing to help. But this life is completely different. Her cousin didn't marry Xien but was spoiled by Chen and became a princess. She is successful in her career and considered a winner in life. Meanwhile, she sacrificed her health to build her career, only to face sudden disaster. Not only is the oil factory about to close, but she also has to take responsibility. Duo Bowen distanced himself from her immediately after the incident, leaving her to deal with the mess alone. Shiao Janjun is useless, and most of his monthly allowance goes to support his family. No one expected the dead rat incident. If she doesn't compensate the buyer, she will be sent to jail. Her life will be over. Sadly, besides her cousin, no one else can help solve this problem.
Stop dreaming, Yunqing.
My life has nothing to do with you. Yunshi remains unmoved. It's already good that she doesn't kick her when she's down. How could she possibly help the woman who once tried to her husband? Yunqing is full of regret. Why didn't she maintain a good sisterly relationship? Instead, she offended her completely, leading to a disastrous outcome. "Yunshi, if you help me this time, I won't mention the basement treasure again. We'll keep out of each other's way. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. I will definitely send the Red Guards to trouble Uncle and Aunt Beitun. Think carefully, can they handle it?" Now she can only use any means necessary to drag her cousin into the mess and help her pay off her debts. Yunshi knows that if Yunqing keeps pushing and reveals the basement secret, her family will be investigated. In her past life, she never even saw her parents one last time. She can't let them go through that fear again this life. Instead of wasting time on me, gather evidence of Duo Bowen violating rules and use it to threaten him. He refuses to see me. I really have no way out. Please help me, Yunshi. Yunqing is crying and overwhelmed, unsure how her life turned out like this, feeling hopeless. She even considers asking her past lovers for help, but her current financial situation is far below theirs. Plus, she's lost her advantage, and exchanging her body for resources is no longer an option. In this new life, without her cousin's support, She realizes how hard it is to start a business and that men are unreliable. Yunqing, I'll give you a way out. Su Yunqi knew that Su Yunqing wouldn't give up. Instead of worrying about her causing trouble in Beidouin, it was better to deal with her once and for all. Su Yunqing wiped her tears and asked, "What kind of job?" "Divorce Shiao Janjun and go live in the place where my eldest uncle is sent. If you can stand up again and create some miracle, I'll watch and see. But you must not disturb my parents' lives. Du Bowen handed me some evidence, and I will handle the oil factory." Now, Su Yunqing is like a ticking time bomb. Staying away from the military zone means she won't be able to ruin her reputation or affect her grandfather's honor. "No, I won't be sent away. Yunqi, you can't be happy without me. I didn't Hiyu Chen, and I don't pose any threat to you." Su Yunqing truly never had feelings for Hiyu Chen. When they were kids, he once hit her because she took Yunqi's things, which left her with a psychological shadow. Think about it yourself. Su Yunqi didn't give her a chance to bargain and turned to leave. Su Yunqing wiped her tears and composed herself. "Xien, are you done watching?" Xien stepped out from the shade, tall and handsome, with a cold look on his face. His deep voice was steady. The oil factory was reported by someone from Hiyu Chen's people. Su Yunqi doesn't know about it. Even if she knew who wanted to harm her, Su Yunqing had no power to retaliate. She smiled sadly. "Yunqi no longer cares about you. Losing to Hiyu Chen doesn't feel good, right? You should have married me. We could have worked together to defeat Hiyu Chen and Yunqi could have come back to you. 3 months isn't enough to decide who wins." It's still uncertain. Xien refused to give up. His pride as a man wouldn't let him back down. He looked at her as if she were trash. "Women like you, anyone who marries you will be unhappy." Su Yunqing suddenly sneered. "What? Am I dirty? But you almost gave up everything for me, not Yunqi." Xiamingxuan's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp, filled with anger. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could he possibly give up Yunqi? He didn't want Yunqi." Of course, Su Yunqing wouldn't bother explaining. She had to think about maximizing her benefits with the life Yunqi gave her. Yunqi was kind-hearted and cared about many people, which was why she tolerated her constant changes and had to help her clean up the mess. But Hiyu Chen was not a kind person, ruthless and cruel, forcing her to leave. Continuing to stay in Guangzhou, she worked tirelessly but couldn't succeed in her career. She decided to find a new way to make a living. Since she had to leave, she was no longer afraid of Du Bowen's revenge. She held evidence and went to find someone. Du Bowen didn't expect Su Yunqing to dare to shout about his corruption at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. He had to come out and handle it. When he met her at a restaurant, he lowered his voice and sneered. "Su Yunqing, don't be shameless. Thinking spreading rumors can ruin me? You're dreaming. Bowen, I at least followed you once. You can't just ignore me. My simple request is for a breakup fee. If not, I will publish your corruption in the newspaper and send it to your father-in-law." Su Yunqing was tired of his fat face. She realized she was foolish to tolerate such a disgusting man just to get her career started. Du Bowen's face turned ugly with anger. He wished he could get rid of Su Yunqing. Seeing his evil thoughts, Su Yunqing said, "Don't think about killing me. I have backing from Commander Feng. Even the mayor respects him. If you want to go all out, let's see who gives up first." She then took out Feng Zhenhua support. For a moment, she thought she was truly shameless, using Yunqi's resources and forcing Yunqi to help her clean up the mess. "I'll give you at most 5,000, Du Bowen, tired of playing, said. The oil factory incident was just a trigger, speeding up his plan to ditch Su Yunqing. 50,000. If you ask for less, you'll never get famous in the newspapers and TV tomorrow. Su Yunqing immediately multiplied the offer tenfold. She was so disgusted by this repulsive man that she refused to accept less than a good deal. Du Bowen was shocked by Su Yunqing's high demands. "I'm not printing money. You tricked me into investing 50,000 in the oil factory before. Now, no matter how much you pressure me, I can't pay that much." Most of his private funds were invested in the soybean oil factory. When he saw some money coming back, the factory was shut down. Since everything was under Su Yunqing's name, he couldn't be held responsible for compensation. Ask your wife to get the money. Otherwise, if you become famous, her family will be embarrassed too. Bowen, you better think about the consequences. Su Yunqing finally understood. No matter how sweet he sounded in bed, he had no real feelings for his wife. For the sake of the children, he pretended. But when trouble came, he would be the first to deny everything and protect himself. The man who once begged her now dared to play with her. Du Bowen really didn't dare offend Feng Zhenhua. His job was promoted by his father-in-law, which affected his marriage. He couldn't have a good life. After thinking it over, he took a step back. All right, I'll give you 20,000. Hand over all the evidence of corruption, and from now on, we go our separate ways. Don't look for me again. 30,000. I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Su Yunqing decided to accept. Since her cousin would take over the mess, she wouldn't refund a single cent to the buyer. She kept the money to rebuild in Sichuan and Chongqing. She wanted to prove to Yunzi that without support, she could still succeed. She took the 30,000 yuan and turned it into a savings bond. Then she went back to the family compound, boiled water, washed herself clean, changed into her prettiest dress, and booked a table of food for the evening in the cafeteria. Old Lady Xiao watched her fussing with a cold eye, not knowing what trouble she was planning. As soon as Su Yunzi left the family compound, someone came to pick her up in a car. It was two of Hu Chen's men, named Dunzi and Aqiang. Dunzi looked honest and simple, but Su Yunzi saw his fierce side when he knocked out a parent causing trouble at the painting class with a stick. Aqiang didn't need to say much. Any man within 3 meters of her would be coldly stared at and kept at a distance. If they got too close, he would pull them away violently. They were tough guys who didn't talk much. Her grandfather's security guard had fought with them and decided not to pick her up. According to the guard, Comrade Su, these two are reckless fighters who don't care about rules. I won't bother with them. Fortunately, they obeyed Su Yunzi completely. Most of the time, they handled things without her needing to say a word. When they arrived at the painting class dormitory, Jang Jeda came over crying, her eyes red and swollen. Yunzi, please help me. Su Yunzi felt a headache. Jeda, what's wrong? My parents arranged a blind date again. I only like Xien. I don't want to go on a blind date. They scolded me and told me to give up. Xien already told the matchmaker he's not suitable. He didn't even try to understand me. How does he know he's not suitable? Jia cried sadly, mourning her unfulfilled first love. Jia, feelings can't be forced. You should try to choose someone who benefits you in this limited marriage market. Su Yunzi knew Jia couldn't escape her parents' control. It was better to pick someone she didn't dislike and who loved her, so her marriage could be stable. It is best not to marry someone you love with all your heart, because most of the time, it doesn't end well. Men and women handle love differently. The more women give, the less men seem to value it. Men often try to prove their worth by conquering women. Once they get what they want, they don't cherish it. This is human nature. To control your life, you must learn to control your heart. Jang Jeda stubbornly said, I can't do it, Yunqi. I don't want to see anyone now. Only Xien. Honestly, just seeing him makes me happy. I want to give everything to him. Can you help me meet him again? Give it one more try. Su Yunqi truly couldn't do it. Sorry, Jia. I can't help you. Even though Yunqi had the ability to arrange a meeting with Xien, she refused to help, which disappointed Jang Jeda. She spoke harshly. Yunqi, how can you be so unkind? You refused to eat with me. Now you're refusing to help. Xien even stood up for you. Why do you dislike him so much? Don't you care about friends? Yunqi was also disappointed. Jia, whether I help or not is my choice. You have no right to guilt-trip me. He doesn't like you, so why hurt yourself? Even if you try every trick to marry him, you won't be happy. Jia was heartbroken. How do you know I won't be happy? He's responsible and will take marriage seriously. Don't think just because you married well that others can't be happy too. Yunqi, tired of hearing about such obsessive love, said, Go home and calm down. I need to work on my project. Jia stormed out, impulsively telling her driver to take her to the military area. At the gate, A guard stopped her. "Comrade, outsiders are not allowed in. I'm Xiemingxuan's girlfriend. Please call him out." Jie's eyes were still red, as if she had been deeply wronged. Xiemingxian was in the cafeteria. When he heard someone was looking for his girlfriend, he recognized her and immediately looked cold. "I don't have a girlfriend. Just tell her to leave." He knew he shouldn't have listened to Su Yunxi from the start. Seeing Jie provoke Yunxi only caused trouble. The guard came back and said, "Comrade, you're pretending to be Xia. If you don't leave now, the military area will report you to your family for criticism." She looked like a girl with good conditions, but she had no self-respect. Lying about her identity was just tarnishing Xiemingxuan's reputation. "I really am his girlfriend. We've met several times, but he doesn't want to take responsibility for me." "The military district doesn't care at all," Jang Jeda cried and caused a fuss at the military district gate. In the end, guards forcibly took her to the city, where she was taken to the police station to contact her family. Su Yunxi didn't expect the matter to escalate. The police called in her, the introducer, and Xiemingxian. After all, she was the daughter of the mayor's family, so the police had to investigate carefully to find out what was going on. Seeing her beloved, Jang Jeda felt happy and stopped crying. She then spoke with a tone of grievance and blame. "Xiemingxian, why are you avoiding me? Did you go back to Shanghai for a blind date? Why don't you care about my feelings at all?" Xiemingxuan's expression turned cold. He was tired of the girl clinging to him. He glanced at Su Yunxi, who was sitting behind and seemed uninterested, and tried to distance himself from her. "Comrade Zheng, we only met once through an introducer, and we saw each other in a painting class. We haven't had any physical contact or confirmed any relationship." "What do you mean by not letting go?" Jang Jeda confidently replied. "I thought that our second meeting meant we confirmed our relationship. You should take responsibility for me." Her parents forced her to go on a blind date. Jang Jeda had no choice but to cling to Xiemingxian. Since they couldn't be together, she wanted to make their relationship official. Xiemingxian didn't have romantic feelings for Jang Jeda. It was hard to imagine what life would be like with someone so stubborn and unreasonable. She would have to overcome a big mental barrier. It's better to be single than to be with someone you don't love. "I told the introducer clearly that we are not suitable, and there's no need to meet." "I don't know how you understood it. Maybe it wasn't communicated clearly. Let me say it again, Comrade Zheng, I like a girl, and it's impossible for us. Please give up." Jang Jeda was deeply infatuated with a serious, reserved, and highly capable officer. She couldn't let go. When Xiemingxian said he liked someone else, she couldn't accept it. That was even more painful than being rejected directly. "I don't believe it. Are you just saying that to upset me?" No matter how hysterical Jang Jeda became, Xiemingxian only felt disgust. His low-pressure aura filled the room, and his handsome face looked very cold and stern. He had no patience and spoke very coldly. "Comrade Zheng, we are not even friends, just acquaintances. There's no such thing as changing feelings. Please speak respectfully and stick to the facts." Jang Jeda's mind was full of thoughts that Xiemingxian liked another girl.
Why?
He liked someone else so quickly, without considering her feelings. If she couldn't have him, no one else could either. "Xiemingxian, do you think I, Jang Jeda, am easy to bully? Don't think you can get rid of me easily." "Officer, Xiemingxian liked someone else while we were dating. How should this be punished?" Xiemingxian paused slightly. His dark eyes carried a deadly aura, extremely cold. He swore in the name of the military, "I only know Jang Jeda as an acquaintance. There are no romantic issues between us." Young men and women had different opinions, and both had important identities that couldn't be offended. The police found it difficult to handle, so they could only ask 2 witnesses to provide relevant details. First, they questioned the middleman, who introduced them and their first meeting, as well as subsequent contact. The middleman had terrible luck. She had entered the police station because of the introduction, which was very rare. Now she was being grilled, and she dared not tell the truth. Offending the mayor meant she could only pack up and go home immediately. I introduced them, and then they started talking on their own. I wasn't following them afterward, so I don't know the details. She tried to shift the blame to the 2 involved, trying not to offend either side. She didn't mention that Xien had told her they were not suitable, which put Xien in a difficult position where he couldn't prove his innocence. The police asked again, "Did Comrade Xie say anything inappropriate to you, or ask you to tell Jang Jeda that they weren't suitable?" This concerned Xien and Jang Jeda's reputation. If Xien lied, it would mean he was playing with her feelings. If he didn't take responsibility, he wouldn't survive in the military district. The introducer looked at Jang Jeda, who shot her a fierce glare, clearly threatening her. If she told the truth, she would definitely face a bad outcome. She has worked hard to reach her current position in the government office. How could she ruin her future just because of a single statement? Moreover, Xien dating the mayor's daughter is a big advantage. There's no reason to be unhappy or to overthink whether it's appropriate or not. If she had a son, she would be eager to please Jang Jeda every day and marry this lucky girl. "Officer, I've had a busy day at work today. I might have forgotten what Comrade Xie said, or maybe he didn't say anything at all." In the end, the person introducing her gave a vague answer, leaving the uncomfortable details to Yuni. Everyone's attention is now on the beautiful girl sitting at the back. She wears a fitted pink and blue dress with perfect features and a slightly stunned look. The police officer's voice softens unconsciously. "Comrade Su, please tell us what you know." Yuni looks at the chaos in front of her. Her testimony is very important. If she goes along with the flow and Xien doesn't marry Jang Jeda, his reputation will be ruined. If he marries Jang Jeda, he will never be happy. This is her way of getting revenge for the betrayal in her past life. Xien is also watching Yuni, his gaze fixed on her, deep in emotion. His eyes flicker with feelings he can't hide. He likes her. If she chooses to stay silent for her own benefit, he can understand. After all, offending the mayor's family isn't good for him either. "Yuni, that day Xien and I went out to eat with you. Do you remember? You also saw your husband there." Jang Jeda doesn't understand why Yuni remains silent and feels anxious, worried she might ruin everything. Her happiness or unhappiness in life depends on Yuni's testimony. If she can't force Xien to admit their relationship, she will be very hurt. So let her be selfish just this once. Xien feels suffocated, almost unable to breathe. He knows how much Yuni dislikes him. Maybe she's happy to see him fail. He clenches his teeth and turns his face away sharply, his fists tightening bit by bit. A trace of pain flickers in his eyes. Yuni looks at the clock on the wall. An hour has been wasted on this meaningless matter. Why doesn't Jang Jeda understand? Even if she forces Xien to accept her, she won't be happy. "Officer, wait until Jeda's family arrives. Some things are not suitable for you to hear." Yuni often acts unpredictably, leaving the police confused. Jang Jeda felt threatened, knowing how Yuni and Xien met and understanding all the truth behind it. If Yuni chooses to betray, she will not only waste her efforts but also be seen as a dishonest girl with a bad reputation, making her more anxious. "Yuni, we've known each other for 8 years. Even if the Su family is downgraded, it won't affect our friendship. You wouldn't betray me just to protect a neighbor, would you? Every time someone speaks badly of you, I stand by you. Please see things from my point of view and explain clearly." No matter what Jang Jeda said, Yuni sat quietly. Her beautiful face, pure and bright like jade, had a breathtaking charm. Xien learned of Yuni's choice, his eyes filled with emotion. He tried to calm his strong feelings and struggles, controlling his expressions so no one would notice. The mayor's secretary hurried over. After understanding the situation, she immediately arranged a private room for a confidential discussion. As the most trusted person of the mayor, she knew about Jang Jeda's matchmaking plans and understood her intentions. She needed to find a balanced way to handle the situation among the 4 people, or risk causing conflicts between the military district and the city government. First, she called in the matchmaker and asked directly, "Tell me the truth. If you hide anything, you might end up spending your life in prison." The matchmaker looked terrified and, unable to be swayed by Jang Jeda, quickly told the truth. When the matchmaker came out, she was trembling and almost collapsed on the bench. It was Yunxi's turn to enter. As the granddaughter of Commander Feng, her words carried weight and could decide the outcome. Jang Jeda remained unusually silent because Secretary Feng knew the facts. Her reminder to Yunxi was unnecessary. Xien straightened his back, watching Yunxi. She had managed to delay the secretary's arrival, which was already helping him. He subconsciously believed she wouldn't act like the matchmaker. The mayor's secretary had met Yunxi a few times. She politely asked, "Comrade Yun, since you've interacted more with Jejia, please tell me what you know. That way, we can handle this fairly and justly." She learned that Yunxi hadn't said anything before her arrival, neither openly nor secretly. Her calmness was impressive. Yunxi did not play mind games with her. She directly said, "Secretary Feng, Jejia told me everything. I can say I know everything, but I want to apologize. I will not betray my friends. I won't tell you a single word, nor will I tell anyone else." She clearly stated that she knew everything but chose to keep silent and not reveal anything. This stance served as a warning. The mayor's family couldn't pressure the military officials to admit to this matter, and she also respected Jang Jeda's privacy, which was a true friendship. Secretary Feng sighed inwardly. If Jang Jeda had Yunxi's cleverness, she wouldn't have ended up at the police station, risking her reputation. "Thank you, Comrade Su. I will handle this properly." Yunxi left the police station in less than 2 minutes. Jang Jeda and Xien were both surprised. It only took a moment to say something, but it felt too perfunctory. In the end, the introducer took all the blame. Their double-dealing caused a misunderstanding between a young couple. Her position was revoked, and she was sent to prison for reflection. The police were also silenced. Even though Jang Jeda was unhappy with the outcome, Secretary Feng forcibly took her away. Yunxi left the police station feeling a bit dazed. She hadn't done much all day, yet it seemed like she had done a lot. "Thank you," Xien said quietly from behind. Yunxi drew a clear line with him. "You don't need to thank me. I didn't do anything." A Chong quickly came over. "Big sister-in-law, are you okay?" His gaze shifted toward the handsome officer. Seeing his extraordinary appearance and medals on his shoulders, he frowned slightly. This man's physical strength and honors showed he was not ordinary. "It's fine." Going back to the military district, after wasting a day, Yunxi felt a bit annoyed. She continued to improve her work at home. During training, Chen inevitably ran into Yanli. They used to train and eat together, but after the incident at the train station, he turned hostile. His wife hadn't forgiven him, so he naturally ignored family members. A mutual friend tried to reconcile them. "You got married, but you're still like brothers. Why don't you talk about such a big thing?" Chen pursed his lips without speaking. He looked around with a half-smile, making everyone feel a bit creeped out. They knew this topic couldn't be brought up again, so everyone changed the subject. When the younger siblings visited the military district to inspect the farm, everyone praised you for being lucky, more impressive than the leaders. Wherever you built something, everything was well arranged, showing you're good at managing your household. Since having the farm, everyone eats fresh meat every day, and training has become more energetic. No one dares to comment on Chen's wife's beauty and figure to avoid offending the powerful. Last night, Chen poured water over someone who had scratches all over him, while he laughed and begged for mercy. The screams echoed in the water room. If it weren't for a group of people pleading for him, the matter wouldn't have ended. That person spent the whole night pulling water, and in the morning, he was so exhausted he couldn't get up, so he was disqualified from participating in the National Day Parade. It's really too harsh. No one dares to speak out anymore. When talking about Yunxi, Chen feels proud, and his smile shows he's in a good mood. "My wife will come to see me during the National Day holiday. We'll have dinner together then." Everyone envies such a close marriage, and they can't help but sigh. "Don't be jealous of us. I haven't seen my wife in over half a year, and I don't know if I'll get leave for the new year. My wife doesn't even come to see me, but Chen's wife cares about him." As soon as they separated, she planned to visit him. He Chen's strong features soften as he touches the pendant in his pocket, feeling more longing. Thinking about when his wife will come makes him hopeful. Su Yunqing waited until Shiao Janjun came home and set the dishes on the table. Yunqing, what day is it today? Shiao Janjun looked at the well-dressed Su Yunqing, his heart beating faster and feeling a bit confused. Su Yunqing casually said, "It's to celebrate Mom getting better. The doctor checked today and said I can try walking around the residential area." Thinking about divorce, she still felt reluctant. They had been married for 4 years in her previous life. Shiao Janjun was held back by his family, and besides being stingy, he wasn't too bad. "My injury wasn't just because of you. Don't think I'll believe your lies just because I cry like a cat. If you dare to flirt with Janjun, I'll tear apart your broken shoes." Old Mrs. Shiao saw Su Yunqing's unusual behavior and guarded her strictly, not allowing her son to be polluted by such a person. "Mom, what are you talking about? Yunqing takes good care of the family. Don't listen to rumors." Shiao Janjun stopped his mother from talking nonsense. He felt it was a great honor to marry Su Yunqing. Since they married, they had been sleeping in separate rooms. When his mother returned home, they could be a normal couple. "You're just a fool to think she's a proper woman. Who outside doesn't say she ran off with another man?" Grandma Shiao was very angry with Su Yunqing. Every day, her son left for the military, and Su Yunqing would leave right after, coming back after a wild day outside. She pretended to be innocent, and her son believed her. Su Yunqing was tired of her old, nagging accusations. "Since Mom is so unhappy with me, Janjun, let's get a divorce." Janjun was stunned and stammered, "Yunqing, Mom just likes to talk. She doesn't mean any harm. Don't be like her. Why end a good life over a divorce?" Grandma Shiao was eager for her son to leave Su Yunqing. She had waited many years, and she thought the longer they waited, the more problems might come. She decided right then, her asking for a divorce isn't because our Shiao family did anything wrong. "Janjun, take leave tomorrow and divorce her." Janjun firmly disagreed. "I won't divorce her. I can't explain it to the commander. When they first married, Su Yunqing caused trouble, and Janjun really wanted a divorce. But later, Yunqing behaved well, took care of the home, and showed concern for him. She even secretly kissed him and touched his most private parts, almost breaking down his last defenses. Any man would find it hard to leave when everything was so close. "Don't worry about Grandpa Feng. I'll talk to him," Su Yunqing said, pouring drinks for all three. "Janjun, I wasn't lucky enough to grow old with you. I hope you find a hard-working, thrifty woman to live a good life." Grandma Shiao saw that Su Yunqing was determined to divorce, and she finally relaxed a little. But she still made Su Yunqing take all the blame, so her son wouldn't be hurt. "Fine, you're smart. Make sure to talk to Commander Feng. If you insist on divorce, it shouldn't delay Janjun's promotion," Su Yunqing promised. "Janjun and I are married. I won't hurt him. Come on, eat your food. It's cold if you wait too long." Since things had come to this point, she didn't mind pretending until the end. At least she had fulfilled her marriage. Janjun didn't know what went wrong.
Sunnuntai Yanking insisteron divorce.
He wanted to stop it, but didn't know how. Frustrated, he drank all the wine in his glass. After dinner, everyone was a little drunk. Janjun helped his mother to the east room to sleep. Still feeling uneasy, he went to the west room to ask Su Yunqing. "Yunqing, I know I'm not capable and can't give you a good life. But I really like you. Can't we just not divorce?" "No, I can't. The factory I run had problems. Yunqi said she would help me settle it, but the condition is that I leave the military district and be sent to Sichuan and Chongqing." Su Yunqing leaned on the bed, feeling a bit tired. She and Shiao Janjun are not on the same path. They can't rely on each other now, and they won't in the future. Sooner or later, they will part ways. I will go ask her. Since we are both from the Su family, maybe she will be lenient. You don't have to be sent away. Life is hard enough. Shiao Janjun stood up, about to go next door to ask Yunqi. Everyone in the military district knows Yunqi is kind-hearted. Since she agreed to help Yunqing clean up the mess, he can't back down now and let Yunqing stay in the family housing. Don't go, it's useless. Su Yunqing quickly hugged him from behind. His body under the military uniform was very warm. Almost instantly, they tangled together. Who kissed whom doesn't matter anymore. Women often have special feelings for the first man who touches their body. Of course, Su Yunqing wasn't talking about the useless Du Bowen, but about Shiao Janjun from her past life. Their marriage was very harmonious, and even now, he still attracted her. After 2 months of build-up, Shiao Janjun was very infatuated with Su Yunqing. After a kiss, he was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Yunqing, don't get divorced. Su Yunqing didn't give him a chance to nag. She pushed him onto the bed and kissed him. From now on, they would go their separate ways. It didn't matter whether he cared about that barrier between them. The moment they touched, she felt so good. She took a deep breath. Shiao Janjun wasn't very talented, but he had good stamina, enough for her to enjoy for a long time. Su Yunqi finished washing up and was about to rest when suddenly she heard a woman's moans from the next room, rising and falling, tireless. She hurried to the west room, closed the door tightly, and put on headphones. Old Mrs. Xiao was drunk and asleep. Su Yunqing kept changing her ways to tease her. Shiao Janjun was very cooperative. The two of them spent the whole night together. Get up, Janjun. Later, we will ask for leave from the leaders and go to the city to get our marriage certificate. Su Yunqing yawned, pushed Shiao Janjun, who was holding her, and realized it was dawn. It was time to face reality. Yunqing, can we not get divorced? We can face any difficulties together. Shiao Janjun held her and started crying. He just wanted to stay with Su Yunqing like this, not to divorce. We can't overcome it. The soy oil factory's reputation is completely ruined. No one wants to buy it at a low price. If I handle it badly, I might end up in prison. At this point, right and wrong no longer mattered. He Yuchen wanted to ruin her, but Yunqi gave her a way out. She had no choice. Grandma Xiao angrily pushed open the door, and a strong smell hit her face. It was so bad, she almost vomited the food she ate last night. Her face looked very unhappy. Su Yunqing, I knew you had bad intentions. You've ruined my son. You shameless girl. How dare you live? Su Yunqing quickly hid in Shiao Janjun's arms. Shiao Janjun was upset and annoyed, and her sharp, loud voice made him even angrier. Enough, Mom. Go out. We'll talk later. The Su family has no good people. The top is crooked, and the bottom is crooked. Capitalists are all a bunch of mean people. Grandma Xiao cursed loudly as she left, insulting all the ancestors of the Su family. Su Yunqing hated the old witch. She looked up and kissed Shiao Janjun's frowning, red-eyed face. I won't leave. Janjun, if you still care about me, come visit me in Sichuan and Chongqing when you have time. Seeing there was no way to change things, Shiao Janjun ignored everything and kissed her again, making Su Yunqing feel so good. She shouted happily. Grandma Xiao almost spat blood from anger. She sat in the yard cursing. When Shiao Janjun went to the military district to ask for leave, Su Yunqing packed her things. She took a small bundle and, grabbing Grandma Zhao's weak legs, slapped her a few times. You old, useless woman. You deserve to die. When Janjun leaves you, your family will be finished. Thinking about how the old witch had encouraged Shiao Janjun in her past life to steal all her dowry, Su Yunqing wished she could just end her with a single knife. You, a broken girl, are scolding me now? My son has left you. He'll marry a young girl soon. You just wait to die. Grandma Xiao refused to give up. She struggled and hit Su Yunqing, but was pushed down again. She accidentally hurt her injured knee and started crying loudly. Su Yunqing left the old witch behind and walked away without looking back. No matter how much Shiao Janjun didn't want her to go, they both got a divorce certificate. Before leaving, Shiao Janjun took out all his savings. Yunqing, you must take good care of yourself. Su Yunqing looked at the small amount of money, less than 200 yuan in total, and felt touched. This weak man truly cared for her, but she didn't accept his offer. Janjun, the Xiao family is like a bottomless blood-sucking pit. No one is truly looking out for you. If possible, You should leave the army. Leaving the army might save his life. If he died, the pension would be taken by the Shiao family. Shiao Janjun couldn't bear to see Su Yunqing. He squatted by the roadside, covering his face as he cried. Su Yunqing handed over all the paperwork for the soybean oil factory and evidence of Du Bowen's corruption to her cousin. From now on, she wouldn't be responsible for this mess. In fact, Du Bowen had invested 50,000 yuan and most of the equipment in the factory was imported.
It was a pity to see it go to waste.
However, the factory's reputation was ruined. Not only was it hard to sell, but no one dared to buy the equipment either. Passing the trouble on, Su Yunqing finally relaxed. Yunqi, do you remember the past? Do you still hold a grudge against me? Actually, Yunqi had been raised with the family's strict rules. Even if she hated her, she never completely cut her off. Last time in Beituan, she drew a knife to protect her parents. You can leave now, Yunqi said coldly. She had nothing more to say to her. As long as Su Yunqing went to Sichuan and Chongqing and was no longer involved with the military district, her grandfather's reputation wouldn't be affected. Big sister-in-law, she has 3,000 yuan extorted from Du Bowen. I'll get it back and compensate the buyers. Dunzi was about to get out of the car. Their style was always to cut off problems at the root. No need. I have other plans, Su Yunqing replied. That money was stolen from Du Bowen's corruption funds. She couldn't spend it even if she took it. Su Yunqi went to the soybean oil factory and met Du Bowen. The lecherous man's eyes lit up at the sight of the beautiful young woman, and his face became even more captivated by her. Everyone in Guangzhou knew Su Yunqi. She was like a rare flower that could only be admired from afar. When the Su family was sent away, many officials wanted to marry her. But she married a pilot, what a waste. Comrade Su Yunqi, I hear you're now in charge of the oil factory. The public has a lot of complaints. You need to handle it quickly. If you have any difficulties, you can come talk to me. Su Yunqing already talked to you. If you could solve the problem, why would she come to me? Su Yunqi ignored him. Thinking about Su Yunqing sacrificing herself for such a fat, ugly man made her feel sick. Du Bowen spoke uprightly. Su Yunqing got what she deserved. The government gave her a chance, but she didn't take care of her health and hygiene. If you, Comrade Su Yunqi, take over, things will be different. You're smart, capable, and have potential. His lecherous expression angered Ah Chong, who punched the fat man to the ground. The scoundrel dared to think about Mrs. He. Du Bowen's mind hadn't yet reacted. He only felt blood rushing from his nose, and he bit into some dirt, crying out in pain. Minister Du, your eyes are on top of your head, and you don't look where you're going. Su Yunqi quickly stepped back 2 paces to avoid getting dirty. Even though Du Bowen was foolish, he understood that Su Yunqi was messing with him. He clutched his nose in pain and said, Su Yunqi, don't be ungrateful. A fallen capitalist's daughter, like you shouldn't act so high and mighty. Do you believe I can throw you in jail tomorrow? With your looks, you won't have a good life inside. Done. They harshly grabbed Du Bowen's collar and threw the evidence of corruption at him. Open your eyes wide and see what this is. If you dare talk to my sister-in-law like that, you might as well want to die quickly. Du Bowen was instantly terrified. He wished he could tear Su Yunqi apart. He thought he shouldn't have been kind and let that scoundrel go. After being cheated out of his money, she even gave the evidence to Su Yunqi. He quickly put on a flattering look. Comrade Su Yunqi, I was blind. Let's talk nicely. Whether you want money or benefits, we can discuss it. Su Yunqi was too lazy to look at him. Minister Du, your task now is to go back and think carefully about where the embezzled money went. Not a single yuan should be missing, so it can be recovered. Du Bowen knew Su Yunqi had seen the world. If the money was small, he probably couldn't bribe her. He clenched his teeth and said, Su Yunqi, I'll give you 200,000 yuan. Just pretend you don't know about this. Chong and Dun's first reaction was to look at Su Yunqi. They thought, so easily getting 200,000 yuan, no wonder she's their sister-in-law. She really has a big heart and clever methods, but their amazement grew even more in the next moment. Su Yunqi was completely unfazed. Du Bowen, you scoundrel of society, a parasite of the party and the people. embezzling so much money. Dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to atone. Her goal was never money but to deal with Du Bowen, Su Yunqing, and the soybean oil factory, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. She didn't even give Du Bowen a chance to beg for mercy. She drove away directly and handed over his embezzlement evidence to Secretary Fong. Secretary Fong handled Jang Jeda's case very well and was praised by the mayor. Naturally, he remembered Su Yunqi's help. When the report was received, the police station immediately arrested Du Bowen, and the prosecution team took turns interrogating him. In just 2 days, a court ruling was made. The corruption charges carried a fine of nearly 600,000 yuan, which the Du family paid. Meanwhile, Du Bowen was sentenced to prison. Next, they began to recover the stolen money, including 50,000 yuan invested in a soybean oil factory, expenses paid to Su Yunqing, and the 30,000 yuan she extorted. Su Yunqi submitted all the paperwork for the soybean oil factory. The relevant department will handle compensation for the buyer's losses. Comrade Su Yunqi, how do you think Su Yunqing should be dealt with? They asked. Since there was an instruction, the police station didn't dare to arrest Su Yunqing directly. They still needed Su Yunqi's opinion. Follow the proper procedures. Recover all the stolen money. Su Yunqing doesn't need to come back. She will continue her reform and hopefully turn over a new leaf soon. This was the only way Su Yunqi saw to give her a chance. All of Su Yunqing's assets would be confiscated, and she would live in hardship with no money. Su Yunqi's report was successful, and she was awarded a commendation for outstanding individual achievement by the city. Feng Zhenhua learned that his granddaughter had accomplished so much in just a few days. Thinking long-term, he couldn't help but worry. Girl, don't be so quick to step forward. Du Bowen's corruption isn't something he could do alone. He committed such a big crime but wasn't sentenced to death. Someone is protecting him. I understand, Grandpa. I'll be more careful next time. Su Yunqi couldn't just wait around for Su Yunqing to recover. She was a bit impulsive this time. As for whether others were corrupt or not, that was for the authorities to investigate. As long as they didn't bother her, she wouldn't interfere again. Back at the military district, she thought the Shiao family would settle down after Su Yunqing left, but that wasn't the case. Grandma Zhao's knee fractured again and would need 3 months to recover. This time, she didn't hire anyone to take care of her because the family couldn't afford it. Instead, she called over her designated daughter-in-law, Sanya. Janjun Xiao strongly opposed this. Mom, I just got divorced. Now you're bringing a young woman here. How will the military people see this? Just say she's your new wife. You and Sanya were meant to be together. It's that Su Yunqing who messed everything up for you. Whenever she mentioned Su Yunqing, Grandma Xiao gritted her teeth in hatred. Her previously healing leg was again injured because of that woman. Now that she was gone, she couldn't call her back to vent her anger. She could only find someone to take care of her. Seeing the busy, dark-skinned girl, Janjun Xiao looked even worse. The departure of Yunqing was a big to him. Now, his mother was giving him another shock. If she really moved in, for the sake of reputation, he would have to marry her. Mom, I am asking for leave to take you back to our hometown. Sanya can't stay here. Shiao Janjun is a normal man, but he doesn't pursue anything beyond his means. He has no feelings for Sanya and doesn't want to affect her reputation. He still hopes Su Yunqing might come back, so he refuses to accept any other woman. I'm not leaving. All these years, your siblings have been filial, while you enjoy yourself outside. Now, even when my mother wants to stay here, you're in such a hurry to send her away. Is it because that unkind woman Su Yunqing told you to send me away so she can come back? Grandma Xiao points at her son and scolds him. She believes that once he has that troublemaker, he stops caring for the family. That can't be right. Shiao Janjun can't argue with his mother, or else he might be called unfilial, and he wouldn't be able to hold his head up. Sanya, let me be clear. I will never marry you. You're useless even if you wait your whole life. Pack your things and go back. I'll pay for your travel expenses. Sanya has liked Shiao Janjun since she was young. After all these years, how could she want to go back? Her face turns red with embarrassment. Third brother Shiao, I gave my dowry to the Shiao family. I can only marry you. Without his approval, her dowry was taken by the family. Shiao Janjun starts to feel a headache. How much is the dowry? I'll contribute what I can. Third brother Shiao, everyone in the village knows I am part of your family. Returning the dowry won't help. If you don't want me, you're forcing me to die. Sanya is willing to risk everything for her happiness. She cries and makes her decision clear. If Shiao Janjun doesn't want her, she will die. Janjun, Sanya is still a pure girl. Better than that troublemaker. She cares for you sincerely. For the Shiao family, you have to marry her, even if you don't want to. Once money is in Zhao's family, it can't be taken out. Grandma Shiao also pressures her son to accept her. That day, she specifically went to the west room to check. There was no red on the quilt. Su Yunqing really is a troublemaker, and Zhao's heart fills with hatred. He also feels angry at his son for being so weak. She's a troublemaker, but she still has to be married. Shiao Janjun feels upset. No matter how badly he thinks of Yunqing, she is the girl he likes. Seeing her gives him strength. Now that Yunqing is gone, he is being forced to be with someone he doesn't like. Life is really hard to endure. Sanya, you're a good girl, but I don't like you. He turns and leaves the yard to find a leader to handle family matters. At this moment, he doesn't care about losing face. No matter how his mother causes trouble, he can't get rid of Sanya. Living together would only cause trouble for both of them. Grandma Shiao started scolding the Su family again in the yard. Su Yunqi stayed out of it, but still got scolded. She called the supervision department to investigate. For the elderly woman who was injured and stubborn, reasoning with her didn't work. They could only forcefully take her away to reflect and think. When she admits her mistake, apologizes to Su Yunqi, and controls her words, she will be released. Finally, things quieted down. Without Grandma Zhao's interference, the military officials came to do some psychological work on third sister. Janjun is a good person. You suddenly moved into his house without any proper relationship. Isn't that considered misconduct? You shouldn't harm him. You haven't registered or gotten a marriage license. Janjun agreed to give you compensation. Go ask the Shiao family for your dowry. The military zone doesn't allow outsiders. Pack your things and leave soon. Third sister silently wiped her tears. When the military officials weren't paying attention, she suddenly hit her head against the wall. After a loud commotion, she fell to the ground, bleeding and in pain. They hurriedly took her to the clinic. Luckily, she wasn't dead. But in the military zone, people started saying bad things about the Shiao family. First, Su Yunqing tried to hang herself. Now third sister was hitting her head against the wall trying to hurt herself. In the end, everyone concluded, Shiao Janjun is unlucky with his wife. Grandma Shiao caused so much trouble and earned her son a bad reputation. She was almost furious. Su Yunqi, tired of the chaos at home, went to her grandfather's place. She took a sack of dried vegetables to Beijing. She occasionally stayed in her art class dormitory, finished her contest artwork, framed it, and handed it over to the Artists' Association for safekeeping. It was then sent to Britain for judging. Because of the false accusations against the officer, almost causing a scandal, Jang Jeda was scolded by her family. She took leave and didn't attend art class. Other teachers shared her lessons. During this National Day military parade, Feng Zhenhua and military leaders also participated. Due to ticket shortages, they arranged a special train to pick them up. The grandparents and grandchildren discussed and decided to bring Yeye and Aunt Zhang with them to Beijing to visit her father during the holiday. Su Yunqi finished her work early and went to Beijing with her grandfather 2 days ahead. On the train, they unexpectedly met excellent Special Forces members like Xien. Both of them remained calm and greeted each other normally. Xien was in excellent shape. His arm was almost fully healed. He looked heroic in his green military uniform with a neat crew cut, looking sharp and fresh. Today, Su Yunqi wore a white striped short knit top and light blue straight pants, paired with flat shoes, looking stylish and elegant. She had light makeup on, looking incredibly beautiful and standing out in the crowd. The round emerald jade jewelry she wore added a lovely touch. Xien couldn't take his eyes off her. His heart was pounding strongly, like a wild horse running free. When the mayor's secretary called him in for a talk, he learned what Su Yunxi had said. She didn't speak up for him, but her words scared those who plotted against him and silently cleared his name. He really couldn't help but love her. The leaders sat on chairs drinking their own tea and chatting. Special forces and guards stood nearby. Yaya played quietly with her toys. Su Yunxi sat at a nearby table, doing cross-stitch to pass the time. Commissioner Su joked. Mayor Zheng called to ask if Mingxuan's transfer to the Shanghai military district has been approved. If you had such a father-in-law, you'd have fewer struggles. But with your conditions, even in Shanghai, you'd be a top choice for son-in-law in any organization. Normally, a soldier like Xien, a top army officer, wouldn't be allowed to transfer. But since Shanghai applied and the mayor hinted, the transfer was approved. Xien voice was firm and calm. Report, Commissioner. I like a girl. If I can't marry her, I won't get married in this life. Xien chose to go on the transfer. He needed a bigger space to work hard and prepare for the future. Otherwise, seeing her with He Yuchen, feeling angry, frustrated, and overwhelmed with emotion, might cause him to make mistakes. Suddenly, a needle pricked his finger. Sharp pain shot through it.
Ouch, Su Yunxi exclaimed softly.
She quickly pulled out the needle and pressed a handkerchief to her wound.
The train's bumpy.
Why are you embroidering now? Feng Zhenhua noticed Xien sudden anxious look. If it weren't for worrying about the people in the carriage, he might rush over to see what was wrong with her. He felt a bit regretful that such a talented girl was being taken away.
But now he thought it was for the best.
Otherwise, if she argued with her granddaughter, it would be too troublesome. It's because there's a bit of empty space on the wall in Grandpa's study. I wanted to hang a picture to make it look better, so I didn't think about the train's bumps, Su Yunxi calmly explained, easing the awkwardness. Xien had excellent eyesight. Seeing the water droplets on her long eyelashes, his heart suddenly ached. He started to regret. Why couldn't he take his time like He Yuchen and plan things slowly? After about 15 or 16 hours of travel, Feng Zhenhua asked everyone to sit down and rest, and they chatted in small groups. Su Yunxi had just finished her period. She was drinking warm red soup from a thermos cup. It helped her recover, and her stomach hurt less. For safety, no one ate the food on the train. Commander Feng's guard brought wrapped rice balls. There were cucumber, corn, and ham rice balls, bacon roasted rice balls, egg roll with cured meat rice balls, seaweed and meat floss rice balls, teriyaki chicken thigh rice balls, broccoli and shrimp rice balls. Su Yunxi prepared the ingredients herself, and the guards made the rice balls fresh in the afternoon. Everyone could choose what they liked. They could eat with chopsticks and fill their stomachs. Yaya was well-behaved. After eating the rice balls and washing up, Aunt Zhang took her to rest in the lower berth. Su Yunxi slept on the upper bunk. She was happy because she would see He Yuchen and her brother soon. Xien and others kept watch the whole time. When they checked this area, their eyes couldn't help but look at her slim figure. It seemed that being close to her made them feel happy and refreshed. Even the air felt clearer. She woke up around 5, just before dawn. Su Yunxi carefully got out of bed with her toiletries. Standing in the corridor was Xien, who had guarded all night. His sharp eyes didn't miss any movement. When their eyes met, Su Yunxi quickly looked down, feeling a bit annoyed. If she wasn't mistaken, the words Xien said were meant for her. Why does he think he can do this? In the past, he stabbed her in the heart with Su Yunqing. Now, he still wouldn't leave her alone. He thought that saying fancy words could change anything? Xiemingxuan's gaze stayed on her. Her smooth, shiny black hair was clipped back with a hairpin, revealing her delicate face and long, fair neck. She wore slippers and her cute, white toes showed a relaxed attitude. This was the only time she showed her real, everyday side. His strong body stood firm, silently refusing to step aside. Su Yunxi couldn't help but ask softly, "What are you doing?" "Move aside." Xien didn't know what he could do to her. His body's desire was restrained by moral rules. "I am willing to wait for you." His deep, magnetic voice was low and powerful. Only they could hear it, along with his pounding heartbeat. You're not going to wait. Xien wouldn't understand. Even without He Yuqing, Su Yunxi could be with any decent man, but she would never be with him. The deep pain she felt would never fade. Xien thought she couldn't let go of her marriage. He believed that He Yuqing's carefree nature wouldn't bring her happiness and that he would eventually betray their vows. So, he patiently waited for her to divorce. There will be a day, he turned aside as a graceful girl with a sweet scent passed by. His whole body longed to hold her, but he clenched his fists to resist the urge. He had faced many tough tests before and was very patient. He believed he would wait until he could be with her. Around 6 o'clock, everyone gathered in the train carriage for breakfast. There was freshly brewed milk, tea, boiled eggs, and various preserved snacks. They had cranberry cookies, cheesy breadsticks, chocolate almond cookies, sesame crisps, and spiced peanuts. Commander Lu Shiping praised, "This trip was worth it. The good stuff Su made, we probably can't find in Beijing." Feng Zhenhua was worried about eavesdroppers. It's all stuff she learned abroad. Many Chinese people aren't used to it, just trying something new. Lu Shiping wanted to defend Su Yunxi's reputation, but Su, the political officer, handed him a cookie to shut him up. At 9 in the morning, they arrived at the station. Su Yunxi got off the train, and Su Qing'an and Lu Hongfei had already been waiting on the platform. They were happy to see each other. Feng Zhenhua and others needed to report to the city office, so Su Yunxi took Yeye and her brother to the housing bureau to visit. Lu Hongfei talked about the farm. Everything was going well, and they were trying to promote their products to government restaurants and companies supported by their family. The farm was making good profits. He Yuqing will have half an hour free at 6 tonight. I'll pick you up to go to the training area, Lu Hongfei said. After dropping her off, Lu Hongfei went back to his work. The people waiting for He Yuqing outside the housing bureau continued to wait. Su Qing'an had previously borrowed 10,000 yuan from Lu Hongfei to buy a 2-room apartment of about 60 square meters in the unit. The apartment was on the 3rd floor, with good sunlight. It was empty inside. One room only had a bed, and the other was meant to be Yeye's room. After settling Yeye and Aunt Zhang, the siblings went to the department store to buy things and spend the remaining vouchers Su Yunxi had. Why did Xien come too? Sis, I can tell he's still interested in you. Even though Yuqing has flaws, no one is perfect. You must be careful not to make mistakes. Su Qing'an acted like a caring mother. There was no choice. His parents were too far away to manage things, and his grandfather was busy with many matters, so he had to take charge. I haven't done anything wrong, brother, so don't worry about me. How's work? Try to get more learning opportunities, improve your skills, and prepare for future exams. Su Yunxi didn't understand why her brother kept talking about men every time they met. She didn't care, but he kept thinking about it. Su Qing'an said, "After the holiday, I have a chance to go to Hong Kong for an exchange. I applied, but I don't know if I'll get it. Brother, at work, you can't just focus on your tasks. You also need to build good relationships with your leaders. Sometimes, visiting them with a small gift helps to get familiar. It's a way to show respect and can help solve problems later." Even Su Yunxi often visited the military commander and political commissar's families, sharing meals and gifts, regardless of their value. These relationships could prevent trouble and strengthen family bonds. I'm thinking of saving money to send to mom and dad. Su Qing'an couldn't bring himself to flatter others or bow to leaders. He preferred to stay quiet and unnoticed. Su Yunxi told her brother, "You don't need to worry about mom and dad. The cellar is stocked with enough food and supplies, and we've saved some money. As long as nothing unexpected happens, our expenses for a year are covered." Without approval from the relevant authorities, they couldn't visit their family members. "Your main task now is to expand your network." She thought about telling him to visit Lu Hongfei, whose circle was full of powerful people. But she hesitated, worried that might influence her brother negatively. After buying some things, the siblings returned home, followed by a truck delivering furniture and appliances. Su Yunxi stood downstairs, watching workers carry furniture down. Her brother was helping to bring things upstairs. A tall, beautiful girl approached and asked, "Comrade Su, are you moving things into your home? I can get a few people to help." "No need, it'll be done soon." Su Qing'an replied, looking a bit uncomfortable, and quickly went upstairs. The girl turned around and happened to meet Su Yunqi's gaze. Her eyes flashed with surprise and curiosity. She asked, "Are you a friend of Comrade Su?" Su Yunqi answered, "I'm his family. We're here for a few days during the holiday with the kids." The girl paused, surprised. "Family? Bringing kids to stay?" "Oh, Comrade Su is really lucky," she said, and then left. After the furniture and appliances were moved in, Su Yunqi went upstairs to help clean and arrange the rooms. At noon, I was at home eating fried sauce noodles, and Su Qing'an added another bowl. "This fried sauce noodles are authentic, even better than those in restaurants. Auntie makes everything delicious," Ye also complimented, showing good manners. The little girl needed to control her portion, or she might gain too much weight. Time always flies quickly when busy. Around 4 o'clock, Su Yunqi touched up her makeup and left, heading to the military district with Lu Hongfei. He Shuqing learned that his wife was coming today. He checked his watch countless times throughout the day, finally waiting until the afternoon. After training, he didn't bother to eat. He quickly took a shower, changed clothes, and ran to the training area gate. The moment he saw Su Yunqi, his eyes welled up with tears. Ignoring everyone's gaze, he hugged her tightly, feeling full of love and care. He wondered if she was tired on the way, how things were at home, whether she was busy these past few weeks, and if she missed him. Usually a tough man who doesn't talk much, he became very chatty. Su Yunqi stepped on tiptoe and kissed his lips, finally calming him down. When his wife took the initiative to kiss him, He Yuqing naturally wouldn't be disappointed. He responded with a kiss, pouring all his longing into endless love. The man's strong, irresistible presence of hormones made Su Yunqi almost unable to stand. They embraced passionately for a long time, with her delicate murmurs protected in his arms. He Yuqing felt overwhelmed with happiness, whispering words of longing. Holding her adorable face, he looked at her and was so captivated he couldn't help but kiss her beautiful eyebrows and eyes. "The military drill ends tomorrow morning. Let's have a meal with my comrades?" And then, Su Yunqi leaned into his broad, strong chest, still catching her breath. Every time she was with him, she knew she might get overwhelmed by his kisses. He pressed his lips to her tender earlobe, his voice turning husky. "Then we'll go to the guest house. I want to do it 3 times. Su Yunqi had already sensed something unusual about him. Hearing such a daring statement, her legs instantly felt weak. 3 times? Was he trying to wear her out? She immediately refused. "No, I can't." He Yuqing had heard his comrades boast about doing it 7 or 8 times in one night. He thought disdainfully that even if each session lasted 10 minutes, it wouldn't compare to his stamina. Your man has been holding back for over half a month. He needs to make up for it. He believed that with quality and quantity, 3 times all night wouldn't be a problem. Su Yunqi's voice trembled a little. "Once is enough. Please spare me." He Yuchen heard her sweet, soft voice as if she was acting cute. Thinking of her tearful, pitiful look on the bed, his chest softened. Before he could act on his ambitious plans, he found himself reluctant to do so. He picked her up and looked into her eyes. "Baby, what do you want? We can go buy it later." His wife is his motivation to keep working hard. He wants to give her the best things in life. Su Yunqi spoke without hesitation. "Help me get the spot for the exchange program in Hong Kong. It's just a matter of a sentence." "I'll have someone handle it," He Yuchen said happily. He was glad that his wife was starting to rely on him. It showed their relationship was getting closer. After more than half a month of training, he looked much darker, which showed how hard he worked every day. Su Yunqi couldn't help but touch his chiseled face. He was really handsome. Thinking he was her man, she felt proud. "Brother Chen, you must be careful and stay safe." He Yuchen's deep eyes were full of joy and love. He tilted his head and kissed her sweet lips, promising, "Don't worry, I will take care of myself." The good times passed quickly. The sound of the assembly horn rang out. He Yuchen had to let go of his beloved. He gently touched her small face, told her to rest well, and to be careful on the way. Then he turned around and ran back quickly. Lu Hongfei felt unnecessary. His brothers didn't even glance at him, the whole time. To avoid suspicion, he stepped back more than 10 meters. Now that everyone had left, he could only work hard and send Su Yunqi back to Su Qing'an. The building had a bathroom, making life fairly convenient. After taking a shower, Su Yunqi looked in the mirror. Her lips were still swollen, showing how passionately she had kissed. During the military drill, the cannons boomed. Worried about scaring Yaya, Su Qing'an decided to take the child to the Forbidden City for a walk. The next day, after packing up, Su Yunqi got into Lu Hongfei's car to go to the military district. The National Day military parade was not open to the public. It was held inside the military district and inspected by relevant leaders. However, many people from various fields were still invited to attend. Cars filled the area outside the military district, and over 100 guards stood on duty from 4 or 5 in the morning, carefully verifying everyone's identity. Wow, Lu Hongfei, changing your taste? Bringing some unknown woman to the parade. Aren't you afraid old Master Lu will get angry? While waiting in line and discussing where to sit, Lu Hongfei and Su Yunqi's conversation was seen by others. Lu Hongfei, known for being flirtatious, brought a woman he barely knew. After all, such a beautiful girl. If she had appeared in high society, everyone would remember her. This outfit from Chanel cost over 1,000 yuan. The bag she carries is the latest model from V, and her handmade lambskin shoes are also high quality. Lu Hongfei is really generous to her. Don't forget, I saw this kind of bracelet before at Zhou Jinji's shop. It costs over 20,000 yuan. Lu Hongfei, are you crazy? Spending so much money on her. The way she is dressed gives off a different vibe. People who don't know better might think she's a wealthy daughter from a rich family. Su Yunqi turned around and saw 3 young women in their early 20s criticizing her. She warned them, "You're choosing the wrong person to be jealous of." They all come from middle-class families in Beijing, used to flattering or putting others down because of their family background. Stop talking nonsense here. Lu Hongfei secretly has some complicated feelings about them. Now, with relationship issues coming up, he's feeling overwhelmed. Lu Hongfei, you're so anxious. Are you asking your family for startup funds just to impress women? Being pretty isn't everything. You should know that Lu Hongfei's girlfriend's time is short. When she leaves, remember to return the things. She might not want to part with her belongings, especially since her outfit alone could support a normal person's efforts for years. Women can be really jealous. Their sharp words are like machine guns, leaving Lu Hongfei no chance to explain. More people are gathering to watch and point, and if he tries to explain, it might look like he's interested in his good friend's wife, which would be even more trouble. So, after the inspection, he quickly took Su Yunqi inside.
Sorry about this.
These women have nothing better to do than gossip. I have some complicated feelings with them. I'll explain everything later and ask them to apologize. It's okay. They don't have feelings for Brother Chen. Since it doesn't affect her interests, Su Yunqi doesn't care about them. Lu Hongfei choked a bit, truly impressed by her calm attitude. No wonder he keeps a close eye on Yu Chen. They sat in designated areas for the ceremony. Lu Hongfei was in the government agency section, while Su Yunqi was assigned to the military family area. She looked elegant and well-dressed, attracting many glances as soon as she sat down. The military wives came from all over the country. At first, they didn't dare to talk to her, but once they started chatting, they realized she was friendly, knowledgeable, and could talk about many topics. Her gentle smile and charming way of talking made the latecomers uncomfortable. They quickly went over to bother her. Hey? Lu Hongfei must have pulled some strings to get you assigned here. Don't think you're so special, no one knows, but she got in through connections, dating the son of the finance minister. Otherwise, she wouldn't be qualified to sit here. A lady, who was chatting happily with Su Yunqi, suddenly turned cold. Stop talking nonsense. This is a military family area. Only after strict checks by security can people come in. Someone dared to use their body to get a good spot, just to build connections with you. Honestly, she looks young and pretty, so be careful with your own men.
Exactly.
Look at her outfit, wearing thousands of yuan worth of clothes to show off. She's probably after the finance minister's son. Once she drains him, she might target your men next. They all tried hard to smear Su Yunxi, hoping everyone would dislike her and she would leave. A military wife talking to Su Yunxi noticed she was polite and well-mannered, like a lady raised from childhood. She was unsure whether to believe it. People shouldn't be judged by their looks. Don't be fooled by her fake appearance. If it affects your family, it will be too late. Comrade Su, are they telling the truth? The military wives couldn't help but ask for confirmation. After all, Su Yunxi's watch wasn't cheap, worth thousands of yuan, enough for a military family's yearly expenses. I really am a military family member. Su Yunxi was getting annoyed by the noise. She didn't expect to be tangled up with Lu Hongfei's debts today. Looking at the troublemakers, she said, "Today is a very special day. Don't cause trouble. If you have questions, go ask Lu Hongfei. Don't spread rumors here." From their attitude, no matter how she explained, they wouldn't believe her. It was better for Lu Hongfei to clarify. Plus, during the parade, conflicts weren't allowed. They got angry seeing Su Yunxi rely on Lu Hongfei as a shield, acting spoiled. How can you prove you're a military family member? Just talking isn't enough. If you're smart, leave the viewing platform now or you'll regret it. Su Yunxi's household registration was in the Guangzhou military district, which proved her identity. She reached into her bag to find her household register, but couldn't find it. Maybe she left it with the security at the gate. Stop pretending. If you can prove you're a military family member, show some evidence. The three women looked at Su Yunxi nervously, thinking she was pretending to be a military family member. Faced with doubts, Su Yunxi explained more, but it was useless. Now, she wasn't allowed to walk around freely and could only wait until the parade was over to ask at the entrance. Moreover, there was no need to bother Grandpa over such a small matter. What happened? Xien arrived with his team to check the situation. He looked at a few young women with displeasure. They looked at Su Yunxi with hostility. He was dressed in a green military uniform, tall at 187 centimeters, which made him very noticeable. His handsome face was even more captivating. The young women, trying to hide their admiration, exaggeratedly cleared their throats and accused, "This person is pretending to be a military family member." Xien had many things to do and couldn't ask in detail. His face was cold, and he warned seriously, "She is indeed a military family member. There's no pretending. As for you, go back to your seats. If you don't follow the rules, you will lose your right to watch and be asked to leave the military area." The young women looked unhappy but had no choice. If they didn't sit quietly, security would probably remove them from the area. Their families couldn't afford to lose face over this. "He's probably your boyfriend too, huh?" Truly resourceful. As they left, they also tried to spread rumors about Su Yunxi, making unaware military wives keep their distance from her. Xien glanced at Su Yunxi. Such situations could only harm the reputation of the Guangzhou military district, so he decided to leave with his team. This was how Xien handled things, always putting the bigger picture first. It wasn't necessarily wrong.
Gamratsu?
What a surprise to meet you here. Your Neza and the Sea picture. My child bought a small version of that storybook and treasures it every day. More people arrived at the viewing platform. Nearby were distinguished individuals from various fields. Some knew Su Yunxi and quickly greeted her. It's really Comrade Su. I heard you participated in the Victoria International Painting Competition. We look forward to your winning and bringing honor to the country again." Su Yunxi didn't know them well but responded politely. "You're being invited to watch the military parade shows your patriotism and dedication. That's what I should learn from. I'm just lucky to sit here because of my husband." The topic easily shifted to her status as a military family member. "Teacher Su, my child just started kindergarten. I heard from other teachers that your husband is an Air Force officer, tall and handsome." The surrounding military wives listened to the friendly exchanges. Many confirmed Su Yunxi's identity as a military family member and that she was a well-known painter. They couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. "Comrade Su, I'm sorry, we misunderstood. For such a national-level event, great care is taken, and no one dares to pretend to be something they're not." The inspecting officer had already vouched for Su Yunxi, and those girls spreading rumors and slander were probably just jealous of her wealth and looks. "It's okay. Since everyone is in the military system, it's easy to verify the truth. I left my household registration at the gate, which is how they took advantage. I will clarify things with them later. Su Yunxi remained polite and humble. The military wives were more friendly, sitting close and chatting happily. Someone started the conversation, and everyone talked about various charity auction events, which felt very meaningful. Su Yunxi suggested, we could organize an auction to raise funds for national defense. All proceeds from the items sold would be donated to the Ministry of Defense for weapons, ammunition, and research projects. A man agreed. That's a good idea. I can provide a venue in Beijing, and I can ask friends to help with the process. A well-off woman also chimed in. I can contact friends to donate some items for the auction. Wealthy people have enough resources to support a successful event. Some others said, I'll discuss with my family elders. We can donate a few antiques or paintings. There was also a radio host who could use their contacts to promote the auction through newspapers and TV before the event. Everyone contributed what they could, money, effort, and ideas, and soon, a basic plan was in place. People from different backgrounds, all patriotic and socially influential, found it easy to organize such an event. Holding it after National Day would positively contribute to the country's development. Yang Wentao, who offered the venue, was chosen as the overall coordinator. Everyone exchanged contact information and planned to meet after the military parade to discuss details. You're really impressive in organizing this. We want to help too, but our family conditions limit us. Donating 30 or 50 yuan is fine, but more would affect our daily life. The military wives were excited but felt a bit ashamed because of their limited financial ability. Su Yunxi comforted them. It's okay. You don't need to donate money. Soldiers are heroes who protect our country. If you live in Beijing, you can help by handing out flyers, cleaning up at the auction, or helping decorate the venue. That's also a contribution. The military wives couldn't help but have a better impression of Su Yunxi. Regardless of age, they all enjoyed talking with her. The military zone gates closed at 8 o'clock, and soon the sun came out. Su Yunxi applied sunscreen and waited for the official start of the military parade at 9 o'clock. Everyone stood up as the national flag was raised and the national anthem played. The Army, Navy, and Air Force honor guards performed, showcasing various military units. Watching the precise flying formations in the sky, they guessed which plane was operated by Hu Chen. When different weapons appeared, they couldn't help but feel that the current military strength ranked quite low internationally. The event ended around 10 o'clock. People gradually stood up, and Su Yunxi headed toward the area of the founding general. She was once again approached by a few young women. Look at her, relying on her beauty. She dares to go near the highest-ranking military area. She really doesn't know her place. Is she lying about being a military family member? Let's expose her and have her taken away for questioning. Su Yunxi first saw Commissar Wu Guoqiang outside. He had traveled a long way from Beituan City for this parade and seemed in good spirits. Commissar Wu, I'm very glad to see you. Wu Guoqiang also smiled when he saw Su Yunxi. Hello, Comrade Su. Are you here with old foam? Comrade, his flying skills are excellent, and several leaders have praised him highly. Because of the 50,000 gene of grain, he received an award, which brought honor to the Beituan military district. Of course, he didn't forget that Su Yunxi had helped greatly. Su Yunxi also praised, the army comrades in Beituan are equally outstanding. Their conditions are tough, but their skills are no less than those in big cities. They must have worked very hard, and I respect that. Wu Guoqiang took the opportunity to talk about Su family's situation when no one was paying attention. Qin Liyao had been discharged from the hospital a month ago and was recovering well. Su Wenbin and Feng Danning were living quietly every day, getting along well with neighbors. The Red Guards occasionally checked in, but there were no issues. Su Yunxi was very grateful. Thank you for your concern, Commissar Wu. As children, we can't always be with our parents to show filial piety, so we always worry about them. Wow, even at your age, you don't let go of opportunities, a voice interrupted, noticing Su Yunxi sneaking close to a middle-aged officer to talk. A guard quickly raised his gun and separated the group. Ladies, you are not allowed to go over there. A few young women immediately became unhappy, sneering and mocking. How can she go over there? Just because she has a good relationship with the leader. The guards didn't know who Su Yunqi was, but since she seemed to have a good connection with Commander Wu, they didn't stop her. Who are they? Why are they making noise here? Wu Guoqiang was upset by the girl's accusations. His expression turned serious. He needed to find out the truth. Lu Hongfei was chatting with someone nearby. When he saw what was happening, he hurried over and angrily shouted at them. Go away quickly. Stop causing trouble. In such a situation, if they caused trouble, their families would face consequences. The gap between people was so big. Su Yunqi had just spent 10 minutes negotiating a big auction event with business people, but these girls only knew how to compete and gossip. It was really disgusting. The three girls continued. Lu Hongfei, are you blind? She's openly cheating on you. We didn't expect you to end up like this. Usually you just buy us bracelets and necklaces, but you spend so much money on her. Did you use the family funds for her? Don't come back. Old Mr. Lu will break your legs. Lu Hongfei was so angry he clenched his teeth. Whether she was cheating or not didn't matter anymore. If Yu Chen found out how his wife was being treated, they wouldn't be able to save her. He truly couldn't handle it. I tell you, she is the wife of Yu Chen. If you don't want trouble, apologize to Comrade Su and Commander Wu right now. When the girls heard Yu Chen's name, they shivered instinctively. The previous incident with the Fong family had become a nightmare in the Beijing circle. No one dared to provoke that formidable man. But they were also confused. It was said that Yu Chen married a poor, fallen noblewoman who lost her dowry after her family was seized. How could she be so refined, beautiful, and wealthy compared to these girls? Guilty conscience? Relying on your relationship with Yu Chen, you can't explain yourself, so you blame him. Didn't you used to be responsible? Swear to God, are you really not involved with that beautiful girl? If you are, may you be struck by lightning. Su Yunqi thought that Lu Hongfei, whose face looked so bad right now, might need some quick relief. At this moment, the security staff at the door hurried over. Comrade Su, your household register was left behind. Comrade Xie asked me to bring it to you. That was my mistake. Thank you. Su Yunqi took the household registration book, walked over, and opened it for a few young women. Can you see clearly who the head of the household is? Seeing the page, they were shocked to see the name, Yu Chen, clearly written. The girls were stunned and completely frightened. They had apparently offended Yu Chen, and some of the timid ones immediately knelt down. Sorry, Comrade Su. We didn't recognize your importance. Please don't take it to heart. Since she was Yu Chen's wife, they felt jealous and foolish, kicking themselves for their mistake. If we had known you had no relation to Lu Hongfei, we wouldn't have said those things. Yes, we're sorry. It's all Lu Hongfei's fault. If only we had clarified earlier, this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. They believed the main responsibility was with Lu Hongfei. They thought if they had explained earlier, it would be fine, but they deliberately ignored Su Yunqi's warning that they chose the wrong target out of jealousy and that she had military family status. Lu Hongfei was so angry he didn't want to speak. He had warned them many times not to talk nonsense, but they didn't listen. Su Yunqi hated their unruly behavior in the military zone. They disrespected an important national ceremony and almost damaged Commissar Wu's reputation. They still didn't realize their mistake. You are spreading rumors and slandering soldiers and their families, damaging our reputation. You must leave the military zone immediately. Relevant authorities will investigate and handle this. When they heard they would be seriously dealt with, they panicked, crying and begging for forgiveness from Su Yunqi. Finally, security guards forcibly dragged them out of the military zone. They were seen by many people along the way, losing face. Lu Hongfei was called over by his father for scolding. His reckless actions almost caused him trouble too. After this small incident, Su Yunqi greeted her grandfather and old master He, then stepped back. Feng Zhenhua frowned slightly, seeming to have some difficulty. With so many people talking, Su Yunqi didn't ask further. Most of the military wives didn't leave, waiting to reunite with their husbands after the parade. Soon, many soldiers in uniform came out from the training area. Su Yunxi looked around but didn't see He Yuchen among the scattered few behind. Lu Hongfei hurried over anxiously. Su Yunxi, Yuchen's comrade's plane had a malfunction during landing. Yuchen helped handle the situation and flew south. They haven't returned yet. Su Yunxi's hands and feet were cold, and her ears buzzed. She often heard about plane failures and thought they were far away. But when it happened nearby, she found it hard to accept. I'll go find him. She hurriedly left without informing her grandfather. She ran quickly toward the military area. Lu Hongfei followed behind. Once they got into the car, they followed other rescue medical vehicles. Lu Hongfei looked in the rear-view mirror. Even though Su Yunxi's face was very pale, she didn't break down or cry loudly. Maybe she seemed a little cold-hearted. In fact, Su Yunxi's mind was very confused. She was anxious and worried. He promised to take care of himself, but still risked saving others. Why did he break his promise? When she saw him, she wanted to scold him. But she was afraid she wouldn't have the chance to do so. Training pilots is very difficult. They are valuable resources for the army. 2 pilots had accidents, and one was a top ace. The military area paid close attention and sent rescue teams immediately. Lu Hongfei learned about the accident more than 10 minutes late. He rushed there as fast as he could. Su Yunxi forced herself to stay calm. She searched the car for useful medicines and prayed that everyone was safe. The dirt road was full of dust and smoke. It took more than half an hour to reach the scene. When Su Yunxi got out of the car, she was breathing heavily, dizzy, and her head spun. She didn't know what kind of scene she would face. It's okay. Yuchen won't be hurt. Lu Hongfei's eyes turned red as he muttered to himself. He didn't know if he was comforting others or himself. The rescue team had already surrounded the accident site. 2 planes were nearby, shattered into pieces. It was hard to imagine what the pilots went through. Medical staff hurried over with medical kits. Su Yunxi gathered her courage and walked toward them. Her legs felt like they were stepping on cotton. Blood-stained images flashed in her mind. She was tense and silently crying. There was an end to the road. When she saw the medical staff rescuing the 2 people lying on the ground, the bright red blood hurt her eyes. She felt like her body was paralyzed, and she didn't dare get close. Tears streamed down her face. At that moment, she suddenly understood what it meant to lose someone. If He Yuchen disappeared from her life, she would be very sad. Let's treat him first. A familiar weak voice sounded like music. Su Yunxi's heart surged. She quickly wiped away her tears, ignoring anyone trying to stop her, and rushed into the rescue area. "Brother Chen," she choked out. As soon as she called his name, tears started to fall again. He Yuchen heard his wife's voice and shivered, almost turning his head to look, but the medical staff stopped him. "Comrade, a piece of your scalp was cut off by a plane part. We are stopping the bleeding and bandaging. Please don't move."
"Xixi, infine."
"I just bumped my head," he said softly to comfort her, but his attention was already on his wife. Suddenly, his hand felt warm. He clenched it tightly, worried she might be angry because he didn't hear her voice.
"I really am fine," he said.
His body, recently repaired, was again injured. Before the medical staff arrived, he wrapped his head with a tourniquet, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. It was everywhere. Of course, he wasn't fine. Su Yunxi didn't have time for sentimental talk. She held back her sadness and talked with the medical staff. There was no effective medicine to stop infection yet. The injury needed cleaning, bandaging, and an anti-inflammatory shot. "Let me do it. I am responsible for his life," she said. Su Yunxi gave He Yuchen some warm, light salt water to drink to replace lost fluids and stop the medical staff's treatment. Many people die because of improper sterilization and infection, especially when injured by sharp metal or iron sheets to the head. Their immune systems aren't strong enough to fight bacteria, and the death rate is high. "Comrade Su, please don't interfere with our work," the medical staff said. He Yuchen's head injury had already bled a lot before they arrived. Stopping the bleeding was very difficult. If not careful, he could go into shock or develop other complications. Comrades Su shouldn't try to show off by taking over their work, as it could delay treatment, and they would be responsible. Let my wife do it, He Yuchen said unconditionally. He trusted her completely. She always knew what to do, and wouldn't suddenly say something like that. The medical staff found this unbelievable. They couldn't let this couple risk their lives like that. Comrade He, please don't joke about your life. Lu Hongfei watched in horror and shouted, stop arguing. Hurry, bandage Yuchen's wound. Saving him now is the most important. The situation was at an impasse. Su Yunxi couldn't wait any longer. She stepped forward and said, I'll handle it here. Watch closely, and correct me if I do something wrong. He Yuchen firmly refused to let the medical staff treat his wound, but he couldn't just let himself bleed. The medical staff had no choice but to agree. After disinfecting and sterilizing herself, Su Yunxi took out sterile medical rubber gloves from her bag and put them on. She immediately removed the gauze wrapped around He Yuchen's head, revealing a shocking sight of blood. He Yuchen was injured on the left side of his scalp. Fortunately, he avoided more serious damage, but a 2-centimeter section of scalp was cut away and his skull was slightly scratched. The bleeding was heavy. The head has many blood vessels and nerves, so the pain was very intense. Su Yunxi clenched her teeth tightly to stop herself from crying out loud. Hold on. I know what I am doing, she said firmly. For safety, she didn't dare to give anesthesia. Instead, she gave He Yuchen a pill to help stop bleeding and dissolve fibers. She used medicines from the medical kit, but in reality, she applied advanced medicines stored in her space. She quickly cleaned the wound, removed debris, disinfected, and sterilized. She could feel He Yuchen's muscles twitching and saw cold sweat soaking his clothes. It was a sign of extreme pain. Su Yunxi didn't dare to stop working and focused completely on treating him, tears falling down her face. After basic treatment, she sewed the wound with sterile needles, wrapped his head with clean gauze, making sure it was tight enough to stop bleeding but not so tight as to cut off blood supply. The wound was treated, but it wasn't completely safe yet. Su Yunxi took off her gloves and pretended to reach for an anti-inflammatory injection from the medical box. She found a vein in He Yuchen's wrist, disinfected it, and injected a high-purity human antibody, tetanus protein, from her space. The medical staff only saw Su Yunxi carefully follow rescue steps, more attentive than a nurse. Su Yunxi, under high stress, was already sweating heavily. After finishing everything, she finally let out a breath of relief. She had minimized the risk of infection. As long as nothing unexpected happened, there was no life danger. He Yuchen lost a lot of blood and was unconscious. Before fainting, he tightly held his wife's hand and refused to let go. In the end, they took the ambulance back to the military hospital. Another pilot had no obvious external injuries but was trapped, causing a dislocated lumbar vertebra. He needed about a month to recover. Fortunately, both were alive. During the trip back to the hospital, He Yuchen's wound successfully stopped bleeding. This surprised the medical staff. They had treated colleagues with similar scalp injuries before, and the death rate was over half. Stopping bleeding was a big challenge. Unexpectedly, Su Yunxi's efforts paid off, and her work was not in vain. When they arrived at the military hospital, a series of medical tests were conducted. Besides a head injury, He Yuchen had no other wounds. Quickly, arrangements were made for a blood transfusion. Many soldiers voluntarily went to the hospital to donate blood, and eventually, a compatible match was found. He Yuchen was admitted to the intensive care unit for the transfusion. He Yuchen still refused to let go, and Su Yunxi sat on a stool beside the bed, using a damp towel to carefully wipe away the bloodstains on his face and body. When no one was paying attention, she fed him some blood-boosting medicine and warm water. At this moment, she only wanted to give him all the good things she could to make sure he was out of danger. Lu Hongfei and He Yuchen's other close friends arrived at the hospital, helping with reception at the door. Besides close family members, everyone else was asked to leave. When Old Master He and the grandfather arrived, they learned that Su Yunxi had taken a risk and insisted on bandaging He Yuchen herself. Because of this, Yu-chen refused medical staff's treatment, looking quite upset. His grandfather was the first to scold her. Yunshi, why are you acting so recklessly? If something happens to Yu-chen, you'll be the one to regret it. Yunshi quickly stood up, apologizing politely. The situation was urgent. I suddenly remembered a treatment method from abroad that could effectively prevent infection, so I didn't think about anything else. I know I was wrong, Grandpa. Others might say this was nonsense. People without professional training shouldn't be doing doctor's work. But her granddaughter always had her own ideas. Feng Zhenhua couldn't argue further. Comrade, Yunshi was just worried and acted impulsively. Many soldiers in our army have died from infections. If there's good technology abroad that can reduce infection risk, it's a good thing. Old Master He's face remained stern. He had only this one heir to carry on the family line. If something happened to him, what would be left? Using my granddaughter as a test subject, Su family girl, if Yu-chen loses his life because of this, do you know what the consequences will be? At that moment, Yunshi wasn't thinking about the consequences. Only now, with her mind calm, could she consider those things. If Yu-chen's life was lost because of her, whether it was the Su family, the Feng family, or the He family, they would all suffer unbearable pain. She would bring hardship to her entire family. But when she saw Yu-chen again, she still chose to use modern medicine to save him, even if the outcome was unpredictable. Her voice was calm and steady. I do not regret my decision. Old Master He's face darkened immediately. Your decision? What right do you have to say that? If something happens to Yu-chen, your Su family would be willing to die 1,000 times, and your grandfather wouldn't be able to enjoy his old age peacefully. Feng Zhenhua also looked upset. Committee member, doctors say Yunshi handled everything properly and more carefully than they did. You can't blame her for the injuries from the crash just because she helped with the bandages. Old Master, he also knew Feng Zhenhua was telling the truth but was still angry. It's not her fault, it's yours. She's an adult. Doesn't she know what she should and shouldn't do? She wants to show off, but not at a time when lives are at risk. It's because you support her that she acts recklessly. Yunshi looked directly at Old Master He. Committee member He, everyone is responsible for their own actions. Punish me if you want, but don't use this as an excuse to trouble my grandfather. But any issues can wait until Brother Chen wakes up. Please don't speak loudly now so he doesn't get a worse headache. Her firm words made Old Master He so angry he almost ordered the guards to take her away. Yunshi looked at her hand, which was still being held tightly by Yu-chen. If they wanted to take her, they should take them all. Old Master He had many things to do, and left with a cold face. Feng Zhenhua started scolding again. You girl, if I wasn't watching, you'd cause such a big problem. Yu-chen is from the He family. If something really happens, not only you, I can't handle it either. Yunshi comforted her grandfather. Grandpa, don't worry. Brother Chen will be fine. You should go back and rest. She did everything she could and didn't believe Yu-chen wouldn't pull through. Feng Zhenhua had other matters and a meeting to attend, so he gave a few instructions and left. After a while, Yu came in. As Yu-chen's mother, Lu Hongfei allowed her into the room. She entered the ward with a scowl. Yunshi, how dare you? You caused my son to fall into a coma. Are you hoping he'll die early so you can inherit his estate? Dream on. With me here, you won't get anything good. Yunshi was completely confused. Auntie, please don't get so upset. Let's wait until Brother Chen wakes up to talk. He refused to back down. Wake up? Do you think he can wake up? Lu Hongfei and those thugs are guarding him. If I didn't get angry, I wouldn't even be able to come into this room. What are you planning? Don't think I don't know. She looked at Yunshi's clothes and accessories, which weren't cheap. She bought them with her son's money. She dared to buy thousands of yuan worth of clothes and bags, treating her son like a fool. Now, everyone has been sent away, and I am left behind to pretend to be a good wife, hoping to gain public support. For money, I am willing to do anything. Yunshi finally understood. Hi's meaning was that she insisted on bandaging the wound and staying in the hospital to prevent outsiders from entering, all because she hoped Yu-chen wouldn't survive, aiming to take his assets. The mother arrived at the ward, with no sign of sadness on her face. She didn't ask about the illness and kept talking about assets, which made it hard to see her as a caring mother. Auntie, if you want to think that way, that's fine. As the wife, I am the first heir to Brother Chen's estate. Talking sense with me now is just a waste of time. You should go back and gather evidence to prepare for the inheritance, so you won't get nothing later. After Su Yunxi finished speaking, Hiyu's face darkened with anger. She couldn't understand how Yu Chen married such a woman greedy for money. Su Yunxi, your true colors are showing.
Stop pretending.
Only Yu Chen is foolish enough to be fooled by you. Just wait. I will expose your real face to everyone and make sure you don't take my son's money. He stormed out of the ward angrily, not caring whether her son was alive or dead. Even with her determination, Su Yunxi felt anxious. She struggled to open Yu Chen's hand and checked his blood pressure and heart rate every now and then. She wrapped ice in a towel and pressed it on his wound to reduce swelling and burning. After the blood transfusion, the doctor came in, lifted the patient's eyelids, listened to his chest, and ordered the nurse to hang some antibiotics, saline, and glucose. Everything was proceeding smoothly. After 4 or 5 bottles of fluid, by evening, Su Yunxi started to worry whether Yu Chen needed to urinate. There was no catheter, and holding it in was not good. She hesitated but finally unbuttoned Yu Chen's pants, took a clean bottle, and aimed to stimulate urination. The most awkward moment arrived. Yu Chen just woke up at that moment. From his perspective, he saw his wife with her back to him, gently touching him with her soft hands. He was injured but still had sensation. His voice became hoarse. Wife, Brother Chun, you're awake. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Su Yunxi happily turned her head, but she immediately froze. Seeing her about to put the bottle to her lips, she quickly pulled it away. Ugh. Yu Chen was startled and gasped sharply, veins bulging on his forehead, and his head wound ached a little. Ancestor, I have little self-control in front of you. I want to satisfy you in a few days. I'm helping you urinate. Su Yunxi awkwardly releases her grip, puts away the bottle, and tries to tie his pants, but finds she can't do it. I'll just go to the bathroom myself. Yu Chen calms his impulses. He would never lie down to urinate because it would hurt his pride. Lu Hongfei, coming quickly. Brother Chun is awake. Su Yunxi calls someone in, holding the 4 bag, watching over Yu Chen as he goes to the bathroom. News that Yu Chen was awake spreads quickly through the military hospital. Experts gather in his ward to run a series of tests. All sensations in the body are processed in the brain cortex. A head injury can easily affect functions. Initial tests show no problems, but they remain cautious and recommend at least 2 weeks of hospital observation. When the experts leave, Yu Chen immediately asks, "Where's my wife?" Lu Hongfei is unhappy. She couldn't stay away for long before she got worried. Forgetfulness about friends because of feelings, that's you. Next time I have an accident, don't tell my wife. She's timid and her eyes are all swollen from crying. Yu Chen leans against the bed, trying hard to control his muscles. Every word he speaks pulls at his wound, which is uncomfortable. She's timid? I've seen people braver than her. She dared to help the medical staff treat your wounds, and during the stitches, her eyes didn't blink once. She was very steady. It made me feel pain just watching. When you were unconscious, the 2 old men came. Old master, he was furious, and even your mother was so angry she left. I really doubt whether your family can accept her. Lu Hongfei thinks it's better not to provoke Su Yunxi easily. Even old master, he couldn't handle her. Yu Chen is relaxed. Whether they accept her or not doesn't matter. My wife isn't living with them. He keeps glancing toward the door. Lu Hongfei, helpless, says. The doctor called Su Yunxi away. She wanted to ask about preventing infection in your wound. She'll be back soon. Don't just stare at her. Lu Hongfei has been busy all day and isn't thinking clearly. He never suspected that Su Yunxi would take out Yu Chen's pajamas from her bag. Su Yunxi was called to the surgical director's office. Director Xing spoke. Comrade Su, I apologize for the sudden request. I heard from Commander Feng that you studied first aid abroad. This time, comrade, he was able to stop the bleeding quickly, and his wound didn't get infected. All thanks to your proper handling. The incubation period for the virus is between 4 and 20 days. For now, please continue helping Comrade He with wound care and dressing changes. The nurses will keep records, which can be useful for similar cases in the future. Okay, Su Yunxi agreed. She was also worried that the nurses might not disinfect thoroughly. If they infected He Yuchen's wound, she wouldn't be able to escape blame. Of course, she understood the director's meaning. Since she had taken over some medical tasks, she couldn't let the nurses be blamed if problems arose later. Both sides agreed and finished their discussion happily. After washing her hands in the water room, Su Yunxi redid her hair, fixed her makeup, and then went downstairs. She took out several lunchboxes made by the robot butler and 2 thermos flasks from her space, returning to the ward. 6 people were on duty outside, 4 from He Yuchen's team and 2 guards for Old Master He. Su Yunxi left 6 meals for them. When she pushed open the door, He Yuchen had already changed into his pajamas. Seeing his wife, his mood instantly brightened, and his eyes sparkled like stars. Lu Hongfei was unhappy to see his cheap appearance. He took the dirty clothes to go home. You stay with Yuchen. I'll go back to pack up and come later. Yuchen's clothes will be washed in the water room later. I'll eat first and then go back. Someone is guarding outside, so I can handle it myself. You don't need to come tonight. Su Yunxi still carried 2 lunch boxes. The old-style rectangular aluminum containers had plain rice at the bottom, topped with 3 dishes: shiitake mushroom and romaine lettuce, braised pork with potatoes, and spicy shredded pork. Lu Hongfei had only drunk a few sips of water since morning to satisfy his hunger. He didn't refuse and ate one after washing his hands. He Yuchen's meal was warm chicken soup and lean porridge, designed to be easy to chew and reduce headache pain. Su Yunxi wiped his hands and handed him a long straw to drink through, saving trouble. After Lu Hongfei left, Su Yunxi tidied up the dishes. Yuchen started to complain. Wife, I have a headache. His handsome, strong face showed anticipation, with deep, passionate eyes. Due to blood loss, his lips were pale, and he had bandages on his head, but he didn't look weak at all. Su Yunxi immediately saw through his little thoughts and, feeling helpless, sat on the edge of the bed. She took a towel-wrapped piece of dry ice from her bag and carefully placed it on his wound. Are you feeling better? He Yuchen leaned down to look at his wife's long, curled eyelashes, delicate nose, and small, pretty mouth. His breathing became quick. There was always one person who made him feel happy and full of joy just by seeing her. He slowly pulled her into his arms. Baby, it's so good to have you here. In the past 10 years, he usually bore everything himself when something happened. Now, with his wife here, things felt different. She would handle all the pressure and do what was best for him, like a strong force supporting him. This feeling was strange. It went beyond just being a couple. It became an unbreakable mental support. Su Yunxi didn't dare move, afraid she might hurt his wound. She felt very upset. How did you promise me? You said you would take care of yourself, but look at you now. Do you know if you hide a little, the metal piece could cut your head open? Her voice was full of restrained anger. While treating his wound, she realized she almost lost him. She was scared and very sad. Every minute waiting for him to wake up was torture. Thinking about those fearful moments, tears kept falling. He Yuchen knew he was in the wrong and quickly comforted his wife. Don't be angry, baby. I'm fine. Besides, seeing my comrade's plane crash right in front of me, I couldn't do anything. I'll be more careful next time and won't let you worry. There won't be a next time. Su Yunxi bit her lip tightly, tears soaking his shirt. He Yuchen felt heartbroken. Holding her small face, he kissed away her tears. Okay, there won't be a next time. Don't cry, baby. If you're upset, you can slap me a few times. Seeing you cry hurts me so much. Su Yunxi leaned into his arms and cried for a while, releasing all her anxiety and negative feelings. He Yuchen's eyes also turned red. Seeing his wife so upset made him feel very guilty. At the same time, he saw how much she cared for him. His life was worth it. The young couple hugged and talked for a while. He Yuchen kept comforting her, occasionally kissing her and telling her how much he missed her during training. Every day, He looked forward to seeing her soon. Su Yunxi also shared stories about what was happening at home. Their sweet atmosphere made both of them feel happy. When Grandpa arrived, the two of them separated. Su Yunxi took the dirty clothes and the lunchbox with the thermos to give them some private space. Grandpa He's arrival didn't seem to affect He Yuchen much. His demeanor suddenly became colder and more distant. What's the reason for your visit, Grandpa? If it's to criticize my wife, there's no need to say anything here. There's no one listening. Grandpa He knew he was protective of his wife and didn't want to start an argument. You did very well this time. In a dangerous situation, you showed bravery and saved your comrade's life. He Yuchen leaned casually against the bed, looking relaxed and indifferent. That's what I should do. You've raised me well. Grandpa He didn't like his careless attitude and spoke sternly. I plan to transfer Feng Zhenhua back to Beijing for retirement. The Su family girl will probably go with him. Why are you still staying in Guangzhou? He started to hint without directly saying it, knowing that if he spoke plainly, his grandson wouldn't listen. He Yuchen's rebellious look faded, and his jaw tightened. Grandpa, Feng Lao has already semi-retired. Is it really suitable to bring him to Beijing? Beijing is full of talented people. Retirement there often means being kept under watch, with all daily activities monitored, making life feel like a cage. Think carefully. Do you want to come back yourself, or should Feng Zhenhua and that girl come with you? Grandpa He was holding on to this point tightly. When it involved Su Yunxi, he was always cautious. No matter how much he disliked it, he wouldn't ignore her. Su Yunxi met her grandpa when he came to visit. Feng Zhenhua also told her, Commissioner, he mentioned yesterday that he wants to transfer me to Beijing. I don't have much room to shine here. Moving is just changing places to live. Hearing this, Su Yunxi felt a bit confused. No wonder she saw her grandpa looking worried after the military drill. Grandpa, can't you just refuse? You're getting old. Don't bother with all this. Grandpa He was also nearing old age. He should be relaxing at home. Guangzhou was his comfort zone, with good weather and simple routines. Changes in living environment make people more likely to get sick. In Beijing, winters are cold and dry, so Grandpa's rheumatism might flare up again. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Moreover, there's no need for Grandpa to move up. Moving him to Beijing would only cause trouble. Feng Zhenhua understands the situation well. Committee member He transferred him here mainly as a threat to Yuchen. This isn't just a hassle. Once the military orders come, I have to obey. Committee member He's goal is to bring Yuchen back. Pilots face dangers hard to imagine. It's not because they lack skill, but because plane failures are hard to fix, and lives are at risk at any moment. You should also think about the old man. The longer he can live, the better. Whether for public or private reasons, Grandpa hopes you can live in Beijing. Feng Zhenhua knows that pilots usually have a shorter lifespan than soldiers, with many dying during training or missions. He Yuchen is very skilled, but being stuck at the Guangzhou base limits his career. Committee member, he talks to him to try to consider his grandson as much as possible. Military orders are strict. Now that things have come to this, Su Yunxi can only accept it. I'll discuss with Brother Chen. I won't let Grandpa be troubled. At the water room, when no one was watching, she took the lunchbox into the dishwasher to clean it, and also washed He Yuchen's clothes and pants. She thought about how to handle the situation, took the cleaned clothes out, and hung them on the window handle in the ward. Grandpa had already left. He Yuchen wanted to help, but Su Yunxi stopped him. He didn't have a concussion, but he tried not to move much. Su Yunxi sat back on the bed and asked, Brother Chen, did Grandpa mention anything to you? He Yuchen saw that his wife didn't look angry, so he felt a little relieved. He warmed her small, moist hand and shared his plan. Wife, Grandpa is very stubborn. He wants me to come back now, even if it means using his power to bring Grandpa here to Beijing. The only way to break this deadlock is for me to retire. Then, wherever you go, I go too, never apart. When Grandpa threatened him with family members, He Yuchen decided to take matters into his own hands. If Grandpa insists, I might fake an illness that prevents me from completing missions. Then you won't have to worry about me anymore. Grandpa was furious on the spot. For a woman, you give up your future? How did the He family raise such a useless son? He Yuchen's eyebrows did not furrow at all, and a very sarcastic smile appeared on his sharp face. Grandpa knows how I spent those 4 years in Guangzhou. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be alive now. Then his expression became firm and serious. For her, I would give up not just my career, but my life. Su Yunxi didn't expect He Yuchen to give up his flying career for her. She briefly felt relieved. This job is too dangerous. But she also thought that if he retired, he might always feel unhappy inside. He sacrificed his career to support her. When they are happy, everything is sweet. But if someday their relationship turns bad, who knows what old issues might resurface in the future. Brother Chun, thank you for doing this for me. But I want to say that I can also live in Beijing for the sake of family harmony. Old Mr., he wouldn't give up easily. Right now, he wants to influence her grandfather. Will he try to influence her uncle or even her parents in the future? She must make a quick decision and stop any schemes. He Yuchen was surprised. His wife had politely refused her grandfather before. Now she changed her mind, but it was just for appearances. How could he bear to let her leave her hometown just to satisfy her grandfather's stubbornness? Wife, I won't let you suffer any unfairness. I will talk to my grandfather again and find a solution, Su Yunxi thought practically. Grandpa, his main goal is you. If you agree to move back, my grandpa can stay in Guangzhou. But there's a condition. My uncle's family must also be moved back to the Guangzhou military district. That way, someone can take care of Grandpa, and I can stay peacefully in Beijing. She wanted to solve the issue of the Su family being sent away, but the He family was already declining. They couldn't cross certain lines either. So she had to settle for the second best and take good care of her grandfather. With grandchildren and family around, Grandpa probably wouldn't accept the idea of his daughter's family leaving Guangzhou. That night, when he learned his grandson agreed to move back, old Mr. He showed no happiness. He rubbed his temples and was silent for a long time. His graying hair looked a bit mottled under the light. Finally, he agreed to their plan. He Yuchen ordered someone to bring a bed over, placing it beside his own. His wife would sleep next to him that night. Su Yunxi felt a bit helpless about his childish behavior. After washing up, she helped him clean his face and hands. He Yuchen, with a mischievous look, unbuttoned his pajamas, revealing his smooth, muscular chest and abdomen. Wife, you should wipe yourself too. You're sweaty. During Su Yunxi's care while he was unconscious, she wiped him down and gave him a quick look. Lie still. I need to check your head injury. She took out sterilized tweezers and cotton balls soaked in hydrogen peroxide, carefully disinfected the wound through the gauze, and saw no signs of infection. She gently wiped the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. He Yuchen looked at her with love and leaned in to kiss her soft chin. Baby, I love you. Su Yunxi also leaned down to kiss his face. Rest well and heal. At night, after turning off the lights, Su Yunxi slept on the side of the bed where He Yuchen was not injured. Since they decided to live in Beijing, their usual routine was disrupted, and she needed to plan her future. He Yuchen turned on his side, unable to resist his restless feelings. He reached out and hugged his wife's slim waist, pulling her close and indulging in her captivating scent. If you don't behave, I'll find someone else to sleep with. Su Yunxi stopped his rough hand from slipping into her clothes, causing a tingling sensation on her skin. If she didn't stop him now, he might ignore his injury. He Yuchen silently sighed inside. He had planned to love her tenderly tonight, but because of the accident, he couldn't even kiss her, which made him a little sad. Baby, I'll make it up to you later. Whatever you want. His deep, husky voice showed his confident charm. Su Yunxi felt embarrassed, still thinking about what had happened earlier. Brother Chin, I hope you can be a little more selfish. If there's danger, you should parachute out and abandon the plane. You must never sacrifice yourself just to protect others. She clearly expressed her wishes, not wanting him to blindly follow the spirit of self-sacrifice. After all, if he lost his life, his traces in the world would disappear. He Yuchen nodded in agreement. He couldn't ignore her feelings. Seeing her cry almost broke his heart. Su Yunxi talked about the military exercise and discussed with some social figures about holding an auction for charity. There were many meaningful activities in Beijing. He Yuchen gently patted his sleeping baby in his arms, stroked her small face, and lovingly kissed her forehead. It was really good to have her with him. As He Yuchen's condition improved, visitors came one after another. To avoid disturbing his rest, Su Yunxi still had the guards prevent people from entering, which also helped reduce the risk of infection. Although she could stop others, she couldn't stop Hiyu. His mother came to see her son for the second time, but she still came empty-handed. While Su Yunxi was out, Hiyu wiped her tears and entered the hospital room. Yuchen, you're finally awake. If you don't wake up soon, you won't know your assets are almost all taken away by others. Yesterday I came here, and Su Yunxi actually said that you're dead, and all your property belongs to her. I and Lingling didn't get a thing. Look at how mean she is. Usually, even if we get along well, it's just pretend. She doesn't really care about you. I tell you, your job is too risky. You should write a will early. You can't let outsiders get your assets. Lu Hongfei, who was eating a mango nearby, looked a bit surprised. He didn't know whether to stay or go, so he just silently chewed, pretending not to exist. Family secrets shouldn't be shared outside. Yuchen's forehead veins bulged with anger. He held back his temper and said impatiently, "If there's nothing else, go back. I don't need you here." Hiyu was furious. "I'm still your mother. How can you ignore your family after getting married?" She cut off their living expenses, but was willing to buy Su Yunxi expensive things. Her behavior was too much like a capitalist, and it would only lead to trouble. Yuchen's narrow phoenix eyes were cold and sharp. He sneered disdainfully. "Do you even know what you've done? You went to Guangzhou and told my wife that I got someone pregnant. Besides you, who else would spread such rumors about me?" Hiyu argued. "I did that to help you get rid of gold diggers. Su Yunxi wants to wear you down and steal all your assets. Are you stupid? Why are you still with her?" Yuchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He picked up a porcelain cup and threw it. "If you dare to ruin our marriage again, I'll find something for you to do." Dong Mingho probably really wants custody of Lingling. The porcelain cup whistled through the air and hit the wall beside Hiyu, startling her into a scream. Two henchmen rushed in quickly. Seeing the signal from Yuchen, they covered her mouth and forcibly took her away. "She's your mother. Be more careful." Lu Hongfei continued to peel and eat his mango, not knowing where Su Yunxi had bought a big bag of them, juicy and sweet. If Yuchen had been less careful, he wouldn't have just scared Hiyu. He was also planning to prepare a will to make Hiyu and her daughter give up, so they wouldn't shamelessly bother his wife anymore. Su Yunxi returned to her brother's house, changed clothes after a shower, and didn't even get a chance to say a few words to her brother. She packed up and left quickly like the wind. With the existence of space robots, cooking time and effort are saved. Dunzi and Aqiang helped move things onto the car. One went to the hospital to deliver food, and the other took Su Yunxi to a meeting on the Second Ring Road. Yang Wentao works in foreign language education. He has many resources and rented a large storefront about 2,000 or 3,000 meters. About 40 or 50 people attended the meeting. The main topics were choosing the date for the auction, setting up the venue, preparing shelves to store the auction items, deciding who to invite, making invitation cards, and promoting the event across the country. To avoid delaying everyone's plans, they finally decided to hold the auction on the 6th of next month. Although there was over a month to prepare, the schedule was still tight. Su Yunxi discussed the plans and was assigned the task of making the invitations. She also decided to donate 2 paintings as auction items. After leaving the meeting, she felt a bit of a headache. There were too many things to do within a month. First, she needed to take good care of Hiyu. Next, she had to prepare the auction items, at least 2 paintings. She wanted to show her best painting skills to raise the auction price. Then, there were smaller tasks, like moving back to Guangzhou, settling the farm, quitting her art class teaching job, handing over responsibilities to the Painters Association, and choosing a house in the military district. Back home, she discussed the housing situation. Hiyu said, "My grandfather suggested we move back home, but I didn't agree. Living in the military district is fine for daily life. If it's more convenient for city errands, you can pick any storefront on Shichongan Street. Considering the cold winters in Beijing, Su Yunxi chose an apartment instead of a flat when she moved with the army. Because He Yuchen was promoted to colonel, he was assigned a 2-room apartment of over 80 square meters. Dunzi and his team worked hard, fixing the windows and doors, painting the walls white, installing the ceiling, and airing out the place. Once the furniture and appliances were moved in, it immediately felt like home. Feng Zhenhua returned to Guangzhou on the 5th. Su Yunxi and her brother went to the train station to see him off. "I'll take Yaya with me. If you want to see her, just go back and visit. Beijing is different from Guangzhou, so be careful with everything." Feng Zhenhua was reluctant, but had to accept. This was the best solution. He also worried about his granddaughter, as the He family was not easy to get along with. "Grandpa, please take care of your health," Su Yunxi said, suppressing her sadness. She couldn't say much more to comfort him. Luckily, her uncle would soon transfer to Guangzhou, so he would have family to care for him, and Grandpa wouldn't be too lonely. Su Ching'an did not know the full details, only that his sister was traveling with He Yuchen and would live in Beijing in the future, which made him feel sad about being separated from his daughter. After seeing off their grandfather, they went to the military hospital. On the way, they learned that Su Ching'an had the chance to go to Hong Kong for an exchange program, leaving on the 8th. Seeing his brother so happy and excited, Su Yunxi didn't say much. The opportunity was arranged with He Yuchen's help to avoid hurting her brother's confidence. Because He Yuchen was recovering well, his comrades kept visiting his hospital room, making it lively with many visitors. In the military, seniority is important. When they saw Su Yunxi, everyone called her sister-in-law, but they didn't dare look directly at her elegant and beautiful face. She was a perfect match for the handsome and flawless He Yuchen. After a while, everyone left. Su Ching'an and Lu Hongfei went to the breeding farm to host visits from other military leaders. This military exercise made the Beijing breeding farm a focus for many military districts. Lu Hongfei finally received a compliment from his father. "You have good judgment." This gave him new ideas. A nurse came to deliver medicine. Su Yunxi washed her hands, disinfected, and removed the bandage from He Yuchen's head. She disinfected the wound, applied a gel to promote skin growth, and covered it with a bandage to prevent infection. When the nurse left, He Yuchen, full of possessiveness, hugged his wife's slim waist. "Is the wound pretty ugly?" he asked. He didn't care about others' opinions, but cared about her feelings. "This is your brave medal for saving someone." "It's not ugly at all." Recently, Su Yunxi had become quite like a kindergarten teacher. He Yuchen was more clingy than the children in the art class, often needing comfort. "Maybe you won't be able to grow long hair here in the future. Would you mind?" He Yuchen gently pinched her chin, his deep eyes shining with hope. Seeing her trying not to laugh, he got annoyed, pulled her into his arms, kissed her sweet lips, and took control. Su Yunxi couldn't resist. She tilted her head to accept his passion. The feeling of his touch beside her was hard to ignore. She wanted to hide, but he held her tightly, making her unable to move. He Yuchen tried to calm his impulses. Holding his beloved girl, he had no self-control. Every morning, he woke up feeling restless. If this continued, he might get sick. He was thinking about leaving the hospital. "Tomorrow, I'll be discharged. We'll go home and take care of the injury slowly." He has recovered from the danger period, healing 5 days faster than others who took half a month. Experts are amazed and praise his quick recovery, which they attribute to his wife's careful care. Su Yunxi disagrees, saying, "The blood vessels on the head are complex, so we can't be careless. He should stay in the hospital for 7 days, and only after the stitches are removed can we consider going home." After keeping him in the hospital for 2 more days, the surgical director couldn't hold back and called Su Yunxi into his office again. "Comrade Su, please sit. I heard you studied first aid abroad. Thanks to your quick action, comrade, he was able to stop the bleeding in time. His wound didn't get infected or cause a fever, and his recovery looks good. We invited you here to ask how we can promote this kind of technique in the military hospital, so more soldiers can suffer less pain and have fewer injuries. The surgeons at the military district have treated many soldiers injured by metal objects. Infections are very dangerous and often deadly. Head injuries like He Yuchen's are especially difficult to treat. Many medical staff were pessimistic, thinking that even if Su stopped the bleeding, no one dared to take over the treatment. But He Yuchen's recovery exceeded everyone's expectations. He formed a scab by the second day, swelling went down by the third day, and by the fifth day, the skin around the wound was peeling and falling off. Today, on the seventh day, the stitches were successfully removed. Director Xing reviewed the nurse's records. Su Yunxi applied medication daily. The process wasn't complicated. She often took different tube-shaped medicines from her bag to apply to the wound. Director Xing, I only have a basic understanding. I can't claim to be an expert. My questions are more about caring for my loved one carefully, rather than professional techniques. Su Yunxi didn't hide her methods. She used the intelligent system to look up ways to prevent and treat infections, emphasizing the importance of sterilization and disinfection. Proper wound care can reduce the risk of infection. She explained the use of topical disinfectants, antibiotics, and treatments for skin infections, bacterial infections, burns, and surgical wound infections. She listed the general formulas of several ointments. If hospital experts could develop these formulas, it would be a great benefit to the soldiers. As for tetanus, the standard blocking injections have long been developed. The medicines in her space were too advanced, so she didn't mention them cautiously. When Su Yunxi returned to the ward, He Yuchen had already arranged to be discharged and had his belongings moved home. She had no choice but to get into the car. Their house was on the third floor of the military family compound, near the early 20th century style decor, simple yet modern. Upon entering the door, there is a cabinet. One side is a shoe rack, and the other side is a clothes storage shelf. To the left is the kitchen. Walking further inside, there is the living room. The sofa is warm and comfortable. Opposite it is a row of cabinets, with the TV in the middle as a decoration. On a small table, there is a phone. Heading east, the south room is the bedroom, with a bed, wardrobe, and a blanket on the floor. The color scheme is warm. The north room is Su Yunxi's art studio. One side has cabinets with paints and brushes, and the other side has a desk and bookshelf. In the middle, there is a long table with sketches on it. The bathroom is quite spacious. The sink is tiled, and there are cabinets with toiletries and her bottles. A water heater is installed, so water flows directly from the squat toilet. The washing machine is in the corner. After exploring the new home, He Yuchen feels a deep, unspoken emotion. Baby, thank you. Thank her for giving up life in Guangzhou to stay with him in Beijing. Thank her for taking on the work to treat her in the most critical moments. Thank her for her careful care. Most of all, thank her for giving him a home. Being embraced tightly by the tall man, he feels his silent feelings. Su Yunxi also hugs his waist quietly, simply staying by his side. After 7 days in the hospital, He Yuchen, wearing a head covering, takes a shower and then carries his wife back to the bedroom. He presses her down on the big bed and kisses her fiercely. Idiot, you got discharged just for this. Within 2 minutes, Su Yunxi is stripped. She blushes with embarrassment. In broad daylight, no matter how she covers herself, he sees everything. Her delicate, soft body, like fine white jade, makes He Yuchen, who has long lost control, feel his heart pounding. He wants to love her fiercely, and his kisses fall like a storm. Stop kissing. You just had stitches today. You can't do this. Knowing he's holding back intensely, her head injury is still delicate. If it tears, all his efforts will be wasted. She scolds him, trying to push him away, but he won't move. He Yuchen's chiseled face is full of a smile as he cups her pretty face and kisses her lovingly. He loves her to the fullest, with his whole heart. He kisses her restless little mouth, swallowing all her sounds. He gently wipes away her tears, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. As their passion deepens, she protests shyly, which only makes him love her more. He is not a reckless person, but because of her, he is madly infatuated. He wants to be with her in love and tenderness until the end of their lives. Su Yunxi clutched the back of the sofa, biting her lip as tears fell. She even regretted buying that thing. She collapsed into He Yuchen's arms, almost exhausted, crying and saying she didn't want it anymore. He Yuchen's smooth muscles were full of energy. He held her soft body close, kissing her tear-streaked face, watching his wife's crazy devotion to him. Back in the bedroom, Su Yunxi was very tired. The man, however, was full of interest and started again. He kissed her swollen lips and made her fall into his embrace again. Su Yunxi's mind was fuzzy, but she was not completely unaware. She kept calling him Brother Chin because in the past, this helped her relax quickly. But today, no matter what she did, it didn't work. The more she called, the more excited he became. Su Yunxi tried to fight and bite, crying and scolding him for a long time. Finally, He Yuchen took precautions, held her tightly, and calmed his breath and heartbeat. When the security guard came to find him, He Yuchen had just finished cleaning up. He washed her and wrapped her in a towel, then laid her on the bed. He put on a vest and long pants, then went to open the door. He raised an eyebrow and looked annoyed. "What's the matter?" "The committee asked you to come back for dinner tonight," the guard said, not daring to meet his eyes, then left. He Yuchen felt a bit annoyed. It was hard enough to have some alone time with her, but now the family was causing trouble. Su Yunxi slept for over 2 hours. When she woke up, she learned they were going to the He family for dinner. Seeing the clock on the wall approaching 5 o'clock, she hurried to get ready. "Why didn't you wake me? It's rude to be late." This was probably Su Yunxi's first formal visit. No matter how the He family was, she couldn't leave any embarrassing evidence behind. Her face was still a little red, which made He Yuchen feel warm inside. He wanted to hold her and kiss her. Su Yunxi covered his mouth. "Stop messing around. Hurry and get dressed." The blanket slipped off her shoulders, revealing her smooth skin and pink skin with love marks. Before she could cover herself, He Yuchen's hand moved faster, grabbing her waist. He bent down and kissed her twice. Before she got angry, he quickly let go, jumped out of bed, and took their clothes from the wardrobe. After leaving the room, Su Yunxi finally had the energy to ask about his head injury. After all, they had been busy for over 2 hours, mostly him. "Having you here to take care of me, I'm not afraid of any injury." He Yuchen smirked as he whispered to his wife, looking at her bright red lips and feeling an overwhelming happiness inside. He had long wanted to leave the hospital and go home, so today he finally gave in to his craving. Su Yunxi's face immediately turned red. She tried to push him away but couldn't, so she simply turned her head to the window and pretended not to hear. They hurried and arrived at the He family's house by 6:30. Old Master, he was reading the newspaper in the living room. "Grandpa, I rested at home for a while." He Yuchen protected his wife and explained why they were half an hour late, ignoring the fact that He Yu and her daughter existed. "Grandpa," Su Yunxi quietly placed 2 bags of milk and walnut powder on the table. Honestly, the handsome young couple looked very good together, but since their marriage was not approved by the family, it was unlikely to be blessed. "First time visiting and you're not attentive, no manners. Coming from a small family, you spend money recklessly," he said with a displeased look, glaring at Su Yunxi. She also noticed the hickeys on her neck, which made her even more disgusted. He Yuchen didn't even want to scold his wife, so how could he indulge others? His eyes carried a deep, cold look. "Can't you hear my explanation? I have a headache and lost time." "What does it have to do with Chi? We're here to see Grandpa." "Don't make things uncomfortable," he said sharply to Hiyu. He was almost furious at her son's blunt reply. "Let's eat first." Old Master, he stood up to stop the argument between mother and son. Since the grandson took responsibility, she shouldn't blame anyone else. After washing his hands, He Yuchen went to the dining room. Everyone sat according to proper manners. Old Master, he at the head, He Yuchen on his left, Hiyu and her daughter on his right. Su Yunxi sat next to He Yuchen after the elders took their seats. There was no rule about not speaking while eating or sleeping in silence. He Yuchen talked with his grandfather about military affairs and occasionally served his wife some food. This action once again upset Hiyu. She thought her son was worse than a fool, and her heart was completely biased toward outsiders. He Yuchen ignored his head injury and hurriedly left the hospital. As his wife, you didn't stop him. He Yu mentioned the discharge, feeling a deep resentment towards Su Yunqi. Despite all precautions, she never expected her son to marry such a materialistic woman in Guangzhou. He had even made a will at a young age. If he died unexpectedly, all his assets would go to Su Yunqi, cutting off others' inheritance rights. Before Su Yunqi could speak, He Yuchen turned his head with a cold, sharp gaze. It was me who wanted to leave the hospital. Why didn't you stop me, Mom? I can stop you. Besides Su Yunqi, there are no other family members in your eyes. With Grandpa He present, He felt more confident. His built-up feelings of frustration and resentment reached a breaking point. It's just because I was worried about you when I sent you to Guangzhou and didn't check on you. If I hadn't hidden you, that reckless person would have taken you away. I had no choice. You now have a good life, and you should be grateful to me and your grandfather. But you don't value your family. You give your heart to others after a few kind words, and you'll regret it sooner or later. He Yuchen's face turned cold. He was very upset. He threw his chopsticks onto the table with a snap, his expression full of sarcasm. You always have excuses to justify yourself. Today, at this family gathering, you're targeting Shishi. Do you think I'm stupid? Acting like a good mother, do you even deserve that? Why are you arguing over a meal? Xiao Yu, just take care of Lingling. He Yuchen doesn't need your help. Grandpa, he was very tolerant of his only daughter, raising her to be reckless. Now, it was too late to regret. His grandson was the hope of the He family. Even though he didn't like Su Yunqi, it wasn't the time to confront her now, to avoid causing the grandson to turn against them. Lingling, he accused, Grandpa, my mom and my brother argued about Su Yunqi. She acted like she didn't care. Someone like her isn't fit to marry my brother. He Lingling, are you tired of living? He Yuchen didn't hold back from insulting Lingling. If he wanted to curse, he would. If she disobeyed, he would deal with her. Brother Chen, Su Yunqi stopped him. She didn't want their first meal to turn into a fight, with the family arguing over her. It seemed like if they didn't start well, their marriage wouldn't go smoothly. Besides He Yuchen, no one here welcomed her. She hadn't expected that her in-laws this time would be more difficult than the Sie family from her previous life. He Yuchen finally held back. He could have flipped the table and gotten beaten, but he knew how he would speak badly of his wife outside, and he could imagine how unpleasant that would be. Because their son wanted to give all the family property to Su Yunqi, a seed of hatred was planted in He Yu's heart. It would eventually grow and take root. The meal was not pleasant. On the way back, He Yuchen looked unusually serious. Su Yunqi knew what he was thinking. She leaned over, hugged his waist, and rested her face on his neck. The gentle, warm scent comforted He Yuchen's heart. The cold melted away. He held his precious one close and lovingly kissed her forehead. My dear, I'm sorry. From now on, you never have to go back there again. At their first family meal, the hostility from his relatives was obvious. He felt guilty and upset, deciding to cut ties with them completely. Whatever needed to be handled, he would take care of it himself. He would never let his wife be wronged again. Su Yunqi didn't feel wronged. The way He Yuchen firmly stood by her in front of his family was already more than most men would do. But she knew his actions would only make the He family dislike her even more. She had many things to focus on and didn't care much about their opinions. The less contact, the better. He Yuchen held her tightly, promising to cherish her for the rest of his life. The next day, Lu Hongfei came over. After changing his shoes, he pulled out a stack of papers. Yuchen, I've been taking them around for inspections these days. 6 military districts want to set up farms. My grandfather fully supports it and is willing to approve any amount of money. Where's Su Yunqi? Ask her to come out so we can discuss it. After talking for a while, he realized she wasn't in the living room. He Yuchen leaned lazily on the sofa. You came all the way here just to say that? My wife has a lot to do. Handle it yourself. I can't do it without her. She has the right connections for buying livestock. Even if I work myself to exhaustion, I can't collect 1,000 pigs in a month. During the half-month he spent setting up a farm for the capital's military district, he thought he could manage without Su Yunqi. He hired trucks to collect animals everywhere, but it turned out to be much harder than expected. He had to visit every village to negotiate prices, check for diseases, and even had a messy accident while herding pigs that ruined his shoes and appetite. After working from morning till night, he barely managed to collect 10 pigs. He kept at it for 3 days, but it was exhausting and disappointing, so he had to give up. What? You're afraid of getting tired, but I'm not supposed to worry about my wife being tired. Chen frowned. Their life had just settled down, and he didn't want his wife traveling all over the place, leaving him alone at home. Chen, your grandfather already approved this. It's a good thing for the military. We're brothers. Money can be discussed. How about 40% of the shares each? Seeing that his friend wasn't moved, Lu Hongfei quickly tried to persuade him with reason and emotion, adding a tempting offer. The farm in the capital had an investment of 500,000 yuan and made about 10,000 a month, a highly profitable business. If they built 6 more farms, the profits would be remarkable. Let my wife decide for herself. Chen can't make decisions for his wife. After all, the original reason for starting the farm was not profit, but mainly to ensure that soldiers defending the country have enough meat to eat. The door of the art studio was knocked. Su Yunxi paused her painting, put away her brushes and paper, checked her watch. This guy couldn't stay away for even an hour. Chen kept coming in to bother her, either kissing or hugging her, making it hard for her to focus. She had to lock the door and agree not to be disturbed unless it was important. When she opened the door, she saw that Lu Hongfei had come to talk. They learned that 6 military districts decided to co-manage a farm through a shareholding system. Su Yunxi didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Contact them to see which military district is easiest for inspection. Make a schedule. I'll find time to visit and design the layout for each farm. Also, it's not good for us to hold 80% of the shares. We won't be involved in daily management, and if the military districts try to cause trouble, it will be hard to prevent. To avoid conflicts of interest, you hold 30%, I hold 30%, and the remaining 40% is for the military districts. Otherwise, if there are benefits involved, they might pressure you to give in. These are Su Yunxi's conditions for cooperation, to prevent conflicts later and to be prepared in advance. Even if Lu Hongfei isn't happy about holding fewer shares, he has no right to oppose. The initiative is in Su Yunxi's hands. She has the ability to work alone, and it's fine if she doesn't bring in the Lu family's money. I'll go back and discuss with my dad. Once he agrees and approves the funds, I'll contact the military districts for inspection. Lu Hongfei left. Chen then went to the kitchen, served some red soup for his wife, and said, "Rest for a bit and drink some soup to regain strength." Su Yunxi slowly drank the soup, thinking aloud, "Brother Chen, you don't need to invest money, but the account should be in your name. She needs to keep using the He family's name for her work, or her investments might be exposed and reported eventually. Whatever you do, just tell me if you need money." Chen's goal is to make sure his wife lives a good life, with the best food, clothing, and everything she needs. Su Qing'an went to Hongcheng for a study exchange. His return date was uncertain. Before leaving, he had dinner with his sister, brother-in-law, and Lu Hongfei. His car stopped downstairs. As Su Yunxi got out, she saw the girl from Moving Day talking with her brother at the building entrance. "Brother," Su Yunxi interrupted their conversation. Although men and women talking openly is normal, rumors can spread easily, and if something bad gets out, it could cause trouble. Su Qing'an introduced them. "This is my colleague Gaowen. She also went to Hong Kong for study." "Hello, Comrade Gao." Su Yunxi was a bit confused. She remembered there was only one study spot, so how come Gaowen was here? She didn't want to ask in front of others. Su's sister is very pretty, and her outfit is nice too. When Gaowen saw Su Yunxi, her attitude was a bit different, more friendly. When she left, she even invited Su Yunxi to hang out if she was free. Honestly, Gaowen is straightforward and beautiful. Most men can't resist her. "What's going on, brother?" Su Yunxi pulled her brother aside and asked. During Ye's stay, everyone at the construction bureau's staff housing knew Su Qing'an was married and had a child. So, why was there a girl acting so boldly? "Just a colleague, don't overthink it." Su Qing'an, used to questioning his sister, was not good at changing roles. You're talking like you're guilty. How am I overthinking? Su Yunxi thought of her sister-in-law Qin Liao, who was still struggling in Beituan. She felt uneasy. She didn't believe men could control their restless hearts, including her brother. Let's eat first. Don't keep Yu Chen and the others waiting too long. Su Qing'an quickly changed the subject. Brother, you can't do anything that would hurt your wife. Otherwise, I won't talk to you. For some reason, Su Yunxi remembered a saying, some couples can suffer together but can't share happiness. Seeing his sister upset, Su Qing'an explained, it's nothing. We just work together sometimes. Everyone knows I'm married. She's a grown woman. She wouldn't think about anything inappropriate with a married man. What if she insists on being with you? Su Yunxi didn't see Gao and trying to avoid suspicion. Su Qing'an looked tired. Sis, I'm leaving for Hong Kong tomorrow. Let's not talk about this. Su Yunxi was unhappy with her brother's attitude. Why can't you face the problem? Why not tell her that her thoughts are wrong instead of avoiding the topic? Brother, only you know what you really think. Be careful. Su Yunxi gave her brother the 20,000 Hong Kong dollars that He Yu Chen helped her exchange. The cost there is more than 10 times higher than in the mainland. When she returned home in the evening, Su Yunxi took a shower and entered her art studio. She looked at her painting, which was just beginning to take shape. She planned to create a series of 10 paintings called 100 Birds Paying Respect to the Phoenix, with 2 of them donated to an auction. The invitation had already been designed, and Ah Chong was sending it to the printing factory. Everything was proceeding smoothly. He Yu Chen came out of the bathroom, took off his waterproof cap, and his sharp jawline showed a wild, untamed look. He was only wrapped in a towel around his waist, revealing a strong, attractive body with clear muscles and a slim waist. His presence was very powerful. Why are you unhappy at dinner? Gongcheng isn't gone forever. He'll come back, he said as he walked over and hugged his wife. He felt a little jealous. No matter who it was, no one could be more important than him in his wife's heart. Whenever they were together, He Yu Chen was like a little figure hanging on a chain, always close, always wanting to hug and hold her. Su Yunxi was gradually used to this. Yes, Gongcheng City is developing 20 years faster than ours. When he gets there, it's easy for him to be dazzled, she replied. Su Yunxi somewhat regretted pushing her brother out of Beituan and encouraging him to study in Gongcheng. It had broken his old hardships and pulled him into a world of luxury and temptation. If she couldn't stay true to her original intentions, she couldn't escape her responsibilities either. He Yu Chen didn't know what was bothering his wife. He comforted her, saying, everyone should experience new things. We can't be as conservative and timid as 50 years ago, letting others step on us. Being open-minded is the natural trend.
Su Yunxi said softly.
Whatever her brother chose, she couldn't influence him. In the end, marriage depended on conscience. He Yu Chen didn't like to see her upset. He lifted her face and kissed her gently. With me here, don't worry about anything. Her wife had come to a strange city for him, starting from nothing. Not everyone had that courage. He would do his best to love and protect her. Su Yunxi was overwhelmed by his passionate kiss. Resting at home, her energy was high and had nowhere to go. He Yu Chen wished he could keep her in bed forever. We did that yesterday, she said softly, blushing and feeling her heart race. Her heartbeat was quickened by his touch. He Yu Chen picked her up, a mischievous smile on his handsome face. Do you know how many times you owe me? Let's settle the interest first. Su Yunxi tried to push him away, but her resistance only made him more eager to conquer her, and he let out a satisfied sigh. Soon, Su Yunxi couldn't hold on anymore. She bit her lip and started to cry. To avoid disturbing the neighbors downstairs, He Yu Chen picked up his wife and went back to the bedroom. Su Yunxi, overwhelmed, bit his shoulder, which made him even more passionate. He wished he could merge her into his bones and blood. The busy days passed quickly. Every 2 days, she felt drained. Su Yunxi took some time to visit the 6 military districts where the farms she cooperated with were located. When designing the farms, she added a fish pond. The Beijing farm also included a pond. Soldiers could catch fish to relax, enjoy grilled fish, or stew fish, making it easier. Her space was filled with many kinds of fish, which she found a bit overwhelming. Yuchen stayed with his wife during her busy days and never left her side. At night, he tirelessly kept her company, comforting her and making her admit that her heart only belonged to him. In November, Yuchen recovered from his injury and returned to the Air Force headquarters. Su Yunxi finally got through her difficult days. Now that the house was suddenly empty, she felt a little uncomfortable. Soon it was the 6th, the day of the auction. After some time of promotion both inside and outside the country, the streets were full of various cars, including luxury cars worth over $1 million. Nearly 10,000 people came to the venue. Looking around, there were not only locals but also many foreigners. Staff helped maintain order. Su Yunxi and a few others were responsible for guarding the auction items. The list was over 10 pages long, with more than 300 valuable collectibles and over 1,000 donations from individuals, all carefully verified for safety. Su Yunxi planned to bid on some items. Her space contained investments from Lu Hongfei and other farms, as well as a deposit of over 2 million yuan for buying livestock. She signaled to Ah Chong, who was sitting at the auction site. When she wanted to bid, they would raise the price. This way, she could stay safe behind the scenes. The auction officially started at 9 o'clock. Yang Wentao hosted the event. After giving a speech of thanks, he introduced each item. Su Yunxi bid 1,580,000 yuan for a 2.8-carat red diamond ring and 2,360,000 yuan for a royal green jade necklace. Both items were worth over 50 million in later years. Among the auction items, Su Yunxi's bright modern paintings didn't cause much excitement. When the first painting was displayed, one person in the audience hurried to the front, examined it carefully with a magnifying glass, and exclaimed in amazement, "What a good painting." The starting bid was 5,000. Su Yunxi signaled to Ah Chong to bid. If the price was below her mental limit, she would bid herself. The person quickly increased the bid. After a few rounds, he finally bought the painting for 30,000 yuan. Seeing the signature, he found it somewhat familiar. After all, Su Yunxi's main market was in Guangzhou, and she wasn't very well known in Beijing. The auction ended at 4 p.m., showcasing over 150 items. It was estimated that the event would last about 10 days. Su Yunxi met the person who painted the picture. Qi Ming, from the Beijing Artists Association, attended on behalf of the president. He didn't expect to encounter such a top-quality artwork. Holding the painting, he stared at it intently and kept praising Su Yunxi. This painting technique is hard to achieve without decades of practice. Sister Su is truly a new generation painting genius. Every is very smooth, and her use of color is excellent. Qi Ming, who had studied painting for over 30 years, believed he couldn't reach this level. He was even more amazed because Su Yunxi was only 18. "Senior, you are a pillar of the art world. Just hearing your praise makes me happy. I plan to paint 10 pieces for this series, but due to limited energy, I've only completed 2 and donated them." Su Yunxi had over 60 years of painting experience from her previous life. She felt a bit shy about such praise.
Great.
If all your works are at this level, this series will become a timeless masterpiece. Qi Ming immediately became interested. When he learned that Su Yunxi was from Guangzhou and now living in Beijing, he quickly invited her to join the Artists Association. "After I finish some current work, I'll visit the association."
Su Yunxi agreed.
Being part of the association would bring many benefits and help her understand the situation in Beijing better. In the following days, the auction continued. Yuchen learned that his wife had bought 2 pieces of jewelry. To please her, he spent 680,000 yuan on a pair of 18-carat pink diamond earrings for her. Su Yunxi liked them very much and warmly embraced him. After all, besides her parents, no one else had ever been so kind to her. Don't blame her for being a bit materialistic. Men's money is where their love is. If they're unwilling to spend on women, don't make excuses. That means they don't love her. The young couple's love was deep. Every day after finishing their own tasks, they would talk at home, have meals together, and watch TV, living a happy life. On the last day of the auction, Su Yunshi's second painting was displayed. Compared to the first, it had more of an Eastern charm. Countless birds circled in the sky, flying in one direction with their wings spread. The details were very delicate, so vivid it seemed as if they would break through the canvas. Qiming brought Chairman Guan with him. Both of them held back their excitement. This time, they didn't use a stand to boost the bid. Chairman Guan immediately offered 30,000 yuan, and others also raised their bids. Good artworks always attract admirers. Those who understand painting can see the meaning behind this piece. In the end, Chairman Guan won with a bid of 65,000 yuan. After the auction, Chairman Guan received the painting he wanted. He couldn't take his eyes off it and quickly asked Su Yunshi when the other 8 paintings would be finished. Comrade Su, I have a small request. Our art association plans to hold an exhibition on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year to increase our reputation. If you're willing to part with the other 8 paintings, the association will take them all. If not, could you lend them for the exhibition? Of course. The paintings will be displayed prominently at the exhibition, which could also help you gain recognition in Beijing. Su Yunshi agreed, saying, I might not finish all of them by then, but I can lend a few. Chairman Guan was very happy. Thank you, Comrade Su. Don't mention it, Chairman Guan. Since I plan to join the association, it's my duty to contribute in any way I can. That's wonderful. With your help, the association will be even stronger. Hearing that Su Yunshi would soon join the association, Chairman Guan felt even more pleased. He carefully stored the paintings and left feeling satisfied. The auction ended successfully, raising over 26 million yuan, which was donated to the Ministry of National Defense for military weapon research and development. That day, Su Yunshi attended as a representative. After a detailed inspection, she was allowed into the Ministry of National Defense compound, which was more strict than the military. Guards with weapons patrolled everywhere. Visitors could only stay in the first-floor hall. There were over 100 participants and many reporters. Su Yunshi and a few female colleagues went to the restroom. After ensuring there were no cameras, they wore rubber gloves and secretly placed detailed diagrams and parts of the most advanced foreign aircraft, tanks, armored vehicles, rockets, and various weapons and equipment in the trash bin of the men's restroom. They made sure a staff member would find them and then quickly left the scene. As the handover ceremony began, several key officials from the Ministry of National Defense received urgent orders to return for a meeting. The scene left everyone confused. Soon, the Ministry of National Defense declared a state of emergency. Everyone was asked to stay in the hall and wait until the meeting was over before continuing the activities. Everyone was unaware of the truth, but it didn't affect their good mood. This time, the donation amount was huge. Journalists eagerly interviewed people, and the story was widely reported on TV and newspapers, praised with beautiful words, highlighting the noble actions of Yang Wentao and others. While waiting for the Ministry of National Defense to make a decision, Su Yunshi felt a bit nervous. She was relieved to find she had left no fingerprints, and even if searched again, there was nothing to be found. Unexpectedly, after several leaders from the Ministry of National Defense returned, they looked very excited. The handover ceremony continued smoothly, without mentioning anything else. Until they left the ministry's compound, Su Yunshi felt relieved. The ministry understood that the information was provided by those involved in the activity. They chose to keep things quiet to avoid putting everyone in danger, which was a good solution for all. The information could help speed up the development of domestic military technology and avoid unnecessary detours. They hoped to improve the reliability of aircraft, which often had problems. As Su Yunshi joined the Beijing Artists Association, her daily life became more fulfilling. She also helped deliver livestock and fish to various military districts. Busy with work, by the end of the year, each district kept receiving supplies, and they also bought 5 new courtyard houses. After a heavy snowfall, Su Qing'an returned from studying abroad and brought a cashmere coat for his sister and brother-in-law. When the siblings met, they discussed where to spend the new year. Our unit probably has a 7-day holiday for the new year, but I don't know how Mom and Dad are doing. After some growth and experience, Su Qing'an had become more confident. He was well-educated, dressed in a suit with his hair slicked back, showing a bit of an elite style. I applied for a visit permit to Beijing Si, but it hasn't been approved. I plan to go to Guangzhou with Brother Chen for the new year. Su Yunxi usually calls her grandfather every 5 days. She wears knee braces and takes medicine to prevent illness. This year, she hasn't had any rheumatism. Every morning, she does 2 rounds of Tai Chi taught by her granddaughter, feeling refreshed all over. In Beidouin, her grandfather sends a bag of dried vegetables every 2 months, so there's little worry there. When Su Qing'an heard that his sister wanted to go to Guangzhou for the new year, he disagreed. Yu Chen's family is in Beijing. There's no reason to go back to her parents' house for the new year. Don't be stubborn, or the He family might get upset. Their family's wealth already made some look down on them, and the He family might be mocked because of it. It's better for a sister to be kind and obedient, so Yu Chen won't be put in a difficult position. We're in Beijing. We can visit the He family anytime. But seeing Grandpa is hard. Going to Guangzhou for the new year was Yu Chen's idea. Su Yunxi knew her brother's old-fashioned ideas, but the He family's deep-seated disdain for her made it not worth her effort to please them. Old Master He appeared to be okay with her, inviting them to dinner, but Yu Chen mostly refused, clearly telling the family that he would only bring his wife back when they treated her well. Yu and her mother saw Su Yunxi as a thorn in their side. They often pretended to be sick and called her to come home to take care of them. She always left it to Yu Chen to handle. Yu didn't get any benefits or opportunities to set rules for her, which made her very angry inside. Su Cheng'an couldn't persuade his sister and told her about the situation in Guangzhou. He described the city's prosperity, full of opportunities. The real estate industry was just starting there and property prices were extremely high. When Su Yunxi left her brother's house, she met Guanuing again. She was carrying a lunchbox, seeming to come deliver food. Comrade Gao came to see my brother about something? Seeing Su Yunxi, Guanuing was initially flustered but quickly calmed down, smiling kindly. Just so happens, my family ordered dumplings for lunch. I brought some for Chung, Su comrade.
Try some.
If I knew you were here, I would have brought more. Hearing the noise at the door, Su Qing'an hurried out, looking a bit awkward. Comrade Gao, I can eat at the cafeteria. It's cold outside, no need to bother upstairs or downstairs. Su Yunxi felt a protective feeling and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Comrade Gao, it's not appropriate for an unmarried girl like you to bring food to a married man. Don't come anymore, or it might cause misunderstandings. My sister-in-law would be upset if she found out. Gao Wen's face turned red and white, her eyes moist. She opened her mouth to say something. Su Qing'an said, "There's really no need to bring food. You can go back now, Comrade Gao." Gao Wen finally left with the lunchbox. Su Yunxi didn't want to ask further. Brother, before making any decision, think about Grandpa and Mom and Dad. They care about their reputation. Su Qing'an immediately blushed and explained, "We really don't have anything going on." Su Yunxi watched him quietly, noticing his evasive words. Gao Wen even called him Qing'an directly. This relationship had gone beyond just colleagues. As the new year approached, families' social visits increased. Su Yunxi and Yu Chen were very busy. They prepared gifts and red envelopes for military leaders, comrades, art association leaders, and colleagues, some political figures they secretly interacted with, the Liu family, and even those underlings. Yu Chen was very open with Su Yunxi. Whether it was good or bad, he made it clear to his wife. Many private gifts were given, handled by Biaozi, so they didn't need to show up in person. Only Yu Chen's father never mentioned anything. He handed over all family finances to his wife. The rent from dozens of houses on West Chang'an Street was collected and sent to Su Yunxi at the end of each year. Their joint account gradually accumulated nearly 100,000 yuan. Yu called his son's home, but either no one answered or the call was cut off due to poor signal. It was clear Su Yunxi was deliberately ignoring her, but she didn't dare cause trouble at the family compound. When he learned that his grandson was going to Guangzhou for the new year, he got angry. He went directly to the military district and scolded him loudly. "Don't you know your own family name? The Su family is being sent away, so what right do you have to go be a filial son-in-law?" Is this Su Yunxi's idea? He Yuchen, dressed in winter uniform, just got off the plane. He took off his helmet and goggles. His tall, commanding figure looked imposing. His eyelids drooped lazily. Grandpa, it's my decision. The He family has no real family atmosphere. Every time, it's just fighting or new tricks. Who wants to be angry during the new year? Old He was furious and wanted to hit him again. You usually hesitate and refuse. You can't even visit once a month. Now, during the new year, you pull the stunt? Going to Guangzhou for the holiday? Where am I supposed to put my face? During the new year, visiting relatives and friends, colleagues coming to visit, everyone would ask about the grandson going to the bride's house for the holiday. No one could hide it. On the surface, they said nothing, but behind their backs, they would mock the He family. He Yuchen's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile. The sunlight hit his sharp, handsome face, bringing a hint of coldness. Su Yunxi is the woman I asked to marry. No one can make her suffer. She left her hometown where she had lived for 18 years to be with me. I decided to spend the new year with her and her family. It makes sense emotionally and logically. If the He family needs anything, I will find time to go back for a meal before the new year. As for she, until you accept her, she shouldn't be mistreated by the He family. Old He was extremely disappointed in his grandson. For a woman, he disregarded his family. If you don't want to spend the new year at the He family, then don't even think about going to the Feng family. Angrily, he arranged for his grandson to carry out a task. Air Force officer, Hekin was surprised. Commander, high-altitude operations leave scars that can affect health. Try to keep Yuchen from participating in this mission. He's tough and won't die. Anyway, no leave during the new year. Old master, he gave the order, and then walked away without listening to anyone's protests. In the past 2 months, Su Yunxi completed 6 paintings of the 100 birds paying respect to the phoenix, and only 2 more are left. She also finished embroidering the 8 horses picture. When He Yuchen returned in the evening, he hung up his coat, changed his shoes, and entered the house. His handsome face showed no expression, lips pressed into a straight line, looking somewhat gloomy. Su Yunxi was a bit worried and pulled him to sit on the sofa. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? My grandfather gave me a task to do during the new year, he replied. This time, He Yuchen's name was not on the list of people assigned tasks, but his grandfather insisted on adding him, leaving He Sanwei helpless. He couldn't stay at home with her during the new year. Su Yunxi grew more annoyed with the He family. For her pride, she was willing to let He Yuchen take risks. She felt caught in the middle and was very annoyed. If He Yuchen didn't protect her, the He family would bully her even more. He Yuchen protected her from the storms, but the He family still hated her, accusing her of stirring trouble in the family. No matter how obedient she was, it was considered wrong. Marrying He Yuchen was seen as a sin. Let's stay in Beijing for the new year, Su Yunxi said, unwilling for He Yuchen to take on risky tasks in winter. Hearing this, He Yuchen's heart softened. He pulled her into his arms. Once a task is set, it can't be changed. Giving in isn't helpful. He was happy that his wife was willing to compromise for him, but he would rather bleed and sweat himself than let his precious one suffer. You and Xien go home together, and Dunzi and Aqiang will come with you. I can rest assured, Su Yunxi obediently agreed. Yes, after you finish your work, come to Guangzhou to pick me up. I want to see you soon. He Yuchen was willing to think of everything to make her happy, even if some of the He family's actions made her hard to tolerate. Su Yunxi was willing to continue. Her dependence on him made He Yuchen feel overwhelmed with emotion. He held her pretty face, kissed her sweet lips, and carried her delicate body. He strode back to the room. Have you eaten yet? Su Yunxi's breath was mixed with murmurs, her voice soft and tender. His strong masculine scent made him feel nervous. Later, He Yuchen's voice was deep and hoarse. The fire in his eyes seemed capable of burning her. He passionately kissed her porcelain-white skin, causing ripples of excitement. The man's masculinity and the woman's flexibility create a very pleasing visual contrast. After some time together, they became very in sync. Little crybaby, He Yuchen's thumb rested on her slightly swollen lips, his gaze dim. Thinking of what his comrades said about his cleverness, He couldn't bear to let his precious take care of him. The woman's graceful curves and soft, delicate skin like fine jade looked like a top-quality artwork. Her waist was wrapped by the man's muscular, tanned arms. Her stunning face looked like she was about to cry, which stirred He Yuchen's feelings even more, making him feel crazier. Su Yunxi's nails tightly gripped the man's arm, torn between wanting to push him away and wanting him closer. She collapsed again, refusing to play hard to get any more. The man teased her as a little waste, but held her like a treasure, kissing her. At the end, she sighed in relief and called him a beast. They didn't sit at the dinner table until nearly 9 o'clock. Su Yunxi was exhausted, her eyes swollen from cold compresses. She didn't want to look so messy, but couldn't control her body's reactions. He Yuchen's deep eyes and gentle smile showed his love. He fed her, taking a bite himself after she ate. His feelings for her grew stronger every day, and he wished they could grow old together. The next day, Su Yunxi was awakened by a phone call. She looked at the clock, 9:30 a.m. He Yuchen had already left for work. Even if she pushed herself hard, she would wake up late because her biological clock adjusted itself. Wearing a bathrobe and yawning, she slowly went to the living room and answered the phone. "Hello," Hayu's displeased voice came through. "Su Yunxi, Yuchen has a mission for the new year. You need to come back to the He family for the holiday." Su Yunxi found her sister's voice annoying just hearing it, and she couldn't argue back, which made her very frustrated. "Hello? Why aren't you saying anything?" She pretended the signal was bad. Hayu was annoyed again. "Su Yunxi, I told you, if you don't come back to the He family for the new year, don't even think about going back to the Feng family." Her threats meant nothing to Su Yunxi. "If I hang up because you're silent, you're rude. Stop bothering me with these calls." After hanging up, Su Yunxi went to the bathroom, took out a basin, and soaked in hot water. Half an hour later, she dried her hair, ate breakfast, and left the house. The streets were festive, decorated with lanterns and banners. Many people were out shopping, asking for prices everywhere. Su Yunxi and Su Qing'an bought gifts together for their grandfather Yeye and uncle's family. "Yunxi, since I returned from studying, I've officially become a clerk, and my salary has been raised one level." When Su Qing'an first joined the Housing and Construction Bureau, he was an intern without official status. Because of He Yuchen, he became an administrative assistant, and now he's been promoted again. Gradually, he understood that in companies and government agencies, success isn't just about working hard. It's more about knowing the right people. Those who reach high positions are often very clever and have complicated connections behind the scenes. Whenever Su Yunxi thought of Guanuing, she lost her happiness. "Mom, Dad, and sister-in-law will definitely be happy for you." Talking about her family in Beituan, Su Qing'an's face darkened. They had killed a few sheep at the farm. Under the cover of night, Dunzi helped Su Qing'an deliver gifts to various leaders' homes. Depending on the importance, they also gave different amounts of red envelopes. Su Yunxi went to a karaoke hall with He Yuchen's group. Most of them were orphans without parents who had almost starved on the streets. He Yuchen took them in and found a martial arts master to teach them. Each of them was very capable in fighting. There were not only men but also 6 women. They managed a department store, which was usually unregulated, and the store's profits were average. From a recent auction, Su Yunxi made many connections with influential friends. She had new plans for next year and held a simple meeting. "Everyone is working hard with Brother Chen. We all remember your efforts. If you face any difficulties, don't hesitate to ask. Brother Chen can find me, and I will try to help solve everyone's problems. Next year, we plan to add an export business, selling imported goods like clothing, cigarettes, alcohol, and home appliances, accepting only FEC foreign exchange vouchers. Biaozi will coordinate staff to pick up goods in Shenzhen. Salespeople should learn some foreign languages and understand product descriptions. I've studied this project carefully. It's quite profitable. Everyone's monthly salary will increase, and we aim to settle in Beijing as soon as possible. Open markets are an inevitable trend." She wanted to plan ahead before that. First, she would set up a store in Beijing to test the waters, then expand to other cities. She was kind and sent red envelopes to everyone in Hiyuchen's name. Inside, there was 100 yuan, equal to 2 months' wages for an ordinary worker. Everyone was very happy. I became curious about the foreign trade shop as well. My sister-in-law said the profits are good and that wages might increase, so I was eager to try and hoped to open soon. Su Yunxi secretly gave Biaozi 1,000 yuan. He is the leader here and is dating a female colleague from the shop. If you plan to get married and need money for a house, just tell us, Brother Chen, and I will help you first. Su Yunxi knows that Hiyuchen trusts Biaozi a lot. Usually, Biaozi handles things that are inconvenient for Hiyuchen, so she takes extra care of him.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
We have enough money. We'll look at houses after the new year. Biaozi's usually tough face with a scar showed a rare look of confusion. Actually, when Brother He said they should get married, everyone was quite surprised and a bit uncomfortable. They didn't know what kind of person she was marrying and worried she might not like their kind of people. When Dunzi and Aqiang were sent to Guangzhou, they were very sad. But when they came back, they were full of praise for sister-in-law, saying she was very beautiful, generous, smart, and that Brother He loved her very much. The brothers in Beijing just laughed and didn't take it seriously. But when they saw her in person, they realized she was even more impressive than they thought. Sister-in-law has a strong ability to bring people together. Just a few words from her can warm people's hearts. She is very efficient and confident, able to handle anything without violence, solving problems smoothly. Buy a truck and fix the foreign trade shop while the new year is busy. It's a good time. Su Yunxi put the 100,000 yuan from the joint account back in. She cleared 2 shops on West Chang'an Street to set up the foreign trade shop. There were many things to do before the new year. She recently opened the channels for the shop and built relationships with delivery people, all handled by Biaozi. She also arranged the nearly 400 square meter courtyard at Hohai according to her plan, and ordered furniture made from North American oak. Don't worry, sister-in-law, Biaozi said, holding clear drawings. He admired her drawing skills and secretly thought he could use her ideas when choosing furniture for his wedding. Before Hiyuchen went on a mission, he visited the He family. He brought back a cartload of New Year gifts bought from the department store. He looked good, but he was still unhappy. Su Yunxi didn't care much about the He family. As a wife, there's no reason to go back to your parents' house for the new year. Hiyuchen was too lazy to reply. Haven't you been to your parents' house for the new year any year? Hiyu was immediately very angry. Her tall and strong son was considered a waste. After getting married, he increasingly challenged her. Can she compare to me? Our parents were laid-off capitalists, and we don't even have a reliable family to depend on. Hiyuchen couldn't tolerate anyone criticizing his wife. He was indifferent to his mother and lacked respect for elders. She and I are different. Cici has a certificate showing she's with me. She can rely on me. You don't have a certificate, so no matter which family you visit for the new year, it's not proper. Hiyu was so angry she almost cried. How did she give birth to such a troublemaker? Hiyuchen handed a red envelope to Lingling. Your sister-in-law doesn't argue with you. Next time you cause trouble, just give the envelope back to me. All right, Lingling agreed reluctantly. She opened the envelope and saw 1,000 yuan. She immediately smiled happily. She couldn't return it. At most, she would speak less badly of Su Yunxi. As Hiyuchen went on a mission, Su Yunxi settled her family and, with her brother and others, took the train 2 days before the new year. They visited their uncle's family. Uncle Feng Yinfeng was under 40, a deputy division-level official. Auntie was well known in Hangzhou. Cousin Feng Xie was a year younger than Su Yunxi and was studying in Hangzhou, cared for by her maternal family. Their uncle's family had lived in Hangzhou for over 10 years. They only saw each other once or twice a year, so the cousins weren't very close. After greeting each other, Su Yunxi and her brother gave gifts. Uncle received a set of tea utensils and a gold bracelet, and the cousin a diamond-studded gold necklace. They also gave their grandfather warm clothes, cotton shoes, and some specialties from Beijing. For Yaya, they brought clothes, shoes, toys, and a light purple jade bracelet bought at an auction, with a diamond clasp. No matter the age, women like shiny jewelry. The little girl was very happy, though the bracelet was a bit big and would fit when she grew up. Grandpa Feng Zhenhua was very pleased to see his grandchildren and asked about their life in Beijing. They didn't have time for lunch. Su Qing'an went to visit an old friend, who should be at the hospital now. Su Yunxi went to the Painting Association to handle some paperwork. Deng Liang held her hand, reluctant to let go. At the Victoria International Painting Competition, your painting of the Yuanminjiwen was recognized by many international judges. However, they said it was too ironic and removed it from the judging process. You, child, with the world in turmoil, you display such grand and magnificent buildings to hint at the crimes they have committed. How could they be pleased? And Deng, has the painting been brought back? They refuse to acknowledge it now, but one day they will kneel and admit it. Su Yunxi has become indifferent to international competitions. Developing her own strength is what matters most. Deng Liang shook her head. It hasn't come back. The staff who went said the British kept it. The painting is displayed in the exhibition hall, watched by many every day, marveling at the beauty of Chinese architecture. Su Yunxi gave a sarcastic smile. Their innate thief nature is hard to change. When I return, Aunt Deng, please help me find someone to take it to Beijing. She gave Deng Liang a Swarovski bracelet as a token of thanks for her years of care and support, then went back to her dorm to pack her things. Later, she went to the military district to settle the share for these 3 months, over 20,000. She gave candies and walnuts to familiar military wives and the canteen, and visited Liu Shiping and Su Da's families, bringing cigarettes, alcohol, pastries, and tea. Until evening, her grandfather and uncle's family finally sat down for a meal. At the table, Su Yunxi first apologized. The situation changed suddenly. Grandpa is old. I applied for uncle to come to Guangzhou military district. I didn't think it through, and I know it might affect your lives. I'm really sorry. Feng Yanfeng didn't think it was a big deal. Over the years, his sister and brother-in-law had taken care of their father. As a son, he hadn't done enough. Now that there's a chance, he naturally agreed. Yunxi, don't say uncle didn't know beforehand. Even if he did, he wouldn't oppose it. Grandpa has a headache or a fever. How can we not be by his side? Aunt Feng smiled politely. You're right. With the Su family being sent away, and you siblings going to Beijing to develop, it's only right that we take care of Grandpa. Cousin Feng Shuya kept a serious face, never smiling. Big sister knows how to avoid trouble. Moving around is just a matter of the He family's words. Su Yunxi, who was supposed to enjoy her life in Beijing, was burdened with the responsibility of caring for the elderly in her family. Feng Yanfeng immediately scolded angrily. What do you mean by avoiding trouble? Taking care of your grandfather is my and your big aunt's responsibility. When your big aunt's family had problems, I, as the son, had to step up. Where have all these years of studying gone? Being filial is the most important thing. I didn't send you to Guangzhou. What are you complaining about? Feng Shuya was in her 3rd year of high school when her parents suddenly moved to Guangzhou to live, disrupting her peaceful family life. She had to stay at her grandfather's house, which caused many inconveniences. Now, after her father scolded her, her face turned bright red. He said, I knew you'd try to reason with me. Why don't you tell your cousin to be filial? Every daughter who marries out should show respect to her in-laws. Instead, she runs back home for the new year and brings bad luck with her. Su Qing'an was very angry. This is my grandfather's house. Do you think you can look down on my sister? Implying, if you love her, stay. If not, then leave. Su Yunxi quickly held her brother back and said calmly, my cousin is targeting me. When my aunt was celebrating the new year at the Yi family, did you say she was bringing bad luck too? Feng Shuya was full of resentment. If it weren't for Su Yunxi's selfishness in bringing their father to Guangzhou, her mother wouldn't have suffered here. Your older cousin is different from us. Her husband is a former capitalist, and most people would hide away if they were in her position. But she's very proud. Seeing her beautiful and elegant cousin, she couldn't help feeling jealous. Even though the Su family was sent away, she still lived comfortably, dressed well in a fashionable camel-colored cashmere coat, with sparkling diamond earrings framing her pretty face, and a string of green jade on her wrist worth a lot. She had no self-awareness. After marrying an Air Force officer, she seemed to forget her own family name. Feng Yunfeng's temper flared. He knew his daughter wouldn't speak like that without reason. Probably, the Yi family had said something bad behind their backs. Yi Jin, is this the kind of daughter you've raised? Looking down on my sister's family, thinking I look down on you? If you're so unhappy being related to capitalists, then don't stay. Pack your things and go back to Hangzhou. This was a matter of principle. Without taking a clear stance, these mother and daughter were hopeless. Aunt Yi Jin also looked upset, trying hard to hold back tears. Shiya, you behaved very badly today. How could you make your father angry? Apologize to your cousin quickly. She was a typical housewife, always following her husband's opinions. Even if she didn't want to come to Guangzhou deep down, she dared not oppose him. Instead, she complained privately to her daughter. She spoke up, Auntie, you're wrong. Shiya didn't make Uncle angry. She just doesn't understand how to behave properly. When she spoke badly of the Su family, she didn't see us as family. When people are distant, it's understandable. But family members who share blood should be much warmer. Auntie, you should be worried. What'll happen to you when you grow old? Feng Yunfeng was busy with work and often away from home, so his daughter was mostly cared for by Yi Jin. As the girl grew older, she became more competitive and often wanted to buy things beyond the family's financial means. Feng Yunfeng had scolded her a few times and now felt more disappointed, especially with her sister's family, which made him feel like his parenting had failed. Your eldest aunt has bought you new clothes and jewelry many times. Your uncle has given you red envelopes. When they are sent away, they are no longer your relatives. What's the point of raising you if you don't value education? Shiya, are you trying to make us angry? Apologize to your cousin quickly. Yi Jin was worried Feng Yunfeng would lose his temper and almost begged her daughter. Feng Shiya was stubborn and didn't listen to her mother. Her father's words were like commands, and she never dared to oppose him. I just said the wrong thing once. Why does my cousin keep bothering me? With the He family backing her, she's confident. I just wanted to remind her that her older aunt and others are working hard. Be more modest so no one can find fault with you, and don't cause trouble for Grandpa and our family. Su Yunxi worked hard not just to dress plainly or endure hardships. When she had the ability, she invested in herself. Her younger cousin wouldn't understand. Women who save all their lives end up suffering and then complain about men seeking new interests. That's just not thinking straight. Your cousin's return isn't easy. We're all family, and we should be tolerant of each other. Feng Zhenhua favored his granddaughter, Qing and Yuxi, who grew up in his presence. Yunxi was obedient, sensible, and careful in her actions. She couldn't compare to a granddaughter she had only known for less than a month. Hearing her grandfather's favoritism, Feng Shiya was so angry she couldn't eat. She spoke as if her return was easy, but her father shot her a stern look. She didn't dare leave the table and quietly shed tears. Yi Jin felt sorry for her daughter being scolded, but didn't speak up. When the order was issued, she wanted the old master to move to Hangzhou, but her husband strongly opposed it. They preferred to live apart, but in the same city. If she brought it up again, it might affect their marriage. Su Yunxi didn't pay much attention to her cousin's resentment. After a good sleep, she recovered from yesterday's busy exhaustion. On New Year's Day, the family put up couplets. Su Yunxi hung her embroidered picture of the 8 steeds on her grandfather's study wall, making the room look grand. Yu and Yaya both changed into red sweaters, red wool skirts, black leggings, and black shoes. The aunt and niece dressed up together, wearing pretty hairpins and headbands, easing the awkwardness after 3 months apart. In previous years, Feng Danning bought new clothes for her niece. This year, Su Yunxi also prepared gifts for her cousin, but Feng Shiyue's attitude was bad. She wouldn't give her anything even if she cut ties. During the New Year celebration, besides Uncle's family, there were 6 guards, Aunt Zhang, and Dunzi and Aqiang, totaling 14 people. The New Year's dinner was very rich, with 18 dishes that looked and smelled delicious. They also made 6 types of dumplings, both meat and vegetable. Su Yunxi gave red envelopes to the 6 guards, Aunt Zhang, and Yaya, and also gave one to her grandfather. Feng Zhenhua refused to accept it. He didn't want to join in the fuss. "Grandpa, I wish you stay young forever. This is my gift to you," said Su Yunxi. In the end, Su Yunxi gave her grandfather a red envelope. Uncle never managed household expenses, and Aunt's focus was on raising her daughter. The costs for Yeya's education and daily expenses increased, adding financial pressure on Grandpa. Feng Zhenhua refused to take the money. The farm's monthly profit was over 1,000 yuan, which was enough for the family. It was hard for the granddaughter in Beijing, who only saw the glamorous side of the He family but didn't know the difficulties. Both grandfather and granddaughter understood each other. Seeing this, Su Qing'an was worried and also gave a red envelope. The brother and sister each received 5,000 yuan. "Grandpa, just take it. Yunxi has partnered with 6 more farms, and her monthly income is enough to buy a house. Don't be shy with her," said Su Yunxi. When Yi Jin's mother and daughter heard this, they were shocked. A house in Beijing costs at least 5,000 or 6,000 yuan a month, and earning that much explains why they always wore good clothes. In the end, it was because she married well, backed by the He family, and anyone could earn that kind of money. Feng Zhenhua gave red envelopes to his 3 daughters for good luck. The family atmosphere was still quite harmonious. As the New Year bell rang, everyone grew a year older. Reflecting on the past half-year, Su Yunxi was quite satisfied. She had changed her fate by marrying Xien, and she had helped her brother escape the influence of capitalists. Most importantly, Yeye was not kidnapped and was happily enjoying her childhood. Additionally, she married He Chen, who loved her deeply. No matter what the future holds, she was happy with her current life. She made a wish for her parents and sister-in-law to be healthy and happy, and for He Chen to be safe and successful. On the morning of the 3rd day of junior high, Feng Zhenhua received news that old Su was not doing well. It would only be a matter of days. Brother and sister Su Qing'an, despite their reluctance, could not ignore societal expectations. They changed into simple, plain clothes. Without Yue holding official documents and introduction letters, Dunzi drove the 4 of them to Sichuan and Chongqing. On the way, Su Yunxi warned in advance, "Be careful when you get there, don't get tricked." Su Yunqing felt she had been betrayed and lost everything. Full of resentment, she was waiting to get revenge on her siblings. "Don't worry, sister-in-law," Aqiang said. Dunzi had a very happy New Year, but now they had to attend a funeral. It was hard to feel happy. Anyone who dares to bother sister-in-law is just asking for trouble. Su Yunxi gave each person a sharp dagger and a sheath. It's wise to be cautious. She preferred to hurt others rather than let her own people be harmed. They left in the morning and arrived in a small town in Sichuan and Chongqing by evening. They stayed overnight, and the next day found out their destination. Su Ziyuan and his 2 sons had been sent to a remote mountain village. The place was backward and ignorant. When they arrived, the villagers beat them up. Then they had to do dirty, tiring work. If they resisted, they were beaten again. Because they were capitalists, dying here would be a meaningless death. They had to keep a low profile. The family was sickly. At the end of July, when Su Yunqing arrived, they thought she would bring hope, but she just left quickly. 3 months ago, Su Yunqing was also sent to this place. She made good relations with the local team, which made life a little better for the Su family. But old Master Su's health reached its limit, and he couldn't hold on anymore. The car drove into the village, attracting dozens of villagers who gathered to watch. It was just like in Beituan North District, with villagers looking on warily and greedily. Following the directions from the villagers, they reached the end of a dirt road. 3 men and a woman wrapped in a scarf got out of the car. Since they dressed plainly, the villagers' curiosity was less. The Su family lived in a dilapidated mud brick house. When old Uncle Su Wenli heard the noise, he came out and saw them. He was momentarily speechless. Su Qing'an asked, "How is grandfather?" On the day they were sent away, the 2 families lost contact. The grandfather helped with the announcement. Besides Su Ziyuan, there was nothing much to say between them. "He's gone." Su Wenli wiped tears from his face. When the family had money, He fought and lied. His father favored him. When there was no money, his father also helped him. The medicine sent by his second brother was refused by the old master, who told him to sell it on the black market for money. Brother and sister Su Qing'an entered the house. Grandpa Su Ziyuan was lying on a broken bed with his eyes closed, very thin, with darkened forehead, almost not breathing. Many people sat on the ground around him. Lin Qiushuang, his daughter-in-law, and little grandson Zhuangzhuang, Su Wenjing, were there. Only Su Yunqing was missing. They all wore patched, old clothes, looked tired, but were in normal shape and still somewhat alert. Seeing Grandpa like this, Su Qing'an felt very sad. Grandpa treated his grandchildren fairly, whether it was about his support for him and his cousin, or for Yunxi and Yunqing, including dowry arrangements. He always tried to be fair. Did you take him to the hospital? The hospital refused to admit him. The family is preparing for his passing. Su Wenli and others had already accepted that Grandpa was about to leave. Seeing the situation at home, with nothing prepared, Su Qing'an and Dunzi went to town to buy clothes and hired a cart for the coffin. No matter what, they couldn't let Grandpa go in a bad way. If Su Wenbin found out, he would be very upset. Su Yunxi couldn't pretend to be a filial child and grandson, so she went to the yard, with Aqiang following her. Soon Su Yunqing, twisting her waist, came back. She hadn't changed much in 3 months, but her skin had become rougher. Yunxi, you caused me to end up like this, and now you have the nerve to come. Seeing her cousin, Su Yunqing's eyes flashed with anger. She thought she could start over in Sichuan and Chongqing with a 30,000 yuan deposit she brought, but her cousin was so sneaky that she reported Du Bowen. As a result, her clothes, jewelry, and money were all taken by the Red Guards. She arrived here penniless and had to walk from the town to the village, her feet worn out. I'm here to see Grandpa. What does that have to do with you? Don't flatter yourself. Su Yunxi just wanted to see her miserable life and to atone for her past sins. Thinking about the suffering she endured in these 3 months, Su Yunqing was full of resentment. Talking nicely, giving me a way to live, but actually pushing me to a dead end. Pretending to be innocent and kind, but with a heart more poisonous than anyone else's. Su Wenli hurried out to stop his daughter from arguing. Grandpa is about to pass away. Both of you, say less. Don't disturb his peace. Yunxi, don't think you've won. Choosing Hiyu Chen is your biggest disaster. Let's see who can laugh last. Su Yunqing sneered and turned out of the yard. She didn't believe that fate would always favor Hiyu Chen. Su Wenli looked somewhat eager and said, Yunxi, don't be so quick to judge your cousin. Seeing that his niece ignored him, he wasn't embarrassed and continued, You married a capable man. If he can speak well, he should help our Su family. Even if he's assigned to a small town, that's fine. Yunxi looked at the bare yard. They hadn't planted vegetables even in warm weather. They really were a lazy family. Compared to the hardships her parents and brother faced in Beidouin, her uncle's family at least had enough to eat and wear, so they were doing okay. We've already cut ties, so don't bother wishing for anything here, she said. She couldn't do anything about her parents, and she couldn't understand how Su Wenli could ask such a thing. Then Su Wenjing came out and asked, Yunxi, I need to ask you something, hinting for Aqiang to stay away. Yunxi knew he was still not giving up. There's nothing to say between us. Su Wenjing was quite persistent, so he lowered his voice and asked, The night before the house was searched, what happened? Only your family knows where the treasures in the basement went. The watches and collections in my room can't be taken out over the wall. And all the rare items in Grandpa's study are gone. Thanks to Yunqing's reminder, everyone realized that the strange events that morning, with many valuable items disappearing without explanation, couldn't just be explained by someone carrying them away. Yunxi gave a look, and Aqiang immediately grabbed Su Wenjing's neck and pressed a knife to his tongue. Mind your mouth. If you say anything that makes my sister-in-law dislike you again, don't bother with your tongue. Su Wenjing usually only got scolded or beaten, but now he was threatening with a knife. He didn't seem to care about life at all. He was so scared he almost peed himself and dared not meet his niece's eyes, his voice trembling. Yunxi, let's talk nicely. Grandpa is still here, but after more than half a year, Yunxi had changed a lot. When she didn't want a reason, using force was simple and effective. Su Wenli no longer dared to make wishes, and Su Wenjing obediently went back inside and knelt. The family's treasures were a taboo topic. Even though they knew something was unusual, they couldn't do anything about Yunxi. When Su Qing'an returned, a hired carriage brought the coffin into the yard, along with red and white cloth, paper money, clothes, and other items. They also invited a fortune teller. Most villagers' eyes focused on the Su family, especially the car. Such a rare thing was seldom seen even in big cities. It was probably worth enough to feed the entire village for several years. Old Master Su woke up briefly at noon, as if a faint light returned to him. The family gathered around him. Su Wenli looked sad and spoke as the eldest son. "Dad, everyone who can come has come. If you have anything to say, please do. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, just tell us. We will do our best." Old Master Su's cloudy eyes moved from his eldest son's face to Su Qing'an and Su Yunxi, then paused. "Wenbin," he called out hoarsely. He finally remembered his second son. "Grandfather, my parents are doing well in the northwest. You don't need to worry." Su Qing'an's eyes turned red, tears falling uncontrollably. If the Su family hadn't been sent away, Grandfather wouldn't have left so soon. After catching his breath, Old Master Su spoke again. "Qing'an, you are the hope of the Su family. You must revive the family. My eldest and third uncles are close relatives who have helped us a lot. When you have the ability, please help them." After some reflection, he understood that the family treasures were probably well kept by the second son's family. That was good. The foundation of the Su family remained, and someday it could continue. When he died, he could rest in peace. Su Ziyuan was most worried about his eldest son, Su Wenli. The eldest grandson, Su Qingping, was abroad and out of contact. The eldest granddaughter, Su Yunqing, was rarely home. His children were unreliable. When he was gone, the Su family might fall apart, and Wenli's life would only get harder. "Grandfather, don't worry. The Su family will revive. The children will have their own luck. You can rest assured." Su Yunxi made this promise but didn't mention helping Su Wenli or Su Wenjing. They had lost a lot of the family's wealth and had no right to share in it. Su Ziyuan knew his granddaughter's meaning. After dividing the family, everyone would live separately. He tightly held Su Qing'an's hand. "Qing'an, if your uncles did wrong, I ask you, please forgive them. When I die, send me home." He remembered the ancestral house of the Su family, which held memories of over 60 years. These images flashed through his mind like a slideshow. This was his final wish. Su Qing'an couldn't refuse. He cried and promised, "Okay, I will take you back to Guangzhou and bury you with our ancestors." On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Old Master Su finally closed his eyes. His passing marked the end of his bonds. Su Wenli's 2 brothers changed his clothes and carried him into the coffin, with a teacher guiding the way. Everyone had white cloths on their heads, knelt on the ground burning paper money, and their cries of grief mixed together. No matter what conflicts there were, now the dead person was the most important. Su Yunqing and her cousin knelt together, crying over how badly they had handled things. Su Yunxi also couldn't help but cry for a while. When someone dies, everything from the past becomes just memories. At the wealthy family's home, after someone passed away, only the village chief came to take notes, and no one else showed up. It was very quiet and lonely. "The weather is getting warmer, and we can't delay. This afternoon, we will take Grandpa back to Guangzhou for burial." Su Qing'an told Su Wenli and Su Wenjing about their plan. Grandpa wanted to return to his hometown, so they hired a vehicle to bring him back for the funeral. Su Wenli cried loudly and lost control. From now on, the best person in the world was gone. "Let's hold the wake for one night, so we can be with him one last time." Su Qing'an looked at the family members crying and wailing, and could only agree. No one in the Su family prepared food. Dunzi wanted to buy some in the village, but Su Yunxi didn't agree. She boiled a big pot of noodles and fried some eggs with sauce, and everyone shared a small portion. It wasn't because she wanted to save money or show off, but because she thought it was better to be careful with what they ate. In the afternoon, Shiao Janjun, dressed in a green military uniform, surprisingly arrived on a donkey cart. The family didn't expect that their divorced son-in-law would come. Su Yunqing was also a bit surprised. Tears streamed down her face as she ran over and threw herself into his arms. "Janjun, why did you come?" she asked happily, her voice trembling with emotion. She hugged him tightly, trying to ease her worries. "I heard about Grandpa's condition, so I took leave to come see him." "You look thinner." Shiao Janjun's body was thin under his uniform. During these 3 months apart, he missed her very much. No matter how his mother caused trouble, he had sent Sanyo away. He always hoped that one day Yunqing would come back to find him. When he heard that Grandpa was seriously ill, he couldn't hold back anymore and took leave to come. He just wanted to see if she was doing well. Su Yunqing couldn't wait for her family to say anything. She pulled Shiao Janjun into the innermost room, closed the door, tiptoed, and hugged his neck, then kissed his lips. Shiao Janjun's face immediately turned red. Thinking about the family members in the yard mourning and crying, he wondered how he could do such a thing. He wanted to push her away. Yunqi, but her hand pulled him into her arms. When he felt her softness, his whole body trembled as if electrocuted. Su Yunqing hugged his neck and sat closer. "Janjun, I miss you so much. Why did you only come to see me now?" She twisted her waist and complained, like a charming fairy who can absorb people's energy. Which man could stand that? Shiao Janjun tightened his waist and hummed softly. The atmosphere in the yard became a bit tense. No one expected Su Yunqing to be so bold, pulling Shiao Janjun into the house. They didn't come out for a long time. Su Qing'an was smoking angrily. Su Yunqing disregarded manners and shame. Her grandfather had just closed his eyes. How could she be so shameless? Su Wenli couldn't possibly go into the house to pull out his daughter with such a bold attitude. Lin Qiushuang was holding her little grandson back, not letting him go in to avoid seeing something inappropriate. After more than half an hour, Su Yunqing came out with a happy face. Shiao Janjun's clothes were wrinkled at the hem, and he looked a bit embarrassed. What could they do? If this got out, the whole family would be humiliated. They could only pretend not to see and talk to Shiao Janjun normally. Su Wenli and his wife didn't like Shiao Janjun at all. Even if he came to see the old master, it wouldn't change their opinion. But compared to Hu Chen, Shiao Janjun seemed more sincere. It's still Janjun. He's loyal and caring. Even after divorce, he doesn't forget his original intentions. Unlike those proper couples, whose families fall apart when trouble comes. Lin Qiushuang's words were indirect, meant for someone specific. Everyone present, except Zhuang, knew what she meant. Su Qing'an couldn't hold back. Even after divorce, they still flirt around. "Su Yunqing, why is your waistband so loose? Aren't you ashamed?" "We still have some dignity." Su Yunqing, with thick skin, didn't care and vented her anger that had been bottled up for 3 months. "Do you think I wanted a divorce? It was all because of Yunqi. She tricked me into divorce and sent me here. Do you think she's a good person?" Shiao Janjun didn't know the full story, but being forced into divorce was hard for him to accept. His expression also looked unhappy. "Comrade Su Yunqi, I and Yunqing are living well. We're not bothering your life. Why do you insist on breaking us apart?" When they heard that Yunqi was the one who broke up her cousin's marriage, the Su family members present were a bit angry. Lin Qiushuang frowned. "Yunqi, even if you cut ties, you shouldn't hurt Yunqing like this. What's the benefit for you?" Su Wenli also didn't understand. "Yunqi, you married into the He family and moved to Jing City. Yunqing is in Guangzhou, and you're not interfering with each other. Isn't that good?" Su Qing'an didn't believe Su Yunqing's words. "Su Yunqing is just a little kid. You want her to divorce? Just because she's a child, it must have been something irreversible that she did. Otherwise, she wouldn't be willing to be manipulated so willingly." Su Yunqing looked aggrieved and said, "Yunqi is your biological sister. Of course you support her. You and she teamed up to smear me. She can't stand to see me doing well, so she forced me to divorce and stripped me of all my money. Back when they planned to split the family, they had it all figured out. wanting my dad and Uncle San's families to never have a good life. Su Yunqi deeply despised Su Yunqing's lies and distortions. Su Yunqing, what are you pretending to be? If you hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have cleaned up your mess. When the oil factory had a dead rat and couldn't compensate the buyers, you would have gone to jail. If you had anyway, would you have begged me? If I hadn't used connections to pressure Du Bowen, you might not even be alive now. You made your choice, and now you've lost everything. Don't blame others for your own incompetence. Su Yunqing clearly had evidence of Du Bowen's corruption, but she had no background and would only become a scapegoat. If she dared to reveal Du Bowen's secrets, she wouldn't know how she would die. Later, she managed to threaten Du Bowen into giving her 30,000 yuan, but only because she threw the mess out and had Feng's family backing her, so she felt fearless. Su Yunqing was hit hard. In this game of mutual scheming, she ultimately lost, but she was very unwilling. Yunqi, isn't it better if we work together to deal with Du Bowen? You have evidence of his corruption. You could have extorted more money. Why did you have to report him and make me suffer so much? Su Yunqing knew very well that her cousin had the ability to make Du Bowen pay a higher price, but she didn't. Instead, she betrayed them all, gained nothing, and offended people. She was just plain foolish. Different paths lead to different ends. Su Yunqing, if you don't follow the right way, you'll end up with a tragic ending. Yunqi was tired of arguing with people who had different values because it was useless. If faced with the same choice again, she would still prioritize her own interests. Yunqi, even if Yunqing asks you to do something, you can't betray her. If Yunqing could bring back money, the old master wouldn't be short of money for his treatment. You're indirectly harming him. Lin Xiushuang finally caught Su Yunqi's mistake and blamed her for Du Zhiyuan's death. Stop talking nonsense. Su Qing'an looked angry.
Ask Su Yunqing, he said.
She stole 10 small yellow fish from my dad's friend before. She could have used that money to help Grandpa get better so your family could live a better life. But did she ask for it?
No.
She won't spend her money on you. Don't blame others for that. The 10 small yellow fish were stolen by August. When Su Yunqing came at the end of August, she didn't mention anything about the fish. She even treated visiting as a one-day trip. After talking about the family's lost treasures, she left, ignoring the family's struggles with food and money. Yunqing, did you really steal the 10 small yellow fish and not care about us? Lin Xiushuang asked. She just found out about the fish and felt mixed inside. She couldn't believe her daughter didn't care about family love. Su Yunqing quickly explained, Mom, don't listen to their siblings' lies. Our family is building a warm house. My mother-in-law hurt her leg, and I've been spending money to take care of her. Our expenses are high, so I didn't save any money. Out of the 10 small yellow fish, the Shiao family only used 2. Shiao Janjun wanted to say something, but was glared at by Su Yunqing. He didn't speak and silently took the blame. After hearing her explanation, Lin Xiushuang felt a little better. Yunqing is also filial. She used her money for her in-laws. What about Yunqi? You have money, but didn't help Grandpa. You let him fend for himself. Yunqing had told her that Yunqi started a farm, investing hundreds of thousands. The monthly profit was good, and even a little leak in her fingers could improve the family's life. Su Yunqi looked at the slightly chubby Lin Xiushuang and sneered. Lin Xiushuang, Grandpa is their responsibility. It's not my duty to be filial. She didn't mention Su Wenli's foolishness or the family's exile. Instead, she asked, when you were sent here, didn't my dad ask someone to bring you money or medicine? Grandpa is so sick. Don't you have any responsibility? Why should her parents suffer in Beidouin while they can eat well and live comfortably here? Her father left more opportunities for Grandpa. How dare they try to squeeze her again? Stop arguing, someone said. Grandpa just left. Don't fight now. Let him rest peacefully. Su Wenli lowered his head, feeling guilty. He wanted to investigate, but Su Yunqi would definitely find out about his selling medicine on the black market. It couldn't be hidden anymore. Lin Xiushuang still wanted to say more but was pushed away by Su Wenli. Su Yunqi didn't bother with them. If it weren't for concerns about reputation, she really wouldn't want to come. Dun Ziachong had already pulled the Yin-Yang master away to keep them from overhearing things they shouldn't. Lin Qiushuang watched the three people standing at the gate, acting as pillars, and thought about how she couldn't settle Su Yunqi. She took out her anger on the person she brought. Go and lead the old master inside. Are you here just to decorate the place? Dunzi immediately got angry, pointing at her and scolding, My sister-in-law has cut ties with you all. Just being able to see the old master is a big favor. Stop talking nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll shut your mouth. Dunzi and Ah Chong hurried around, making it seem like they were kind-hearted, but when they got angry, their fierce side showed clearly. Not only the Su family, but even Shiao Janjun didn't take them seriously. Hurry up and prepare the meal. Su Wenli quickly pulled Lin Qiushuang away, thinking it was better not to provoke troublemakers. The two people Su Yunqi brought looked dangerous, probably outlaws. Lin Qiushuang's face was red with embarrassment as she hurried away, losing both her dignity and face. She scolded her daughter-in-law, You're always uncomfortable or unwell. Just go and cook. You're useless. The sister-in-law cried until her eyes were red, then bent over and staggered to do the chores. Su Yunqing didn't care about others' opinions. She stayed with Shiao Janjun, and the two were very close, secretly kissing and unwilling to part. Janjun, the house is a mess, and it's not peaceful. You should leave now. Suddenly, she poured a bucket of cold water on him. Shiao Janjun felt upset, but wanted to stay with her longer. Su Qing'an and the others will hire a truck tomorrow to carry the old master's coffin. I'll go back with them. Su Yunqing disagreed. No, you must leave now. If people find out you came to see the wealthy family, your future will be ruined. Janjun, I hope you'll be safe. Shiao Janjun thought only of Su Yunqing's kindness. Looking at her slightly tired face, he made a firm decision. Yunqing, let's remarry. As long as we do, we can go back to our old life. I'll ask Su Yunqi and the commander. This will work. The commander and Su Yunqi cared a lot about their reputation and didn't want to be accused of ruining someone's marriage. As long as he was sincere, they would agree. Su Yunqing quietly looked at Shiao Janjun. He still wanted to marry her, even knowing she was no longer pure. Tears suddenly fell from her eyes. We can't go back. For some reason, her sad look made Shiao Janjun feel uneasy. He quickly hugged her and said, Yunqing, we can go back. As long as you want to be with me, I promise to treat you well. He truly liked Su Yunqing. During the blind date, he didn't dare to speak to her first. No one knew how happy he was to marry her. Su Yunqing cried and shook her head. I did something wrong, Janjun. I can't go back. When she started to flirt with Du Bowen for benefits, their marriage was already hopeless. Once a person has desires, it's hard to be satisfied with a simple, ordinary life. Moreover, she knew that Shiao Janjun couldn't fulfill her ambitions. Since it was impossible to turn back, she decided to keep that good memory in his heart. She made a firm decision and pushed him away. You should go, Janjun. Don't come back to me. Live your life well. Shiao Janjun disagreed, but couldn't resist Su Yunqing's cold face. In the end, he left with the fortune teller and returned to the town, planning to come back tomorrow morning. Winter days are short. Just after 4 o'clock, it started to get dark. The cold wind howled over the village. Occasionally, distant firecrackers sounded, making the Su family seem even lonelier. Su Yunqing calmly told Su Qing'an, Go to the town and buy a few blankets. It will be cold tonight, and you probably can't stand it. There were 3 blankets at home. One was for Su Ziyuan and Su Wenjing, which needed to be burned and taken away. Another was for Su Wenli and his wife. The last was for sister-in-law Zhuangzhuang and Su Yunqing. That night, everyone stayed up, wrapped in blankets in the yard. With only a few degrees of temperature and nothing to keep warm, people couldn't endure it. Su Qing'an frowned. Just thinking about her divorce from Shiao Janjun and still being involved made him uncomfortable. Su Yunqi was suspicious of Su Yunqing's warning. At this time, her brother shouldn't go out. Maybe there's a trap waiting for him outside. No need. Brother Chen has a blanket in the trunk. I don't need to buy one. When packing the dormitory, a thick blanket was placed in the space. She took it out at night, just right. Besides, she lacked nothing. She wanted to see what tricks Su Yunqing might play. With the current situation at home, sleeping was impossible. 4 people huddled under blankets, trying to get through the night. Tomorrow they would leave. Everything is prepared, said Ah Chang coldly, giving her a glance. Su Yunqing muttered and left. That evening, the Su family cooked corn porridge. Su Wenli came over to ask if they wanted some.
Su Jungsi refused.
She took beef jerky and cookies from the trunk of the car. The 4 of them ate to fill their stomachs and drank warm water they had boiled themselves. Meanwhile, sister-in-law Zhuang only took a few bites before rushing to the wall too. Seeing the coffin in the yard, everyone also lost their appetite. It was after 5 o'clock, and it was getting darker. The house had no electricity, so they lit candles. Zhuang, where did you go? Suddenly, the eldest sister-in-law shouted in panic. The village was not safe. 2 children had been kidnapped and sold before. The family was very careful, but they didn't expect that the old man, being busy with many people around, might have overlooked the children. Everyone hurriedly called out and searched inside and outside the house. Su Yunqi took out a few old-fashioned flashlights from the trunk of the car and handed them to everyone. At this moment, they ignored their differences. Finding the child was the most important thing. The house was small. Several people searched thoroughly, but couldn't find any trace of Zhuang. Su Wenli and Lin Xiaoshuang, crying and pleading, begged Su Qing'an. Qing'an, please, take people to find Zhuang. If something happens to him, our family will fall apart. It's all my fault. I didn't watch him carefully. Zhuang was definitely kidnapped. Qing'an, you and the others, hurry and drive to look for him. Nothing is more important than the child's life. The eldest sister-in-law cried even harder. Zhuang, where did you go? If something happens to you, how can Mom live? It's all Mom's fault. Su Qing'an, being a father himself, couldn't refuse. He immediately prepared to drive out and look for him. Su Yunqi's expression was cold. She looked at the person sneaking at the back and suddenly asked, Su Wenjing, is it you who did this? In her previous life, it was at this moment that Ye was tricked and sold by Su Wenjing. The family was in chaos, and her parents, brothers, and sisters-in-law were crying and blaming themselves with regret. His heart was so dark, children related by blood had become tools for making money. Was history repeating itself in this life? The one sold was Zhuang. Everyone in the yard was shocked and looked at Su Yunqi in disbelief. Su Wenli spoke up. Yunqi, don't talk nonsense. How could your third uncle do such a thing? Those who kidnap children are organized. Third brother Wenjing, though mischievous, would never sell his own child. Exactly. Don't falsely accuse anyone. At this point, there's no need for internal conflict. Lin Xiaoshuang was unhappy. She thought Su Yunqi was deliberately sowing discord. Just as her daughter said, her mind was truly malicious. Seeing no one was encouraging the others, Su Wenjing shouted, Everyone, go find the child quickly. Don't delay in saving Zhuang. Every minute counts. Su Wenli and his wife were anxious. Yunqi, stop causing trouble now. If we're late, we might not catch the traffickers. Yunqi remained firm and said sharply, with so many of us here and no one pretending to be a friend to trick us, Zhuang won't disappear quietly. Su Wenjing, I'll give you one more chance. Where exactly is Zhuang? By the candlelight, Su Wenjing's face looked fierce. No proof, just accusations. You don't want us to be happy, do you? First, you got Yunqing divorced and sent her away, and now you're blocking us from finding Zhuang. You're trying to turn me and my brother against each other. Since the old master passed away, you've been causing trouble for us. You're talking nonsense. We've been here the whole time, not moving at all. Qiang wanted to grab Su Wenjing's head and kick it like a ball. What a mess. Seeing the suspicious looks on his older brother's family, Su Wenjing added fuel to the fire. Just because you haven't moved doesn't mean no one outside is helping. If Zhuang was sold, that's bad enough. But I'm worried he might be hurt, cutting off his hands or feet, or thrown onto the street to beg. When Su Wenli heard that his grandson might be harmed, He was shocked and cried, covering his face. Zhuang is only 4 years old. Where did they take him in this cold weather? If something happens, I might as well prepare a coffin. I want to go with the old master. Lin Xiaoshuang and his sister-in-law also cried desperately. Who could do this to our child? Please, release Zhuang. If there's any grudge, come at us old folks. Yunqiang also said angrily, Yunqi, let's find Zhuang first. You've been delaying. What's your real plan? The Su Wenli family was like frightened birds, crying painfully. Yunqi knew for sure that someone among the people present knew the truth about who took Zhuang. They had set this trap to scheme against her. The old master is right here. Anyone who has done something wrong knows it. Do you dare swear to the heavens that no one else is involved? If someone has been deceived or knows any clues, tell the truth. I'll give 1,000 coins as a reward and I won't pursue it. If no one admits it, and when we find Zhuang and discover who is involved, then just wait for your punishment. Su Yunxi didn't know exactly what was going on, but instinctively she didn't want her brother to go out looking for Zhuang. It would be best if they could solve the problem with money. When mentioning their recently deceased father, Su Wenjing felt guilty and took a step back. 1,000 yuan used to be something he could spend in one night, but now it was a large sum. Seeing his hesitation, Su Qing'an angrily scolded him. Even now, you still won't tell the truth quickly. Su Wenjing denied it firmly. Don't try to blame me. If I had more time, I might have found Zhuang earlier. He refused to admit anything, and no one could get the truth out of him. If they forced him, he might get beaten up, but he would just turn around and accuse others. Since they couldn't get any answers and time was running out, Su Qing'an quickly discussed with his sister. Yunxi, Dunzi, and Ah Chong will stay with you. I'll take uncle and the others to look for him. Su Yunxi looked at the darkening night, like a wild animal hiding and waiting for the right moment, feeling strangely anxious. Brother, don't go. We shouldn't get involved in this mess. Yunxi, Zhuang is from the Su family. He's innocent. Su Qing'an couldn't agree with his sister. No matter what secrets there were, they had to find the child first. Zhuang was innocent. It was shocking that such a thing happened when their grandfather passed away. Even though Su Yunxi knew there was danger outside, she couldn't stop her brother. She could only whisper, Dunzi will go with you. Take a good knife, and be extra careful. Use it if necessary for self-defense. Never listen to Su Wenjing. He's suspicious. She had no solid proof, but she suspected both Su Wenjing and Su Yunqing. Su Qing'an nodded hurriedly, and with Dunzi, along with Su Wenli and Su Wenjing, they quickly drove out, holding flashlights to find the person. The candle flames in the yard flickered in the wind, casting uneven shadows, which looked a bit eerie. Lin Xiaoshuang and the eldest sister-in-law knelt in front of the slightly spooky coffin, crying and praying sincerely. Old master, please protect Zhuang and keep him safe. The eldest sister-in-law cried and vomited, exhausted from not eating much that night. Su Yunqing silently added paper money, staring into the fire pit, lost in thought. Her behavior was a bit strange. Su Yunqi didn't have time to think about it. Something unusual was happening in the village again. People with torches were coming this way. Old sister-in-law, something's wrong, Ah Chong said seriously. Seeing the approaching crowd looking aggressive, he knew it wasn't good news and quickly warned, should we climb over the wall and leave from the back? For men just left and the village started to move. Su Yunqi sensed something was wrong and looked at Su Yunqing, who was still pretending to be dead. They came prepared, so we can't escape. We need to adapt. She knew this trip wouldn't go smoothly, but she didn't expect it to be a trap. The village was far from the town, and they were like trapped in a jar, with no way out. A voice from afar grew closer. Villagers with sticks entered the yard. The leader was a thin man in his 40s, not tall, wearing a Zhongshan suit. Lin Xiaoshuang recognized him and hurried to greet him. Seeing him followed by 20 or 30 men, she felt hopeful and quickly asked for help. Secretary, my little grandson is missing. He's only 4 years old. Please bring some people to help find him. Secretary, who ignored her. Who is Su Yunqi? He glanced at the 5 people in the yard. 3 of them he recognized. The woman sitting by the fire must be Su Yunqi. I am. What's the matter? She was wearing a plain cotton jacket and pants, looking bulky and unable to see her figure. Her head was wrapped in a scarf, only her eyes showing. Secretary, who was disappointed, and his voice became stern. Someone reported that you have illegal items. Come with us to the team for questioning. Lin Xiaoshuang was stunned. She quickly tried to clear her name. Secretary, Su Yunxi has nothing to do with illegal items. If you want to arrest someone, just take her. While Su Qing'an took people to find her grandson, she cared only for herself. She didn't want to clarify, and she could pretend to be dead. But she secretly hoped Su Yunxi would get into trouble. That's something a person would do. A Chang kicked over Lin Xiaoshuang, who was a traitor. The villagers across the way looked on recklessly, which angered him. He stepped in front of his sister-in-law. Who reported this? Does that secretary think he's a big shot? Try moving today and see what happens. I've got a knife in my hand that's not afraid of anything. The villagers were ignorant and brave, not afraid of knives. We have more people. You're just one person. How can you protect that woman? Listen to the secretary or you'll suffer. Having a knife isn't impressive. One stick from each of us can send you to. Hand over the person, or we'll beat you to death and feed you to the wolves in the mountains. Secretary who, my husband is a lieutenant colonel in the Flying Eagle Squadron of Beijing Air Force. If something happens to me, all of you could be executed. Are you sure you want to take me away? Her voice was clear and sweet, but her words carried a strong impact. To Secretary Hu and others, a lieutenant colonel from Beijing Air Force was an unreachable figure. Just a stomp could crush them, so they hesitated. Don't listen to my cousin who's nonsense. She's out there acting as a mistress, has lots of money, and if we don't question her properly, how will we find out where the money is? Su Yunqing suddenly stood up, yanked off Su Yunxi's scarf, revealing her beautiful face. Even in the dark night, her stunning appearance was hard to hide. Not only villagers, but even Secretary, who couldn't help but be captivated. The village was very poor, and when they heard Su Yunqing's cousin had money and arrived in a luxury car, greed arose. A little provocation could stir up trouble. Before Ah Chang made a move, Su Yunxi had already slapped Su Yunqing several times. This troublemaker wanted to cause chaos when their grandfather died. It was hard to say whether Zhuang's disappearance wasn't her doing. Did you conspire with them to take Zhuang away? Where is he? Su Yunqing, if you have no morals, that's one thing, but you even have no conscience. He's your nephew. How can you use him like that? You're utterly heartless and unworthy of being human. Lin Xiaoshuang and her daughter-in-law listened in confusion, subconsciously doubting. They suspected Su Yunxi was either Lai Wenjing or Lai Yunqing, and things were getting more and more chaotic. Yunxi, let Yunqing go. Let's talk nicely. How come Yunqing took Zhuang away? It wasn't me. Su Yunxi did something terrible. She's just looking for scapegoats. Su Yunqing strongly denied it. No one wanted to carry such a crime. She fought off her cousin's slap while desperately urging the villagers to attack her. Secretary, what are you waiting for? Arrest them. Su Yunxi has plenty of money. As long as you catch her, you'll enjoy endless wealth and honor. With the money, you can live freely wherever you go. Besides, she's more playful than me. She can entertain several men at once, and she'll make you feel like you're in heaven. She wanted to make Su Yunxi experience what it was like to be with disgusting men. It was Su Yunxi who caused her downfall. Here she was, dragged away and assaulted by a bunch of scoundrels, forced into slavery, unable to resist. All those suffocating feelings turned into hatred for Su Yunxi. She wanted Su Yunxi to beg for life, but be unable to die. The villagers greed and were suddenly stirred. Secretary, forget about whether they tell the truth or lie. Just arrest everyone and let us see how tempting the city girl really is. Yeah, this girl is so pure. Her body must be softer than Su Yunqing's. Maybe she's a rich man's mistress. We want both the person and the money. Ah Qiang was furious and punched Su Yunxi, causing her to fall to the ground. The pain spread through her, making her suffer terribly. Anyone who tries to move forward, I will cut them. Under the dark night sky, a sharp blade glinted coldly, showing a life-or-death resolve. Su Yunxi quickly took out a letter of introduction. Look carefully, it's stamped with the Guangzhou military district seal. My grandfather is a military commander. If you dare to hurt me, think about the consequences. Do you want to turn all your ancestors into outlaws? The official seal was clear. Secretary, who regretted trusting Su Yunxi's words, which claimed her cousin was a spoiled rich girl, easy to harm. Now he realized Su Yunxi must have an important identity. Once they made a move, escaping alive would be very difficult. Secretary, who, we came to see my grandfather. We mean no harm. When we go back, I'll mention it to my grandfather. Moving you to the town's official position is just a matter of a word. Don't be fooled or make mistakes. At his age, being only a secretary showed he had little background or connections. Su Yunxi targeted his weakness, making him hesitate. Seeing whose secretary waver, Su Yunxi hated Su Yunxi even more. She endured the pain on her cheek and shouted with all her strength, Secretary who, once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Your people are waiting on the road to block Su Qing'an's car. Maybe they've already succeeded. Are you sure you want to let Su Yunxi go? If she escapes and gets help, it will be your downfall. Just do it all at once. Tie up the siblings, question where the treasure is. Even if she refuses to talk, dismantling the car and selling the parts will give you enough for 10 or 20 years of comfort. Besides, the cellar is already dug. Throw them in and do whatever you want. No one will find out if everyone stays silent. After a few years, they'll be gone without a trace. There are only 2 of them. Why be afraid? Fight hard. With money and women, you can rise quickly. You won't earn that much in a lifetime of hard work. Su Yunqing's mind was clear, planning to have secretary who lead the villagers and others to fight among themselves so that her most hated enemies would die. After weighing the options, Secretary Hu and the villagers decided they wanted both money and people. If something went wrong, they would let the Su family take the blame. Su Yunxi felt cold all over. She realized that Su Yunqing had planned everything long ago to make sure her brother and sister never returned. She set a trap, ambushing her brother and digging a cellar to trap them. Su Yunqing truly wanted them to die.
How evil can people be?
They ignore the law, treat human life as worthless, and see family bonds as nothing. Scenes from her past and present flashed through her mind. Suddenly, she felt hatred. Why had she been soft-hearted? Su Yunqing shouldn't have been released. She should have been kept in prison to suffer every day until she died. Su Yunqing, do you regret what you've done to get here? Su Yunqing knew secretary who had made his choice. She looked at her shocked cousin with a sneer, feeling proud and overconfident. Yunxi, haven't you heard? Good people don't live long, and troublemakers cause problems for generations. You're foolish to keep trusting human nature. If you don't root out evil completely, you'll end up destroying yourself. Could she regret? Maybe. But it was too late to turn back. The villagers' eyes flashed with anger. They raised sticks and moved closer, tension filling the air. Thinking that something might have happened to her brother, Su Yunxi didn't hesitate. She suddenly pulled out a gun and fired, her face cold. Anyone who moves again, I will send to. She had expected Su Yunqing might retaliate. How could she not be prepared? She borrowed a gun from her grandfather's guard, ready for any danger. Everyone knew how deadly a gun could be. Secretary Hu and the villagers' faces turned to shock instantly. They never expected Su Yunxi to have a gun. The hope of pushing her cousin into despair was shattered. Su Yunqing looked incredulous, shouting wildly, "The gun is fake." Don't believe it. The villagers dared not step forward. No matter how Su Yunqing urged them, no one wanted to be the first to act. Su Yunxi's identification proved her military status was real, so the gun couldn't be fake. After all, life is precious. Who isn't afraid of death? Since you say the gun is fake, why don't you try it on everyone? Su Yunxi grabbed Su Yunqing, pressing the gun to her head. The cold touch was near her temple. Life and death hung by a thread. She could clearly hear Su Yunqing's teeth chattering as she trembled. Yunxi, don't be impulsive. I was wrong, Yunxi. I won't oppose you anymore. Su Yunqing used her old tricks, showing a frightened expression that revealed her true feelings. She knew her younger cousin was honest and kind. She only threatened her to scare her, never actually intending to do harm. Yunqi no longer remembered how many times Yunqing had begged her. Inside, she felt anger and hatred. They could live peacefully without interfering with each other, so why did they have to put their brother and sister in danger? Lin Xiaoshuang was so scared she collapsed to the ground and knelt, begging. Yunqi, you can't be impulsive. Yunqing was also forced. These cruel people bully us every day. After playing with your older sister-in-law, they start to bother Yunqing. She doesn't want to hurt you. She was probably influenced by them. If you have any grudges, take it out on them. Hearing this, Yunqi was shocked. She looked at the ugly, dirty villagers, some with wrinkles and in their 50s or 60s, who had long bullied her older sister-in-law and Yunqing. She felt disgusted and her body stiffened. Yunqing also found her way to beg. Yunqi, it's them. They beat up our grandfather and caused him to cough blood. He shouldn't have died so early. It's all these cruel people, tormenting me day and night. If I didn't tell them how to save ourselves, they would have killed the rest of our family. Yunqi shot a look, and Aqiang immediately rushed over, grabbing Secretary Hu's clothes and pulling him over. He punched him hard, breaking his front teeth and knocking him to the ground. Secretary Hu's mouth was full of blood. He wailed in pain, sweating coldly. He quickly knelt and told the truth. Comrade Su, you can't believe Yunqing. Someone is sending medicine to her family. They never give it to old Master Su. Instead, they sell it on the black market for money, exchange it for food, and ignore whether old master lives or dies. He was starved and exhausted, and that's why he died. They are the real killers. Yunqing hated them so much, she wanted to tear them apart. If you hadn't beaten up our grandfather, he wouldn't have coughed blood. The medicine was taken and sold because of you. You're the ones who caused his death. Lin Xiaoshuang also agreed. Yunqi, these organized criminals have harmed the village's young people and our family. Even if Yunqing wasn't involved, they wouldn't leave you alone. You must avenge our grandfather. Yunqi never expected such dark secrets. Her grandfather's coffin was right here, yet these killers kept blaming each other. It's all Secretary Hu's fault. The villagers' bad actions were exposed in front of everyone. They were afraid of Su Yunqi's revenge and hurriedly tried to run away. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Everyone froze. No one doubted the gun's truth anymore. They felt as if their feet were rooted to the ground and dared not move. The woman's sharp scream echoed in the night sky. The harsh sound made the villagers even more afraid. They didn't dare look up, fearing they might be the next to be shot. Everyone kneel by the coffin and confess. No one is allowed to leave without my permission. Su Yunqi's voice sounded like a deadly song. The villagers were terrified and could only obey. Inside, they hated Su Yunqing for stirring them up to provoke such a cruel woman. They regretted it deeply. The gunshot was fired into the air and did not hurt anyone. The eldest sister-in-law fainted from fright and fell onto Lin Xiaoshuang, who looked stunned. Su Yunqi found a bundle of ropes. Aqiang, tie them all up. Aqiang also hated their evil deeds. For each person he would give them a good beating. If they resisted, he would stab their arms or legs. As long as they didn't die, it was fine. The yard was filled with screams and crying. Blood flowed everywhere. No one in the village dared to come out and watch. Su Yunqing felt both relieved and scared. She realized again that her cousin's methods might be impossible to fight against forever. After making sure everyone was and no longer a threat, Su Yunqi turned to look at Su Yunqing and Secretary Hu. Tell me, what is your plan? Su Yunqing rolled up her sleeves. Her skin was bruised and purple, showing no healthy flesh. She accused the village's evil people. Yunqi, I was forced. They previously mistreated and even killed some young people. They warned me that if I didn't get money, they would torture me to death. Within 3 months, she looked like a withered flower, quickly dried out and damaged. Lin Xiaoshuang also spoke. Yunqi, our old Su family has been bullied like this. You must avenge the old man, or he won't be able to rest in peace after he dies. Secretary who is nervous and trembling, his teeth chattering painfully with every word. Comrade Su, it was all Su Yunqing's bad idea. She told Su Wenjing to hide Zhuangzhuang for us, then set traps at various crossroads. When the car from the Su family went out to find someone, the ambush was ready. They caught them all. He continued, "Meanwhile, I led people to catch you and lock you in the cellar to force out the location of the treasure. If it weren't for her instigating us, we'd still be happily celebrating the new year at home. Whether it is Secretary Hu or the villagers, everyone now hates Su Yunqing deeply. If it weren't for this troublemaker, they wouldn't be in such a terrible situation." Seeing that Secretary Hu doesn't seem to be lying, Lin Xiaoshuang suddenly wakes up and pulls her daughter to ask, "Yunqing, is what they said true?" Seeing her daughter's hesitant attitude, Lin Xiaoshuang immediately realizes that her grandson is truly part of her daughter's plan. "Are you crazy? Zhuangzhuang is your nephew. How could you do such a thing?" Su Yunqing casually replies, "I was forced by them. Besides, I just used Zhuangzhuang to lure Su Qing'an out. Nothing will happen. This isn't about whether there's trouble or not. You risked your family for this. Don't you know what kind of people they are? The children lost in the village before were sold by them. How dare you hand Zhuangzhuang over to them?" Lin Xiaoshuang is so anxious, she almost faints. She quickly pleads with Su Yunqi, "Yunqi, please save Zhuangzhuang. He's the only child in the Su family." Su Yunqi is also worried about her brother's situation. With traitor Su Wenjing around, things are probably going badly. After thinking for a moment, she says to Secretary Hu, "I'll give you a chance to make amends. Go handle the car interception now and release my brother and Zhuangzhuang. Don't play tricks on me. If anything happens to any of them, you'll pay the price. I have ways to make your life worse than death." "Yes, Comrade Su, rest assured." Secretary Hu agrees eagerly and runs out of the yard as if fleeing, even losing one shoe without caring. Qiang frowns and says, "Big sister-in-law, is it okay to just let him go? Should I go with him and keep an eye on things?" He looks conflicted. No one in the yard is at ease. He's worried that Su Yunqing and her daughter might be up to something, and also that Secretary Hu might betray them, using Su Qing'an and others as pawns, bringing more people to attack. No need to worry about him. Just wait and see what happens. Su Yunqi considers that keeping Secretary Hu here would limit his ability to act. The villagers outside don't know the full situation and have no restraint. They might recklessly hurt the Su family. Secretary Hu, after being reprimanded, understands their background and realizes that harming her brother won't lead to a good outcome. He won't act rashly outside and might help ease the situation. What he will do exactly, Su Yunqi isn't sure. She has a gun in her hand and believes the other side knows how important life and death are. Chang also feels he cannot leave the yard, as unexpected events might happen and cause more trouble. He continues to watch the villagers cry, and if anyone isn't crying, he gives them a few slaps. Lin Xiaoshuang is worried inside, crying and blaming her daughter, ignoring her grandson's safety. "Yunqing, what did we do wrong that makes you risk Zhuangzhuang? Even if they forced you, you should think about our feelings. Mom, it's already like this. Please say less." Su Yunqing's cheeks are swollen from being hit. She gives up and keeps kneeling in front of the coffin, burning paper money. Her cousin won't let anyone go easily, and she and Su Wenjing are in danger too. Both mother and daughter have their own plans. Su Yunqi tries to help her unconscious sister-in-law into the house. She is weak and can lift her alone, but when she touches her belly, she is surprised. Is she pregnant? Lin Xiaoshuang's crying suddenly stops, her face full of disbelief. No way, how could she be pregnant? She quickly crawls over, touches her daughter-in-law's belly. The small bump shows the baby is at least 3 months along. Because it's winter and she wears many clothes, it's hard to see, so no one knew. No wonder she often feels nauseous and throws up. Pregnancy means this child might be from the group of animals in front of her, like a bolt from the blue. Yunqi helped think of a way. This illegitimate child must not stay. If Grandpa finds out, and we cause such shame, the Su family will lose face. Lin Xiaoshuang is at a loss and thinks they must not keep the baby. Su Yunqi doesn't care about this trouble. You handle it yourselves. Lin Qiushuang quickly discusses with her daughter. If Yunqi hadn't found out, we wouldn't have known that your sister-in-law was hiding things from us. Yunqing, your sister-in-law has become a disgrace. This illegitimate child will ruin your brother's reputation. When your dad comes back, you must divorce her. Su Yunqi ignores their rambling. Anyway, the Su Wenli and Su Wenjing families are already rotten, so any solution is not surprising. Before she knew it, it was 11 o'clock. The weather was cold, and villagers huddled together to keep warm, crying rhythmically. An hour after Secretary Hu left, Ah Chang couldn't help but feel anxious. He questioned the villagers again and learned that about 30 people had intercepted the car. He didn't think it was a big threat. But Su Wenli and Su Wenjing are useless. Su Qing'an can fight 2 or 3, but Dunzi is under a lot of pressure. Now I understand why Su Yunqing hurriedly took Shiao Janjun away earlier. She didn't want him involved in these messy affairs since as a soldier, he could at least help a little. No matter how anxious Ah Chang is, he has to keep waiting. Su Yunqi sat inside, watching the dim candlelight, knowing things might be worse than expected. Lin Qiushuang, do you want to save Zhuang? Hearing this suddenly, Lin Qiushuang was panic-stricken. She quickly said, Yunqi, of course I want to save them. Is Secretary Hu not coming back? Will Zhuang and your uncle be in danger? Su Yunqing looked at her serious face and sneered. What could happen? Yunqi has a gun. They should be too scared to come. Su Yunqi looked at her like she was an idiot. If the villagers are greedy and untrustworthy, and they attack during the car check, all 4 of them could get hurt or even die. Can you guarantee that your uncle won't be in danger? When it comes to their own interests, no one can stay calm. Lin Qiushuang thought about the possibility of her husband being harmed and angrily hit Su Yunqing twice. Yunqing, you've harmed Zhuang and also hurt your father. Do you want our family to be destroyed? You're risking everyone just to deal with Yunqi. Are you that stupid? Su Yunqing hated her so much she wanted to argue, but she couldn't. The villagers were cruel and savage. Even educated youth dared to kill. She couldn't guarantee her father wouldn't be harmed. Especially as time passed second by second, that unknown fear made her feel cold inside. It's already like this. Even if you kill me, it won't help. Su Yunqi saw that Lin Qiushuang's emotions were genuine and continued. If Secretary Hu and the others threaten us with a knife at Zhuang's neck, I won't just stand by and watch the child get hurt. That would put us in a very passive position. Guns aren't really useful here. Even if Yunqi plans to betray them and turn against them, she will be punished or caught, and she won't have a good ending. In short, if we don't come up with a plan, we will all die. I'm not joking. Lin Qiushuang and her daughter immediately turned pale with fear. They knew well how cruel these villagers could be. If the villagers gained the upper hand, it would be their death sentence. Yunqi, you must think of a way quickly. We can't let them catch us, and we must rescue Zhuang and your uncle as soon as possible. When Lin Qiushuang thought about her husband and grandson suffering, tears fell uncontrollably. After the Su family was sent away, they lost contact with their son. Their child was their only source of hope. If Zhuang got into trouble, she felt she couldn't go on living. Su Yunqing remembered Secretary Hu's harsh hatred towards her. She shivered and softened. Yunqi, let's put our grudges aside for now. We need to unite and work together against Secretary Hu. These men are animals. They could really kill someone. Seeing that Yunqi was catching her breath, she quickly said, just tell me what to do, Yunqi. As long as it can save Zhuang, I'm willing to risk everything. You don't need to risk your life. Yunqi looked at Su Yunqing, feeling uneasy. She suspected her cousin wanted her to take a risk. Yunqi, I made a stupid mistake. Are you okay? You're not planning to get back at me, are you? She thought that if she didn't succeed, it was as if it never happened. This kind of denial made Yunqi speechless. Now was not the time for arguments. She calmed herself and focused on the main plan. Let's change clothes. You wear a scarf and pretend to be me sitting outside. They'll think you have a gun and won't dare to act rashly. This meant she would act as a decoy. Yunqing immediately refused. No way. Secretary who will see you as the biggest enemy and want to get rid of you quickly. Do you think I'll just sit there and wait to die? Yunshi coldly said, if you don't pretend to be me, secretary who will catch us. The first thing he'll do is kill you. Yunqing had no more words. She knew that hiding was a dead end. Do as Yunshi says. I'll stay nearby to help and make sure Yunqing doesn't mess up. At this moment, Lin Xiaoshuang took some action. Her only goal was to save her husband and grandson, so she thought it was worth risking her daughter's safety. The three of them quickly discussed and called Ah Chang to explain the situation. Everything went according to plan. Yunqing changed into her cousin's padded coat and pants, thinking to herself how comfortable it was. It kept her warm, and with a scarf covering most of her face, she looked about 80 to 90% like her cousin. Yunshi put on warm clothes and a clean outfit of Yunqing's, tying a torn scarf around her neck. They all stepped out of the house and took their positions in front of the coffin. Understanding the importance of the situation, even if Yunqing was unwilling to cooperate, Lin Xiaoshuang kept a close watch on her, determined not to make any mistakes. It was past midnight, and the sobbing in the yard grew louder, making the place seem even more eerie and frightening. The villagers were unable to move, their limbs numb and almost freezing, hoping others would come to save them. Amid their prayers, Su Wenjing sneaked into the yard, looking sneaky. His face was bruised, and he had a limp. Stop right there. Why are you back alone? Where are the others? Ah Qiang was furious, annoyed to see this scoundrel who had taken Zhuang and refused to admit it. Su Wenjing trembled and said, Yunshi, please let these people go, or secretary who will hurt your brother. When the villagers heard that secretary who had control over the Su family, they suddenly felt hopeful. But because Yunshi had a knife and gun, they didn't dare to cause trouble, and their crying quieted down a bit. Hearing Su Wenjing's words and thinking about their own family situation, Lin Xiaoshuang was so scared she couldn't stand steadily. Where are your older brother and Zhuang? What happened to them?
Su Wenjing stayed silent.
Yunshi gave him a look, and Ah Qiang rushed forward to punch and kick him. Su Wenjing cried out in pain. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. They're fine. Yunshi, standing behind Su Yunqing, spoke, come inside. Su Wenjing was thrown into the house, tightly. Ah Qiang stood at the door, watching the villagers outside. Su Wenjing looked at his two nieces' outfits and hesitated, feeling anxious about their purpose for coming back. Lin Xiaoshuang couldn't hold back anymore and slapped Su Wenjing. We've treated you well. What have we done to deserve this? You're worse than animals, stealing Zhuang and causing your brother to be taken by those people. Su Wenjing, tightly bound and beaten again, was full of resentment. He shouted loudly, Sister-in-law, blame it all on Yunqing. I believed her lies. She said the family's treasures were taken by Yunshi, set a trap, and used Secretary Hu and others to force Yunshi to hand over the money. Everyone would get a share. I was blinded by greed and agreed. The facts are clear and undeniable. Third uncle, I'm just discussing with you. You said we should use Zhuang as bait to make Su Qing'an and his sister relax their guard. You also came up with a plan to trick Su Qing'an into driving to the ambush spot, stabbing them in the back. Su Wenjing didn't hold back and exposed Su Yunqing's malicious thoughts. Yunqing, in the end, it's all your fault. You're always jealous of Yushi and want to ruin her. You want to lock her in a dark cellar and let her be tortured until she dies. Lin Xiaoshuang was worried that Su Yushi might get angry. In her anger, she pulled out a gun and threatened to shoot. She quickly said, Yunqing has already realized her mistake. You are the one who is unforgivable. You tricked Qing'an and the others. The old master just died, and now you're harming the men in the family. Wenjing, you're truly heartless. Everyone started blaming each other. Ah Qiang thought about the possible harm Dunzi might face and wished he could cut everyone to make them pay for their actions. Enough, now is not the time to argue about this. Su Yushi stopped their pointless fighting. Su Wenjing, are you trying to make us suspect each other on purpose, so Secretary Hu and his people have a chance to act? Lin Xiaoshuang realized what was happening and slapped Su Wenjing again. The villagers are a bunch of animals. They bullied Guixiang and Yunqing. Don't you, as the third uncle, know how bad they are? They even tricked your older brothers. Now you come back to cause trouble and turn us against each other. Do you really want to destroy all the Su family members? Su Wenjing saw that things weren't going well and brought up a difficult problem. Secretary who said that if they handed over Yuxi, he would let everyone go. Not only would big brother Zhuang, Qing'an, and Dunzi be safe, but everyone else would be fine too. But if they refused, he threatened to cut off their hands and feet one by one until they agreed. Secretary who knew he was useless and that threatening the Su family wouldn't work. So, he simply sent someone back to deliver the message. Lin Xiaoshuang's movements paused. No one valued the safety of her husband and grandson more than she did, and she began to feel resentful. Yunxi, you shouldn't have let Secretary Hu go. Now he's teamed up with the villagers and will surely seek revenge. We can't just watch our family get hurt. You have a gun, so even if you go to Secretary Hu, you can. Chong suddenly kicked her to the ground. Stop talking such stupid things. Right now, we're all alive because my sister-in-law is kind-hearted. Otherwise, he wouldn't need Secretary Hu's people to act. He would have killed them himself. Su Yunxi didn't bother to explain. She knew that letting Secretary Hu go meant she wouldn't dare to arrest the kidnapped people. Seeing that persuading Su Yunxi was hopeless, Lin Xiaoshuang started crying. Suddenly, she had an idea. She crawled over and hugged her daughter, saying, Yunqing, you're wearing Yunxi's clothes. You can pretend to be her. Please go and get Banzwang and the others back. If not, they might cut off their hands or feet, and your dad and the others won't survive. Su Yunqing sneered, looking at Lin Xiaoshuang with a look of reluctant anger. Regarding Banzwang, I've also become a discarded. When Secretary Hu exposed her, she saw no way out. Lin Xiaoshuang knew this, but was willing to let her be the scapegoat. No matter how well she spoke, in life and death situations, people's true nature is revealed. In their eyes, she is just a fallen woman. Dying would be fitting, and the shame of the Su family would be buried with her.
Why?
When I was demoted, what was the situation at home? We had no food, and it was because I slept with those beasts that your lives improved. Now, you're killing the donkey after the mill, abandoning your own daughter, and not caring about her life or death. Faced with her daughter's aggressive words, Lin Xiaoshuang felt some pain. She was torn between her husband and grandson on one side, and her worthless daughter on the other. Yunqing, this has all happened because of you. Your dad and Banzwang are suffering because of you and Wenjing. Shouldn't you atone for this? Su Yunxi was overwhelmed. Enough, stop arguing, both of you. No matter who goes, they can't bring them back. Even if I trade myself, Secretary who will just take the gun and arrest us all again. He won't let the secret leak out. Killing to cover up the truth is inevitable, including you, Wenjing. Sending Yunqing will only make things worse and serve no purpose. You need to understand clearly that working with that ruthless party secretary who eats people without leaving bones will bring no benefits. Even if you follow their instructions, the outcome will not be good. The argument in the room gradually quieted down. After carefully thinking about Su Yunxi's words, it seemed quite reasonable. The crimes of party secretary Hu and his people would eventually be exposed, and they could not escape legal punishment. They would not let the Su family leave the village alive. Even if Yunxi went to exchange herself, it would be a pointless sacrifice. Lin Xiaoshuang was panicked and could only continue to ask nervously, Yunxi, what should we do now? Su Yunxi looked at Su Wenjing, whose face was purple and swollen, and said, Su Wenjing, party secretary who won't let any member of the Su family go. If you are indecisive, both sides will see you as a threat, and you will only end up worse. Su Wenjing hesitated, caught between the pressure and temptation from Hu and others and Yunxi's sharp gaze. He was in a difficult position and started to negotiate. Yunxi, since we are stuck here now, we have to live here in the future. Offending the villagers is a dead end. He was worried that even if he sided with Yunxi, without safety, the ending would be the same. Yunxi laughed at his poor judgment. You're just a. Do you have the right to choose? Clarify the situation on their side. It's just a way to redeem your mistakes. Otherwise, if anything happens to any of them, rest assured, you won't be able to keep your hands and feet safe. Seeing Ah Chong at the door, holding a knife with a fierce face. Yunshi knew she wasn't joking. Her heart sank immediately. The main reason was that she had a gun, and even party secretary, who didn't dare to negotiate with her. Where did he get the confidence to deceive everyone and think he could walk away unscathed? Then you can't let me go to jail. My grandfather just died, and if more people in the Su family die, our ancestors will be uneasy. He also brought up the Su family's strict rules against mutual killing, using them to restrain others, but when he made mistakes, he acted as if they didn't exist. Double standards. Yunshi had already given him a chance. If he didn't cherish it and couldn't bear the consequences, he was trying to use morality to pressure her. You tricked Zhuang away. Ask Su Wenli and his wife if they would forgive you. Lin Xiaoshuang, thinking of her grandson's suffering and her husband possibly being harmed, was furious and made a harsh threat. Su Wenjing, if you don't tell us what's going on with party secretary Hu, and if my brothers and I suffer any harm, I will die with you. None of us will survive. Su Wenjing clenched her teeth and had to talk about what happened after they drove out to find the children. Dunzi drove along the dirt road looking for them. No matter which intersection they reached, secretary who had set traps. When the car had a flat tire and people got out to check, they would rush in. I was caught along with my older brother. Dunzi and Cheng'en fought back with knives, injuring some villagers. But they had many people, caught Cheng'en and threatened Dunzi. Everyone was captured. They wanted to kill Dunzi to vent their anger. Secretary who ran over, covered in blood, to stop them. I don't know how they negotiated, but he beat me up and told me to come back and stir up trouble among you, and to mention the plan to replace Yunshi. Now, they are hiding in the mountain valley outside the village, waiting for you to walk into their trap.
So Jungsi paused slightly.
Releasing secretary who is worth it, at least to save Dunzi's life. It's almost 2 a.m. now. In 3 or 4 hours after dawn, things will start to get better. Secretary Hu and his people know that they are unfamiliar with the area. At night, they are at a disadvantage. He will want to finish the matter with the Su family quickly. If they don't come up with a plan now, Secretary Hu might act rashly and do something harmful. Su Yunqing, hearing her cousin call her, Su Yunqing instinctively felt something was wrong. She focused on protecting herself. You have a gun. They won't dare to come. Who's foolish enough to walk right into their trap? We should hold on. When Janjun and the Yin-Yang master arrive, Secretary Hu won't dare to act openly and do evil. Su Yunqing also thought about this. If they waited until morning, Shiao Janjun and the Yin-Yang master would hire people to carry the coffin, and things might turn around. Lin Xiaoshuang couldn't wait. If her husband or grandson really got their hands cut off, they wouldn't survive. We can't wait, Yunshi. Secretary who is ruthless and cruel, capable of killing. You need to think of a way to save them. I will definitely cooperate. Her cooperation was useless. Su Yunshi called Su Yunqing into a room alone and directly shared her plan. Yunqing, you pretend to be me and go negotiate. I will support you from behind, catching them off guard. Yunqing immediately snapped. Yunshi, I know you want me to die.
Why?
What did I do to you? He Yuchen wants to kill me, forcing me to leave Guangzhou. I only want to hurt you to get revenge. You made me end up in such a wicked place, turning me into a real disgrace. Are you satisfied? Do you know how I have spent the past 3 months? Every day, I was forced to stay in the beds of disgusting men, often tortured so badly I couldn't walk, and I thought about death many times to escape. But I refused to give up, Yunshi. I am only 20 years old, just starting my life. You want me to sacrifice my life now? That's impossible. Su Yunshi didn't expect things to turn out like this, nor did she intentionally hurt Su Yunqing's feelings. She couldn't bring herself to be cruel enough to push her to die. Su Yunqing, if you don't help, and secretary who brings me down, you won't have a good ending either. This is the graveyard of the Su family. Su Yunqing isn't willing to sacrifice herself to help others, but she knows her cousin is right. Secretary who wants her dead first. She shivered at the thought. Yunshi, Su Wenjing has no choice. I have no choice. If you can't let me go, I won't help. I'd rather die any way I can. She decided to take a gamble, betting on her cousin's guilty conscience. Su Qing'an and Dunzi were the first to be at risk, always in danger. Time was running out. After thinking carefully, Su Yunqi decided to agree. Fine, I won't pursue this matter. She wouldn't pursue it, but Su Wenli and her wife grew distant from their daughter. Everyone has to pay for their mistakes. Su Yunqing finally escaped danger. Her family only said a few harmless words. Since her cousin wouldn't press charges, she wouldn't go to jail. There was still hope in life. They briefly cooperated, but as soon as they stepped outside, they heard the eldest sister-in-law crying and Lin Xiaoshuang cursing loudly. You shameless, wicked woman. Getting pregnant with A and trying to hide it? Having you as a mother is a disgrace to Zhuangzhuang. The Su family will never keep you. Once we settle the family matters, I'll divorce you. The eldest sister-in-law cried and begged, Mom, please don't kick me out. Where can I go after leaving this house? You're forcing me to die. Yunqing, uncle, please help me. Don't kick me out. The urgent matter was overshadowed by this chaos. Su Yunqi felt a headache coming on. If the backyard caught fire, it would be trouble. She took sleeping pills and asked Aqiang to give some to the villagers to make them pass out, so there wouldn't be any trouble before dawn. But Su Yunqing threw out a shocking bomb. Uncle, the baby your wife is carrying might be yours. This explosive news stunned Lin Xiaoshuang, and Su Yunqi also found it hard to accept. Over the past 6 months, how did the Su Wenli family manage to turn life into such chaos? It kept shattering her worldview. Your daughter-in-law actually slept with your younger brother-in-law? And she ended up pregnant. Lin Xiaoshuang felt a bit dizzy and instinctively denied, Yunqing, don't get involved in this. It's impossible. Older sister-in-law, if you don't tell the truth now, Mom will kick you out of the house. Third uncle won't stand up for you. Su Yunqing's words had a suggestive tone, but Su Yunqi understood her true intention, to force Su Wenjing to side with them. If this child wasn't Wenjing's, Ho Hot would be driven out of the Su family to fend for herself. For her own benefit, she had to make Wenjing admit it. Summoning her courage, she said, Yes, it's third uncle's. Wenjing looked indifferent. You've slept with so many people, who knows whose child it is? He had been around women for years and suddenly let go of restraint. He initially wanted to flirt with the village girls and young wives, but none of them were worth mentioning. Since Secretary, who had taken Ho Hot out a few times, he also developed some interest. He tricked her outside in the fields, half pushed, half pulled, secretly, and did many things with her. Sleeping with her was just to satisfy physical needs. Taking responsibility was impossible. This could be hidden from others, but not from Su Yunqing, who knew about men and women's affairs. Ho Hot saw Wenjing's attitude and felt very painful, but decided to be brave. You promised to treat me well, so I slept with you. Don't try to deny it. Lin Xiaoshuang couldn't bear the shock and suddenly jumped up, trembling as she pointed at her daughter-in-law and Wenjing, looking like she was about to faint. How can you do such shameful things? It's a sin. Do you want to make the old master so angry he jumps out of his coffin? Our family is so unlucky to have such adulterers. Ho Hot covered her face, crying with shame. Mom, I was also deceived by Wenjing's sweet words. Anyway, this child belongs to the Su family. You can't drive me away. The old master wouldn't agree either. Don't try to blame me. Maybe her father is outside kneeling among the crowd. Older sister-in-law, you'd better kick her out quickly, so she doesn't stay in the family. Wenjing's true nature as a scoundrel was exposed. All his sweet talk was just for pleasure. After satisfying himself, women became trouble, and he wanted to kick them away. Su Yunqing knew men's nature too well. As long as the older sister-in-law believed this matter, Wenjing wouldn't have any room to argue. Third uncle, if you don't take responsibility, the Red Guards will investigate. You could be mistaken for a troublemaker and taken away, possibly facing the death penalty. Su Wenjing suddenly felt nervous and angry. He said, Yunqing, you encouraged me to hurt Yunqi, and now you're encouraging Guahua to hurt me. Our good family has become so chaotic because of you. Uncle, you're talking nonsense. I didn't force you to sleep with the eldest sister-in-law. When the Red Guard investigates, I will testify for her. It's you who bullied her. Yunqing's words made Su Wenjing furious, but he had to hold back. What do you really want? As long as uncle cooperates to bring down secretary, Yunqi will help you solve these problems. At least you won't die. Yunqing tied Su Wenjing to her plan. He had to cooperate, or else he would be sent to prison for being a troublemaker. Anyway, it didn't matter who died. She just wanted to stay alive. But to solve the problem, her younger sister needed to come. Yunqi watched the chaos unfold. The villagers in the yard had been knocked down and started to do the next steps. Su Wenjing, if you don't cooperate with us, you won't be buried in the ancestral grave of the Su family. Her words were harsh. Su Wenjing was very superstitious and afraid of threats. Under double pressure, he finally promised to cooperate. Yunqi told Lin Xiaoshuang and the eldest sister-in-law to hide at home. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to help and might even slow her down. Everything was ready. Aqiang grabbed Su Wenjing, who had been untied, and let him out. Yunqi and Yunqing had to act like sisters, walking arm in arm. They were wary of each other playing tricks, but also afraid of fleeing at the last moment. No matter how uncomfortable they felt inside, they had to toughen up and go on. After Su Wenjing left the village, they carefully followed the dirt road for about 10 minutes until they saw the broken-down car. Around them, 20 or 30 villagers held flashlights and sticks. When the 4 of them appeared, the villagers immediately became alert. They were afraid because Yunqi had a gun and didn't dare to approach. Secretary, holding the tied Su Qing'an in front, blocked the way. His speech was slurred, and no matter how much medicine he took, he couldn't fix his broken front teeth. He wished he could use the cruelest methods to deal with Yunqi. Yunqi, hand over the gun, or I will cut off your brother. It was dark, and their vision was limited. Plus, Secretary, remembered Yunqi's disguise, so he couldn't tell the 2 sisters from the Yin family who were both wearing scarves. Su Qing'an was also beaten up and swollen. Seeing that Su Wenjing had finally tricked his sister, he was so angry he cursed loudly. Su Wenjing, you beast. Yunqi is your niece. Aren't you afraid of heaven and earth punishing you for doing this? Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry, Su Yunqi said softly, leaning close to Su Yunqing. Her voice was hard to tell apart, as she gently reminded her brother that provoking secretary who wouldn't do any good. Yunqi, forget about me. Hurry and report this to the police station in town. Su Qing'an didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. The whole village seemed full of bad people. Su Wenjing tricked Guangzhou away and then pretended to go look for him. When something happened, he quickly took credit and tried to deceive Yunqi. He really wanted to hit Su Wenjing. He even wanted to report the incident. The villagers were angry and raised their sticks, ready to hit Su Qing'an.
Stop.
Anyone who dares to be violent, my gun isn't blind, Su Yunqi quickly said, stopping them. Su Yunqing took out her gun at the right moment, aiming at Secretary and others. She truly wanted to destroy these villains, but unfortunately, Yunqi, being clever like a fox, had already unloaded her bullets. Seeing the real weapon, the villagers became a bit scared. Even if they were simple-minded, they knew getting hit could be deadly, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They carried Zhuang, Wenli, and the bloodied Dunzi to the front, blocking the gun, so Yunqi couldn't shoot. Dunzi, Aqiang saw his unconscious brother, clenched his teeth in anger, wishing he could punish these. Zhuang was overwhelmed with fear, but didn't dare to cry out loud. He tightly held his grandfather's arm. Wenli was in better shape, hesitant and not resisting much, having been hit only a few times. Yunqi, throw me the gun. Or I'll start shooting at them first, Secretary demanded, holding his chips, not feeling so anxious. He forced Yunqi to compromise, planning to take the gun, gain control, and then punish them severely.
Don't give it to him.
Even if you do, they won't let us go, Su Qing'an quickly warned his sister. Secretary, whose goal wasn't just the gun. He wanted to wipe out the Su family. Secretary, you promised to exchange my brother and them for me. What do you mean by wanting the gun now? Are you stupid? If we give you the gun, none of us will survive, Yunqi said, unable to distract her brother anymore. She had to focus on the immediate situation. Secretary, who saw she was hard to fool. Since he was here, and the entire mountain valley was under their control, exchanging people and guns wouldn't change anything. No one could escape. Bring the gun and yourself here, and I will let them go. He learned about the hardships his uncle's family faced. The villagers were cruel and ruthless. If his sister was captured, the consequences would be terrible. He regretted not listening to his sister and insisting on coming out to find Guangzhou. Not only did he fail to solve anything, but he also got himself into trouble and dragged his sister into the mess. She dares to run, and all of you will die. Secretary, who thought about his own experience and the 20 or so villagers whose lives were uncertain at the Su family's place. He became angrier and slapped him twice. The villagers were also very upset. They quickly covered Su Qing'an's mouth to prevent any further trouble. Seeing that her brother looked no better than Su Wenjing, probably beaten up quite a bit, Su Yunxi clenched her fists tightly to ease her anger and forced herself to stay calm. Su Wenjing, with a flattering look, spoke. Secretary, who, we agree to the exchange. I will take Su Yunxi over. You must keep your promise and release my older brother and the others. Don't trouble my family anymore. Su Yun's body stiffened involuntarily. Her cousin was asking her to risk herself, but now that things had come to this, they had no other choice. Seeing how obedient Su Wenjing was and knowing he was sensible, Secretary, who relaxed a little. Then let's do the exchange. As long as he got the gun, he would be no longer threatened. After all, he was the one in control. His gaze on Su Yunxi turned somewhat malicious. Su Yunxi lowered her eyes to avoid revealing her feelings. On her left was Su Wenjing, and on her right was her cousin. Chang's task was to support the post. On the other side, Secretary Hu and 3 villagers held knives, with 4 hostages. Both sides looked serious and cautious. They took about 10 steps forward, stopping just 2 or 3 steps apart. Just as they were about to exchange, everyone's attention was on the other side, when suddenly something went wrong. Su Wenjing suddenly snatched the gun from Su Yunxi and stepped back a few paces. His action startled everyone, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and hostile. Secretary Hu desperately pulled Su Qing'an in front of him. Su Wenjing, are you looking to die? Su Yunxi also shouted angrily. Su Wenjing, you traitor. You lied to me here, saying we could exchange my brother, and now you're grabbing the gun. It was a critical moment in the plan. Knowing the gun was unloaded, he still caused trouble. Chang was so angry, he wanted to end him right there. Su Wenjing's palms were full of cold sweat. He already regretted agreeing to take this risk. One mistake could cost him his life. His expression remained eager to please. Secretary Hu, don't be nervous. I have a gun for self-defense. Rest assured, my goal is to make sure the switch goes smoothly. Once my brothers are safe, I will hand the gun over to you. He agreed to stand on Su Yunxi's side, but that didn't mean he had no plans of his own. He didn't trust the 3 people with Su Yunxi to be able to defeat the over 30 villagers holding sticks. In this situation, Su Yunxi didn't dare to confront him openly or reveal that the gun was empty, as that would be like shooting himself in the foot. Secretary Hu was afraid of guns, so he wouldn't trouble him, giving him room to retreat. Neither side had the energy to fight him. If Su Yunxi lost, he could immediately switch sides and seek safety from Secretary Hu. If Su Yunxi won, he would have done nothing wrong. All 3 of Su Yunxi's team understood Su Wenjing's plan. They were angry but too exhausted to care, worried that if he revealed the sisters had swapped disguises, it would cause more trouble. The current situation caught both sides off guard. Secretary Hu subconsciously sensed something was wrong. Before he could think further, Su Yunxi gave a quick look to Chang and pulled Su Yunqing forward. Secretary Hu, let's switch. Secretary Hu and the others shifted their focus to the exchange, thinking they would first deal with Su Yunxi and Chang, then handle the timid Su Wenjing. The exchange went smoothly. Su Wenli quickly ran behind Su Wenjing with Zhuangzhuang, holding a gun, so the villagers didn't dare to approach. Dunzi lost consciousness and was thrown to the ground like a useless person. Su Qing'an, though beaten, was quick on his feet. He didn't have time to check Dunzi's condition and quickly cut the ropes off Su Qing'an. Su Yunxi, you woman. You caused this mess. I will make you wish you were never born. Meanwhile, Secretary, who thought he had control of the situation. He slapped Su Yunqing, but she wouldn't just stand there and take it. She fought back with him. The other 3 villagers, holding knives, surrounded Ah Chong, all unprepared for Su Yunqing's disguise. The man had the advantage of strength. Secretary, who grabbed Su Yunqing's hair, beat her badly, then tried to pull off her scarf and clothes to humiliate and mistreat her. To prevent any accidents, the scarf was tied very tightly. When he couldn't pull it off at first, suddenly he felt a strong shock of electricity hit him, causing him to collapse to the ground. He was still conscious, but his body was completely out of control. The other 3 villagers took turns attacking Ah Chong, but they were all knocked down by electric batons. Within just a few seconds, Secretary Hu and the others lost their ability to move. This surprised the people here, and also scared the 30 or so villagers nearby, who were holding sticks and dared not run. Su Qing'an quickly freed himself and went to help his sister. He saw that Su Yunqing was being beaten and pushed the attacker away. Meanwhile, Ah Chong snatched his gun back from the stunned Su Wenjing and handed it to Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi loaded the bullets and regained control of the situation. Ah Chong and Su Qing'an put away their knives, took some ropes and all the villagers. Su Yunqing was freed and grabbed a stick, hitting Secretary Hu and a few villagers hard. As long as no one died and they were just injured, her cousin would take care of them. Su Yunqi quickly checked on Duiz. He had been stabbed a few times but was not fatally hurt. She took out disinfectant, medicine for stopping bleeding, and cleaned his wounds. She wrapped them with gauze. The most serious injury was a broken wrist, but she couldn't set the bone herself. Come here and help push the cart. She ordered some villagers to help with the work. After moving the trap out of the way, they carried Duiz into the hospital for treatment. Ah Chong, take Duiz to the hospital for proper treatment. If the town hospital can't do it, go to the city hospital. The villagers had already been. Su Yunqi handed money to Ah Chong to take Duiz for medical care. Big sister-in-law, maybe we should wait until others arrive. Ah Chong hesitated. He really wanted to take Duiz to the hospital, but with the Su family watching closely and the village full of troublemakers, the risk was too high. He couldn't leave now. Go ahead, take him to the hospital and report to the police station, she said. After a long, exhausting night, Su Yunqi looked tired. Seeing the Su family members huddled nearby, she felt upset. What should she do? Duiz was hurt so badly because he was trying to protect him. Su Qing'an felt guilty and quickly pushed Ah Chong onto the car. Life is more important. Duiz's hand is broken, and he lost a lot of blood. You need to get him to the hospital quickly. I will handle the family matters with Yunqi. Ah Chong finally drove away, planning to take the person to the hospital and return as soon as possible. Su Qing'an and his sister brought the tied-up villagers back home. The villagers who had been given sleeping pills in the yard were still unconscious, leaning awkwardly beside the coffin. When they saw the family enter, Lin Xiaoshuang and her daughter-in-law ran out anxiously, crying loudly while holding Su Wenli and Zhuangzhuang. It was dawn, and everything was slowly revealed in the sunlight, leaving no place to hide. The dust had settled. The villagers knelt around the coffin, mourning, while the Su family gathered inside the house to discuss what to do next. Su Qing'an couldn't help but scold them loudly. Su Yunqing, have you lost your mind? How could you come up with such a terrible idea? Our whole family almost got into serious trouble. Su Wenjing, you beast, you tricked Zhuangzhuang and handed him over to those villains. If something had gone wrong, our family would have faced another funeral. It was all Yunqing's idea. She's the mastermind. Su Wenjing immediately shifted the blame, saying she was just misled. If anything had happened, it was Yunqing who was truly responsible. Su Wenli and his wife also scolded them, criticizing Su Wenjing for favoritism toward her daughter. Yunqing was just being stubborn. She's young and naive. You're over 30 and still lack judgment? If she told you to die, would you go? Su Wenjing, don't try to blame Yunqing. Zhuangzhuang was handed over by you, and Cheng'an and the others were encouraged by you to go find trouble. If something happens to that kid, You'll pay the price. Thinking about the injured kid, Su Wenjing felt a bit scared. Didn't we agree that if we cooperate to save him, we wouldn't be punished for what happened before? Su Qing'an didn't know what they had said at home earlier, but he remembered Su Wenjing rushing to cause trouble, and he was furious. We won't pursue it. The police will question everything. You know exactly what you did. Just stay in jail for the rest of your life. Su Wenjing felt guilty and uncertain. Yunqing, the old master's coffin, is just outside in the yard. You can't just abandon him now. Su Yunqi stood at the door, looking at the villagers who seemed to be repentant. Calmly, she said to the people inside, "My father sent someone to bring medicine to my grandfather. You took it and sold it on the black market. Seeing my grandfather suffer from his illness, doesn't your conscience hurt? Thinking of my thin, emaciated father who has been planning for us until his death." Su Wenli covered his face and cried, "Yunqi, since we arrived here, we've been treated badly everywhere. We do the hardest work but can't even get enough food. Our family has no way to make a living. Grandpa cares about our situation and refuses to take medicine. He told me to exchange money for grain, and I feel I am unfilial." Lin Qiushuang also stammered, "Yunqi, we are just following Grandpa's words. He says taking too much medicine won't help." Hearing this family secret, Su Qing'an was so angry he almost burst a blood vessel. "Our family was starving in Beidouin, almost eating dirt. We tried to get medicine for Grandpa, but those animals ate and drank everything, causing Grandpa to suffer and die." He clutched his chest and cursed, "A bunch of pigs and dogs, trying to escape blame." Maybe in the next life. Su Wenli was so scared he collapsed to the ground. Cheng'an, Zhuang is innocent. He's the only son of the Su family. If we all go to jail, what will happen to the children? Ho-Hot can't even support him alone. Ho-Hot is pregnant, and her husband isn't here. If she has an affair, she won't escape prison. Hearing Lin Qiushuang's words, Su Wenli almost fainted. What's going on? How could she be pregnant? Ask your third brother. He's involved with his sister-in-law. Our Su family's reputation is ruined. We won't even have the face to see our ancestors after we die. Lin Qiushuang gave up trying to hide the chaos at home. The situation was already so bad, she didn't care about making it worse. Third brother, how could you be so reckless? You even hurt your sister-in-law. Are you still human? Su Wenli trembled as he pointed at Su Wenjing. He was so upset that he closed his eyes and fainted with a loud thud. Wenli, don't scare me," Lin Qiushuang wailed, her voice so loud it disturbed everyone and made their hearts uneasy. Su Qing'an couldn't bear to see someone truly die. He quickly pinched her nose and pressed her acupuncture point. Su Yunqing poured water into her, fussing until she finally woke up. After waking, Su Wenli didn't cry or make trouble. He felt hopeless and said, "We can't stay in the village anymore. Might as well go to jail together and save ourselves the trouble." The police came to investigate thoroughly. Every case revealed the deep sins of the Su family. Not only Su Wenli, Lin Qiushuang, Su Wenjing, Su Yunqing, but also pregnant Ho-Hot couldn't escape judgment. Su Yunqing was beaten badly, her hair in disarray, her mouth bleeding. She deliberately refused to clean herself up, wanting her cousin to see her suffering. She was determined not to go to jail. Su Qing'an knew that his sister might have compromised with Su Yunqing to save them, which made him very angry. "Su Yunqing, it was your evil plan, and you were the one who turned against us when things looked bad. Do you think a beating can erase your sins? That's not how it works. My sister agreed to what you asked because of the situation, and she won't go back on her word. But I will hold you responsible for your mistakes in this serious incident. Do you think I want everything to be forgotten? Dream on." In the end, Su Yunqing was afraid and couldn't help but think of their second uncle, who was far away in Beituan. "Yunqi, you pushed me into this place and forced me into a corner, which led to my mistake. If second uncle finds out that the old master has passed away and that you and your brother sent our family to jail, causing the fall of the Su family, he will be very upset. You're not around, and having a disease or disaster would be even worse. Yes, Cheng'an, you promised the old master that if we did something wrong, you would forgive us. You can't break your word. Lin Qiushuang remembered the old master's last words before he died, and it seemed like there was hope. Su Qing'an hesitated slightly. If his father knew about all this chaos, he would be very sad and angry. Moreover, the grandfather was aware of the family troubles and, on his deathbed, asked him not to pursue the matter, putting him in a difficult position. Logically, he knew he should send them all to jail, but thinking about his father's feelings and the innocent, crying Zhuangzhuang made it very hard to decide. Once the police arrive, we need to deal with the villagers' misdeeds first, or they will retaliate sooner or later. We should come up with a plan. Su Qing'an couldn't stay any longer. He pulled his sister out and needed to discuss what to do about the current situation. Little sister, our grandfather just passed away. Su Wenli and the others have been suffering for over half a year. Will they all be sent to prison? If it involves the black market selling medicine, it could also implicate Dad and his friends, which would be troublesome. Thinking about the dilapidated state of the two families, Su Qing'an also felt headache. They were both victims and perpetrators, making it hard to determine who is guilty. Su Yunxi first treated her brother's wounds, which were just cuts and bruises. After disinfecting, she applied medicine to reduce swelling and relieve pain. Brother, this can't be kept secret. Everyone in the village knows. She thought it was better to honestly tell the police. The matter of bringing medicine was minor. Su Wenbin's original intention was to show filial piety. Now that the grandfather has passed away, paying the fine for bringing medicine would solve the problem. Just past 5 o'clock, a car stopped outside the courtyard, and the wooden door was pushed open. When the dusty and tired He Yuchen appeared, Su Yunxi was a bit surprised. She happily ran over and asked, "Brother Chen, how did you find this place?" He Yuchen looked serious as he walked quickly toward her. His deep eyes were fixed on his wife, with slight dark circles and a tired, pitiful look. Thinking about how she had just gone through a tense night, his brows showed his concern. "I met Ah Chong going to the town, and I also asked the Yinyang master for directions." He reached out and hugged her into his arms, holding her cold hand to warm it. "Nothing is more important than you. If the situation is dangerous, you should leave immediately with Ah Chong," he said, annoyed that she was risking herself. He pushed aside her scarf and gently bit her cheek. Su Yunxi held back the almost crying pain and looked at him with tears in her eyes. She whispered, "I knew you'd bully me." He Yuchen couldn't stand her acting cute. His eyes were full of passionate feelings, and his heart trembled with love. He wished he could kiss her all over, melt into her bones, and never be apart. The crying in the yard grew quieter. The villagers looked at the man who dared to hold the female devil in his arms. When he raised his head, his gaze was cold and fierce, like two blazing fires, and his presence suddenly became sharp and intimidating. "Keep looking, and I'll gouge out your eyes." His cold voice was as sharp as a sword. The villagers were so scared they didn't dare breathe. They hurriedly lowered their heads and continued crying, thinking, "Here comes another tough man." The Yinyang master trembled as he entered the courtyard. The journey had almost made him dizzy. Seeing the dozens of villagers kneeling and crying, he was even more frightened. He almost ran away. "Master, come in quickly." Su Qing'an hurriedly held him back. The Yinyang master had no choice but to steel himself and go to the coffin to handle the matter of the deceased. Worried about causing trouble, Su Yunxi pushed He Yuchen away. He Yuchen was reluctant to let go. He held her to the side and kissed her shy face. "Do you miss me?" This guy always asked that question whenever he saw her. Even in the military district in Beijing, he would ask when they parted in the morning and met again at night. Once, Su Yunxi deliberately said she didn't miss him, but she ended up being scolded badly in bed, crying and trembling all over, unable to close her legs. She then asked, "How is Dunzi?" Thanks to him and Ah Chong, or the consequences could have been serious, not life-threatening. "He needs to stay in the hospital for a few days." When mentioning the pillar, He Yuchen pouted. "Men don't mind a little injury. It's no big deal," he said with a jealous tone. "You little unkind one. Why don't you ask me if I'm okay?" Su Yunxi didn't know he was hurt. If it was a minor injury, he would have already shown it to get comfort. If it was serious, he would pretend nothing was wrong. Seeing him walk steadily, she thought he was fine. She tiptoed and kissed his chin. "You took good care of yourself this time. This is your reward." Chen held her face and kissed her back. But he held back his impulse, worried about the situation. His voice was hoarse and full of affection. "I wouldn't dare get hurt. I just miss you so much." A week apart felt like a long time. Every night, he missed her and worried if the baby was eating and sleeping well.
They talked for a while.
Chen arrived in Guangzhou yesterday afternoon. When he learned about old Master Su's situation, he hurried to come over and met Ah Chong to get a rough idea. Su Yunxi didn't know what to say. The gate opened again, and Shiao Janjun came in with a few police officers. They were surprised to see the scene in the yard. "Why did you tie everyone up?" Su Wenli had recovered from his emotional breakdown. He cried as he said, "They hurt the old master and caused his early death. They grabbed Zhuang with sticks, forced Yunxi to hand over the money, and also hurt Wenjing, Qing'an, and Yiqing. Dunzi is in the hospital being treated. These bad people, they shouldn't be left untied." "Janjun, come in and talk," said Su Yunxi, fixing her hair and face, trying to stay strong. Seeing her face with red and purple marks, Shiao Janjun hurried over, angry. "Is there no law? How can they hit people like that?" He turned and saw that Su Qing'an and Su Wenjing also had bruises. Chen was protecting his wife and didn't look at them. The police came in to ask about the situation. The Su family already had their story ready. They blamed Secretary Hu and the villagers for everything, saying they were responsible for the death of the young female worker and old Master Su, and they distanced themselves from their own family members. Su Qing'an agreed silently. He couldn't bear to see the Su family being taken away. Su Yunxi didn't say anything to oppose. As for how they convinced the villagers to stay silent, no one cared. As long as it didn't involve Su Wenbin, it was fine. In this world, doing things by the rules doesn't always lead to a good ending. The situation was more complicated than they expected. How to handle it was best left to the police. Following the auspicious time, they carried the coffin onto the truck. Chen took Su Qing'an and his sister, along with the Yinyang master, and left the village. Not long after starting the journey, Su Yunxi became very tired and fell asleep in the passenger seat. Chen took off his coat and draped it over his wife, slowing down the car. In the town, the Yinyang master finished his work, collected his fee, and left. Chen told Ah Chong a few words and then began the trip back to Guangzhou. Su Yunxi woke up in the afternoon, feeling her neck sore. She handed the driving to Su Qing'an, while Chen held his wife in the back seat, massaging her neck and feeding her a bun. They arrived in Guangzhou around midnight. Most of the burials there are traditional, with large family plots. Although the family's house was taken over, the graves outside the city had been untouched. They placed the coffin in the grandfather's spot according to the family order. The siblings wrapped in thick blankets, knelt on mats, burned paper offerings, and stayed until dawn. Because old Master Su was still a businessman, no one dared to come to pay respects. Chen went to find a master, hired workers, and arranged the timing for the burial. They worked until the morning of the 6th day after the funeral before finishing. The three of them returned to their grandfather's house, lit a fire basin, and took a shower. They hadn't slept for 2 nights in a row, ate some quick food, and then went back to rest. Chen held his wife close, kissing her smooth neck and collarbone. When he was near her, he couldn't control his body's reactions. He slipped into her sweet mouth, teasing her with his tongue, wishing they could stay together forever. Stop kissing me. Su Yunxi's legs went weak from his kisses. She pushed him away but couldn't, grabbing his ear and firmly saying, "Not today." Her grandfather had just been buried, and she wasn't in the mood. Plus, there were many people at her grandfather's house, and she didn't want things to get complicated. Chen loosened his grip. His sharp, handsome face was very attractive as he pressed on her, refusing to give up. "You little liar, who said they would surprise me before the new year?" Su Yunxi clearly felt his longing. She remembered that before he went on a mission, he kept coaxing her to be proactive. Now, she was so tired her eyes nearly closed, and she could only try to delay him. "Let's do it when we get back, okay?" Chen, the lazy little bug, saw how exhausted she was, but didn't want to push her too hard. He turned to hold her in his arms. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and his chest muscles were very attractive. Su Yunqi hugged his neck and started nibbling and kissing him. He Yuchen took deep breaths, his heart pounding like a drum. He held her small hand and guided it downward. Su Yunqi couldn't resist feeling sleepy. After a while of kissing, she fell asleep, her small pink lips holding a piece of candy-like treat, leaving behind a fiery passion in He Yuchen. The next morning, Su Yunqi was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. She had slept comfortably, restoring her energy. The person beside her was gone, but she was wrapped in a quilt like a silkworm cocoon. She stretched lazily, feeling sore all over. Her legs were swollen from kneeling, and her knees were a little bruised. She applied some medicine to improve blood flow and reduce swelling, then got up to wash and freshen up. Yesterday, she called Beituan and asked Wu to send someone to inform her parents. Her grandfather had passed away and was buried in Guangzhou, but she didn't mention that detail. She returned her gun to the guard, noting one less bullet to report. Her grandfather would make arrangements on his side. Her siblings planned to stay for the 7th day of mourning before returning to Beijing. Su Qing'an and her grandfather discussed the Su family situation. Many people were involved, and the investigation would take time. Feng Zhenhua also chose not to interfere to avoid being implicated. He Yuchen was in the kitchen making soup for his wife. When he wasn't busy with work, he liked to do chores at home, mopping, washing dishes, hanging clothes, to participate in daily life and create a sense of belonging. Brother-in-law, this isn't a place for men to come in. Tell me what you need help with, and I'll do it for you. Feng Shuang entered the kitchen, trying to braid a side braid like her older sister, revealing a pretty face. She looked at He Yuchen with admiration. He Yuchen was tall and strong, with a chiseled face full of masculine charm. His eyes were proud and slightly mischievous, making him very attractive to women. Her sister married such a wonderful man. She had never seen anyone so handsome and confident, strong, commanding, and family-oriented. Most importantly, he was wealthy and powerful. Grandfather was really biased, introducing such a good man to her sister as a husband. She thought it would be hard to surpass him in the future. Since the incident in the dormitory, He Yuchen had become very cautious around women. If anyone came within 2 meters, his mind would send a warning. He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, looking cold. Stop talking nonsense. Get out. When Feng Shuang first arrived at the Feng family, she acted like a love-struck girl, making excuses to talk to him, which annoyed him a lot. Seeing her clearly trying to chase him away, Feng Shuang's face stiffened slightly. She forced a smile and said, "Brother-in-law, you've been busy with the Su family's affairs since you arrived. I don't want you to work too hard. I just want to help and do my part for my sister. Why are you so unkind? She's the most beautiful girl at school, and no guy would ignore her or speak harshly to her. It must be because Su Yunqi said something that made He Yuchen treat her this way. She thought he was too tired? Who does she think she is?" He Yuchen was unaffected. No need. The next moment, like grabbing a dead dog, he pulled Feng Shui's collar and threw her out of the kitchen. "Since it's my wife's face, I'll let it go this time. If you act up again, don't blame me for not giving you respect." Feng Shui's was thrown onto the ground outside, grimacing in pain, but not daring to shout. She was furious and blushing, thinking He Yuchen was too harsh. Such a man might have a tendency for violence. Could he hit Su Yunqi? Su Yunqi changed into a simple knitted sweater and warm pants. She slowly walked out the door, her legs swollen and stiff. Seeing her cousin's gleeful expression, she looked confused. "Shuyas, why are you sitting on the ground? It was less than 10 degrees outside, and the ground was cold. Was she crazy?" "Cousin, you're so pitiful." Feng Shuya stood up, brushed off the dirt, and turned to leave. Enduring daily beatings and abuse, she no longer envied her cousin. She felt pitiful. Su Yunqi didn't understand what that meant and didn't want to think about it. She entered the kitchen and was immediately embraced by He Yuchen. "Is your leg feeling better?" His gentle body pressed against her, making He Yuchen feel happy and secure. He kissed her fragrant cheek. Ah had told her roughly about the situation at Su's family. She could imagine how dangerous it was back then. They not only had to watch out for the Su family, but also had to deal with the evil people in the village. Many difficulties. It all depended on her wit and courage. Any mistake could lead to terrible consequences. She didn't dare think about what would happen if they couldn't suppress those troublemakers. She felt a chill of fear. All the resentment on the bed disappeared when she saw she was safe and sound. Much better. Seeing the deep love in his eyes, Su Yunxi felt very happy. Marrying you was the best decision I ever made. The affirmation from someone she loved deeply moved her. No man could remain unmoved. He Yuchen couldn't stand his darling's sweet teasing.
His heart melted.
He held her and kissed her passionately for a long time, feeling overwhelmed with happiness. After drinking 5 bowls of red soup and having breakfast, they went to the military district. They planned to tidy up the house in the next few days so her uncle could stay there when he occasionally didn't go home. He Yuchen went to the Air Force Base, while Su Yunxi went to the farm. Seeing her come over, everyone was very happy. They comforted her about her grandfather's passing, walked around with her, and talked about the farm situation. In the past few months, the farm has steadily become more profitable, especially during the New Year period. Zhang Yang and 3 others were busy delivering goods, working so hard they were smoking. Commissar Su hired a few military family members who were free at home to help with the deliveries, creating more value for the farm. Su Yunxi privately gave them red envelopes, 100 yuan to Zhang Yang and the others, and 20 yuan to the rest. She agreed with everyone that on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, they would hold a dinner at the farm and invite all shareholders to join, informing each other. She also visited Commissar Su and Commander Liu to discuss renewing their shares. When we first proposed working together on the farm, not only did everyone have doubts, but I also hesitated, worried about losing Brother Chen's money. Now that the farm is running smoothly, we are far away in Beijing and can't oversee it daily. Usually, the 2 leaders take care of it. I think we should make some adjustments to the share distribution to show appreciation for their efforts. Hearing her words, Su De kept a calm face, while Lu Shiping looked a bit confused. After all, who would want to give up their vested interests? Little Su, these arrangements were made from the start. Making changes now might not be appropriate. If others come to you for share adjustments, it could cause chaos. Commander Liu, this was a joint effort we all took a risk on. Without your support, the farm wouldn't be where it is today. You deserve more benefits. This is my intention. Each of you will get an additional 20,000 shares. I will coordinate with accountant to handle it so you won't have to worry. With an extra 3 to 5% profit each month, they confirmed the plan was feasible. Both looked happy and touched. They went home to give Su Yunxi the money, and the accountant completed the share adjustments, also informing everyone that future salaries would no longer be transparent. With that, the matter was settled. For Su Yunxi, over 30,000 shares was just a small amount. What she gained was the absolute support of the 2 leaders for the farm. Their interests were now closely linked, making it a very good deal. Leaving the office area, she ran into Xien. He hadn't been seen for a few months, and his aura had changed. Although he still wore a green military uniform, it now carried a fierce, blooded aura. His handsome face was cold and proud. Su Yunxi changed direction, not planning to pass by him. Su Yunxi, Xien called her name. His magnetic voice carried an unmistakable pain. Su Yunxi couldn't pretend not to hear. She turned slightly and asked, "Is there something, Comrade Xie?" Looking at the person who appears in my dreams every day, Xien suddenly smiled, but it was a sad smile. His eyes turned red, and he looked very distressed. I have never betrayed you." He finally understood why Su Yunxi had always been cold and hostile, and the reason why Su Yunqing said he almost gave up on Su Yunxi for her. Su Yunxi's face turned pale instantly. She struggled to keep her balance, almost unable to stand, and her whole body was stiff. "Comrade Xie, I don't know what you mean. I have something to do." Her voice trembled as she wanted to leave this place quickly. Xien stopped her. "Yunxi, Don't deceive yourself. You know what I mean. You remember everything, so you keep saying that we can never be together. When they first met, her eyes showed confusion, anger, sadness, and an uncontrollable attraction to him. All these complicated feelings tangled together. She overcame her physical feelings and chose to give him up. A sharp pain hit her chest. Xien clutched his chest, almost unable to breathe. There was regret for loving and not being loved back, and despair for losing the one he loved. Su Yunxi took a deep breath. Decades had passed. He was the one who made mistakes. She had nothing to fear. Xian, our lives now are like two parallel lines. You should have other choices. I can't wish you well, so let's pretend we never knew each other. Never contact me again. She didn't deny that she had loved him deeply. If she saw him with another woman, she would feel uncontrollable pain. Now, living in Beijing, she was completely cutting ties with the past. She wouldn't know about his life anymore and could get through this life more peacefully. All the grudges, love, and hate, let them end here. Once again, she was about to disappear from his world. The pain was overwhelming. Xian endured his sadness and choked out. Yunxi, today is the 3rd day since I lost you. I can't eat or sleep. You're all I think about. I never knew life without you could be so painful. Yunxi, today is the 12th day since I lost you. I suffer from insomnia and feel like I am living a worse life. Yunxi, today is the 36th day since I lost you. I drank too much, and I was hospitalized with stomach bleeding. I thought you would appear, but you really hurt me and chose to leave me. Yunxi, Su Yunxi's hands trembled slightly. Her heart was a mess. She couldn't bear it anymore. She snapped. Enough, Xian. What are you trying to do? Since you can't let go, why did you betray him in the first place? Xian raised his hand to cover his eyes, trying not to look too helpless. Tears still flowed from his fingers, unable to be stopped. That pile of yellow diaries he kept for 26 years and 3 months. Every day, they were filled with his longing for you. You were so cruel, refusing to see him even once more. Until his death, he hoped you would appear. Xian had never been so helpless before. Never. Even facing strong opponents, he had never lost control like this. Hearing about his ending in a past life, Su Yunxi's nose felt sore, her eyes reddening. She stubbornly refused to let tears fall, with no feelings of regret. That's what he deserved. If you do wrong, you must face the consequences. A wave of deep sadness hit him. Xian's voice was hoarse. Over 20 years of love and support. Why couldn't you believe he loved you? He explained that they were investigating Su Yunqing. To avoid alerting her, he hadn't told her. He didn't know how deep her misunderstanding was. He had resolutely disappeared from her world. He had been searching for her all along. Not being able to go abroad was his lifelong regret. He didn't speak sweet words, but his heart only belonged to her. After she left, he never loved anyone else. Su Yunxi couldn't control her emotions. Tears burst out. No, that's not true. Don't think hurting someone can make it okay. Xian, don't lie to me with such words. I don't believe a single word. She spent 30 years trying to heal from unbearable pain, working hard to redeem herself in this life. Now he told her it was all a misunderstanding? Impossible. She refused to accept it. Xian's emotions sank to the lowest point. His eyes were empty and hopeless. Yunxi, I have no reason to lie to you. Those dreams are like a curse, tormenting me for life. How can I let go? How can I accept that you married someone else? She didn't know how he had been living since those dreams and diaries. Every day, he was tortured by pain. He had countless times impulsively wanted to go to Jing City to find her, to tell her everything, hoping she would change her mind and come back to him. His pride and willpower suppressed his wild thoughts. But now, seeing the person he longed for, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. It was as if life and death were in his hands. He fell into endless darkness, wondering how he could spend the rest of his days. The distance between them was only a little over 2 meters, within reach. But between them was a huge gap of prejudice, like a vast chasm. After leaving the Air Force Base, Chen went to find his wife, but unexpectedly saw her crying sadly and arguing fiercely with Xien. He immediately became very angry and ran quickly to hold his wife in his arms, gently comforting her. His eyes darkened as he warned the person opposite. Xien, are you trying to get herself killed? He didn't know what had happened, but subconsciously he felt that Xien had provoked his wife or said something upsetting, otherwise she wouldn't be so upset. When he saw that Xien also had red eyes, a strange feeling of surprise appeared. What could make them cry so painfully in front of each other? Xien saw Chen and wanted to stand his ground, but when he saw Su Yunxi trembling from crying, he knew she needed time to calm down. He also needed time to think about his future. Unless he lost his memory, he knew he could never give up, even if it meant risking everything. The battlefield between men shouldn't make Su Yunxi caught in the middle and feel uncomfortable. He endured the pain in his heart and silently left. Chen wouldn't let him leave so easily. He loosened his grip and tried to chase after him. Xien, you upset my wife and now you want to leave. Su Yunxi quickly hugged his waist, holding him back. Brother Chen, let's go home. Unable to control her sadness, she cried until her eyes hurt and her head ached. She knew she shouldn't be like this, but after holding in her resentment for decades, she couldn't accept that it might all be a misunderstanding. Chen was furious, but chose to hold back for the sake of his reputation. He carried his wife back to their home. Inside the house, he took off her shoes, laid her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and gently wiped away her tears with a warm towel. Seeing her red nose and red eyes, like a hurt little rabbit, Chen felt heartbroken as he held her small face. What happened? Tell me, I will fix it. Su Yunxi looked up at Chen's worried face, shook her head repeatedly, her long eyelashes trembling, and tears fell again. Her voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry, Brother Chen.
I don't want to talk right now. Give me some time.
I need to process this slowly. Chen had no resistance to her beautiful face. He eagerly kissed her soft lips to soothe her restless heart. Su Yunxi's nose was already congested from crying, and soon she started to breathe hard. She struggled and pushed him away. Chen lifted her clothes and held her arms above her head with one hand. He leaned in to kiss her, leaving a trail of love marks on her fair skin, declaring his claim over her. No, don't. Su Yunxi didn't feel like it. She pushed him away and refused, her soft crying voice making the man's desire grow even stronger. Seeing her cry more intensely, Chen suppressed his urge to act impulsively. He held her tightly in his arms and softly comforted her. Don't cry. It hurts me to see you like this. His wife had never cried so sadly before, as if something uncontrollable had happened, something related to Xien. This made him feel anxious and uncertain, with vague guesses but no words to ask. Su Yunxi was tired of crying. She snuggled into his chest and said, My leg hurts. Chen's desire flared even higher. He took a deep breath and gently pressed her small hand onto her leg. Stay here tonight, he said softly. He also rubbed her slightly swollen, slender leg. His wife wasn't feeling well, and going back home would be obvious to her family, which could cause trouble if they asked. His firm touch snapped Su Yunxi back to reality. She muttered, You're so bad, and tried to pull away. But he bit her lip and pulled her into a deep, passionate kiss, unable to part. I only want you like this. I want you so badly, I could go crazy. Chen had given her all his patience and passion. She was his precious one, and he wouldn't allow any other man to covet her. Su Yunxi blushed and scolded him. Shameless. Always thinking about this. Chen was just an ordinary man. Honestly, except when he was training and needed to stay focused, he often thought about loving her. The most direct way was in bed. When have I not made you feel good? You little ungrateful girl. His wife wasn't very enthusiastic. Even if they only did it every 2 days, she would always find a way to hide, keeping him in a cycle of hunger and satisfaction. It made his desire itch, and he kept wanting more. The young couple enjoyed each other's company for a while, helping Su Yunxi clear her mind. She tried to organize her thoughts about the upcoming days. Today is the 7th. We'll go back and stay. Tomorrow, there's a gathering at the farm. We'll stay here tonight. He Yuchen wiped her face gently and asked, "Okay, let me know if you need anything." "I'll buy it at the farm." Su Yunxi wrote a note and handed it to him. Then she lazily lay on the bed, enjoying a top-quality leg massage, and fell asleep unknowingly. Holding a note, He Yuchen closed the door tightly. His face suddenly changed, his anger rising sharply. He strode quickly toward the military area. Xien watched the Special Forces training, often lost in thought. His mind was full of Su Yunxi's face. She looked so beautiful even when crying. But he didn't want her to cry. He wanted her to be like in her dreams, living happily with him, sharing life together. He Yuchen found him. As he expected, they could never live peacefully together. Both of them had excellent height and good looks, walking together like top models. They kept away from the crowd, not attracting attention. He Yuchen frowned with anger, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He sneered and warned, "Xien, if you get close to her again, I will destroy you." At this point, Xien had nothing to hide. His expression was cold, handsome face showing determination. He wouldn't back down. "He Yuchen, she should be my wife. You are the one who doesn't belong here." He Yuchen's lips curled in mockery. "Isn't that funny? She never chose you. Want me to remind you? When we went on a blind date, she clearly rejected you. You clung to her stubbornly. Do you think I, He Yuchen, am easy to push around?" Xien remained unmoved. "He Yuchen, she might not have children. The He family would never allow you to stay together long-term." In his past life, he faced great pressure, not only from family but also from colleagues and public opinion. With the He family, conflicts would only get worse. He Yuchen had already prepared for a childless future. How could such words hurt him? "Having children or not doesn't affect our marriage. It's none of your business. If you don't want the Xie family to fall apart, stop thinking foolish thoughts. You can't beat me. If you're really as confident as you pretend, why rush to find me?" He Yuchen, she truly loves someone else, not you. Xien knew He Yuchen's weakness. He always lacked security. Like himself, neither of them could accept losing Su Yunxi. The pain was too deep, and no one wanted to go through it again. No need to say more. The two fought fiercely, punches flying. Neither felt good, and they wouldn't let the other feel better. They skillfully avoided hitting each other's faces, not wanting to show visible injuries. Both were crazy, and neither could tell who would win. When Su Yunxi woke up, He Yuchen was beside her, his deep gaze fixed on her face, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" she asked softly, her voice still sleepy. She reached out and gently touched his tense jawline, trying to ease his serious expression. He Yuchen leaned his face into her neck, smelling her scent deeply, looking like a child who just got candy. "I bought everything we need. Let's go home," he said. Who she loved didn't matter. What mattered was that she stayed with him. It was already after 2 p.m. when Su Yunxi got up. After washing her face, she looked in the mirror. Her eyes were less swollen. He Yuchen folded the blanket and took her hand, leading her to her grandfather's house. They bought ribs, tenderloin, pork belly, 2 grass carp, a chicken, and a duck. The enthusiastic military wives also gave them many vegetables. In the evening, the family gathered for a reunion dinner. There were 10 delicious dishes and 2 soups, full of aroma and flavor. Uncle Feng Yunfeng praised his niece's husband highly. Yuchen is an excellent pilot. When he went to Guangzhou for a skills exchange, those young guys were very impressed. He Yuchen politely replied, "I just have more experience. The soldiers my uncle trains are talented and work well as a team." Feng Xia looked at how he was friendly with the family, but was rude to her. She couldn't help but pout. "Brother-in-law isn't easy to get along with, and my sister-in-law is very patient." She immediately spoiled the peaceful atmosphere. Su Qing'an was a bit annoyed with this unruly cousin. If the couple loves each other, there's no need to endure. You're just pretending everything's fine. "I wanted to help brother-in-law make soup this morning, but He threw me out of the kitchen. Is cooking an addiction or what? He acts so recklessly at grandfather's house. Does he take out his frustrations on sister-in-law at home? The bruise on cousin's face probably wasn't caused by him. Feng Shui rambled on, making everyone at the table feel worse. I was out running errands.
Don't talk nonsense here, she said.
Because of the family's privacy, only grandfather knew how Su Qing'an's face got hurt. Feng Zhenhua looked serious. In previous years, his daughter and son-in-law stayed only a day or two. But this time, since they spent more time together, he realized his granddaughter wasn't very impressive. Shuya is only a year younger than Yunqi, but she doesn't act as mature as Yaya. Feng Shuya was unhappy. How am I not mature? Grandfather favors her. Feng Yunfeng glared angrily at Yijin and her daughter, feeling embarrassed. He scolded, "Stop arguing with grandfather. Eat your food. If you don't want to eat, go back to your room." Feng Shuya angrily wiped away tears, not understanding why everyone was siding with Su Yunqi. Seeing that He Yuchen was either helping Su Yunqi with food or peeling shrimp and removing fish bones, taking care of her very carefully, she thought, anyone can pretend to be affectionate. Her parents also act loving when they visit her grandfather's house, but no one is as open-hearted as He Yuchen. After dinner, grandfather, uncle, and He Yuchen went to the study to talk about some matters. The others stayed in the living room watching TV and chatting. Su Qing'an and his sister held Yaya on the sofa, planning their work and life for the new year. Yaya kept switching between wanting Su Qing'an to hold her and Su Yunqi to hold her. Both siblings were reluctant to part with her, wanting to take her to Beijing, but they couldn't guarantee her safety. Yijin mentioned, the farm Yunqi built is really good. The military district and our family supply of meat, eggs, and milk are continuous, which has greatly improved everyone's quality of life. Last year during the New Year, the family used connections to buy some meat. The Su family sent quite a bit, but after a year, everything changed dramatically. Su Yunqi made sure everyone could eat meat at affordable prices. She then sighed, if we knew this good thing was coming, we should have called and told us. We could have bought some shares too. Why let others get the benefit? She continued, when Shia goes to college, gets a job, and gets married, she'll need money for everything. Your uncle's monthly salary of just over 200 yuan isn't enough. Feng Yunfeng and his wife wanted their daughter to go to college, improve her education, get a stable job after graduation, and prepare some dowry. It would also make it easier for her to find a partner. Feng Shia also took the opportunity to ask, cousin, can you add 50,000 yuan worth of shares in the farm for my family? After all, you're the one making the decisions. During the new year, the farm's 2 delivery trucks were extremely busy, handling orders of over 10,000 jin of meat daily. Yijin's mother and daughter saw the huge profits and couldn't help but think about investing. Those who bought shares from the military district basically earned money while lying at home every month. Even the old master invested 50,000 yuan and earned over 1,000 yuan each month, which made others envious. They had asked the old master about investing before, but he refused outright. He Yuchen was also stubborn and wouldn't listen, so they could only bring it up with Su Yunqi. Su Qing'an saw what they were planning and was very angry. The shares in the farm were set with clear rules from the start. If Yunqi adds shares for you, others will want to do the same. What should she do? Share her hard-earned results with everyone? Is she supposed to be a hero for everyone? Feng Shui's attitude became gentle and friendly. Big cousin, my mom adding shares is for the family's benefit. Since your sister and others don't live here, and grandpa doesn't manage the farm, if the military people team up to deceive us, you wouldn't notice in time. By adding shares, my mom can go to the farm every day to help watch over it. With family members keeping an eye out, you can rest assured. Compared to the military wives who fought alongside her, Yijin's mother and daughter were not very obedient. Su Yunqi thought that if they went to the farm, she would have to worry more. The farm doesn't need spies. Putting someone in without reason isn't good for stability. The military wives all took this work seriously. Every month, the farm's accounts were supervised by the military district's finance department, so mistakes were rare. There was also Lu Shiping, a straightforward military commander, and Suda, a very careful political officer. They cared most about the safety and growth of the farm. Even without Grandpa involved, nothing serious would happen. Feng Shui's clearly saw the benefits of the farm and wouldn't give up easily. Big sister, you don't know. Those retired soldiers sell meat for a few cents more per pound. Over a day, that adds up to hundreds of yuan. Such a big profit temptation. Who can resist? Su Yunxi interrupted her with evidence. Just because you can't resist doesn't mean others can't. Even though they are retired, they have qualities like hard work and keeping promises. The meat on the farm is priced uniformly, so there's no secret deal. Don't get involved. Zhang Yang and the others valued this job. Some military wives kept accounts while riding in the car, and security guards occasionally visited buyers privately to check the situation. Everything was fine. After being scolded by her sister, Feng Shui's was very angry. How can you compare me to them? You blindly trust outsiders. You'll regret it sooner or later. Su Yunxi refused to be swayed. You don't need to worry. If you have that energy, study hard and don't let your family down. Are you cursing me not to get into university? Yi Jin held her flushed daughter, acting like an elder, and said seriously, Yunxi, you and Xien left because of your own lives. Your uncle and I left our home in Guangzhou to take care of Grandpa and find ways to make money. You have many things to do in Beijing. Your uncle and I will help manage the farm here. It's a good solution for everyone. Feng Zhenhua is in good health and doesn't need much care. He just needs family members nearby to keep him company and prevent loneliness. Over the years, it has been Feng Daning who has been caring for him. When the Su family had problems, her siblings had to go to Beijing, which caused trouble for their uncle. Now, it seems they are using their aunt to gain benefits. Su Qing'an snorted coldly. My uncle wouldn't openly ask for favors. Su Yunxi brushed it off, saying, Don't worry about shares. If aunt wants to make money, I can help find a job for you. Just tell me which factory you'd like to work in. Feng Zhenhua wouldn't bother with such things, as he prefers to relax and count his money rather than work in a factory. Feng Xia rolled her eyes and said, My mom is almost 40 and has to take care of the family. She can't go out to work. So, you're just asking for shares openly? Trying to get something without working for it. Su Qing'an directly exposed their plan. The breeding farm in Beijing is mainly managed by Lu Hongfei and his sister. He knows how much effort and energy complicated tasks take. It's not hard to imagine how many difficulties and obstacles there were in establishing the breeding farm in Guangzhou as the first military zone experiment. Every penny his sister earns is deserved. These two women don't dare to tell their uncle and grandfather the truth, but they want their sister to pay for their move to Guangzhou. That's shameless. How is that getting something for nothing? My parents have more expenses here now. They can't keep spending my mom's dowry forever. The Yi family in Hangzhou is quite influential, mainly because of Feng Yunfeng's military position, which could help the family in the future if transferred to local positions. The Feng family is honest and has no wealth. Their uncle, although not mistreated at the Yi family, doesn't have much standing. Su Qing'an sneered. The family's accounts are clear. Aunt only spends less than 10 yuan a month on the household. Do you want me to cover that? Feng Shuya blushed with anger. 10 yuan isn't just a small amount. Little by little, it adds up. Annoyed by arguing over such small matters, Su Yunxi spoke up. All right, I plan to start an import-export business and open a shop in Guangzhou. If Aunt is interested, she can buy a share. After selling foreign goods, they only accept foreign exchange vouchers, which need to be registered with a commerce bureau, pay taxes, and then exchange for RMB. The accounts are clear, and it reduces financial disputes. Mother and daughter of the Yi family were surprised. They didn't expect Su Yunxi to start developing other businesses. Is that possible? Su Yunxi spoke honestly. Not necessarily. Every investment has risks, and you should be prepared to lose everything. The opportunity is here, but whether to invest or not is your decision. She basically dismissed the two women. He Yuchen finished talking and came to find his wife. He was handsome, and she was beautiful, a perfect match. Their height difference was so striking that it made people feel envious. Feng Shuyue's gaze naturally followed him. She momentarily forgot that He Yuchen didn't like her and thought how wonderful it would be if she were his older sister. He Yuchen took a basin of water and squatted down to wash his wife's soft, white feet. He held them in his large hand, reluctant to let go, and even kissed them after drying them. The man's features were sharp and handsome. A bit of stubble appeared on his chin, adding to his masculine charm. His narrow, phoenix-like eyes looked at her with deep, relaxed expression. Su Yunxi couldn't help blushing, and quickly pulled back. Silly girl. If she had known in her rebirth that her previous life was a misunderstanding and that He Yuchen hadn't appeared, she might have chosen Xien when her family forced her to marry. But she was reborn with that misunderstanding, and He Yuchen's appearance changed the fate of 3 people. She knew well that no one loved her more than him. He influenced her view of marriage. Their relationship could be very relaxed. He supported her in everything, and he would block family pressures at the door. He also made her realize that when a man loves someone deeply, he feels pain when she frowns. He Yuchen finished washing and returned to bed. He slipped under the covers and embraced his wife's soft waist, naturally kissing her lips. There was always a thorn in his heart. If he didn't touch it, he could pretend it didn't exist. But now, that thorn was stirring again. His wife's unusual distress and intense sadness made him feel both pained and uneasy. He wanted to ask who she loved, but he lacked the courage to face the answer. Su Yunxi was used to He Yuchen's passion. She hugged his neck and responded, but she immediately sensed his deeper longing. There were many people at home, so they couldn't make noise out of respect for everyone. They held each other tightly and kissed for a long time. He Yuchen looked at her deeply, his eyes bright and passionate, like a vast, sparkling galaxy. Darling, no matter what happens, I will stay by your side. Don't cry for anyone or anything unrelated, or I might really go crazy. In his calm voice, there was an undeniable tone of dominance and coldness. He was never a kind-hearted person, and anyone who provoked him would face either death or serious injury. No one could bear that. Don't frown. You won't look good. Su Yunxi gently touched his furrowed brow with her soft fingers, affectionately leaning into his embrace. The one who is loved always feels fearless. He relaxed his mind, then kissed her sweet little mouth, loving her deeply. You're the most handsome man. No one compares to you. Do you understand? He kissed her until she understood, then his large hand explored and massaged her knees and calves. Thinking about the checkup tomorrow, he decided that the child could be okay without it, but his wife's health must be good. The next day, Su Yunxi woke up late again. Luckily, her swelling had gone down. She changed clothes, washed up, and left the house. Feng Shuya sarcastically muttered, "My cousin really knows how to enjoy life, sleeping until 9 or 10 every day. Not very diligent, and she's not afraid her husband will dislike her." He did not join everyone for breakfast. After waking up, he did laundry and made soup, clearly waiting for Su Yunxi to wake up before eating. As her anger grew, her cousin slept until noon. Why should He Yuchen tolerate her? She wanted to wake her cousin, but everyone except her mother opposed it. It was truly unfair favoritism. If you have nothing else to say, just shut up. Su Yunxi didn't take such trivial, sarcastic remarks to heart. After breakfast with He Yuchen, they discussed the foreign trade shop. The partner brought goods from Hong Kong to Shenzhen. Guangzhou's location is excellent. It can serve as a transfer point for storing goods. A storefront and large warehouse are essential, so opening a shop was on the schedule. He Yuchen always supported his wife's ideas and planned to find a suitable house in the afternoon. When he learned that the farm was having a gathering today, Feng Shuya's insisted on going. He Yuchen frowned coldly. She didn't dare to provoke him, so she went to persuade Su Qing'an, and in the end, she went along. The farm was lively. The menu for the gathering had been decided yesterday. When they arrived, a pig had already been slaughtered, and they were washing, chopping, and cooking 4 or 5 dishes. Xien was the star among the crowd. Rumor had it that he had achieved success in the Shanghai market. Although he wasn't promoted yet due to insufficient seniority, he was highly capable of handling tasks, more so than some decorated generals, and was already a key candidate for promotion. When Su Yunxi and the others appeared, the people gathered around them dispersed. Xiamingxuan's gaze fell on Su Yunxi, and he felt how painful waiting was. He wondered if the words he said yesterday would stay in her mind, if she would change her heart. As long as she chose him, he was willing to give up everything now, move to a new city, and start over. Unfortunately, she was busy talking with Tianyu and the other kitchen staff about cooking, not paying attention to him. Meanwhile, He Tuchen and his wife finished their conversation and took her to the clinic for a checkup. The doctor asked about her menstrual cycle in detail, checked her pulse, and pressed on her lower abdomen. Having experienced many hardships, he was unbothered by the faint marks on her smooth belly, thinking to himself that youth was a blessing. In a few years, no man would have the patience for such things. After 6 months of care, Sister Sue's cold has improved about 80%. With 2 more months of treatment, she should be fine. Seeing He Tuchen relax noticeably, the doctor sighed. It's rare for husbands to accompany their wives to see a doctor, and He Tuchen was quite considerate. In 3 months, it should be safer to have a baby. Since the doctor didn't mention anything else, He Chen asked, "Is it okay to be intimate every other day?" Su Yunxi couldn't help but feel annoyed and pinched him secretly. That's not how it works. She wanted to tell him how much he was on her mind. The doctor could see that the couple was in love, which was natural. He explained, "If there are no health issues, you can do it every day. Just go with your own feeling." Su Yunxi blushed deeply. After leaving the clinic, she still felt troubled. Every day? That would be exhausting. Just asking. The doctor said it depends on how you feel. Your health is the most important. He Chen guessed what made his wife unhappy and felt bitter inside. Probably no husband was as frustrated as he was. Even though he always prioritized her feelings, she still wasn't happy. Thinking of Xiamingxuan's provocative words, He Yuchen's face darkened. He grabbed her, lifted her small chin, and looked at her stubbornly. "What are you really thinking? Are you rejecting me? Or do you not want me?" Staring at her flushed face, He Yuchen's heartbeat quickened. The desire to kiss and hold her suddenly surged, and he couldn't resist his physical feelings. Su Yunxi felt a bit embarrassed and simply said, "I do not want you. It's just that you're too strong, and I can't handle it being so frequent." She is not against married life. After all, if she didn't need it, it would be better not to get married at all. However, the intense physical effort for 2 hours feels like a heavy burden, pressing down on her like Mount Tai. When He Yuchen can't hold back, his fierce actions make her feel afraid, as if she might faint at any moment. Maybe with more maturity, she could get used to it. For now, it's a bit too much for her, and she can't meet He Yuchen's normal needs. His wife praises him for being strong, but He Yuchen doesn't feel happy. Without any other reason, he quietly relaxes, wraps her in his broad arms, takes a deep breath, and thinks, "What can I do? Just endure it. Next time I'll hold back a bit." Feng Xie had previously visited the military area once with a guard, bought some things, and left. This time, after a closer look, she was quite impressed. The farm was very large, well managed, and her cousin really had some skill. She also saw the handsome and extraordinary Xien standing there with a serious expression, like an unshakable treasure sword. She couldn't help but walk over and start a conversation. "Comrade Xie, I heard you earned another first-class merit. That's amazing. My family members speak highly of you." "Oh, really?" Xian responded casually, wanting to know what Su Yunxi thought of him, but couldn't bring himself to ask. His determined profile was charming, and his sharp gaze looked toward where the 2 people had just left. Seeing that he was willing to reply, Feng Xie felt very happy. "Of course, my grandfather and my father both admire you. I think you're great too, not only capable but also handsome." Su Qing'an, who was nearby, overheard her shameless words and was furious. He quickly pulled his cousin away. "Xie, do you know that when Xiamingxian was arranged to marry your cousin, you rushed over to talk to him? People were gossiping behind your back, and our family was embarrassed." Feng Xie had finally found a man who could match He Yuchen in potential and had a bright future. Marrying Xiamingxian would definitely be better than her cousin. She wouldn't give up easily. "Cousin, I know you favor my cousin, but why do you stop me from seeking happiness? Just because my cousin isn't perceptive doesn't mean I lack judgment. I want to be with whoever I choose. You can't control that. He doesn't even look at you. Stop fooling yourself. Go stand aside. After dinner, come home with me. Su Qing'an knew that Xian had feelings for Yunxi and had never stopped. If Shiya interfered again, it would only cause more trouble. Feng Shiya was not willing to accept this. Cousin, comrade Xie has no partner. I'm also 18 now. Nowadays, people support free love. Why can't I get to know him? Su Qing'an didn't know what to say. You can freely date other reliable guys, but not Xian. He won't like you. Feng Shiya asked. Why wouldn't he like me? I was arranged to marry my cousin, but I haven't been with her. We have no connection. Are you being too old-fashioned? Su Qing'an said. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. Feng Shiya replied, You don't need to do this for me. It's a waste of my time. Instead, think about finding a stepmother for Yaya. If your older aunt and others keep delaying, you won't be single forever. Su Qing'an was furious. When Su Yunxi and the others returned holding hands, they saw the cousins arguing fiercely. They quickly let go and rushed over to see what was happening. What's going on? If there's a problem, talk at home. Don't argue outside. Seeing her cousin's face flushed with happiness, Feng Shiya felt even more upset. Don't pretend with me. You're dating comrade Xie and married to Hu Chen. You're being indecisive. If you keep interfering in my affairs, who gave you the guts to threaten my wife, Hu Chen, hearing Xie Mingshuan's name, felt extremely annoyed. His narrow eyes were sharp as knives, cold and piercing. He walked over slowly, each step making everyone nervous. Feng Shiya dared not say more. She turned and ran to find Xie Mingxian. She wouldn't let her and Xie Mingxian date? Maybe she's worried she'll marry better than Su Yunxi. She just had to do it. Shiya is so naive. Su Qing'an deeply regretted bringing his cousin here. He could see that if Xie Mingxian dated his cousin, their family would turn into a battlefield. Let her be. We leave the day after tomorrow. Su Yunxi saw her cousin acting obediently, staying close to Xie Mingxian. They had no right to stop her from spending time with her friends. Talking more was useless. The kitchen was busy. After preparing 16 dishes, most people had arrived. They set up 6 tables, and the family of 2 military leaders also came. Su Yunxi invited everyone to sit and first offered New Year greetings, praising everyone's efforts. She was graceful and elegant, with clear, beautiful eyes like a gentle stream flowing into the heart, filling it with invisible strength. In the new year, everyone felt more confident about the farm. They shared some suggestions, and the atmosphere was lively. Throughout the meeting, Su Yunxi avoided Xie Mingxian completely. They didn't exchange a single look, and she completely ignored him. Her attitude was clear. Xie Mingxian looked cold and serious, feeling heartbroken and almost breaking apart inside. He had the urge to keep her with him forever. He felt frustrated inside, but since his wife was busy talking with others, he felt a little better. After the dinner, Su Yunxi and her group went to look at a shop in the city. She told her brother they would stay there tonight. Su Qing'an took Yaya and Feng Shiya, who looked unhappy, back to their grandfather's house. They spent the afternoon looking at a house not far from the city center. It was 300 square meters, with some nearby houses that could be bought together. They planned to turn the extra space into storage and dorms. With the help of an agent, they met the owner to discuss buying the house. Unexpectedly, the owner was Jang Jeda. She was with a man, and they looked upset, as if they were arguing. When they first saw each other, Jang Jeda recognized her friend and ran over happily, grabbing Su Yunxi's hand. Yunxi, are you doing well in Beijing? Will you stay in Guangzhou this time? Tears fell from her eyes. She felt regret for what happened before. She had been selfish, pulling Yunxi into something that almost went against her conscience. This also made Xie Gongshi dislike her deeply, and they had a falling out. Yunxi kept her boundaries and quietly protected her dignity, so the situation quickly calmed down and didn't affect her reputation. She always remembered this kindness. We will live in Beijing in the future. Aunt Deng said you're engaged. Su Yunxi looked at the man who was much shorter than He Chen and seemed proud. She heard he came from a good family with powerful parents and that Jia was marrying him for family reasons. Jia introduced her fiancé, Liang Fu. When she saw that Yunxi's husband was quite good and willing to be sincere, bringing soup, picking her up and dropping her off, they were small things, but many people couldn't do them. When talking about marriage, Jia looked a little awkward. My family is preparing for it, but nothing is settled yet. However, Liang Fu responded differently. We plan to choose a date after May Day. We still have 3 months, so there's enough time to buy things. Although I feel sympathy, I am unable to help. I focus on doing important work. I came here this time to buy a house and open a shop. I liked this house, and it's a coincidence. Because it involves business secrets, I didn't say much. Zhang Jeda was straightforward. Forget about money between us. If you want the house, just take it. It's fine no matter how long you keep it. Su Yunxi would never take such a small advantage. She looked at the middleman, who obviously wanted to make this deal happen. Mr. Liang said he is selling, so we found a buyer. That's all. Hearing this, Su Yunxi found it strange. Whose house is this? Why is Mr. Liang the one posting the sale? Liang Fu raised his chin and spoke. I'm helping to sell the house. Since we know each other, I can give a little discount. It sounded like he was giving charity. Zhang Jeda quickly said, this was given to my parents as a dowry. It can't be sold. Besides, Yunxi is my good friend. I'd even give it to her for free. Liang Fu scolded in a teaching tone. My second uncle's factory invested 100,000 yuan, and it will double in value. You're not thinking clearly. Why keep these useless things? Zhang Jeda couldn't argue with him. She was so angry her eyes turned red and she cried again. I don't want to sell it. We're not even married yet, and you're already meddling in my affairs. I don't interfere in others' matters. Jia, my second uncle wouldn't cheat us. Why would good things only go to others? It's just that they want to give the best to their own family. Liang Fu, annoyed that Zhang Jeda was only crying, felt irritated. He even mentioned to Su Yunxi, Comrade Su, since you're close to Jia, you should also advise her. If you can buy this house at a low price, it's good luck for you. In Guangzhou's upper society, everyone knew Su Yunxi. But her family had fallen on hard times, so she kept a low profile. Rumor had it she married an Air Force officer, and their life was also modest. She'd be very happy if she could buy the house cheaply. Liang Fu was indifferent to Jia's tears, which made Su Yunxi angry. She didn't understand where he got the nerve to care about the bride's pre-marriage property. What am I advising? To help a good friend find a soft meal man? To suffer unfair treatment before marriage? His sarcastic words made Liang Fu instantly angry. So, you don't want to spend a penny, but you want to use Jia's house for free. The middleman hurriedly clarified for the deal. Comrade Liang, Comrade Su just wants to buy the house. She won't use it for free. Where do you get the right to speak? They're just so poor they want to take advantage for nothing. Liang Fu raised his leg to kick the middleman, showing no respect at all. The next moment, he was kicked away by He Chen, who was beside Su Yunxi, and fell into a water puddle by the roadside. Liang Fu struggled to get up, almost going crazy with anger. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Are you tired of living? He Chen smirked coldly, then forcefully pushed Liang Fu back into the mud. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty coldness. You're not even worthy of knowing who I am. It's really shameful for a man to act like this, only thinking about his fiancée's property. In front of the tall and strong He Chen, Liang Fu looked like a helpless chicken with no strength to fight back. Zhang Jeda was so scared she hid behind Su Yunxi. The only brave thing she had ever done was falsely claim that Xien was her boyfriend. Facing her fiancé Liang Fu, who kept talking about reason, she couldn't summon the courage to resist. Now, her impression of He Chen had completely changed from the beginning. Although he had a bad temper and looked fierce and wild, he was reasonable and respectful to women. Liang Fu was lying in the mud, his face turning a dark purple, still stubbornly speaking. Jia, your friend is probably here to cause trouble. Let him go, or he won't have a good ending. Oh no. He Chen kicked him again. Trash, even kicking you dirty my shoes. Liang Fu rolled a few times, dizzy, and tried to stand up and threaten, but when he saw He Yuchen's fierce glare, he immediately turned around and ran. Yunshi, thank you. I'll go back and tell my parents. Liang Fu won't bother you anymore. Jang Jeda was very unhappy with Liang Fu. She felt helpless because she had made a mistake earlier, and her parents had forced her to choose a fiancé and wanted to marry her off quickly, without considering her feelings. It's okay. You should go back and rest. We'll look at other houses, Su Yunshi said. They had already wasted the whole afternoon. Jang Jeda didn't want to sell her house, but Su Yunshi wanted to look at other options. Seeing her friend eager to find a house, and Liang Fu still thinking about selling her property and pressuring her to decide, she suddenly came up with a good idea that could satisfy everyone. Yunshi, Liang Fu secretly listed the house for sale, without telling me.
Sorry about that.
How about this? I'll give you the house for free to run your shop. Can you give me some shares? Any amount is fine, just enough to use the house, so Liang Fu won't keep bothering me about selling it. She added, this isn't just about this house. My parents also gave me surrounding properties as dowry. Don't worry, dealing with the business and taxes will be fine. Yunshi has good judgment and connections. In the future, she will definitely develop well. Why not work together to open a shop and make money? Su Yunshi was surprised but thought it was a good idea. After all, she has the backing of the Zheng family, which is a strong support. However, she also had concerns. Jia, are you sure you can convince your parents to do this? And I don't live here, so if Liang Fu uses your name to interfere with the shop's interests, have you thought about what might happen next? Su Yunshi was cautious about Jang Jeda's ability to handle things. Liang Fu was also a problem. After weighing the pros and cons, she thought it might be safer to look elsewhere for a house. Yunshi, I'll go home now and talk to my parents. Wait for my news. Jia felt somewhat confident. She had tolerated Liang Fu's excessive actions before to keep peace between the two families. If her family found out Liang Fu was thinking of selling her dowry, they would definitely stand up for her. Plus, Yunshi was talented. The farm she started became an important industry in the city. Not only did the military district get meat, but the upper circles in the city also ordered meat from her. Most importantly, Yunshi wouldn't hurt her. She wanted to help Yunshi too. Their mutual support would surely help the shop run smoothly. As it got darker, Yunshi agreed. She had spent the afternoon running errands for the middleman and earned $5 hard-earned dollars. Back at the military family compound, it was past dinner time. They made fried noodles and took a hot shower. He Yuchen washed thoroughly from head to toe. After wiping the mirror fog away, he saw his charming, seductive eyes filled with desire. Thinking about the points that made his wife afraid, he felt troubled. He couldn't undo what was done. Yunshi was drying her wet hair. The heat from her bath hadn't faded. Her face was delicate and glowing. When she turned and saw the shirtless man with well-defined muscles and a strong presence, she felt a bit overwhelmed. Silent desire grew between them. He Yuchen picked her up and put her on the bed, his tone full of suggestion. Is that okay? His large hand pressed against her flexible back, making her feel his uncontrollable longing. He tilted her head to kiss her cheek, but Yunshi shyly turned away. The man forcefully held her down and kissed her lips. Not answering means yes. He Yuchen couldn't hide his excitement. He held her pretty face and kissed her sweet lips, deeply infatuated. Yunshi's mouth was covered, and her large hands moved over her body. The thin calluses on his hands made her feel a tingling sensation, stirring her emotions. Until she truly couldn't take it anymore, He Yuchen finally relaxed and continued to kiss her gently and tenderly. Su Yunshi quickly grabbed his shoulders. She noticed the slight trembling of his muscles and felt his breath was unsteady. She asked softly, "Did I hurt your shoulder?" "It's nothing." He Yuchen wouldn't hide the truth, but he also wouldn't tell her about the fight with Xien. His whole body was tense, like an unscalable mountain. Su Yunshi couldn't think of anything else. Her voice grew hoarse from crying. "Good for nothing." He Yuchen gently kissed her face. His voice was very, full of gentle affection. He always tried to understand her and kept control. He kissed her beautiful back, the charming and graceful curve, which made him even more crazy with love. He held her completely in his arms. Unable to resist, he turned her face and gently kissed her trembling tears on her eyes. Love filled his heart, and he just wanted to care for her deeply. Yunshi couldn't help but hold the blanket and cry. She said kind words and begged him nervously, wishing she could faint to end it. But he was slow and hesitant. She scolded him and pushed him away. He tickled her, making her laugh. He grabbed her hand and kissed it repeatedly, finally giving in to her. Chen felt refreshed. He got off the bed quickly to help his wife clean up. He took away the pillow and then held his exhausted little darling in his arms, letting her cry and complain. No matter what she said, Chen responded by kissing her eyebrows, her nose, her face, and her little mouth, loving her crazily. Yunshi was angry at what he said earlier. Even in bed, she refused to do what he wanted and kept teasing him. But he was stubborn and clingy, so she finally gave up arguing and decided to sleep and talk to him later. "Sisi baby, wake up." The sound in her ear was loud. Yunshi instinctively pushed it away. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, like something was hit. She groggily opened her eyes and saw Chen and got angry. "Chen, you big scoundrel. What did you say before? That you'd be gentle, but did you really do it?" Her voice was still a little hoarse. "Don't be angry, baby." Chen touched his face with a bit of helplessness. All his good temper in life was given to Yunshi. "Why shouldn't I be angry? Look at me, I'm all covered in your marks. Today I have to wear a high-neck shirt again." Yunshi lifted the blanket. Her body was full of love bites, and her back probably wasn't spared. "Is he a dog?" Chen looked at her with wide, bright eyes, feeling his heart tremble. His gaze grew deep and calm. Usually, he would tease her a little more, but he was worried she might catch a cold. He quickly pulled the blanket over her and kissed her firmly on the small, chattering mouth, swallowing her complaints. Only when she softened did he stop. "Your friend is looking for Grandpa. Get up first." Hearing this sudden news, Yunshi hurriedly pushed him away to find her clothes. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chen felt wronged but had no chance to speak. He admitted, "I didn't remind you well. Sorry about that." Yunshi didn't have time to argue. She dressed, tied her hair, and rubbed her aching stomach before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. On the way, she ate a pie bought from the cafeteria. She took a bite, then fed a bite to Chen, who was driving, and drank some milk. When they arrived at Grandpa's house, it was lively. They saw Jang Jeda, Secretary Fong, Qiang, and Dunzi. Dunzi's broken arm was in a cast, expected to take 2 or 3 months to heal. Luckily, he was fine. Before Yunshi could say anything grateful or ask about the situation with the Su family, Chen called the two of them away. "Yunshi, did I disturb your rest?" Jang Jeda heard her cousin say that Yunshi slept until noon every day. She didn't believe it, but Secretary Fong said it was possible for young men and women to be together. Yunshi awkwardly denied. "No, let's go to my room and talk." Fong Shia looked upset, thinking about how her cousin had complained to their grandfather yesterday, which led to her being forbidden from going to the military area. Now that her cousin and sister were returning to Beijing tomorrow, she felt a bit better. When her sister took the person away and closed the door, she couldn't help but wonder if they were going to discuss something secret. They sat in the room, and Secretary Fong spoke first. "Comrade Su, sorry to bother you. Jeda told her family about yesterday, and the leader asked me to handle this. External factors won't affect anything. Let's discuss the specific cooperation." The Zheng family had already pressured the Liang family, so there would be no more house selling issues. But they also wanted to know what kind of stores Yunshi wanted to open. Zheng's family would consider risks and investment returns. At the right time, Jeda expressed her stance. "Yunshi, I've convinced my parents. They don't oppose." Seeing Zheng's sincerity and that the hidden danger of Liangfu was under control, Yunshi explained her foreign trade shop's business model. She acknowledged there would be risks, but the potential returns were greater. Zheng family's site and all the necessary procedures. "I will invest the funds, and the shares will be split 80 to 20. Secretary Fong asked, "Comrade Su, how much do you plan to invest?" Su Yunqi estimated. About 100,000 yuan. Secretary Fong understood. Comrade Su, I apologize for asking this, but the leaders want us to aim for at least half the shares to make the investment worthwhile. Su Yunqi didn't show surprise. As the second most powerful person in Guangzhou, she wouldn't let her child suffer losses. Seeking fair benefits is reasonable. Moreover, Secretary Fong mentioned investment, which means she plans to put in money and there's room for negotiation. Jang Jeda didn't understand the deeper meaning. Taking advantage of friends, how should she handle this? My parents shouldn't have asked for this. The source of goods and transportation is the key to opening the store. Yunqi is taking risks. How can she get half the shares? That's unfair. Secretary Fong felt a bit troubled. Before negotiations even started, she had already changed sides. How could she continue? Su Yunqi wasn't influenced by Jejia's words. She stated her terms. The Zheng family provides the property, handles all procedures, and contributes 50,000 yuan for half the shares. Their actions yesterday had already offended the Liang family. Opening a store in Guangzhou would affect them all. It's better to find a strong backing. Guangzhou is mainly a transit point for storing goods. The store itself is secondary. Shareholding proportions don't matter much. Comrade Su, your thinking is very thorough. No problem on our side. Secretary Fong felt relieved. This was the best outcome. However, Jang Jeda felt a bit embarrassed holding on to Su Yunqi. Yunqi, don't feel pressured. If it affects your plans, not cooperating is okay. There's no reason to go back on her word. Su Yunqi said, it's not pressure. Cooperation is about mutual benefit. Jia is the beneficiary, but the Zheng family is the main party involved. Seeing her friend not suffer any loss, Jia was happy. Great. From now on, we are partners. Will you often come back to Guangzhou? Su Yunqi gave Jia the phone number of her residence in Beijing. Depending on the situation, I'll come back about once every 2 months. If there's anything urgent, you can call there. They reached a preliminary agreement and planned to visit the store. Su Yunqi opened the door, but found her cousin eavesdropping outside. Her behavior was quite inappropriate and made people dislike her. Shia, do you need something? Even though she saw her cousin eavesdropping, Su Yunqi had to hide her feelings to avoid embarrassing the Fong family. However, Shia didn't listen and deliberately interrupted, saying, Cousin, you said our family could also invest in the store. Why did you give half the shares to outsiders? This was like admitting she was eavesdropping and criticizing their partnership. Secretary Fong frowned slightly, and Jang Jeda was also unhappy, but because of Yunqi, they didn't say anything. Su Yunqi pushed her interfering cousin away and said, I make the decisions. You didn't contribute a penny, so you have no right to question me. Shia listened and thought about the detailed process of the foreign trade store, supported by Zheng's big shareholding, and believed it would make money. She started to have her own ideas. Why not invest? My mother said she would put in 50,000 yuan, and my cousin also gave half the shares to my family. That means Jang Jeda gets half and her aunt gets the other half. She was just here to play around. Su Yunqi took a deep breath to calm her frustration. After finally calming down, Shia appeared again. Considering her uncle's face, Su Yunqi relaxed her stance. Your family can only hold up to 20%. If you want shares, go discuss it quickly. If you talk more, you won't get any. Her plans extended beyond Beijing and Guangzhou. She wanted to ensure the project was feasible and expand to other cities. There was no need to argue over this small matter, especially with her uncle caught in the middle. Seeing that her cousin's ideas couldn't be changed, Shia hurried to talk to her mother. Yi Jin was reluctant to invest because the store might not even open successfully. She hesitated but promised to invest 10,000 yuan, which was 10% of the shares, because her daughter swore she could make money. Auntie, let me be clear. Even if you invest, you won't participate in management or decision-making. Whatever happens, it's up to fate. Su Yunqi spoke firmly, making it clear they had no other intentions. Yi Jin felt her 10,000 yuan was wasted and hesitated to withdraw it. Her daughter refused, so she decided not to interfere and let her daughter do as she pleased. Finally, the shares were divided as follows. Jang Jeda held 50%, Su Yunqi 40%, and Shia 10%. A few people took a car to the house. The Zheng family is wealthy and gave their daughter a house worth half a street as a dowry. In front, there are 7 or 8 shops. They plan to open a store of about 300 square meters first. When customers increase, they can expand the shop. Behind, some buildings will be torn down to build a warehouse over 1,000 square meters. On both sides, there will be dormitories for men and women, toilets, a water well, and a kitchen to help the staff with their daily life. A high wall will surround the area to keep the goods safe. Everything is arranged carefully. Su Yunxi quickly drew the plans. Secretary Fong and Zhang Jeda don't know much about building. Just then, Qiang and Dunzi returned. Dunzi can stay in Guangzhou to recover, and Qiang is busy setting up the foreign trade shop. They completed the money transfer. Su Yunxi, Jang Jeda, and Feng Shi signed 3 shareholding contracts, and the partnership was agreed upon. Zhang's family will handle all the official approvals. On the surface, Su Yunxi and her sisters won't be shown. Secretary Fong has many things to do. He took 1 contract back to his office. Zhang Jeda was very happy. She finally had her own business. Yunxi, it's been a long time. Let's have a meal together. Seeing that it was almost 11 o'clock, Su Yunxi agreed and told the security guard, take my cousin home so she doesn't get lost. Feng Shi was very upset. She felt like the 2 women were hiding something from her, maybe not sharing the profits. Cousin, why don't you take me to eat too? Zhang Jeda didn't like her cousin's impression. I'm getting married and want to talk about private things. It's not appropriate for you to come along. She pulled Su Yunxi away without caring about Feng Shi's feelings. Feng Shi was so angry, she stomped her feet. She reluctantly got into the car, still thinking about going to the military area. As they walked farther, Zhang Jeda joked, your cousin and Yunxi seem like real sisters. Su Yunxi didn't want to talk about those annoying 2. She wouldn't gossip about them in front of others. Instead, she asked, your parents really want you to marry Liang Fu? He doesn't seem responsible. Just yesterday, he was already thinking about selling his fiancée's house before marriage, investing in his own business, and talking nonsense. Smart people wouldn't believe that traditional industries could double their money with a 10,000 yuan investment. If they got married, her parents wouldn't control everything. Jejia's situation might become even harder. When it comes to Liang Fu, Zhang Jeda also feels very upset. You don't know how he acted before our engagement. He was so polite and flattering in front of my parents, always obedient to me. When I hurt my arm, he left his work to take me to the hospital and cared for me. I was blind then, fooled by his surface manners, and got into a relationship with him. But after the engagement, he changed. He no longer respects my feelings and acts so proud, as if I am his possession. He even controls my things. How can someone be so fake? Zhang Jeda sighed, her expression turning sad and gloomy. My parents care a lot about face. They won't agree to cancel the engagement. My opinion doesn't matter. I can only take it day by day. Su Yunxi understood Jejia's situation and felt sympathetic. If you can't cancel the engagement, maybe you can find a way to make Liang Fu propose to break it off. Jejia found this hard to believe. How could he propose? The Liang family expects him to marry me. It's a strong alliance between our families. If he dares to break the engagement, my family won't need to do anything. The Liang family could even hurt him. Su Yunxi asked, do you want to marry Liang Fu? A marriage without love can be very painful. It's hard to imagine how a couple with different minds can live together. Being polite is fine, but if there's manipulation, it becomes a disaster. With Liang Fu's character, after marriage, if Jejia refuses to do what he wants, he might force her or even hurt her. Jejia looked sad and immediately denied. I don't like Liang Fu. I just think he's suitable. You know, I like Xie Tongji. He doesn't want to be with me, so I have no choice but to go on blind dates. I just happened to meet Liang Fu, who is good at acting, and was fooled by his sweet words. When mentioning Xien, Su Yunxi's expression looked a bit unnatural. Besides them, there are countless excellent men in the world. Enduring a marriage for a short time might be possible, but how can you do it for a lifetime? Jejia smiled bitterly. My parents say that marriage is just like that. No matter who you end up with, it's the same in the end. It's better to choose someone who benefits you. I don't know what to do. In the end, I can't resist my family's plans. Yunshi once advised her to choose someone who is good for her among the limited options. She chose, but it turned out to be such a hypocritical person. Su Yunshi understood the meaning of everyone has their own fate. A girl who has never suffered much in romantic relationships never realizes how complicated marriage can be. On the way to the restaurant, they met Chen and his two friends coming out of the hospital. He looked very angry, with a dark expression. Chang supported a stool and followed behind, also looking unhappy. Brother Chen, Su Yunshi and Jang Jeda went over. Seeing his wife, Chen's expression softened, and his eyes showed warmth. He reached out to fix her messy hair. Are you done with your work? Jang Jeda was very jealous of her friend. Chen always showed his love openly only to her, hiding all his dark feelings in front of others. Su Yunshi said, Yes, we plan to eat out. Join us. It's convenient for Chang and the others to stay in Guangzhou and help with the store renovation. How is Dunzi's recovery? Chen replied, Chang can stay. Dunzi will go back to Beijing with us. His tendon injury wasn't properly treated, so he needs another surgery. Su Yunshi was surprised. How could that happen? Because Jang Jeda was present and she didn't want her to worry. Chen quickly said, It's not a big deal. Dunzi's guilty expression made him feel a bit embarrassed. Nothing serious, sister-in-law. It's just that the local hospital's skills aren't good enough. Once redone, it should be fine. Su Yunshi knew it wouldn't be that simple. Even at a top hospital in Guangzhou, they couldn't solve the tendon problem. Suddenly, she remembered when Xien, who worked in neurology and had experience with tendon issues. Let my brother take Dunzi to see his friend this afternoon. It might be better than rushing back to Beijing. Chen knew who Su Yunshi was talking about, Su Qing'an's friend, and instinctively refused. Even the top doctors couldn't fix it. Going to him might not help. Su Yunshi didn't argue with Chen. Let's go eat first, she said. The five of them went to a state-run restaurant for a meal. Because ordering from the farm was convenient, the restaurant's menu became more diverse, including chicken, duck, fish, pork, and lamb, improving people's quality of life. They ordered 6 dishes, 4 meat and 2 vegetable, and ate while talking about the foreign trade store. Chang was temporarily in charge of the store with Jang Jeda. As they got to know each other, they gradually became familiar. Su Yunshi carefully asked about Dunzi's arm. When Secretary Hu and others took revenge, they broke his arm. The town hospital set the bone, and he rested for a few days. But he felt something was wrong. When checked again, no issues were found. Today, at Guangzhou Hospital, the doctor said the tendons were torn and the best time for surgery was missed, so it couldn't be fixed easily. He and his friends, Chen and 2 others, were very angry and almost wanted to go back to the town to smash the hospital. Using a robot butler to look up information, Su Yunshi comforted Dunzi, saying, Don't worry, it will be fine. Hearing her confident tone, Dunzi felt hopeful and his mood improved. Right now, he can only eat with his left hand. He can't pick up food with chopsticks. Su Yunshi found a fork for him, making it easier to eat and pick up food. Jang Jeda quietly asked about their relationship. Su Yunshi could only describe him as her younger brother. After eating, Chang and Jang Jeda went to check out the house and started hiring people to renovate it, holding the blueprints. When they left, Su Yunshi held Chen's big hand and brought up again, Brother Chen, can my brother take Dunzi to see his friend? He's an expert in neurology and neurosurgery and might have some good ideas. Her goal was to help treat Dunzi. Chen wouldn't let his own discomfort delay Dunzi's treatment. He sent his wife home, then picked up Su Qing'an, and they all went to see Wen. Earlier that year, Su Qing'an visited the Wen family. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Wen visited the Feng family. They didn't see his siblings and learned that old master Su had passed away. Chen took Dunzi to handle the formalities. Su Qing'an first went to Wen's office. Many patients were there, and when Wen saw him, he asked his assistant to let other doctors see the patients first. Have you finished dealing with family matters? Wen put down his pen. His hands were fair, slender, and his joints clear. Su Qing'an handed over a notebook. My sister gave this to you. I don't know if it will help. It was full of medical terms he couldn't understand. When Xien washed his hands, took the notebook, and looked at it. He recorded some notes about tendons and ligaments. He couldn't help but smile. Such simple surgeries were no challenge for him. As he looked further, his expression grew serious. The content involved many advanced nerve system techniques, levels of technology not available even abroad. Please thank Yunshi for me, he said calmly, placing the notebook into a drawer and locking it. His trembling fingers revealed his true feelings inside. When Xien is about 182 centimeters tall, has a good appearance, wears glasses, and has a restrained, modest aura. He is very skilled in medicine and is well liked by single women at the hospital. Don't be so polite. Even if you're busy, you should think about marriage. Uncle Wen and the others are hoping to see you have grandchildren. Su Qing'an knows his friend's feelings. Even when Xien was in the country, the Wen family wouldn't agree to him marrying a daughter of a capitalist. Now that things are settled, he hopes his friend will find a suitable girl. When Xien casually replies, not thinking about it for now, when he was young, he didn't meet anyone truly stunning, so he finds it hard to be attracted to women. When He Yuchen arrives, Su Qing'an introduces them. They shake hands politely, but secretly compare each other. He Yuchen is handsome and confident, wearing a leather jacket and black pants, giving off a wild and dangerous vibe. As soon as he enters, many shy girls linger at the door. Dunzi immediately closes the door, keeping the distracting girls outside. When Xien, true to his name, is a fair, gentle man. He wears a clean, fresh white coat that makes him look elegant. He Yuchen remembers their first meeting that night. He reluctantly said goodbye. I haven't thanked your wife yet. She helped with medicine at the farm last time. When Xien was surprised, unsure where that came from. He subconsciously thought Su Yunshi had given him this good reputation. You're welcome. Please sit down, both of you. Su Qing'an speaks seriously. Dunzi was injured saving me. Please help examine him. Whatever it costs, just do it. After removing the splint, when Xien carefully checks and frowns. It looks complicated. The tendons are showing signs of atrophy. If brought in within a day of the injury, the success rate is highest. Now, after 4 or 5 days, the chance drops to 50%. The outcome after surgery is uncertain. He might not regain full movement. Su Qing'an grits his teeth in anger. He quickly whispers to He Yuchen, let's go ahead with the surgery. Xien is an expert in nerve treatment. He Yuchen's face darkens. If it weren't for his clever wife, who knows what cruel treatment those people might have inflicted. He is determined to eliminate them to ease his anger. Please arrange the surgery, Comrade Wen, he says firmly. Traveling to Beijing has delayed things, making recovery harder. When Xien instructs his assistant to expedite the process. That afternoon, Dunzi is taken into surgery. Su Yunshi arrived home and didn't see Feng Shui's return, which made her feel uneasy. Yi Jin couldn't help but blame her, saying, Shuya didn't go out with you. Why didn't you bring her back? Su Yunshi simply explained, I had other matters. I asked the guard to take her home first. Yi Jin became anxious, asking, where did the guard take Shuya? This is so frustrating. Su Yunshi was speechless. The guard couldn't control Feng Shuya's. She made a call to the military district. Sure enough, Feng Shuya's left the guard and went to the military district. There was an order not to let her in. She kept insisting on finding her father and somehow sneaked in. Yi Jin was both worried and angry. Oh dear, there are many men at the military district. If something happens, it will be embarrassing. Yunshi, come with me to find her. After hearing her daughter mention Xien, Yi Jin also thought Xia was very promising and mentioned to Feng Yunfeng whether he could help match them. But he immediately scolded her harshly, saying, what if my daughter can't get married? If my niece and daughter go on a blind date with the same man, what will people say? Don't cause trouble for me and your mother, no matter how outstanding Xien was, he refused. Besides, the people he introduced to were rich or noble. He rejected them all, busy with training and missions, not thinking about marriage. Su Yunshi didn't want to get involved. Auntie, Let other guards take you to the military district to find her. Tomorrow is my grandfather's memorial, and I still need to buy offerings. Her excuse didn't convince Yi Jin. Chung and has almost finished buying everything. Help me find Shiao first, then you can go shopping. If Shiao causes trouble, it will be hard to explain to the old man, especially since she went out with you. Reluctantly, Su Yunxi went with her to the military district to find her. After asking around, they learned Feng Shiao had gone to the training ground. Yi Jin's face turned pale. The training ground is full of men. Why is she there? The two hurried to the training ground. From afar, they saw Feng Shiao being chased away by two soldiers. I have something to tell Commander Xia. Why are you stopping me? Feng, this is a military area. Please go back quickly, or Colonel Feng will be reprimanded. Hearing that her husband might be scolded, Yi Jin ran even faster. Shiao, come back with me. But she didn't notice her footing and tripped over a stone on the dirt path. Feng Shiao saw her mother fall and quickly ran over to help her. She couldn't help but feel wronged and said, Cousin, why did you bring my mom here to cause trouble? What if she gets hurt? Su Yunxi was out of breath from running and felt even more annoyed after hearing this. I told you to go home with the security guard. Why did you come to the military area? My aunt was worried you would embarrass her, so she brought me here to find you. If she gets hurt, it's your fault. At this moment, Yi Jin realized the bigger picture. He brushed off the dirt from his clothes, limped, and pulled his daughter to leave. Stop talking, Shiao. Hurry and come home with me. Mom, isn't cousin living in the military area? Let's go there and rest, Feng Shiao said. Feng Shiao had heard that Xien lived right next door to her cousin. This news was very intriguing, and she felt something was wrong. She wanted to go see for herself. Su Yunxi immediately refused. It's not convenient. Feng Shiao, being bold, said, How is it not convenient? My cousin brought us to recognize the place. My mom's leg hurts, and we just want to rest for a bit. By this time, Su Yunxi had completely given up on the idea of packing her things and letting her uncle stay there occasionally. With Shiao's personality, she would be running to her place every day, bothering Xien. Eventually, her uncle and grandfather's reputation would be ruined. Since you left in a hurry this morning, the house hasn't been tidied up. We won't entertain you, Su Yunxi said. Feng Shiao wanted to say more but was immediately stopped by Yi Jin. Hurry home. If your dad finds out you're sneaking and using his name, you'll definitely be scolded, he said, pulling his unwilling daughter away. Su Yunxi didn't go with them. She slowly walked toward the military family compound, muttering to herself. She worried that her uncle might be burdened by this restless child in the future. Thinking of the child, she gently touched her belly and sighed. She felt both hopeful and scared, afraid she wouldn't be able to keep the baby like in her past life, but also eager for new life to continue, even if it came at a cost. When she opened the door and entered the courtyard, she reached out to close the door but touched a rough, strong hand. The bones held powerful energy. Su Yunxi quickly retracted her hand, noticing that Xien had followed her inside and closed the door. Her scalp went numb. She was nervous and anxious, urging him, You need to leave quickly. If someone saw them, their reputation would be ruined. Was he not afraid? Would his future be destroyed? On the other side, a beautiful girl looked frightened, her face pale, her fingers clenched defensively. Their souls crossed through time and space, but were separated by an invisible barrier they couldn't pass. It felt like an invisible sharp blade cutting between flesh and bones, spreading pain and regret throughout his body. Xien struggled to breathe, and his vision blurred. He clenched his fists to stay clear-headed. He had already decided to go all out, his face cold and calm as he comforted himself. I will take all the consequences. Don't be afraid. Su Yunxi looked at him with a bitter smile. Take the consequences? Xien, I am married. Don't use such methods to push me into the spotlight. His handsome face darkened. He knew she was constrained by social norms and perhaps disappointed in him because of a misunderstanding. His heart was no longer on his side, which made him feel deep pain and regret. Yunxi, we could have been together forever, but fate has separated us. The misunderstanding from before can't be changed. I won't ask you to decide now.
Give me some time.
I will become better than before. Our story shouldn't be defined like this. Hege Yuchen was the biggest obstacle. If he followed the rules, he could never be with Su Yunxi in this life. Choosing a career in politics was inevitable. He would surpass his previous achievements in the shortest time. Su Yunxi couldn't control her deep feelings. Her eyes welled with tears. She had loved him once, and she couldn't stay indifferent. But she shook her head firmly to show her stance. Xien, we can't go back. Please don't do this anymore. Knowing that the misunderstanding from the past was resolved, she no longer held resentment towards Xien. However, years of ingrained beliefs had made her lose trust in him. She was satisfied with her current life and didn't want to disturb the balance or get entangled with her former love. Moreover, she couldn't love any man wholeheartedly now. Her only focus was caring for her family and working toward her goals. Thinking of himself on his sickbed in the past life, unable to forgive himself even at death, he wondered if he would have to endure that heartbreaking pain again in this life. The pain was overwhelming, and his muscles twitched as he choked out, "Yunxi, I waited for you for so many years. We shouldn't be so close yet so far apart. How can I accept this? You can't be so cruel, giving me no hope at all. If you think your life is stable now and don't want change, I can wait. Please don't push me away so decisively. If this ends here, what is the point of me living?" As he spoke the last words, Xien closed his eyes, tears silently falling. Su Yunxi finally couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears fell uncontrollably. She turned aside in a clumsy way to hide her feelings and firmly made her choice. Missing out is missing out. There's no way to undo it. Xiemingxuan's handsome face showed deep despair. Every breath was very hard for him. Are you still blaming me? The task assigned by the higher-ups comes with a confidentiality agreement. I can't tell you anything. It's not that I want to hide it from you. I have no special feelings for Su Yunqing. We can't let misunderstandings ruin our relationship. You and other men are happily together, and that is so cruel to me. They had been apart for 26 years. Not a day went by without him thinking of her, regretting. Maybe heaven couldn't bear to see him suffer, so it gave him a chance to make things right, but someone else took it first. The love they shared last night was tormenting him. Hearing that his beloved was happy with another man was like torture to him.
He's not just any man.
He's my husband. We sleep in the same bed, and it's natural. Su Yunxi's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Xiemingxuan's insides, making him feel unbearable pain. Su Yunxi thought about the suffering she endured in her past life. Her words of resentment slipped out. Don't use the task as an excuse. The words you said when you were drunk, the image of Su Yunqing holding your painting, became my nightmare for the rest of my life. Xiemingxian, you cannot love me. You can abandon me, but you shouldn't hurt me under the guise of completing a task. Do you know? I stayed awake many nights, feeling so hurt, I wanted to cut myself. I even stood on tall buildings, wanting to jump and end my miserable life. If you had cared about my feelings, you wouldn't have taken any direct action before I went abroad. You made me lose trust in the opposite. Why is it okay to say you regret and feel bad? You're not innocent. No matter how sincere his attitude seemed, it couldn't change the hurt caused by his secrets. She was alive just to fight for herself. She could live well without a man. Hearing about her suffering, Xiemingxian felt heartbroken and suffocated. It was my overconfidence. I thought you would never really leave.
I'm sorry.
I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Can we start over? Let's leave here and go somewhere no one knows us. Su Yunxi shook her head in refusal. The regrets from her past life were already destined. She couldn't let those past events become hidden dangers in this life. Her expression was sorrowful yet firm. Someone has already taught me that love is not about passive enjoyment or complete self-sacrifice, but about working together and growing together. Let the past go. Be more open-minded, and don't come to me with these strange words again. I don't love you anymore, Xiemingxian. Let's give each other some space and end things with dignity. In her previous life, she had given her whole heart. For Xien, perhaps it was more about being used to her presence than true love. His desire to fight for her at any cost was just a man's need to win and conquer. Su Yunxi couldn't turn back. This life, she only wanted to walk hand in hand with Hu Chen. Xiemingxuan's heart was hit hard again. He couldn't accept this outcome. His voice trembled with suppressed emotion. You clearly love me. Their past mutual support was real. They might have overlooked some of her feelings, but their love was undeniable. Suddenly, outside the door, Hugh's low, angry voice rang out. You two adulterers. Sneaking around behind Yu Chen's back, Su Yunxi's face turned pale instantly. Her breathing grew tense and almost stopped. She didn't have the courage to face this. Xian reached out to open the door, wanting to break through this barrier. He was willing to accept punishment and give up everything just to take Su Yunxi away. Su Yunxi desperately grabbed his arm, tears in her eyes, shaking her head, pointing at the nearly 3-meter-high wall, telling him to leave. Their secret relationship, exposed to Hiyu, made her situation even more difficult, especially since she was already not favored by the He family. The two families had become enemies, which was not good for her. She absolutely couldn't let her family be shamed. Xian knew what leaving meant. They might not meet again for months or even years. The pain and heartbreak would still torment him. Suddenly, he tightly embraced Su Yunxi as if losing control, his voice hoarse and pleading. Wait for me. You must wait for me. Su Yunxi couldn't break free. She bit down his collarbone, tasting blood. Seeing her eyes red and her emotions so intense, Xian knew pushing her further could only lead to mutual harm. He had no choice but to let her go, full of reluctance but knowing he had to leave. He ran and jumped over the wall. Su Yunxi wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and went to open the door. In a quick moment, she was slapped by Hiyu. Her head buzzed, and she fell to the ground due to the force. Shameless woman. Where is the lover? Where did you hide him? Hearing the slap and Hiyu's curses, Su Yunxi didn't say a word. Xian clenched his fists tightly, filled with intense hatred. Like vines, his anger wrapped around his heart. He was determined to make the He family completely fall apart. Are you silent? Don't pretend to be mute. When I find him, I will send you both to reform school. Hiyu's eyes burned with fury. She was furious and gritted her teeth, but she was worried about the family's reputation and didn't dare make a big scene. She searched inside and outside her house, but couldn't find the man. She returned and continued to question Su Yunxi. Where is he? Don't think you can hide him just because he ran away. Thinking of her foolish son, who protected Su Yunxi like a treasure, she was furious when she found out she had been betrayed. Hiyu grabbed a shovel. If it hit her, she could be injured lightly, or even bleed. Su Yunxi could only try to block and pull away. Hiyu's anger grew, still dared to resist. Su Yunxi, you've done something so shameless. Divorce Yu Chen immediately. Otherwise, I will ruin the He family's reputation. No matter what Hiyu said, Su Yunxi remained silent, exhausted in body and mind. She didn't know how to face Yu Chen or what to do with her grandfather. Hiyu suddenly let go, and Su Yunxi, lost in thought, fell to the ground again. Just as Hiyu rushed to hit her, Yu Chen's angry voice came from the door. Stop. Hiyu, try hitting her and see what happens. Hiyu hesitated for a moment, then was pushed away by her son and fell to the brick floor. She cried tears of pain and cursed angrily. Are you crazy? For such a flirt, you hit your own mother. The strength pulling her hair disappeared. Su Yunxi had never been so helpless before. When she fell into a familiar embrace, she snapped out of her daze, buried her face in his chest, and silently cried. Yu Chen saw the clear slap marks on his wife's face. His heart ached terribly. He carried her into the house, frowned with a fierce look, and said coldly, Hiyu, who allowed you to come here? Get out now. Hiyu struggled to stand up. She didn't know that the shameless woman had a lover. She couldn't possibly leave. She followed into the house and revealed Su Yunxi's true nature. Ask her what she did. If I hadn't arrived in time, she would have gone to bed with her lover. Hearing such words, Chen didn't believe it at all. His eyes were cold, and the sharpness between his brows seemed capable of cutting someone apart. From today on, if you dare interfere in our matters again, don't blame me for hiding you somewhere your grandfather can't find. Live or die, no one will know. He looked at Su Yunxi with a hateful glare. She blamed her for ruining their mother-son relationship. She reached out to hit her. Chen grabbed her wrist, his expression fierce and cruel. If you dare to hit her again, I will cut off your claws. Her wrist joint was twisted painfully, and broke out in cold sweat, crying out in pain. Are you stupid? She's secretly seeing another man behind her back. Even though he had doubts in his heart, Chen remained calm, his gaze as sharp as a knife, filled with cold, killing intent. That's a matter between us, husband and wife. If you dare to go out and spread rumors, I will make you a silent mute. Was thrown to the ground again, filled with hatred. Chen, you're willing to betray your family for that shameless woman who cheated on you? How could I give birth to such a like you? Fine, I won't tell outsiders. I'll ask your grandfather to handle it. I don't believe I can't find out who the lover is. When that time comes, Su Yunxi will be kicked out of the He family, and she and her lover will be publicly criticized. Let's see how you can still protect her. Chen knew that the He family was worried about losing their daughter-in-law's handle. No matter what happened, he wouldn't abandon her. No matter what you say, it won't work. Do you want us to divorce? Don't even think about it in this life, or the next, or the one after that. Was so angry, she almost vomited blood. Her wrist was swollen from the bleeding, and she was afraid that further delay would ruin her hand. She didn't care about arguing anymore and hurried to the hospital. The house fell silent. Su Yunxi was still curled up in Chen's arms, enjoying the moment of happiness. For some reason, she had a feeling that from now on, her life wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Chen noticed his wife's low mood. Feeling both sad and helpless, he gently patted her back to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I will arrange for someone to watch so she won't bother us again. Su Yunxi held him tightly, as if clutching a lifesaver. Although she was enjoying her dependence at this moment, Chen was more worried about her condition. Be good, let me see where you're hurt. Until now, he hadn't mentioned anything about the other man. It wasn't because he didn't want to ask, but because he respected her wishes. Su Yunxi felt very guilty and could no longer accept his kindness comfortably. Brother Xien came to talk to me. When Auntie overheard, I panicked and told him to climb over the wall to leave. Chen froze completely. It felt like something was blocking his throat, making it hard and painful. After a while, he managed to speak with a hoarse voice. You knew very well that Xien had bad intentions. Why did you still see him? His wife's words were full of holes. Did Xien come to talk to her at home? Why couldn't she just openly ask him to leave? Heard something that made him certain his wife had been unfaithful. It wasn't just casual talk. What had they done at home that was so secretive and urgent that she let Xien climb over the wall? Every sentence seemed to defend Xien, making Chen feel heartbroken and unable to bear it. His eyes flashed with cold anger and violence, and his fury had nowhere to go. He forcefully pulled her hand and stood up suddenly, heading toward the door. But he stopped abruptly at the entrance. Fighting Xien or confronting him wouldn't solve anything. It might even make everything worse and expose the truth to Xien didn't care about losing everything. What mattered was that his wife's reputation was ruined. He would be mocked by everyone. His grandfather might get involved and confront the Feng family, and their marriage could be broken. This was a deadlock that forced him to accept silence and suffering. But it was especially painful because the person he loved was using him as a barrier to settle her problems. Su Yunxi's silence was deafening. Chen felt himself grow cold. A sharp pain spread through his body, and his heart felt pierced by countless arrows. He turned his head, eyes red, voice strained. Tell me, what do you two have that's worth talking about? He came to our house and openly challenged me. Su Yunxi, have I not been good enough to you? Now you're trampling on my dignity as a man with outsiders. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Su Yunqi's voice choked with emotion, tears falling again. She had already made her choice, but Xian was unwilling to give up. He kept inserting himself into their lives, forcing her to continue the fate from their past. What could she do? Exposing Xian wouldn't help her. It would only make things worse and spiral out of control. The most innocent person was He Chen, who had to bear the consequences of all this. Brother Chen, I know I was wrong. She slowly stood up and walked over, wanting to hug He Chen to comfort him, but he raised his hand to stop her. Even though her heart was bleeding with pain, He Chen kept his emotions under control. Do you think an apology can fix everything? Su Yunqi, I am a person, a man with feelings and flesh. I am not something you can call upon or dismiss whenever you want. I love you, but my bottom line must be respected. An apology can't solve our problems, and that's not what I want to hear. Because of Xian, we've argued too many times. Did you ever think about how I feel when you face him? Did you consider that your actions would cause me so much pain? Or do you simply not care, thinking that just admitting fault can make everything okay? He Chen couldn't bear to see her cry. The clear slap mark on her pretty face made his chest ache. His hand trembled, and he desperately wanted to hold her, but he restrained his deep desire. He knew he couldn't let this go easily. If he did, she might think crying could solve everything, and he would have no power to control the situation. Their marriage would only become more difficult. His gaze fell on her palm, which should have been flawless and white, but now had a few cuts from splinters and was bleeding. Seeing her battered hand, he tried to keep a cold face. This was the first time Su Yunqi was rejected. She wiped her tears lightly, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. She didn't know how to explain herself. She couldn't talk about her past life or Xiamingxuan's entanglement. The result of escalating conflicts would only be mutual destruction. Seeing He Chen's indifferent attitude, she felt a wave of retreat. She tried to calm her mind. Brother Chen, I'm really sorry. Let's both stay calm. There are many things waiting for you to handle in Jingshi. After tomorrow, when you finish your grandfather's memorial, you should go back. I'll go to Shunshi to learn about the cooperation process. She chose to handle things coldly. He Chen was furious. His wife wouldn't even say a word to comfort him. When she mentioned the persistent Xian, she avoided the topic, which drove him crazy enough to want to draw his sword and attack. Now she was just making excuses to be apart for a while. He Chen gritted his teeth and sneered coldly, always avoiding. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Su Yunqi bypassed him, went to the west room, and locked the door in one smooth motion. No matter how he freaked out, as long as He Chen still wanted to save their marriage, he would find a way to cover for her. She despised herself for using a man's sincere feelings to achieve her goals. She couldn't help but collapse onto the bed and cry. If it were possible, she truly wanted a divorce, so she wouldn't continue to burden He Chen. Hearing her sad crying, He Chen felt like he was being tortured with 1,000 cuts. His whole body trembled with pain, and his heart was bleeding as if it had been cut open. Although he knew her tears had some intentional purpose, he couldn't be harsh on her. Even now, he was powerless against her playful tricks. He forced a bitter smile, blaming himself for loving her more than anything else. Su Yunqi cried so deeply that she didn't notice when the door was opened. Her wrist was grabbed, and through her blurry tears, she saw He Chen holding a first aid kit, coldly tending to her wounds. Clumsily, he used a needle to pick out the splinters. She winced in pain and called out softly, tears falling from her eyes, leaving watermarks on her pretty face. Her delicate and pitiful appearance made it impossible for any man to stay unaffected. Hold on. Just one look made He Chen furious, his eyes turning red. His heart softened completely, and his movements became gentle, almost unable to crush even an ant. It wasn't until it grew dark that her wounds were finally dressed and covered with bandages. Her face was wiped clean with a damp towel, and the slap marks faded somewhat. Seeing He Chen leave silently without saying a word, Su Yunqi felt heavy-hearted. Things had developed to this point, which she hadn't expected. Fortunately, this place was remote, and no one from the Xiao family next door knew what had happened at home. But he would definitely not let her go. If old master he started investigating, he wouldn't miss Xien. That was a tricky problem for her grandfather and uncle. Xien stubbornness was a hidden danger to her marriage, indirectly involving Chen. For the first time, she had the thought of running away. Chen returned quickly, prepared a meal, and called her to eat. Su Yunxi's hand was wrapped tightly, and her condition wasn't much better than Dunzi's. She couldn't hold chopsticks properly, let alone control a fork. Chen couldn't stand it and fed her with a spoon, still looking cold. "How is Dunzi?" Su Yunxi asked about the surgery at the hospital. Chen looked at her bright red lips, his eyes darkening, and replied, "He won't die." Su Yunxi felt a headache. Can't he just speak normally? After washing up and returning, she found the door to the west room was locked. The key was definitely in Chen's hand. Even if they argued, he wouldn't allow them to sleep in separate rooms. Actually, she could sleep on the sofa, but she thought it was better not to challenge Chen's patience. She obediently went back to the east room. Chen was lying by the bed, flipping through a book in his hand. "Can you help me change into my pajamas?" Su Yunxi waved her two hands wrapped in gauze. Her wounds were small, but they were bandaged as if she were seriously injured. Chen glanced at her. "Is this how you ask for help?" Su Yunxi looked at him steadily. What should she do? Bow and scrape just to change pajamas? She took a blanket nearby. "If I don't take off my clothes, I'll dirty the bed. I won't sleep on it. You should rest early." Without waiting for his response, Su Yunxi turned and left the room, closing the door carefully. She sat on the sofa, feeling a little wronged and confused. Sweetness is just an appearance. Maybe that's the true nature of marriage. When the east wind blows hard, it pushes west. When the west wind blows, it pushes east. Though she was pressed down on the bed, in feelings, no one could dominate her. Suddenly, the door was slammed open. Chen hadn't even put on his shoes. Seeing her sitting calmly on the sofa, with a cold face without saying a word, he carried her back into the room. She just wanted to change her pajamas but was pushed onto the bed and stripped, leaving only her underwear. Su Yunxi's body tensed up, feeling disappointed. Chen, don't force me into that kind of love. If he thought conquering her physically would give him control, he was very wrong. Chen applied medicine to her injured arm and thigh, rubbing them gently, with a mischievous tone. "What good thoughts are you having?" Su Yunxi knew she had misunderstood and blushed. Especially because his gaze was so possessive and fiery, making her shy and embarrassed. "Be gentle," she begged. His hands were rough, and she immediately felt tears of pain. Today was the most embarrassing day since her rebirth, and it wasn't over yet. Seeing her delicate, tear-streaked face and graceful curves, Chen's throat moved. He couldn't help but react physically. He hated himself for being so worthless, yet he couldn't control his instincts. After changing into pajamas, Su Yunxi got into bed. She wanted to ask him to wake her early tomorrow, but Chen kept giving her cold looks. She was tired and set an alarm in the room, hoping it would help. She hugged a pillow and turned over to sleep. Chen turned off the light, resting his hands under his head. He waited but didn't hear his wife's soft words. He regretted rejecting her when she wanted to hug him, and also regretted saying harsh words when she asked for help changing pajamas, which made her attitude toward him change suddenly. While he was lost in his thoughts, he heard steady breathing beside him. His wife was asleep. He couldn't sleep well after what happened this afternoon. She had carelessly left him alone without a word. He felt upset inside. He gently pulled her closer and held her in his arms. Smelling her familiar scent, his anger eased a little. He couldn't help but kiss her injured face, his eyes deep and full of tenderness and concern. When Su Yunxi woke up, she found herself tightly held by Chen. His big hand was on her chest, and she felt something heavy pressing on her, making it hard to breathe. She pushed his hand away. As soon as she moved, Chen woke up. He instinctively pulled her back into his arms and was about to kiss her, but suddenly remembered they were upset with each other. Su Yunxi noticed his hesitation. She slipped out of his arms. It was already 5 o'clock, and she needed to buy some offerings for the ceremony. "Help me change clothes," she said softly, sounding sleepy. Yu-chen reached out and skillfully unbuttoned her dress. His fingers touched her smooth, soft skin. He fought the urge to hold her waist tighter and got up to find her clothes and socks to put on her. "Thank you," Yunshi said, noticing his sudden coldness. She carefully touched his large hand, showing she was sorry. "I really have nothing to do with Xien. I just want to be with you. Please don't be angry." Yu-chen still looked cold, clenched his teeth, but then held her hand. Seeing his attitude soften, Yunshi knew he was giving in. She naturally threw herself into his arms. "Bad boy, I thought you didn't want me anymore," she said with tears, wetting his pajamas. It made her chest feel hot and painful. Yu-chen knew she was a little troublemaker and that she was blaming him first. But he couldn't bear her kindness. He held her waist tightly and hugged her firmly, warning fiercely, "Never see him again, or I'll cut him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. I'll tie you up at home and not let you go anywhere." He could forgive the person he loved, but he wouldn't let Xian go easily. "Brother Chen, I only have you in my heart." Yunshi's voice disappeared in his urgent kisses. No matter how angry he was, he wouldn't let go. She couldn't betray the man who loved her to the bone. After tidying up and locking the door, they first went to their grandfather's place to pick up Su Qing'an. Dunzi is very sturdy. He was discharged from the hospital yesterday after surgery and was placed in an empty room registered under Jang Jeda's name. The surgery was quite successful, with about 60 to 70% recovery. However, after healing, his right hand still lacks strength, which is a bit disappointing. Yunshi feels very guilty. She took out some white ointment and blood circulation balm, asking Chang to pass them to Dunzi, and explained how to use them to improve the healing of his hand. Chang and Dunzi stayed here, healing while also managing the foreign trade shop. Yunshi gave them 60,000 yuan to buy a truck for transporting goods, and the rest was for daily expenses. All the villains in the Sichuan-Chongqing area were sentenced to death. The Su family was transferred to a more difficult place for exile, and they might never see each other again in this lifetime. Seeing her sister wearing thick cotton gloves, Su Qing'an reached out and pinched her. "Why are you wearing such thick gloves? It will be hard to burn paper later." Hefty hands like pliers from Yu-chen grabbed his arm. "Don't touch her." Her hand was hurt by a piece of wood. Su Qing'an was startled and quickly released his sister. "How did you get hurt?" Yunshi looked embarrassed. "It's nothing, it will heal soon." She wanted to say it was just a minor injury, but the bandage made it look worse. After saying goodbye to their family, they bought some things and went to the cemetery. Yu-chen burned offerings for their grandfather on behalf of his wife. After finishing, the three of them returned to Beijing. "Didn't you say you were going to Shenzhen City for business?" "You little liar." On the train, Yu-chen whispered to his wife, complaining that she always wanted to separate from him when things got tense. The He family still had a tough battle to fight. Yunshi didn't dare to upset him now, and quickly flattered him. "Nothing is more important than you. Only when I am with you do I feel safe and happy." Yu-chen's face softened a little after being coaxed. He kept holding her hand under the table, reluctant to let go. Looking at her face, which was less swollen and had some marks, he felt annoyed again. "Where's the energy you usually have to scold Yunqing? Next time, no matter who starts it, beat her to the ground. I'll handle the aftermath. If you can't beat her, run away. When I go to avenge you, don't let her bully you again. Stop talking nonsense." "How could I hit your mother? That would just add more charges against me." Yunshi certainly wouldn't listen to him. Yu's slap came just in time, preventing her from being hurt worse. His attention was mostly on her injury, so he swallowed his anger. He aimed to keep the situation under control and minimize the impact. When they returned, he would also suppress Yu and handle the pressure from the He family. By the time they reached Jing City, it was past 7 p.m. People from the He family were waiting outside the train station. Biaozi also came to pick them up. Yu told him to take Su Qing'an home and let his wife stay at her brother's place for the night. "Be good, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning," With Grandpa's temper, he would likely discipline her again, so he was worried about scaring her. Wherever you go, I go too, Su Yunchi refused. She wouldn't let harm happen again. Unaware of the full situation, Su Qing'an whispered to his sister, "Listen to Yuchen. Maybe the He family has some issues, and it's not convenient for you to know. I'm his wife, there's nothing inconvenient about it. You can go back now, brother." Su Yunchi finally got into the He family's car. He held her in his arms, patting her back to comfort her. "Grandpa has a bad temper. When we get there, just speak less. He'll ignore what you say. Don't worry, I'm here for you." Because of He's provocation, Grandpa probably wouldn't say anything nice. He was worried about his wife being upset, so he warned her in advance. Su Yunchi felt reassured. She looked up and kissed his chin. His strong hormones and fast metabolism caused a stubble to grow, which tickled her lips. "Brother Chen, I won't let anything happen to you." He couldn't help but smile, gently stroking her cheek with his finger. Her words were enough for him. When they arrived at the He family, as soon as they entered the hall, they saw Grandpa He, looking serious, and Hiyu, smirking mischievously. Sometimes, Su Yunchi even wondered if he was adopted by the He family. His mother was unkind, and her grandfather treated him like a tool. Growing up in such a family, he was truly tough. As soon as Hiyu entered, his presence suddenly became cold and sharp, like an impenetrable barrier. With all the guards gone, only the 4 of them remained in the hall. Hiyu sneered and said, "Su Yunchi, how dare you come into the He family? Do you think you can have an affair with a man? Confess your sins, or I won't let you leave this door." Hiyu Chen sat down with his wife, narrowing his cold, sharp eyes, and sneered at Hiyu. "You hurt my wife to satisfy your own desires. You're just past 20, and you're already starting to feel uncomfortable." To protect her, he ignored Xieming Xuan's presence. When nothing actually happened, few men could endure such frustration, but he did. Su Yunchi's eyes welled with tears. How lucky she was to meet such a good man, responsible and caring. Yet, she often got angry at him and wanted to give up easily. How could she be so ungrateful for his deep love? "You're a scoundrel. How dare you speak to your mother like that?" Old master, he naturally believed his daughter. He was already very unhappy about his granddaughter being led around by a woman. Now, after such a disgrace, he wanted to divorce her immediately. He then ordered, "Su Yunchi, tell me what really happened." Su Yunchi held back her tears, remaining calm. "What I say isn't important. What's important is how you want to handle this. Lies can't withstand scrutiny." Old master, he could easily find Xieming Xian, so she didn't bother explaining. Hiyu was gnashing her teeth in hatred. Her wrist was injured by her son, and she would need at least 2 or 3 months to recover. It was all because of that wicked woman. "Are you afraid to say it? Who is the scheming man? Don't think we won't find out. If you don't tell the truth, your punishment will be worse." Hiyu Chen clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. "There is no scheming man. You're still covering for her? Are you addicted to wearing a green hat? Everyone in the military district knows she's been involved with many men. You treat such trash like treasure." Hiyu's words were cut off. Hiyu Chen's eyes turned red, like a demon from, and he fiercely grabbed her throat. "I told you, there is no scheming man. She only has me." Hiyu suddenly couldn't breathe. Her son looked at her as if she were dead, tightening his grip. She struggled in fear. "Brother Chen, don't be impulsive." Su Yunchi hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "There's no need to risk everything for such a mother." "Old master," he shouted angrily. "You wicked child. Let go of your mother." He swung a whip at Hiyu Chen. It looked like he was hitting Hiyu Chen, but judging by the arc, the target was Su Yunchi. If it hit her head, she could be injured or even disfigured. Hiyu Chen instantly became furious. He pushed away Hiyu, shielding Su Yunchi with one arm, and grabbed the whip that was coming at him with the other. His expression turned cold and fierce. "Grandpa, don't push me." He could tolerate the old man's hitting and scolding him, but he couldn't allow anything to happen to Su Yunchi. This was forcing him to break ties with the He family. "Are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Su Yunxi nervously reached out to touch He Yuchen's hand, which was holding the whip. There were already 2 red marks on the back of his hand. Just a small injury, He Yuchen comforted her. To him, such injuries were common. Su Yunxi felt both distressed and angry, and couldn't help but question the old man, he and his daughter. What did he do wrong? Why are you treating him like this? Blaming all your frustrations on him, constantly questioning and scolding him. If he had a choice, he would never want to be born into the He family. In her world, parents and elders who didn't love their children didn't exist. But the He family shattered her understanding. No one loved He Yuchen. He was like an island, drifting silently in loneliness. Deep inside, he longed for family and love. That's why he tolerated the old man's harsh discipline. No one had ever truly cared for him. Her childhood kindness had captured his heart, and he accepted all her flaws in return. For the first time, Su Yunxi realized that He Yuchen's obsession with her went beyond friendship, family, or even love. After He Yu recovered his freedom, he immediately went to his father, disdainfully criticizing Su Yunxi. It's all your fault. If you hadn't refused to marry Yuchen, the He family wouldn't be in such chaos. And you know exactly what you want. Are you afraid I will take over Brother Chen's business? So you're trying every means to force me out. Su Yunxi tore down Auntie's cover-up, making her furious and embarrassed. You slander me. Don't think that stirring trouble between us can hide your affair with the cheating husband. Su Yunxi ignored her hysteria. In fact, as long as you treat Brother Chen better, even a little sincerity, you will get 100-fold or even 1,000-fold return. But unfortunately, you all don't understand and casually destroy his hopes. When He Yuchen saw the girl he loved feeling distressed for him, his heart swelled with emotion. He threw away the whip, his dark eyes filled with a mysterious glow, exuding a fierce and commanding aura. Grandpa, I will do my duty, but don't interfere in my affairs again. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for everyone. He had long prepared to cut ties with the He family. Su Yunxi was his weakness. No one could touch her. Old master, he saw the determination of his grandson to support Su Yunxi. He knew that, even if there was indeed a wrongdoer, he would accept it. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't truly force the person to the limit. He spoke indirectly, saying, Yuchen, the girl from the Su family, is secretly involved with a man. If you want to pretend to be asleep, no one can stop you. But our He family is not easy to bully. We need her to tell us who the wrongdoer is and deal with him, so no rumors spread. Su Yunxi knew that if her connection to Xien was exposed, all her efforts in life would be ruined, and they would no longer threaten her life. But old Master He's words were also a trap, making her indirectly admit to an improper relationship with Xien. Yuchen clenched his injured hand, letting the pain spread. His voice was calm and proud as always, saying, Without this person, if you really want a wrongdoer, just find someone to fill the spot. Old Master He angrily slammed the table. Who's looking for a wrongdoer? You spoil her like this, and one day you'll fall into big trouble. If you don't say anything, I don't believe the Guangzhou military district is full of fools. Feng Zhenhua must give me an explanation. Once again, he used his grandfather to threaten her. Su Yunxi had nowhere to hide. She said, Committee member He, I have something to discuss with you alone. Yuchen was startled and quickly held his wife's arm. I'll handle things at home. Don't cause trouble. He still had leverage to negotiate with his grandfather. If his wife revealed Xianmingxuan's name and was labeled as having an improper relationship, she would carry a bad reputation for life, and their marriage might be forced to end. He couldn't allow that to happen. Su Yunxi smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, I know what to do. Committee member, he isn't unreasonable. Her confident expression eased Yuchen's worries a little, but he was still concerned. His grandfather was not easy to persuade. Old Master He agreed to let Su Yunxi speak alone. He Yuxi didn't dare stay in the same room with his son, and quickly went back to his room and locked the door. Old Master, he was over 70, with mostly white hair. After enduring many hardships of blood and fire, he had become tough and stubborn. He didn't value material things or family ties but had a patriotic heart. He had 2 sons who died on the battlefield. To him, Nothing was more important than honor. People are complex. Su Yunxi admired old Master He's selfless righteousness, but she couldn't accept his interference in their lives. This island is not under your control, so there's no need to pretend or act smart. Be clear and honest, and the Feng family can still be protected. Old Mr. He spoke directly to the core of Su Yunxi's concerns. Without anyone protecting her, he wanted to see what tricks she might play. Su Yunxi sat calmly and suddenly changed the subject. Commissioner, he should have heard that the Ministry of Defense has obtained some foreign military industry information. When mentioning that information, old Mr. He looked very serious. He raised his wrinkled eyelids and looked sharply. Such top-secret matters are known to no more than 10 people, all of high rank and power. No one would tell Su Yunxi. No matter who told you, this matter must not be leaked. If you want to die, don't involve the He family. This was a very serious matter. If it was leaked, the consequences could be family destruction and exile, with forced silence. Suddenly, Su Yunxi's purpose for speaking out occurred to him. Was she trying to accuse him of leaking the information to threaten him into not pursuing the affair? If you think you can threaten me with such baseless things, you're overestimating yourself. Not only will you harm yourself, but you'll also bring trouble to the Feng family. No matter what Su Yunxi heard, it was only superficial. She was just a girl who only knew how to paint. She wouldn't understand the core technology of the military industry. Seeing his disdain, Su Yunxi took a piece of paper from her bag and handed it over. Commissioner He, you might want to take a look. Does this look familiar? Old Mr. He looked impatient, unsure of what she was trying to do. When he took the paper and saw the drawing, he almost jumped out of his chair and shouted angrily, "Who gave you this? How dare you bring this into the He family?" The drawing depicted a lifelike helicopter, exactly the same as a segment from that top-secret document. Someone unfamiliar with it would never draw such a perfect match by coincidence. If others found out the He family had this, it would mean he leaked secrets and even drew them out. No matter how he explained, it wouldn't help. The consequences could be disastrous. Su Yunxi was clearly retaliating. Where did you get this? What do you want? With the drawing appearing, the situation immediately turned around. The affair with the traitor was insignificant compared to leaking national secrets. The initiative was now in Su Yunxi's hands. Old Master, he finally took Su Yunxi seriously. At first, he thought she was just a wealthy businesswoman who couldn't hold her own. But her calm and fearless attitude was beyond what most young women could show. It was because of her cleverness and tactics that she kept her grandson firmly in her grasp. Commissioner, he doesn't need to know where I got the plans. Just know how many I want to draw, and I will draw that many, Su Yunxi said. Her words almost made Old Master He explode with anger. Just one drawing could cause chaos in Beijing, let alone more. It seemed he thought she was trying to make the He family suffer even more. How much do you really know? What do you want? He demanded sharply. Back at the negotiation table, Su Yunxi remained calm. Commissioner He, don't worry. I accidentally got this plan. I don't know anything else. If you push me too hard, I might say anything.
We're all in the same boat now.
Whether it's the Su family or the Feng family, if they threaten me again, I will drag the He family down with me. Su Yunxi cared most about her family. She couldn't stand the He family holding her loved ones hostage, using them as threats. She had to find a way to remove this danger hanging over her. Old Master He's main concern was loyalty to the country. Even if it meant losing his family, he wouldn't do anything that harmed national interests. When things reached this point, he saw this as a chance to survive. It was a temporary solution. I believe you want to live peacefully with me and focus on more important things. Of course, I will keep the plans to myself as part of the exchange, he said. Old Master, he didn't fully trust Su Yunxi's claim that she knew nothing beyond the plans. If he dug deeper, he might find something that would spell disaster for the He family. He had been strong all his life and never thought he would fall into the hands of a girl under 20. He wasn't afraid of death, but he worried about secrets leaking to spies, causing a huge scandal. The He family could be disgraced forever. He wanted to arrest Su Yunxi for questioning, but she turned the tables and dragged the He family into the mess, even risking lives. That wouldn't solve the problem either. The best way now was to handle things quietly and keep them hidden. Otherwise, the He family would become targets for political enemies. After careful consideration, Old Master, he made his decision. He sneered,
Fine, fine.
Yu Chun has good judgment. He chose a wife like you, who doesn't care about the country's interests. His sideburns trembled slightly, and his sharp eyes glinted with coldness. Although he had to agree to settle this matter peacefully, he had already marked Su Yunxi with a red cross in his mind.
Su Yunxi didn't care what he said.
As long as it didn't harm anyone's interests and was resolved peacefully, her goal was achieved. She held the blueprint tightly. Old Master, he would think carefully and wouldn't threaten her with family members again. Old Master, he was becoming more aggressive, which she expected. Even without this incident, the He family saw her as a thorn in their side. On the way back to the military district, He Yuchen stroked his chin, feeling a bit confused. Mom, how did Grandpa agree so easily? What did you tell him? He knew how stubborn Grandpa was. Deep down, he thought his wife wouldn't mention Xien. Maybe it had nothing to do with anything. She just didn't want to involve Grandpa Feng. Using emotion and reason, Su Yunxi wouldn't say more. She couldn't let He Yuchen get involved. She had a bandage on her hand and took out some medicine to reduce swelling and bruising. She asked him to apply it to his red, swollen hand. Seeing that his wife kept silent, He Yuchen didn't ask further. His deep eyes showed confidence. Nothing could separate them, no matter what. Back in Beijing, life gradually returned to normal. He Yuchen reported back to the Air Force Base. Su Yunxi, because of her hand injury, had 2 more paintings of the 100 birds paying respect, incomplete. The other 6 were sent to the Artists Association to be handed to President Guan. Along with the 2 paintings previously auctioned, a total of 8 paintings would be displayed together on the 15th day of the first lunar month. The foreign trade shop on West Chang'an Street was organized and ready. The shelves were arranged in 5 tiers, and trucks had been purchased, waiting for supplies. Biaozi had already contacted Boss Song. Goods were shipped from Gangcheng by water, roughly once a month. The latest batch was expected to arrive in Shenzhen around the 18th day of the lunar month. Arrangements were made to have people pick up the goods, directly transporting them to the Guangzhou warehouse, then transferring to Beijing. The courtyard was being repaired by a skilled expert, and a feng shui master was consulted for advice. With over a dozen workers, it was estimated to take about 2 months to finish. Before and after the new year, Lu Hongfei was very busy, attending social events and negotiating with 9 military groups to establish cooperative farms. Because the troops had about 20,000 soldiers, the farms were scaled down by half. On the 13th day of the Lunar New Year, he had dinner with He Yuchen and his wife at the well-known Suihua restaurant, bringing along his family's arranged marriage partner, Guangzhou. Guan's father works in the municipal organization department and holds real power. His family is well matched with the Lu family, and it is likely that they will set a wedding date this year. Lu Hongfei introduced the 2 families to each other. He Yuchen, a rare sight in Beijing's social scene, is only 23 or 24, dressed in a sharp Air Force uniform. His tall stature makes him stand out in any setting. His handsome, angular face exudes male charm, and his half-smile with a hint of mischief adds to his cool image. Next to him is his wife, Su Yunxi, who looks under 20. She has an oval face, delicate features, and smooth, fair skin. She wears a long beige down jacket, clearly a fashionable imported item. Since starting the farm, Lu Hongfei's status in the family has improved. His elders have introduced him to many colleagues to expand his network. Recently, he has changed from his usual image, avoiding dance halls and improving his reputation. His lively, confident eyes show his spirited nature. Guangzhou, in her early 20s, is fair-skinned and beautiful, about 165 centimeters tall, somewhat resembling Zhou Haimei. Her family is said to be from the Guerjia clan of the 3 Banners, and she looks quite compatible with Lu Hongfei, who is about 185 centimeters tall. The 4 of them exchanged simple greetings, took off their coats, and ordered food. He Yuchen knew his wife's preferences well, choosing dishes she loved. After consulting Guan Shuiying's opinion, they ordered based on both their tastes. A simple question revealed how much He Yuchen cared for his wife. During casual chats with his brothers, he also helped his wife by serving her food and removing fish bones. After 3 or 4 days of care, Su Yunxi's hand wound had scabbed and fallen off. He Yuchen applied scar ointment every morning and evening, and she was recovering well. "Comrade, he is really good to you. I want to learn from Sister Su," Guan Shuiying said. Guan's family is wealthy. She is currently in college and plans to work in a government agency after graduation, an easy, winning life. In Beijing social circles, He Yuchen is known as a ruthless figure everyone fears. People are very curious about his wife, rumored to be a painter. Now, seeing the real person, Guanuing is impressed by her beauty and also notices that this girl has a good sense of style. Her gradient wool cardigan highlights her figure very well, giving her a gentle and charming look. Su Yunxi smiles friendly and says, "Just call me Yunxi." No one would know that Lu Hongfei has a partner if he didn't tell them. He's very good at keeping secrets. It shows he respects you. As you get to know each other better, your relationship will naturally become closer. Lu Hongfei and Guanuing don't interact much, which shows they're still getting to know each other. In families like theirs, marriage is often a family matter. Either they respect each other or have different hopes. Many couples love each other. Since Lu Hongfei brought her to meet them, it means he is likely to marry her. He's very busy. We've been together for 2 months and only met 3 times. Today is the 4th. But he's very polite and generous. Guanuing instinctively moved her arm slightly. Su Yunxi saw the turquoise bracelet on her wrist, worth about 5,000 yuan. It's considered a mid to high-end piece of jewelry in this era. During the new year, He Yuchen gave Su Yunxi several bracelets and necklaces, some with diamonds, pearls, Hetian white jade, coral, and turquoise. She didn't look at them carefully, and even put the boxes in her jewelry drawer. She thought to herself, these 2 brothers probably bought them together. She smiled politely and said, "Lu Hongfei has good taste. This turquoise bracelet's bright colors really suit your skin. It's clearly chosen with care. Lu Hongfei has some experience in pleasing girls." During the National Day military parade, he met several of his female friends who all liked him a lot. With just a few words, the 2 girls became friends. When men are good, they have no conflicts of interest, and building good relationships is very important.
Haha, my mom also says that.
I was a bit reluctant when I heard he had a partner, but after meeting him, I found he's a good person. He cares about his family and doesn't cause trouble outside. Guanuing looks like a young girl dreaming of marriage. As a first-time meeting, Su Yunxi didn't say anything that might hurt her. A happy, stable marriage needs more than just practical factors and mutual benefits. It also needs love, harmony and intimacy, and emotional connection. None of these can be missing. During the dating stage, if you think marriage is perfect, you might be disappointed after getting married. They talked again about university life. Guanuing and Su Yunxi got along very well and happily suggested, "If you want to go to university, I can ask my dad to talk to the principal." He Yuchen was always paying attention to his wife. When he heard Guanuing's words, he felt a bit annoyed. If his wife went to university and had to travel back and forth every day, it would be worrying. Bad weather might mean she wouldn't come home. "Do you want to go?" It seemed like a question, but the slight downturn of his lips showed what he was really thinking.
Sujungsi Said incide.
A man who doesn't feel secure can't sleep alone. She had to act as a human pillow. "Thanks, Shuiying, but I don't plan to do that for now." She was busy with one thing after another. She didn't have time to study, and the information in the space was complete, much more useful than a paper diploma. Lu Hongfei was used to his brother's possessiveness over his wife. He didn't bother rolling his eyes and started talking about the 9 military group farms. The scale isn't big. Each investment is about 200,000 yuan. You can check when it's convenient and we can go see it. Whoever makes the arrangements, my wife will be busy with an art exhibition in a few days, then she has to handle foreign trade shops. She won't have time to go back and forth. He Yuchen's face showed clear displeasure. If his wife was busy, she would have less time for him. Without Su Yunxi, this wouldn't work. Lu Hongfei had already contacted everyone, and he wouldn't give up easily. Look at how protective you are of your wife. Others are eager to find ways to make money, but you just push it aside. You know you're not short of money, but even a small mosquito is still meat. It's time for you guys to have children. While you're young, work hard and save more for your family. Who doesn't want more money? Lu Hongfei didn't understand. They had been married for over half a year, and it still wasn't enough. But honestly, marrying such a capable wife like Su Yunxi, balancing family and career, no man would want to let go. When he mentioned children, He Yuchen's heart softened a little. He even felt a bit hopeful. If his wife gave birth to their child, their marriage would become more stable. He would make sure the baby grew up in love. But then he thought of the doctor's words. His mood dimmed a little. With a carefree look on his handsome face, he said nonchalantly, "Later, maybe a few years. My wife is still young. You're not in a hurry, but someone else is." Lu Hongfei wanted to say that pilots already had dangerous jobs, and they should have children sooner. If something went wrong, leaving He Yu and his mother, along with the old master, the He family would quickly decline. Be patient in urgent times. When do you plan to get married? He Yuchen and his brother shared a small drink. The military strictly prohibits smoking and drinking, so during daily training it's fine, but in emergencies, it's to keep their reaction speed sharp. Lu Hongfei replied, "Around May Day." His tone was neither sad nor excited. He wore a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. Everyone knew what kind of person he was. He Yuchen simply congratulated him and changed the subject. Guangzhou asked about the foreign trade shop. My relatives bought an imported TV, asked for help, and spent nearly 10,000. Since it's bulk import, the price should be cheaper. Many others probably buy similar items. Although policies aren't fully relaxed yet, this is the trend. Imported cars, daily necessities, and household goods are gradually entering the market. Middle and high-end consumers are the main buyers. Su Yunxi cheerfully said, "When we got married, Lu Hongfei drove a long way to deliver furniture. When you get married, you won't need to buy furniture. Just pick what you like in the store, and Brother Chen will pay." Lu Hongfei chuckled awkwardly. Back then, he didn't take their marriage seriously, and the gifts were casual. Luckily, Su Yunxi didn't mind and even specially invited them to dinner. Looking back now, he felt a bit guilty. Guanshuiying had many people trying to flatter her. Giving gifts was normal, but few people like Su Yunxi who got along so well. After dinner, they quickly became closer and agreed to visit an art exhibition together the day after tomorrow. He Yuchen didn't want his wife to be busy, but co-managing a breeding farm was a big matter for the military. Watching Lu Hongfei discuss with his wife, he looked annoyed. However, when Su Yunxi held his hand, his sharp features softened. He cooled some tea for his wife and used a handkerchief to wipe the baby's mouth. Their eyes met, and happiness and sweetness filled the air. Guanshuiying was surprised to see how He Yuchen was privately. She was shocked. On the way home, she couldn't help but tell Lu Hongfei, "Their relationship is so good, it's enviable. Isn't Yunxi a wealthy businesswoman? Brother, he really has courage. Marrying someone with such a big risk. Many people lose their careers or break up their families because they get involved with wealthy families." Yet He Yuchen from the influential He family was unafraid. They've been childhood sweethearts for 15 years. Of course they have a good relationship. Lu Hongfei was used to his brother's careless attitude. Privately, he probably was even worse, serving Su Yunxi like a queen. It is indeed true. As soon as they entered the house, He Yuchen picked up his wife, kissed her lips, and savored her sweet taste. He quickly took off their clothes as they walked. Su Yunxi smelled a faint alcohol scent and strong male hormones, which made her feel warm and protected. On the sofa, their kisses blossomed like spring flowers after rain, covering her flawless skin. Her legs felt weak, unable to resist, and she let him do as he pleased. He Yuchen looked at her with deep affection, holding her slender waist and sincerely kissing his beloved. She blushed shyly, looking adorable like a kitten, resting in his arms. She was wrapped around his chest like a feather, full of love, wishing to stay tangled with him forever. Back in the bedroom, she kept begging him not to do anything, but her delicate, tear-streaked appearance only made him more passionate. Until late at night, the room was quiet again. The sweet love between them filled the air, blooming into beautiful, colorful flowers. On the morning of the 15th day of the first lunar month, Su Yunxi and Guangzhou met in the city and went to an art exhibition together. "Yunxi, your jewelry today really shows your elegance," said Guangzhou, also a beautiful woman. Su Yunxi was good at dressing up, wearing a light brown coat, beige sweater, black pants, and ankle boots. She wore a pink pearl necklace and matching earrings. The pearls were small but shiny and round, matching her fair, delicate face, making her look even more elegant and graceful. Su Yunxi also praised her. "Your makeup is very refined today. I've never seen blush applied so naturally, and your lipstick color is beautiful. Honestly, even movie stars don't look better than you." The two girls smiled at each other happily and got into the car. They learned that President Guan of the Artists Association was a distant relative of Guangzhou's family, a third uncle on her father's side. The Beijing Artists Association was larger, with over 3,000 members, and their selected works were very high quality. The art exhibition was held in a busy downtown area, with many visitors. Almost half of the cars in Beijing were parked nearby. In this era, entertainment options were limited, and many people were willing to spend 2 yuan to enjoy some cultural activities. After parking, Chen arranged for the two women to follow behind them. "I never paid much attention to painting before. There are quite a few people here. Is your painting exhibited inside?" Guangzhou naturally linked arms with Su Yunxi. Su Yunxi has a small frame, balanced features, and strong flexibility. Walking together, they felt comfortable. "She should be inside," Su Yunxi said after finishing her painting. She didn't pay much attention to it earlier and was now curious about the results of a few paintings. Vice President Qi Ming, along with a few female colleagues, was outside acting as a host. After greeting each other, they entered the exhibition hall and met President Guan. Seeing Su Yunxi and Guangzhou walking hand in hand, President Guan was a bit surprised. Learning that they knew each other brought them closer. Both Su Yunxi and Guangzhou are beautiful and elegant. Their appearance immediately attracted some attention. People in the upper circles of Beijing knew that the He family didn't favor Su Yunxi, but He Chen strongly protected her, so no one dared to look down on her. Some people weren't here just to see the exhibition but to make friends and expand their network. Soon, someone approached to talk. Little brother De Xiong and Aang acted as protectors, watching suspicious people closely to keep unrelated individuals away. Su Yunxi focused on the exhibits. Due to the influence of the paintings from this era generally lacked liveliness, but traditional depth and detailed work still produced good pieces. Familiar people came to greet Guangzhou and introduce Su Yunxi to them. As they passed a corner, they overheard a conversation. "Guangzhou is loved by everyone, but what does it matter? How could young Master Lu give up the whole forest for her?" Last night, he was at the karaoke bar, surrounded by women. Handsome men are often fickle, and with money they tend to play around. No way. Both families are influential. How could Lu Hongfei ignore the Guan family's reputation? He might want to play around after marriage, but not now. He doesn't really care about Guangzhou. Lu Hongfei is a big romantic. He has dozens of lovers in the circle, maybe 50 or more. Only Guangzhou dares to be with him. If he had succeeded earlier, he would have grown tired of her within a month. Marrying into the family is different from outside relationships. Even if Lu Hongfei gets bored, he wouldn't neglect her. The Guan family is powerful, and the Lu family can't afford to offend them. Everyone knows how to put on a good front. After fooling around at home with his wife, he goes out to meet other women. That's not unusual. Guangzhou's face turned pale, and her fingers felt cold. Su Yunxi held her hand and said, "Don't listen to gossip. Many rumors are false. If you have doubts, ask Lu Hongfei directly." De Xiong understood his sister-in-law's hint, walked over, and drove away the two women who were spreading rumors, warning them not to talk nonsense. Thinking about what they said, that Lu Hongfei had been close to other women last night, Guangzhou felt so upset that she couldn't stay any longer.
Yunqi, I'll leave first.
Su Yunqi was worried. She could tell that Guangzhou cared deeply about Lu Hongfei. She wasn't sure if the rumors were true, but she could only offer advice from her own experience. Shuiying, don't go argue with him yet. Find out the truth first, then decide what to do. After all, before she had investigated things clearly, she and Hu Chen had also quarreled badly. Many misunderstandings could have been avoided.
All right.
Guangzhou looked distracted and had no energy to talk. She left with the driver. Su Yunqi sighed, adjusted her mood, and continued visiting the art exhibition. Several of her paintings were displayed in prominent spots. The lifelike birds seemed ready to fly out of the canvas, and the brilliant colors amazed everyone. Each of the 8 paintings had its own focus, leaving a deep emotional impact on viewers. Many people gathered around, forming a long line. Some passionate art lovers were even moved to tears, and a long list of names was left by those asking about prices. Reporters rushed to cover the event, but Su Yunqi didn't want to be in the spotlight, so she left early. After the exhibition ended, Chairman Guan contacted her to discuss the situation. The entire collection was highly valuable, and collectors from Hong Kong, Macau, and abroad had approached the association with offers 3 to 4 times higher than the original auction price. However, the association couldn't afford such high bids. Comrade Su, your paintings are a great treasure and have a strong influence on the art world. The association hopes to keep these works in the country. I know this request may be difficult, but I hope you'll consider it carefully. Painting required immense effort, and these works were masterpieces she might never surpass. Su Yunqi replied, Chairman Guan, thank you for providing a platform for artists to showcase their work. I can see that our association has a bright future. I still have 2 paintings unfinished, so for now, I won't consider selling them. Chairman Guan could only regretfully hang up the phone. On her side, Su Yunqi's phone rang again and Guangzhou's sad voice came through. Yunqi, Lu Hongfei admitted what happened last night. He even told me it was just a fling with them. How can he do this? Lu Hongfei is clearly a bad person, and Su Yunqi is a bit at a loss. Although he is a decent partner in business, he is really bad at handling relationships with women and shows little respect for Guangzhou. Break up with him. This is how Su Yunqi deals with problems. She refuses to keep someone who disgusts her. But breaking up won't solve everything. Guangzhou hesitated and said in a low voice, That's not so easy. The 2 families agreed privately. Lu Hongfei is rich and handsome. Maybe those women seduced him. She couldn't accept this reality and tried to analyze it objectively. People like them, in high society, enjoy power but are also more tempted than ordinary people. The more Guangzhou thought about it, the more she believed that those shameless women had thrown themselves at Lu Hongfei, and he, worried about his reputation, had accepted. Their family's marriage was almost unchangeable. Su Yunqi knew that persuading him wouldn't help, and offending Lu Hongfei might cause the 2 families to turn against her. She could only respond vaguely. Maybe. With the prestige of the Lu family, many people want to get benefits from him. But if anyone can him easily, you should consider whether Lu Hongfei himself has problems. Guanuing, you need to have some skills. You can't let him get used to such reckless living. You need to guide him onto the right path. The marriage between the Guan and Lu families was purely a matter of interests. Feelings didn't matter. Willingness didn't matter. She could only carve out her own way. Hearing Su Yunqi's words, Guangzhou felt hopeful. Yunqi, you're right. Could you please quickly talk to Hongfei about going out to the farm? I want to deal with those scheming troublemakers. The Guan family has power and influence, so dealing with those insignificant people is easy. This would deter anyone with bad intentions, and no one would dare to pursue her partner. Su Yunqi thought she should be the one to deal with Lu Hongfei, but she held back and said, All right, I'll call him later. He's going to the military district in Yunnan and might be back in 5 days. Guangzhou was very grateful and arranged for them to have dinner when they returned. At noon, Su Yunqi called her brother to ask if he was free to have dinner together that evening. Su Qing'an replied, I took leave earlier, so work has been delayed a lot. I've been working overtime recently, so I can't join you. Besides, it's proper for you and Yu Chen to go to the He family for the holiday. Su Yunxi didn't want to tell him about the stressful matters with the He family and advised, "Brother, please stay safe. If you notice anyone suspicious following you, be careful." Su Qing'an dismissed her concern, saying, "I stay at home and go to work every day. No one is following me." During the National Day holiday, her sister had someone bring 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, 20 pounds of oil, and various dried vegetables and seasonings to their home. It was enough for a year, and she wouldn't need to leave the house to be self-sufficient. "How did your hand get hurt? Be careful. Don't get injured badly, like Dunzi. If you hurt your tendons, you might not be able to write anymore." Su Yunxi thought about the exaggerated bandage Yu Chen had wrapped her with and felt helpless. It's just a normal injury. The biggest cut isn't even the size of a grain of rice. It's all healed now. Suddenly, a gentle female voice came from the phone. "Chingan, who are you talking to?" "Dinner time." The brother and sister both paused for a moment, realizing the truth was obvious, and any explanation seemed useless. "Hang up first, brother. I'll be gone for a few days tomorrow. I'll contact you when I return." Su Yunxi didn't want to continue the conversation and hung up. What could she do as a sister? Question her brother? Or make him fulfill his marriage responsibilities? She had already said what she needed to many times. One slap doesn't make a sound, and she had no right to trouble Guanuing. As always, a marriage without hormones could only last based on conscience. Qin Liao, who was thin and lacked beauty, couldn't compare to the lively and proactive Guanuing. Su Qing'an couldn't handle the situation well. She felt sorry for her sister-in-law, who was sent to Beijing for work. Given the current circumstances, it was no longer suitable for Qin Liao to stay there to take care of her parents. When he learned his wife was going out, Yu Chen was not unhappy. With the new parts, the modified plane's performance improved. His training schedule was tight in the coming year, so he asked a Xiong and a Ping to accompany her. Lu Hongfei was serious about his work, and the four of them left the next day to handle their tasks. 5 days after returning from the Yunnan military region, I just stepped out of the train station when 2 young women ran over. They had been waiting nearby, eager to be the first to complain to Lu Hongfei about their troubles. "Young Master Lu, Comrade Guan had someone destroy my shop. She said if I dare come near you again, she will make my family disappear from Beijing. Yes, she even slapped me twice and warned me to stay away from you or she would sell me off to the mountains. She's just unreasonable. Is it a crime to get close to you, young Master Lu? You must help us." Their tone was a bit coquettish, which made Su Yunxi feel uncomfortable. Seeing Lu Hongfei's troubled expression, she couldn't help but feel annoyed at these clingy girls. "Who are you two? Acting so cheap in public, hitting on someone else's boyfriend." Since the National Day holiday, 3 reckless people had offended Su Yunxi. He used strict measures to ruin those 3 families and expelled them from the Beijing circle. No one dared to offend Su Yunxi anymore. The 2 girls didn't dare to speak after being scolded, only quietly wiping their tears. Lu Hongfei was also annoyed that these 2 had come to find him, embarrassing him in front of others. Naturally, Su Yunxi didn't let him off either. "Lu Hongfei, handle your personal issues. If more untrustworthy women suddenly appear, I will ask Brother Qin to keep his distance from you." Not wanting to see or think about it, Su Yunxi took to Xiong and a Ping to the foreign trade store. The first order, worth 200,000 yuan, had already been shipped back smoothly, half to Guangzhou, half to Beijing, waiting untouched in the store. Most of the goods came from over 10 countries, mainly household appliances and daily necessities. The labels were in different languages, so people couldn't understand them. After returning, Su Yunxi used the Smart Space tools to translate each product's description, set prices based on the market, and taught everyone how to use and introduce the items to customers. Biaozi and his girlfriend Juanzi led others to organize and clean the products, then put them on shelves. With hundreds of items and over 10,000 pieces in stock, the workload was huge. They worked until the afternoon to organize about 60 large items, identify defective products, and calculate losses. She had planned to go home early to spend time with Yu Chen, but Guangzhou came over. She was in good shape and pulled Su Yunxi into a meal. Tomorrow, Shui. I've been out for 5 days and need to go home and see him. It had been 5 days since she saw Chen. Su Yunxi felt a bit worried. If she had dinner with Guanshuiying, Chen might get so angry he'd almost explode. Okay, I just came to say a few words to you. Guanshuiying heard about the train station incident. Su Yunxi not only scolded the two shameless people but also talked about Lu Hongfei, which made her feel very satisfied. Looking at Su Yunxi, who seemed delicate and weak, she was actually a rose with thorns. If she didn't have some extraordinary skills, how could she control one of the top men in the Beijing circle? The two of them went to a nearby tea house to sit and talk. Guanshuiying looked unhappy and said with a bitter smile, Yunxi, during these days when you were away, I finally found out the truth. Lu Hongfei does have many close female friends outside. I thought that since we were together, he would clean up his mess outside. But I was too naive. Don't laugh at me. I have no one to talk to about this. Everyone around me envies that I am with Lu Hongfei. If they knew the real situation, they would be secretly happy and gloating. My family doesn't need to mention. Lu Hongfei promised them that those outside relationships don't matter and he wouldn't marry anyone else. Our two families are to marry, and my position will never change. So when I told my parents about his secret relationships with other women, they only cared about the benefits. They don't mind at all. They say men work hard outside, and it's not easy, and they advise me to be more tolerant. Guanshuiying was deeply hurt and looked dejected. In her world, being in a relationship meant mutual respect, with both hearts and minds only for each other. But in reality, Lu Hongfei didn't do that. He appeared to be good to her on the surface, but didn't change his old ways behind the scenes. She looked good and came from a good family, so why wasn't she worth a man's full devotion? Why could Lu Hongfei do whatever he wanted outside without considering her feelings? Su Yunxi didn't know how to comfort her. In fact, she wasn't really suitable as a confidant. Her way of handling relationship problems was always straightforward and blunt. Shuiying, what kind of result do you want? Do you want to be with him and get married, or do you want to find a way to end things? Faced with this problem, Guanshuiying was silent for a moment before slowly sharing her true feelings. Yunxi, actually, my family's wishes are only part of it. The main reason is that I like Lu Hongfei. When I started university a year and a half ago, my family held a banquet and Lu Hongfei came to give a speech.
His eyes caught my heart then.
Since that day, I keep seeing him in my dreams. I can't control this feeling. I often think about him without realizing. We haven't met again, but I heard that his reputation isn't very good. He hasn't had serious relationships before, just fleeting romances. I know I shouldn't get involved with someone like him, and I've been very conflicted. I'm afraid to see him, because I know if I do, I'll fall for him. My family says I should marry into the Lu family, so I feel like it's fate. I can't avoid it. The second time we met at a matchmaking event, more than a year later, I didn't feel strange at all. Seeing him made me so happy. Even knowing about his wild past, I don't care anymore. Nothing compares to how much I like him. Now I even hope I can change him, but maybe I'm hopeless. Yunxi didn't expect such a story. It was clear that Guanshuiying had been struggling for a long time and decided to take a chance. Lu Hongfei didn't even know that a girl, after just one encounter, couldn't forget him and was willing to accept his flaws. Lu Hongfei was very lucky, and Guanshuiying was very unfortunate. Yunxi gently advised, Shuiying, in love, the person who gives everything often ends up losing everything. You shouldn't keep going down this path. Guanshuiying looked a bit sad. I understand the reason, but I can't do it. Every time he comes to see me, I feel genuinely happy. I want to get close to him, to understand him better. But the more I learn, the more it hurts. I've tried to push away some other women who are interested in him, but Lu Hongfei just ignores me now. It's like a heavy stone on my heart. I want to talk to him properly, but I can't bring myself to do it, and I don't even know what to say when I meet him. Yunxi, please help me think of a way. Yunxi rubbed her temples. It was obvious that Lu Hongfei was testing her patience, and her feelings were only one-sided. Shuiying, don't love someone who isn't worth it. I advise you to think carefully about this relationship. If you're prepared to compete with other women for his attention in the future, then I won't say anything more. Based on her understanding of future generations, the upper class has formed a fixed pattern. Men marry women, but men can indulge in wild pleasures, while women must fight to protect their rights by dealing with various mistresses. The powerful men enjoy the thrill of being admired and sought after, caring little if women are hurt or upset. If one woman is no longer interested, others will step forward because women are willing to lower themselves for profit. Women they see as playthings, however, cause endless harm to the original wives. Ultimately, it shows that men are not worth loving. Guangzhou's face turned pale. Yunxi, my heart feels so mixed up. Part of me thinks I should cut my losses quickly, but the thought of breaking up with him makes me feel empty and very sad. I really don't know what to do. Yunxi feels a bit helpless about girls who are deeply in love because they are not ruthless enough to control men. Most men in the world care about benefits first. They either seek wealth or pleasure, and basically, they don't love truly. Don't be fooled by their poor acting. Shuiying, remember, in life, you must love yourself first. Invest in yourself as much as possible, improve yourself, and make yourself strong and unbreakable. Then, nothing can defeat you. If you're really unsure about what to choose, just focus on your own matters and put love aside for now. When she got home, she let the space robot prepare dinner while taking a hot bath to wash away her fatigue. When Chen arrived home, he smelled the aroma of food, and his mood instantly relaxed. He didn't even bother to take off his clothes and quietly went to the kitchen, hugging his beloved girl from behind. Yunxi was startled, almost dropping the spatula. She patted his arm in annoyance. Are you a cat? You walk so quietly. Quickly take off your clothes, wash your hands, and eat. Did you miss me? He always asked, never getting tired of it. Yunxi turned around, tiptoed, and kissed his handsome face, acting cute. Anyway, I know you miss me, so I miss you even more. Chen's eyes curved into a gentle smile, deep and captivating, as if to draw her in. He happily lifted her pretty face and kissed her passionately. Little rascal, do you know how hard it is for your man to stay alone at home? After a while of being affectionate, they finally went to eat. Talking about Lu Hongfei and Guanuing, Yunxi felt a bit troubled. Having friends like that, being influenced by them. Do you think someday some women might call me sister or younger sister? Chen was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. His smooth, shining face had a mischievous look. Be careful, they might just be after your money. Yunxi also smiled. That can't be. Are you secretly keeping a little lover behind my back? Chen gently pinched her cute nose. No way. Don't think nonsense. Before they were married, with his good looks, women could choose him easily, but he wasn't interested. His heart was always waiting for her. When he saw Yunxi grown up, he fell in love at first sight. Their relationship was more than just a simple romantic one. It was more important than life itself. He would do anything to keep her safe. And there was Xien watching from the shadows, ready to betray him. He knew the cost of betrayal and dared not step over the line. A short separation feels like a new marriage. The moonlight shone into the room, casting the shadows of a couple on the wall. A tall man, strong like a beast, held a delicate girl tightly in his arms. Only her soft crying could be heard, a mix of happiness and pain. I need to go to the bathroom, Yunxi whispered hoarsely, trying to break free from his hold. Chen stood up, showing his perfect, marble-like figure. His sharp, handsome face was gentle as water. He lifted her tiny waist and kissed her small mouth. I'll carry you. He refused to let go. Every step he took was a test for Yunxi. When they reached the bathroom, she bit her lip, shook her head, and cried, feeling overwhelmed. The next day, Yunxi woke up yawning, rubbing her tired waist, thinking about last night. She quickly slapped her hot face. Embarrassed, she couldn't control herself. She wished she could hide underground. Chen didn't laugh at her. He kept comforting her, saying it was normal. After her shower, she climbed into bed, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. Chen held her and comforted her for a long time. His deep eyes reflected her shy, uneasy face. Suddenly, He kissed her so passionately she almost couldn't breathe. He kept saying, "I love you," over and over. Holding her tightly in his arms, she felt less burdened. At least he wouldn't laugh at her or judge her. He would accept everything about her. She ate the breakfast he made and saw the note he left. "Sweetheart, I'll come to pick you up tonight. Don't overexert yourself." Yunshi couldn't help but smile. It was getting more and more sweet. I called Jang Jeda to check on the situation. "Yunshi, you're finally back. There are so many products, about 10 different languages. They don't recognize me, and I don't recognize them. Please come back quickly to help." Jang Jeda was overwhelmed. Aang brought workers to move the goods back, but everyone was confused about how to use and price these imported products. They just stared at each other for 2 days. Yunshi hurried to comfort her. "Don't worry, Jejia. Once I finish sorting things out here, I will come back." After hanging up, Daxiong and Aping met her outside the military district gate. The three went to the foreign trade store. Since she wasn't there, all work stopped. These days, she needed to quickly stock the products, teach Biaozi, Juanzi, and other female sales clerks about the products and sales skills. To attract customers, they played TV shows during business hours every day. Guanuing came in the morning. She looked tired and pale because she didn't rest well. At home, she often overthought. Yunshi suggested she distract herself and improve herself. She had no clear plan, so she came to Yunshi for help. She originally wanted to vent her frustrations, but felt shy to bother Yunshi when she saw her busy and unable even to take a sip of water. Listening nearby, she found it quite interesting. She increasingly believed Yunshi was very capable, no matter if it was English, German, French, Japanese, or Korean. Yunshi seemed to know everything. They ate at the shop for lunch. Before the new year, Yunshi built dorms and a large kitchen nearby for easier management. They hired a good cook, Auntie, who prepared 3 meals a day for free so everyone wouldn't eat irregularly or suffer stomach issues. Chen was generous to his subordinates, but didn't involve himself in daily, trivial matters. After his older sister-in-law arrived, their lifestyle changed. After 11 p.m., the young men from the nightclub gradually arrived, calling her big sister-in-law. Not only Guanuing, but even Yunshi felt overwhelmed. Everyone's family now. No need to do this. Just call her sister-in-law. "Yes, big sister-in-law," they replied one after another. Seeing Yunshi's helpless expression, Guanuing couldn't help but laugh. Every day, the farm sent meat. They had hearty meals, breakfast with eggs, buns, and milk, lunch and dinner with 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and soup, all well-balanced and nutritious. The younger brothers have changed from their secretive, unpredictable lives and now seem full of energy. Most of them only eat lunch and dinner, and when they are hungry late at night, they drink the porridge left in the kitchen. Guanuing and Yunshi finished their meals and sat together to eat. "Yunshi, this plate is really interesting. It has 5 empty spaces, and you can fill it with as much food as you want. It also has a soup bowl. You serve yourself, keep it clean and sanitary, and avoid waste." "Yes, I ordered them from the factory. They are suitable for company or school cafeterias. If you like, take a few home." Yunshi had a batch of plates made and sold them in her shop. The sales were average because most families were not wealthy and didn't have the habit of sharing meals separately. "Okay, I'll ask my parents about it and help promote them." After several interactions, Guanuing's good impression of Yunshi increased significantly. She considered her a good friend and was happy to help whenever she could. "Thanks a lot," Yunshi said gratefully. With someone helping, things go much more smoothly. In the afternoon, she worked for over 2 hours, repeatedly squatting and standing. Her energy was exhausted. She leaned on a chair, wiped her sweat, and felt her waist hurt so much she could hardly sit still. Biaozi suggested, "Big sister-in-law, let's go rest in the dorm. What about all this stuff? Otherwise, I'll move a bed here so you can lie down without delaying work." Daxiong, not thinking carefully, just opened his mouth, but Biaozi punched him hard, giving him a good hit. "Don't hit him. I'll be fine after a short rest." Yunshi quickly stopped him, trying to stay calm and hide her embarrassment. She was getting more annoyed with her brother. If he hadn't caused so much trouble, she wouldn't be feeling like this. Guangzhou didn't understand and asked, Yunxi, if you're not feeling well, should I take you to the hospital? Considering her health, Su Yunxi decided to pause her work. She didn't want overwork to affect her health. Let's finish the inventory for today. After feeling a bit better, she went to the courtyard at Hohai. Since there was a young brother supervising, there was no risk of cutting corners. The repair workers worked carefully, so progress was slower. All the building materials used imported rosewood, and the courtyard was paved with blue stones. The bricks and tiles were arranged by Su Qing'an through connections. The style was antique and elegant, with a grand and imposing look. The building covered nearly 300 square meters. On both sides of the main gate, there were small pavilions. One served as a reception room and tea room, the other as a lounge. The spacious, flat courtyard was over 100 square meters. The main hall was at the back, with side rooms on both sides serving as bedrooms with bathrooms. The west wing has 2 rooms that can be used as an art studio and a study. The east wing contains the kitchen, dining room, and bathroom. Yunxi, do you plan to live here in the future? The environment is really nice, and it's convenient to go anywhere from here. Guanshuiying feels more and more envious. She thinks that Su Yunxi's life is busy but fulfilling, and she isn't bothered by trivial matters. She wishes she could be like that, at least not worried all day about Lu Hongfei's issues. But after a day, her mood isn't as heavy anymore. Distraction helps. Occasional living, Su Yunxi has no specific plan. She just wants to tidy up the courtyard first. When her parents are no longer involved with capitalists, they can come to live here. After 3 days of continuous work, everyone worked together and finally organized all the goods. Guanshuiying came every day. At first, she was there to ease her anxiety, but later she also helped out. Listening to everyone talk made her feel more interested than shopping or attending parties. Su Yunxi assigned Zhuanzi to manage the foreign trade shop. They put up a sign that said, "Imported department store," and hung a long whip as decoration. They started a trial run, selling at the agreed prices. When Lu Hongfei came, the store's TV was playing a show. Groups of people brought stools and crowded around to watch. Customers kept coming in, making the already warm space even hotter with steam. Su Yunxi, Guanshuiying, and a few female sales assistants, all dressed in matching purple-gray uniforms, were busy. Each was surrounded by customers. They patiently explained the imported products, skillfully demonstrating them. More and more people were paying with foreign currency vouchers. He Yuchen had huge assets. Any girl would be happy to be around him every day, caring for him gently and warmly. Serving him well was better than earning a little profit. But Su Yunxi didn't do that. She always had her own ideas and goals and couldn't be controlled. For men, girls like her always stay fresh and full of energy. When Guanshuiying saw Lu Hongfei, a quick flash of happiness appeared in her eyes. But he moved over to Su Yunxi before she could speak. He handed her a pair of cotton gloves and a radio. Yunxi, Shuiying, help the older lady get home first, Su Yunxi said, grabbing a strong man to help. She didn't expect the foreign trade shop to be so popular. They were short-handed. De Xiong and a Ping had already been sent out to help customers deliver things. Even if busy, I can't ignore Guanshuiying's matter. I took the customer in, helped Shuiying put on her coat, and pushed them out the door to deliver the goods. This was a way to create a small step for them. Neither of them came back. Soon after, Biaozi brought some people to help. Everyone ate lunch together until night fell and the lights turned on. The shop was brightly lit, and even after work, people still came to visit. Su Yunxi was carried away by He Yuchen. He looked cold and distant, giving off a low-pressure vibe. He ignored her, thinking she could wait until morning. Su Yunxi was stuck on He Yuchen's broad back. She awkwardly waved goodbye to everyone, clearly showing sympathy and fear on their faces. Pigsy carrying his wife, Su Yunxi teased as she pinched He Yuchen's firm ear. People say such determined people are hard to persuade. It seemed like a layer of ice was cracking. He Yuchen gently patted her and softened his tone. I didn't come to find you, so you probably don't know how to go home, right? You forgot who calls out for back pain every night. In the past few days, he had been massaging and applying heat to her, worried she might hurt herself. But she didn't care about her own health at all. As soon as Su Yunxi sat in the front passenger seat, she hung around his neck and kissed his cold, strong cheek. She pouted and said, "Big brother is so good. He knew I missed him, so he came to pick me up." Faced with her adorable, helpless look, He Yuchen's anger instantly disappeared. He couldn't even pretend to be stern. It was like he had fallen into her trap. He grabbed her small chin and kissed her fiercely for a while. Because she was busy with the foreign trade shop, she often used her back pain to avoid his affection. He felt heartbroken and almost ordered her to close the shop. But her tears made him give up. After finishing work, Su Yunxi felt much more relaxed. She promised herself to surprise him that night. But when the moment came, she started crying again. She didn't expect making out to be so difficult. She was used to his strong masculine scent, but it was a bit frightening. It was definitely not something she could do easily. He Yuchen felt an unprecedented soft happiness. He didn't want to see her struggle, so he held her tightly and kissed her deeply. His beloved was willing to give her love, and he was deeply touched. He felt full of sweetness and wished he could give her all his love. Su Yunxi couldn't help but breathe heavily. She was softened by his kisses, like a leaf drifting in the wind. The familiar melody played again, making her nervous and trembling. "Don't do it like last time." He Yuchen's eyes were deep and unreadable. He covered her small mouth and enjoyed the most wonderful moment. As a result of indulgence, Su Yunxi didn't get out of bed the next day. At the foreign trade shop, He Yuchen asked Biaozi to arrange for someone to help so his wife wouldn't have to work so hard. Meanwhile, in Guangzhou, Juanzi brought over materials for training, communicating by phone when needed. When Su Yunxi woke up, she found that all her work had been arranged by He Yuchen. It was just the weekend, so she called her brother to arrange a lunch. After a warm bath, she felt refreshed. Looking in the mirror, she saw her face full and bright, with a happy expression. A good marriage really nourishes a person. The siblings met at a quiet, government-run restaurant. They ordered food, and Su Qing'an kept looking at his sister's hand, trying to find any scars. Su Yunxi sighed helplessly. "It's really nothing. Brother Qin just exaggerated. Paying attention is not wrong." Su Qing'an knew why his sister wanted to meet, so he said directly, "I just have a good relationship with Guanuing, nothing more." Su Yunxi wasn't reassured and pointed out, "Brother, even if nothing serious happened, you still had thoughts about her. Being married and frequently interacting with a female colleague, claiming they just had a good relationship, isn't convincing." Su Qing'an didn't deny it. "When I first arrived at the Housing and Construction Bureau, I was surrounded by suspicion and discrimination. Gaowen helped me a lot. Later, I found out she might have feelings for me, so I explained clearly that I live separately from my wife and have a child. I also said I couldn't divorce. But she never gave up. Originally, there was only one spot to study in Hong Kong City, and she applied too. During those 3 months in a strange city, we relied on each other and encouraged each other. It was hard not to feel something. I know I shouldn't and I am responsible, but Yunxi, Gaowen wants nothing from me. She just wants to be with me." Su Qing'an was a normal man. During his single period, when a gentle, kind woman who was devoted to him appeared, and he also had some contact with other women at work, it was hard for him to be completely cold and push them away. Before Su Yunxi came, she learned that Gaowen was the daughter of the deputy director of the Housing and Construction Bureau. She was powerful, beautiful, and influential, far beyond what a small family like Qin Liao's could compare to. "Brother, Gaowen says she wants to be with you and asks for nothing. Do you believe her? That's just an excuse to get close to you. If your private relationship with her is discovered and you develop other relationships during your marriage, it would be a disaster for the whole family. If the Gao family steps in and forces you to marry Gaowen, what will happen to your sister-in-law? What are you really thinking now?" Su Qing'an hesitated and couldn't make a decision, remaining silent for a moment. Su Yunxi understood that with Gaowen's conditions, she could easily find a partner. It was impossible for her to be interested in someone like Su Qing'an, who was married and had a family in decline. Her persistent pursuit of her brother showed she had feelings. She only cared about Su Qing and himself and was eager to succeed in life. If her brother wasn't married, they could develop their relationship freely. Su Yunxi had no right to interfere or meddle. But her brother was going through a tough time in life, developing ambitions and changing his usual views, which might lead him to do irrational things. Despite her repeated advice, he didn't listen. She couldn't ignore the possibility that he might go down the wrong path. Brother, if you give up your wife who has been with you through hardships just because of Gaowen, one day you might also abandon Gaowen for another woman. Have you thought about what you truly want in life? Are you willing to give up your role as a husband, father, and son, just to chase after women and make only choices that benefit yourself? Su Qing'an felt insulted. How could I be involved in such things? Even if I stay apart from your sister-in-law for a long time, feelings will gradually fade. Su Yunxi sighed. It's normal for feelings to fade, but people shouldn't be ruled by hormones. Many couples live together without love, not because they can't leave each other, but because of family responsibilities. Brother, you once advised me, and I hope you will think carefully before making a choice. This isn't just about you. Our parents, Yaya, and even Grandpa will be affected. Your sister-in-law chose to break with the Qin family and stand with the Su family because she loved you and Yaya. How can you bear to abandon your wife, who gave up everything for you? And Yaya is only 3 years old. She's already pitiful living with Grandpa. Do you want her to grow up in a broken family with divorced parents? If you choose Gaowen, then your sister-in-law isn't obliged to stay in Beituan to take care of your parents. If something happens to them, with no one to look after them, can you bear it? You can't have everything your way. Life is about compromise. You have to accept that things won't always go perfectly. My sister's words struck me like a warning bell, hitting me hard. I wasn't unaware of the consequences, but my simple life now made me feel a deep sense of disappointment. My parents and wife are not with me. I struggle to hold on, trying to climb higher. Naturally, I want to seize every opportunity, but reality tells me that without connections, I can only become someone else's stepping stone. I am torn. I say, I'm not abandoning my responsibilities, but I want to move up. Staying put for 3 or 5 years, or even a lifetime, isn't enough. I need to plan for the future. My sister, Qin Yuxi, can't hold back her words. Then let's talk about the consequences of your choice to be with Gaowen. The waiter brings the food, but neither of us has much appetite. She says, don't say you want nothing in return. That's just fooling yourself. Gaowen just wants you to divorce and marry her. Gaowen slowly infiltrates my life, making me depend on her. I know there will come a day when I let down my guard. I lower my voice. I won't divorce. Seeing my pained face, my sister doesn't seem too disappointed. At least, my brother hasn't gone down a dead end yet. She says, don't tell me you won't divorce. When Gao's family pressures you, you'll weigh the pros and cons and give in. My sister feels sad for Qin Liao. She cut ties with the Qin family, severing her escape route, but what she gets in return might be betrayal. She says, if you choose Gaowen, don't delay your wife. I'll find a way to help her be free. Don't let her suffer alone in Beituan. Thinking about our parents' situation, I immediately oppose. No, what about mom and dad? She responds, are you thinking about them now? If you divorce, your wife isn't obligated to stay in Beituan to care for them. I'll give her some money. She can go wherever she wants. When a good man comes along, she should marry him. My face changes instantly. I look at my sister in disbelief. Yunxi, I am your brother. Have you thought about what Yaya will do? She says sharply. Did you consider that you're a father when you were with Gaowen? Because I am your sister, I need to tell you the truth clearly so you see things clearly. Her words hit the mark directly. She continues, your wife is betrayed by everyone because of you. Is this how you repay her? Thinking she has nowhere to go, so you can easily control her. If you are a man, Su Xiao Chao, take responsibility. Either get a divorce and let your sister-in-law be free, or don't divorce and cut all ties with Gaowen. There's no other choice. Don't try to have both sides. If the boat sinks, everyone will suffer. The siblings parted unhappily. Su Yunxi sat quietly for a while, feeling uncomfortable. Why would my biological brother, in his past life, risk everything to find his daughter, but in this life, he can ignore his family's feelings? At the foreign trade store, the entrance was crowded, and inside, people were busy. But she had no mood to work, so she simply went home. In the afternoon, she received a call from Guangzhou. Her tone was cheerful, and she said she had reconciled with Lu Hongfei. Hongfei has sent away those women, promised not to see them again, only occasionally socializing with female colleagues, and told me not to worry because he knows his limits. Socializing with female colleagues? It's just the same old story. Yunshi thought that men often get carried away because women spoil them. No matter what, persistence can have some effect. Lu Hongfei made some compromises, and Shuiying kept pushing. After resting for 2 days at home, she focused on painting, kept company with Chen, and then prepared herself to handle other military farm projects. As the farms were built one after another, contracts were signed, and livestock was transported, time quietly moved into April. The series of paintings, 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix, was completed and displayed at the exhibition hall. This stunning set of works showcased the unparalleled artistic realm of traditional Chinese painting. It attracted media coverage on TV, newspapers, and magazines, sparking a viewing craze. Many collectors from home and abroad came to see it, some even traveling overseas to view the exhibition. Chairman Guan contacted Yunshi, wanting to organize an international art exchange event. It was scheduled for May 6th after Labor Day, and she agreed to participate. Both foreign trade stores were doing well financially. The courtyard house was almost finished, with electricity and water connected, furniture and appliances in place, and it was airing out regularly. Guangzhou impulsively bought the neighboring courtyard house and started building it too. They often visited each other on weekends to check the progress. Today, they plan to go to the most famous jewelry store to pick out accessories. Since the busy city streets couldn't accommodate cars, they got off and walked there. Yunshi, I don't really want to live in the old house with Hongfei. Our big family has over 20 people. It's lively, but there are many rules, and it can be noisy and disturb my peace. My mom told me to be patient, saying everyone lives like this, but I'm really worried I won't get used to it. In this time, it's common for large families to live together, 3 or 4 generations under one roof. It creates a feeling of prosperity and happiness. Guangzhou and Lu Hongfei are set to get married on May 20th. After school starts, she will be busy with her studies. Her family will handle the big and small matters, but the idea of marrying into the Lu family and living with unfamiliar people makes her a bit resistant. If the elders on both sides agree, it's hard to change that. Yunshi thought about it and felt a bit suffocated. The more people there are, the more issues arise. Lu Hongfei has 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters. When he is at home, his voice isn't very strong, and it's unlikely he will live alone. Guangzhou sighed. I heard his 2 sisters-in-law wake up at 5 every morning to prepare breakfast. The whole family eats at 6:30 sharp. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules gets scolded. At home, I can wake up whenever I want, eat whenever I want, and the maid brings the food. But suddenly changing my living habits makes me wonder if I can adapt, and I worry I might get scolded someday. Guangzhou looked anxious. Before marriage, she longed for it, but now she realizes she isn't just marrying Lu Hongfei, but joining the Lu family. She needs to put in a lot of effort to adapt to her new role. Yunshi comforted her, don't worry. You're in college, so you have many excuses not to live at home. You can buy an apartment near school. When you don't want to go back, you can stay there. When we're not busy, we can gather in the courtyard on weekends, have barbecues, hot pot, and enjoy a carefree life. Guangzhou thought this was a good idea, but she lacked Yunshi's confidence. She wasn't sure if Lu Hongfei would agree to live with her outside. Actually, the daily life is fine, Yunshi. What I'm more worried about is, will it hurt a lot the first time? She blushed and carefully asked, worried that on their wedding night, some say it doesn't hurt and it passes quickly, while others say it hurts a lot and causes bleeding. Yunshi answered bravely, drink some wine and you'll be a bit dizzy, and it will pass. Of course, pain depends on how the man behaves. If he only cares about his own pleasure, the woman will suffer. If he considers her feelings, she will feel good. Guanxuing thought the idea was good. Maybe if I have a few drinks on my wedding day, I won't be so nervous. When they arrived at the jewelry store, Su Yunqi unexpectedly saw Hiyu and her mother, He Lingling, inside choosing jewelry. Since their last argument at the He family, things had been quiet, and Hiyu hadn't bothered Su Yunqi again. But that didn't mean she didn't hold resentment. They exchanged glances, more like enemies than mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Hiyu rolled her eyes. Lingling, your sister-in-law hasn't given you anything before. Since you ran into her, pick some jewelry and give her a chance to pay. As April warmed up, Su Yunqi wore a loose yellow knit sweater, light blue pants, and white shoes, looking lively and energetic. But her charming face always seemed to irritate others. Thinking about how this woman had betrayed her son and somehow kept the old master from investigating, she felt intense hatred. Even though her wrist had healed, occasional pain reminded her that Su Yunqi would eventually deceive her son out of his money. She couldn't rest until she stopped her. The jewelry store was spacious and elegant, with over 20 salespeople and many customers browsing. Hiyu made Su Yunqi look bad in front of everyone, showing how much she disliked her daughter-in-law. People secretly watched and enjoyed the show. Guanxuing spoke to break the awkwardness. "Aunt He, just pick what you like. I'll settle the bill for the Guan family." After all, she was Hiyu Chen's mother, and this favor couldn't be missed. He looked unhappy. She wanted Su Yunqi to suffer financially. If the Guan family paid, it would spread around, and how could the He family stay respected in high society? She forced a fake smile and said, "With Su Yunqi here, there's no need for outsiders to pay. It's natural for a sister-in-law to buy things for her sister-in-law." Everyone in Beijing knew Su Yunqi owned an import-export shop, famous far and wide, mainly because she used her son's connections and money. Lingling was also blunt. "Then thank you, sister-in-law." Whether Su Yunqi agreed or not, the mother and daughter made the salespeople pack up over 30 pieces of jewelry that had been tried on, determined to make Su Yunqi pay the price. For Su Yunqi, 5,000 yuan worth of items was nothing. But Hiyu's hatred for her was deep in her bones. She would never pay for someone like that. "Since Brother Chun and I got married, I haven't seen a single cent from the He family. When Lu family got married, they spent 50,000 on jewelry. The He family shouldn't be worse than Lu family. Today, since you're free, you should make up for the money spent on changing your address and the jewelry so people won't keep calling you Aunt He, which seems strange to others." Since Hiyu is shameless, Su Yunqi openly exposed the He family's shame in front of everyone. People around, hearing this, were shocked and started talking. They didn't spend a penny on their son's wedding. Now they're trying to make the daughter-in-law pay. The He family isn't so poor that the daughter-in-law has to pay. Who knows? He used to be extravagant, buying clothes and jewelry all the time. Since her son married, she's become stingy. She even borrowed her daughter's name to make her daughter-in-law pay for jewelry. I'd be too embarrassed to ask. No wonder Su Yunqi never changed her way of addressing her. Even if she didn't like her daughter-in-law, she shouldn't be so inconsiderate of her son's pride. She's stingy with the money for changing her address. How could she suggest her daughter-in-law pay for jewelry? He was trembling with anger. Su Yunqi had humiliated her in front of outsiders. The jewelry she had packed was now a hot potato. She couldn't return it. If she made Su Yunqi pay, she'd leave the jewelry store and face endless gossip tomorrow. The old master would definitely be angry. Those two stubborn women didn't care, but she couldn't ignore it. For the sake of the He family's reputation, she had to swallow her anger. "I was just joking. I wouldn't really make you pay. The money for changing your address and the jewelry is our family's matter. When Yuchen is free, we'll discuss it properly." Hiyu found a way out, painfully took out her passbook, asked the driver to withdraw money, and settled the bill herself. This made her already not wealthy situation worse. She cursed Su Yunqi fiercely in her heart, but had to act calm and composed, then left with her daughter in a sorry state. Guanxuing watched the whole scene in shock and whispered, "Buying her a meal isn't a big deal, but don't lose sight of the bigger picture." Those words might offend the mother-in-law even more. After interacting with Su Yunshi more, she understood her temper. She was easygoing, financially responsible, and never petty. Paying for Yu and her daughter was easy for her, but she chose a radical way to solve the problem. Su Yunshi smiled indifferently. Compromising doesn't bring respect. Why should I suffer in silence? As long as she backs down this time, he will become more aggressive. She dares to dream about making her pay for all her debts outside. It's better to act quickly and decisively, giving Yu a memorable lesson, so she won't think about taking advantage again. Guangzhou disagreed, saying, "At least consider comrade He's feelings. If you embarrass Auntie publicly, she will be upset. Do you think he won't be angry?" If this happened to her and she insulted Madame Lu's reputation, the Lu family would say she's ungrateful. She might even lose her marriage. Su Yunshi didn't tell Guanuing that the tense mother-son relationship in the He family and Yu's favoritism meant he wouldn't be angry with her.
"Don't worry about me. Go pick some jewelry," she said.
She wouldn't ruin her reputation just to keep a good image. She asked the clerk to bring out some beautiful jewelry for trying on. Guanuing quietly said, "His family didn't give you anything? That's a bit much. In high society, that would be a joke. You're harming yourself more than anyone else. In marriage, if the man doesn't spend money, it shows he doesn't value his wife. The more he spends, the more he shows he cares." Su Yunshi didn't care. "It's okay. Brother Chen has most of his wealth in my hands. I can be financially independent." She wouldn't let anyone cheat her, not even for the sake of reputation. That evening, she pouted in frustration. Chen only felt sorry for her and gave in. He took her to a jewelry store and bought a big box of jewelry, gold phoenix crowns, a set of dragon and phoenix bangles, and made the critics of their marriage shut up. Guanuing envied her. "Comrade, he is really good to Yunshi. He personally helped her pick jewelry. Those gold pieces probably cost around 50,000 yuan. Lu Hongfei thought that his brother was worried about his face and didn't buy more. Otherwise, comparing the two girls, the Lu family wouldn't look good. During the new year, Chen spent over 100,000 yuan buying jewelry for Su Yunshi. Money is the least important part of giving. Su Yunshi was not simple. She secretly made Chen happy, and he pampered her like a treasure. She didn't just argue with Aunt He, she even argued with old Master He, and Chen protected her. She said, "Su Yunshi, coming from a capitalist family and not working to repair the relationship, only makes the He family dislike her more. When the marriage is good, Chen protects her. When it's bad, he says it's not good. Don't learn from her. Outside, many people are talking about you. Don't worry, I will take good care of our family and won't make things difficult for you." Guanuing looked at Lu Hongfei with happiness. She wanted their marriage to be stable and happy, so she knew she had to get along well with the Lu family. Otherwise, if they argued someday and the Lu family didn't support her, her future would be very difficult. She couldn't afford to risk losing face for both families. "Do you feel better now?" Chen hugged Su Yunshi with guilt. His wife married him, but besides money, she didn't get the respect she deserved, and they didn't even have a proper wedding. Su Yunshi sat on his lap, hugging his neck and acting cute. "With Brother Chen caring for me, I feel happy everywhere. Having a husband who always puts her first made her really happy. Living her own good life was more important than anything." Every time she heard the nickname, Brother Chen, Chen felt a jolt of electricity through his body. He got easily excited. Looking at the playful and adorable girl in front of him, he couldn't hold back his feelings. His heart pounded wildly, and he was sure he loved her deeply. "I also have something to give to Brother Chen." Su Yunshi jumped down from his lap and bent over to get something from the cabinet. The glimpse of her soft, white waist made Chen's throat tighten. A strong desire surged through him. He stood up and hugged her from behind, slipping his hand inside her clothes. "Hey, don't tease me." Su Yunshi couldn't take it. She wanted to stop him, but couldn't resist his strong presence. His handsome, chiseled face carried a mischievous look. His deep eyes and smiling lips made him look charming. He said, "Let your brother love you properly first." He turned her small face and captured her soft lips. He took off her nightgown and kissed her delicate collarbone. Each passionate kiss left a mark on her pure, tender skin, causing gentle ripples. Su Yunxi also learned to kiss him, giving him ultimate pleasure. A harmonious life in bed helps keep their marriage strong. Once her cold was properly regulated, she stopped using contraception. Hyuchin poured out all his intense love for her. Late into the night, Hyuchin bent down to pick up his sleepy baby and wash her. Her cheeks were flushed and beautiful, with tears on her eyelashes. He felt a deep sense of pride. This lovely, talented girl was the love of his life and would also be the mother of his children. After washing her, he carried her back to bed. He happily held his soft wife, gently patting her slim back and dreaming about the future. Baby, let's have a child. If it's a boy, I want him to grow up to be a strong man. If it's a girl, that's fine too. She'll be as beautiful and charming as you. Many boys will like her, so we need to be careful. Without your qualities, no girl should marry. Her body was now well taken care of, and he was working hard too. It's only a matter of time before she gets pregnant. Too vain, I wouldn't want someone like you, she said, dodging his kisses. But he held her tightly and kissed her fiercely. Why not someone like me? He asked. Hyuchin lifted her slightly, deeply inhaling her enchanting scent, feeling completely at ease. Don't kiss me, she begged, struggling to break free. She was angry and hit him, then told the truth. It's too much. Her tearful, lovely face was so adorable that it made him feel tender. Feeling playful, Hyuchin carried her to the bed and kissed her passionately from above. He tried to control himself, but she couldn't take it and started crying with her lips bitten, wanting to go to the bathroom. This time, he didn't carry her but gently held her waist and let nature take its course. Both of them experienced a happiness they'd never felt before. The next morning, Hyuchin opened the unopened gift on the wardrobe, car keys. He realized his wife had given him a blue Mercedes. His eyes welled up with a warm feeling he couldn't describe. His wife was willing to understand his preferences. Back in the bedroom, he tiptoed to the bed and looked at his beloved baby with deep affection. Her fair, beautiful face was peaceful. He couldn't hold back anymore. He gently kissed her soft pink lips, feeling full of joy and love. By late April, Su Yunxi finished organizing the accounts for her foreign trade shop. After exchanging foreign currency, the profit was quite good. She also increased the wages for all the salespeople and helpers. Everyone felt more hopeful. They took turns riding tricycles through the streets, delivering goods to customers. The courtyards on both sides are also finished, but Guanuing and Lu Hongfei are having a little disagreement. Su Yunxi hired workers to clean, so she had more people around and rarely used the space robot butler. Her beautiful face, like a peach blossom just blooming, was rosy and delicate. She looked happy and married happily. In contrast, Guanuing felt both sad and upset. Her dark circles were obvious, and she had no mood to drink the tea Yunxi made. Yunxi, he promised me he wouldn't pay attention to those women, but last night he went to a club to drink. He let that girl sit on him and kiss him. If I hadn't arrived in time, I don't know what would have happened. Guanuing choked up and couldn't speak further. She used to ignore those women, but now they are about to get married. Lu Hongfei still doesn't pay attention, almost letting that shameless woman succeed. What did Lu Hongfei say? Yunxi had advised her to be careful when making her choice. Lu Hongfei isn't worth her love. But Shuiying didn't listen. She knew this wasn't an accident. Such things would happen more often after marriage. I told someone to beat that girl up. He was awakened and saw me crying so sadly. He first said he was drunk and didn't remember, but then he saw how upset I was and promised to make that girl disappear forever. Guanuing cried again. Lu Hongfei often socialized, so she knew he must have been drunk many times. Does she have to worry every day about him being taken advantage of by other women? From Yunxi's perspective, it was hard to know what to say. So, what do you think? Guanuing's heart was hurt and confused. They had been together for 4.5 months, and their wedding was less than a month away. No matter what she thought, the fact was they would get married. Yunxi looked at her and said, "Let me ask differently. Do you think he loves you? Guanxuang listed all the good things Lu Hongfei did for her. Giving gifts, eating out, watching movies. He did everything for her. Yunqi felt a bit reluctant to say it but had to point out, Lu Hongfei can do all these things for any girl who might be his fiancée. Shuang, that's not proof he loves you. A man who truly loves someone will feel insecure, be very careful when approaching, and silently support all your decisions. Once the relationship is confirmed, he will do his best to treat you well, often have his eyes only on you, consider your feelings in everything, and can't help but get close, kiss, and hug you. He might even want to take you further. Guan Shuang blushes when she hears this and somewhat disagrees. Yunqi, you also said that as we get closer, our feelings will grow stronger. We're not married yet. He's a gentleman and respects me. He wouldn't do that. At most, he held my hand. Every time Lu Hongfei held her hand, Guan Shuang felt so nervous she almost fainted, her heart racing, face flushing, palms sweating, but she was very happy. Su Yunqi really didn't want to persuade her. Deep down, Lu Hongfei is a flirtatious man. He hasn't had any intimate moments with Shuang yet, not because of respect, but because he isn't attracted to her. If he respected you, he wouldn't let the drinking girl get close. Guan Shuang explained, he was drunk last night. He promised me he'd be more careful in the future and just sent me home. But I felt uncomfortable and didn't sleep all night. Just saying he'd be more careful was enough to dismiss Guan Shuang without considering her feelings or thoughts. Su Yunqi asked her, if after marriage, he can only fulfill basic family duties, spend little time with you, and still flirt around, would you still want to marry him? Our marriage can't be changed. Guan Shuang wiped her tears. The wedding invitations have already been sent out, and it's even been announced in the newspapers. Everyone in the upper circles of Jing City knows. Both families won't allow any mistakes. Yunqi, if you were in this situation, what would you do? Su Yunqi would have broken up immediately upon discovering Lu Hongfei's flirty behavior. She would also, if forced to marry, withdraw all her feelings and treat Lu Hongfei as a business partner, using the Guan family's influence to protect her rights. But she couldn't say these things, and Guan Shuang wouldn't listen. Shuang, my solution is quite extreme. You wouldn't want to hear it. If one day you see the true nature of marriage clearly, you'll know what to do. The marriage between the two families cannot be changed. Lu Hongfei will pretend even after marriage, but he's not even pretending now. It's easy to imagine the conflicts and problems that will happen after they're married. Shuang can't see the truth clearly. No matter how much she says, she will find excuses for Lu Hongfei, making herself look like she's stirring trouble. As the holiday approached and the question of where to go arose, Su Yunqi wanted to visit her grandfather but couldn't find the right words to ask. Instead, He Yuchen mentioned, I have a task during May Day, so I can't accompany you. It's good for you to stay with your grandfather for a couple of days. Su Yunqi felt suspicious. They seemed to have a taboo about the Guangzhou military district compound. Did he really trust her to go back alone? Do you not love me anymore? Su Yunqi pouted, feeling upset. He Yuchen quickly hugged his precious girl and comforted her. What are you thinking about? He kissed her little mouth, which was about to cry. Using his connections, he arranged for Xien to be transferred to the Southwest Military District, where he would be left to fend for himself, and he wouldn't be able to return for half a year. Su Qing'an was not in Beijing. Since the last disagreement with his sister, he had followed his project to Nanjing to help build a government office. He wouldn't be back anytime soon. In the end, De Xiong and Ping went with Su Yunqi to Guangzhou. They bought a lot of things, food, clothes, daily necessities, and nutritional supplements, and brought her brother's share along. Everything at home was fine. When her grandfather saw her return, he was very happy. He asked the guards to buy her favorite meat and vegetables. They had a warm chat. Su Yunqi submitted her documents to visit her parents. Her household registration remained unchanged, so she could only apply locally. Grandpa, if it's approved, please give me a call. She had been separated from her parents for 10 months. Although her grandfather kept sending her things, she still worried. Feng Zhenhua agreed. It had been almost a year since his daughter and son-in-law were sent away. No news was good news. Having her visit made him feel more at ease. Her aunt Yi Jin, who hesitated to speak, was encouraged by her cousin Feng Shuya to bring up a matter. Cousin, you said you could give us 20% of the shares. If we add another 10,000 yuan, would that be enough? Grandpa was biased and didn't say anything about buying her favorite food. Seeing the profitable business at the foreign trade shop, which earned about 300 yuan a month, an easy profit, they thought about investing more money. Su Yunxi was a bit speechless. She had already given them a chance, but now she wouldn't if they asked again. She politely refused. Shuya, the contract has already taken effect. There's no reason to change it now. Feng Shuya clearly wouldn't give up easily. Cousin, how can you go back on your word? When you asked us to invest, you wanted us to share the risk. Now that the shop is stable, you don't want to keep your promise? Seeing Su Yunxi made me angry. She wears high-end brands, which shows she lives comfortably. I don't even ask for much from her family, but she hesitates to buy expensive clothes. Feng Zhenhua heard that his son's family invested in his granddaughter's shop. He straightforwardly said they were just making quick money. He was about to complain when Su Yunxi sent him back to his room. Grandpa, don't worry. I will handle it. Both her hands and her heart are tender. Since her uncle moved in with them, they spend a lot of time together. Grandpa shouldn't interfere in their younger generation's affairs. Seeing her cousin nervously distract her grandfather, Feng Shuya became more confident. Cousin, signing the contract is just a matter of your word. Since you promised us 20% of the shares, you should follow through. It would prevent my parents from arguing over this. Even if Su Yunxi was worried about her uncle's situation, she wouldn't tolerate their bad habits. I gave you the chance, but you didn't want it. Now you see the benefits and want more shares? That's impossible. You said signing the contract is just a matter of my word. I can easily kick you out and take back your shares. Don't test my patience. Yi Jin saw that adding more shares was unlikely. He quickly pulled his angry daughter aside and whispered, Forget it, Shuya. I was short-sighted before and missed out on 10% of the shares. Don't offend your cousin. If we get kicked out of the contract, we might lose even the shares we have now. Feng Shuya was furious, her face red. Seeing her change her mind, Su Yunxi simply said, You haven't contributed anything to the foreign trade store. The profit sharing is just because of my uncle's relationship. Yi Jin and his daughter couldn't argue. They didn't need to worry about buying or selling. Having 10% of the shares was a good deal, and they regretted not investing more money earlier. After lunch, Su Yunxi went to the foreign trade store. From afar, she saw Ah Chong moving a TV onto a tricycle. Jang Jeda was wiping sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. They looked at each other with silent warmth. Dunzi was protecting the sales clerk and arguing loudly. Look at the store rules. Items bought today can be returned or exchanged. Don't tell me you're related to someone important. Even if the king himself comes, we have to be reasonable. You've had this for 7 or 8 days. It's used so much, and you can't return it now. Opening a store often involves issues with returns and exchanges. Su Yunxi improved the daily management system, and any disputes are handled according to the rules. Serving customers is the foundation of long-term business success, but rules must be followed. If one person breaks the rules, others will follow, leading to more losses. When customers cause trouble, a helper can go to the police station to call for help and directly take the troublemaker away. This also discourages competitors who watch from the shadows and dislike the busy selling scene. The car was parked across the street. Seeing Su Yunxi arrive, Jang Jeda happily went over and held her hand. Yunxi, you're finally back. We've been so busy these past 2 months, I almost turned into a skeleton. Jang Jeda has been running an import-export shop for over 20 years. It's her most successful venture. She even quit her job as a painting teacher and threw herself into the store, working almost 24 hours a day. Her parents couldn't stand it and made her follow a regular work schedule, forcing her to change her lifestyle. Getting enough rest made Jang Jeda more energetic and confident. Her smile grew brighter. Everyone has worked hard.
You look good, though.
The weather is getting hot, so remember to protect your skin from the sun. Su Yunxi had a bad feeling. Jang Jeda's current look seemed more like she was in love. Don't worry, I take good care of my skin, Jang Jeda said as she pulled Su Yunxi toward the store. De Xiong Aping and Ah Chang, along with 4 others, were happy to see each other. They exchanged greetings and caught up on the latest news. Su Yunxi looked around the store. After expansion, it was over 300 square meters. The shelves were filled with a wide variety of daily necessities. There were 8 salespeople, trained to provide good service. Customers kept coming in, lining up to buy things. Ah Chang and his team were responsible for delivering goods. Dunzi brought 2 helpers to patrol inside and outside the store, catching shoplifters and resolving after-sales issues. Everything was well managed to ensure any problems could be fixed quickly. Su Yunxi talked with Dunzi and expressed her gratitude for saving her brother. Dunzi scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Don't mention it, sister-in-law. A few minor injuries are nothing, as long as everyone stays safe. And the ointment you gave me worked well. My wrist is almost fully healed and doesn't affect anything. Su Yunxi looked at his wrist. It was flexible enough. She took out some medicine, infrared therapy gel to help bone healing, applied daily. On cloudy, rainy days when it hurt, he took fall injury pills and blood circulation pain relief powder. Dunzi gratefully took them. He usually stayed in the shop to recover. When something happened, his 2 younger brothers handled it. They often drank hearty bone broth, so he healed quickly. Su Yunxi then asked, "By the way, I want to ask you, do you want to stay here or go back to Beijing?" Ah Chang, who had just arrived, paused and his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Jang Jeda, who was talking to the shop assistant. Dunzi understood his thoughts and said, "Big sister-in-law, we're used to life here." They used to live aimlessly, wasting days in drunkenness and dreams, just getting by day. But now, every day feels full, and they've found a new direction in life. Ah Chang, what do you think? The big sister-in-law asked, as if she saw through his mind. Ah Chang looked embarrassed. I'll follow big sister-in-law's arrangement. Someone called Dunzi over there, and he hurried to handle it. Su Yunxi saw that Ah Chang looked troubled. If it weren't for his feelings for Jang Jeda, she would be happy for them to stay in Guangzhou. Jang Jeda ran over. Yunxi, what are you and Ah Chang talking about? Her voice lowered. He and Dunzi are the main protectors of the shop. I want to discuss giving them some shares. The shop is doing better and better. Instead of just raising their wages, sharing profits might be better. No, I don't want shares. Ah Chang's thin face flushed. Recently, he was worried about Dunzi's injury and the shop's affairs. He had also lost weight. Whenever she mentioned this, he got anxious. Yunxi, what do you think? Jang Jeda pulled her friend to reason. Who would give shares and not want them? Su Yunxi was surprised. Why did Jeda suddenly suggest giving shares to Dunzi and Ah Chang? If it was from the Zheng family, she wouldn't oppose it. She thought for a moment. In the long run, it's most reasonable for Ah Chang and Dunzi to have shares, unless you don't want to stay here long term. Jeda almost turned red with urgency. She pinched Ah Chang, like lovers teasing each other. Ah Chang's expression remained calm. He slowly said, Big sister-in-law, I want to stay, but I don't want shares. Like others, he always remembered Mr. He's kindness. Su Yunxi looked at the young couple in front of her, full of feelings for each other, and didn't know what to say. Don't say Jia Jia is engaged because they are not officially engaged. Their social status is too different, and they can't be together. If the Zheng family finds out, the foreign trade shop will have to close, and a serious argument is inevitable. When will Jia Jia stop causing headaches? Jang Jeda took her friend to see the back area. The warehouse is over 1,000 square meters, with a dedicated person holding the key to guard it. Goods are neatly organized and categorized, showing careful management. On both sides of the warehouse are rows of employee dormitories, separated by gender, which adds privacy and allows everyone to look out for each other if needed. The kitchen has a cook Auntie. It's already past 1 p.m., and everyone has finished lunch. When Su Yunxi walks into the kitchen, she sees leftover dishes and unwashed dishes. The cook Auntie is overweight, sitting cross-legged and picking her teeth, which makes Su Yunxi feel uncomfortable. Someone enters, and Aunt Wu slowly gets up. Seeing that it's Zheng Jia and a beautiful, elegant girl, She relaxes. Usually, no one comes unless they want to eat. Oh, Jia is here. I didn't eat well at noon, so I'll rest a bit before cleaning up.
There's no food now.
If your friend wants to eat, it's better to go outside. If you want to eat here, you'll have to wait until tonight. Her attitude shows she doesn't respect Zheng Jia much. Su Yunqi looks at the half bowl of bone soup and some spoiled rice, which are meant for employees, and feels a wave of nausea. She directly asks Zheng Jia, where did she get hired? People like her shouldn't stay in the shop cooking. What if there's food poisoning someday? Zheng Jia feels a bit embarrassed. She's Aunt Wu, a relative of Liang Fu. She used to cook big banquets in her hometown. Seeing the thriving foreign trade shop, Liang Fu introduced relatives to help. First, he brought in a proud but unskilled cousin as a sales clerk, but she didn't pass the training and wasn't hired. Later, he introduced a distant relative to cook, but her cooking wasn't good. Zheng Jia discussed with Liang Fu to let her go. Liang Fu's mother even called specifically, asking Zheng Jia to take care of the relative. Feeling embarrassed, Zheng Jia couldn't ask her to leave, so she let her stay. Su Yunqi massaged her temples, wondering why the staff here were all so thin. Only those with strong stomachs could eat the food cooked by Aunt Wu. If she wasn't careful about hygiene, something bad would happen sooner or later. She made a quick decision. Aunt Wu, go collect your wages up to today. You don't need to come back tomorrow. What had already happened couldn't be changed. From now on, whether they were relatives of Liang Fu or Zheng's family, they must not stay and cause trouble for everyone. Aunt Wu was stunned for a moment, glaring with swollen eyes and hands on her hips. She immediately started shouting, "The boss hasn't said a word. Who do you think you are?" From her attitude, it was clear she often used Zheng Jejia's name to bully others. Suddenly, Xiong rushed over and slapped her twice, saying, "Are you blind? Sister-in-law told you to leave, so just leave." Try saying one more word. No one could now hide the fact that this old woman relied on her connection with Zheng Jia to boss around in the kitchen. She ate well while the food she served others was worse than pig feed compared to what was available in Beijing. Aunt Wu was struck so hard her eyes spun, realizing she was dealing with someone powerful. She didn't dare stay any longer. She hurried out, panting and covered in fat. Before leaving, she left a harsh warning. Just wait and see, promising she would find Liang's family to back her up and deal with these ungrateful troublemakers. Xiong was so angry he almost went to hit her again, but Su Yunqi stopped him. Zheng Jia felt guilty and said, "Yunqi, I'm really sorry. I caused you trouble cleaning up this mess." Su Yunqi had to privately and seriously tell Zheng Jia, "Jia, the rules of the shop are the standards we use to judge and select people. The kitchen staff are especially important. If spoiled food makes everyone sick, you, as the manager, are directly responsible. And can you really bear to let hardworking employees eat such disgusting food? If it gets worse, it will eventually cause everyone to lose trust." Jang Jeda felt even more ashamed and quickly promised, "I understand, Yunqi. I will make sure to supervise better from now on." In fact, if it had been anyone else, she would have already dismissed them. But her mother Liang called and made her feel embarrassed to refuse. Jang Jeda also brought up the issue of shares. "Yunqi, Secretary Fong is holding on to my contract. If I want to change the shares, I might need to involve my father. How about this? I'll give you 20,000 yuan privately, and you give up 10% of the shares as a reward for Dunzi and Ah Chong." Although she doubled her shares, anyone with a long-term view knows that holding shares over time brings continuous profits. Su Yunqi didn't know what Jia was thinking. She was the one who offered shares to others, but now she was the one losing her shares? She held back her anger and asked, "Jia, who came up with this idea?" She didn't mind giving up shares, but she didn't want to be treated like a fool. Zheng Jia felt a bit embarrassed. "I wanted to talk to my dad about this. Liang Fu convinced me otherwise, saying Dunzi and Ah Chiang are your people, so you should be the one to give the shares. I didn't want to give you shares for free, so I thought of buying them at double the price. If you think that's too little, I can add more money. It's not about the money." Su Yunqi stopped her from speaking further. Liang Fu, who was persistent, was already planning to slowly take over her shares. The 10% was just the beginning of his attempts. Dunzi and Aqiang are very loyal to Hiyu Chen and are reliable. They would be perfect to manage the Guangzhou store. But right now, there's something more important. Jia, let's set aside the shares for now. I will coordinate with Dunzi and Aqiang. When do you and Liang Fu plan to get married? Jia immediately lost her smile. August 8th, the two families had agreed and notified everyone. She moved along like a puppet, following a fixed script. In Su Yunxi's view, both of them were at fault, each getting a fair share of blame. But clearly, Jia's mistake was bigger. She knew it was unlikely, but still gave Aqiang false hope. If you're sure about getting married, then focus on preparing for the wedding. We should also hire a manager to run the store well. This way, Jia and Aqiang could be kept apart. Maybe after Jia gets married, their little flirtation will gradually fade away. When they signed the contract, the terms clearly stated that Su Yunxi had full decision-making power. No matter how many shares others held, they couldn't question her decisions. Yunxi, I know I shouldn't have kept Aunt Wu, but you can't just stop me from managing the store because of that. Jia felt very disappointed. She had worked hard for over 3 months, studying how to run the store better. The store's profits were finally improving, but now Yunxi didn't want her to manage it anymore, as if her efforts had been taken away. Su Yunxi patiently said, Jia, I know you've worked hard, but this is just a part of your life journey. You have more important things to do, like getting married, improving your painting skills, learning useful knowledge, and working hard to better yourself. I believe your parents have advised you many times. Your life goals shouldn't be focused on managing the shop.